Chapter 1. Charlotte's Troubles. In June 2005, within the confines of a luxurious hotel suite's restroom, Su Xiaowen stood in a daze, his gaze wandering amidst the opulence surrounding him. His eyes traversed the ornate dragon-shaped faucet, the gilded revolving door handle, the toilet seat adorned with gold trim, and the shimmering golden wallpaper, ultimately resting upon the mirror ahead. Reflected in the glass was a youthful visage, short hair, prominent brows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and a face that, though youthful, emanated vitality and clarity. This was his 18-year-old self. As Su Xiaowen gradually withdrew his gaze, the realization dawned upon him had been reborn, reinvigorated into the night following the college entrance examination in 2005. Contemplating the tribulations of his past life, he erupted into a hysterical laugh, the sound reverberating within the restroom. Yet as laughter transformed into tears, he found high. Himself overwhelmed, as his emotions gradually settled, he splashed water on his face, turned off the running faucet, and exited the restroom. Inside the suite, the dazzling lights shone brightly upon an expansive banquet table surrounded by dozens of people. Upon his emergence, Su Xiaowen immediately spotted Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuran facing him, along with a row of classmates behind them, all observing the unfolding scene. The familiar yet youthful faces reinforced Su Xiaowen's conviction. Yuran, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. You are beautiful, charming, gentle, innocent, and intelligent. Like a celestial being from the heavens. Your smile is the most exquisite sight I have ever encountered. I hold deep affection for you. Would you be my girlfriend? Xiao Yu is a rotund figure, with a round face, a corpulent frame, and limbs that seemed disproportionate. Clad in Adidas t-shirt, Nike shorts, and the latest Air Jordan 20 sneakers, Su Xiaowen's singular impression of him was that of immense wealth. Xiao Yuran, with her long black hair and delicate oval face, possessed a complexion as white as snow. She adorned herself in a white short-sleeved dress, revealing her tender arms that resembled green onions. At that moment, whether due to the heat or her own shyness, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu, who held a bouquet of flowers, professing his heartfelt love for Xiao Yuran, Su Xiaowen found himself momentarily stunned. In his previous life, he had confessed to Xiao Yuran on this very night, only to be met with rejection. Now, reborn, he was confronted with the scene of Xiao Yu's declaration. Was this the butterfly effect of his reincarnation? Leaning against the wall, Su Xiaowen squinted at the couple before him, intrigued to see if Xiao Yuran would decline Xiao Yu just as she had rejected him in his past life. Under the watchful gaze of their classmates, Xiao Yuran maintained a calm demeanor. To her, Xiao Yu was merely an ordinary classmate. She was aware of his secret affection for her, yet she had not anticipated that he would choose the evening of a farewell dinner to confess his feelings in front of the entire class. In her mind, she scrambled to formulate kind words, hoping to soften the blow of public rejection for him. However, after appraising him from head to toe, she struggled to find any redeeming qualities. Thankfully, her quick wit prompted her to say, Xiao Yu, you are a good person. After a brief pause, Xiao Yuran continued, I do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship during my 4 years at university. My sole focus is to diligently complete my studies. Therefore, please do not waste your time on me. You will undoubtedly encounter someone far better than I. Though he had anticipated the likelihood of failure, Xiao Yu's face instantly paled upon receiving her rejection, his features and the hand clutching the bouquet trembling slightly. The reactions from their classmates varied, with the boys reveling in his misfortune. Xiao Yuran is the goddess of every boy in the 3rd middle school. Although they are all aware of the improbability of a romantic connection with her, the sight of Xiao Yu being re-elected brings them inexplicable joy. The girls, on the other hand, express their sympathy for Xiao Yu. In their eyes, although he may not possess striking looks, his well-off family background, coupled with his romantic and defarted nature, sets him apart. Su Xiaowen had also anticipated that Xiao Yuran would likely refuse, yet he did not expect her to deliver the proverbial nice guy card. He couldn't help but glance at the crestfallen Xiao Yu, whose face was a portrait of despair. Following his rejection, Xiao Yu, shrouded in melancholy, held up the bouquet of roses and declared, Yuran, I understand your feelings, but I must express that you are the only one I cherish. No other girl can compare to you in my heart. This bouquet is meant for you, please accept it. Yet, Xiao Yuran remained unmoved by his words, showing no inclination to accept the roses he offered. However, she found herself at a loss for how to refuse. Feeling somewhat distressed, in a moment of desperation, she instinctively sought Su Ziyuan's assistance, hoping he might intercede on her behalf. In his previous life, Su Xiaowen had been a devoted admirer, never denying any request from a girl. However, in this incarnation, his soul had transformed into that of a man in his 30s. Thus, when the girl cast a pleading glance his way, he inadvertently averted his gaze. Taken aback by Su Ziyuan's action, Xiao Yuran was momentarily stunned. Qiao Yu, still awaiting Xiao Yuran to accept the roses, noticed the lack of response and followed her gaze, discovering she was looking at Su Xiaowen. The once amiable expression on Qiao Yu's chubby face twisted into a grotesque grimace. For 3 years in high school, every time he drew near to Xiao Yuran, Su Xiaowen would appear like a persistent shadow, thwarting all his intentions. Now, he was once again ruining his confession, especially upon noticing the triumphant smirk gracing Su Ziyuan's lips. Qiao Yu felt an overwhelming rush of blood surge to his head. He resembled a furious wild boar in a fit of rage. What do you have to be so proud of, Su Xiaowen? Do you really think Yuran would ever look your way? Do you honestly believe your confession won't be met with rejection? Why do you have to mock me? At least I have the courage to confess, you coward. Do you dare? Qiao Yu erupted in fury, his piercing shouts casting a hush over the room. Taken aback by Qiao Yu's rapid-fire accusations, Su Xiaowen was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he observed Qiao Yu's flushed face and fiery eyes, realizing he was in a state of uncontrollable rage. Su Xiaowen was no longer the naive youth who would be riled by the heat of the moment. Instead, he turned to those behind Qiao Yu and said, "Qiao Yu is drunk. Does anyone know where he lives? Please take him home." Qiao Yu's close friends, bewildered by his sudden outburst, noticed the tense atmosphere and, upon hearing Su Ziyuan's words, approached to help Qiao Yu leave. However, Qiao Yu forcefully shoved them aside. Qiao Yu fixed his gaze upon Su Xiaowen, mocking him. "Su Xiaowen, don't you incessantly boast about your childhood friendship with Yuran? You hover around her daily. Yet what purpose does it serve? Do you truly believe that someone like Yuran would ever take an interest in a mere third-tier student like you? If I recall correctly, you hail from a single-parent household, your mother being a teacher. Do you genuinely think that under such circumstances, Yuran's parents would ever approve of you? Let me make this clear. Even if she has no affection for me, she would never harbor feelings for you." As Qiao Yu's words filled the air, his anger at rejection evident, the classmates were left utterly speechless. Instead of reflecting on his own shortcomings after an unsuccessful confession, he unjustly directed his ire towards an innocent party, his words laced with cruelty. Xiao Yuran, startled by Qiao Yu's outburst, instinctively cast an apologetic glance towards Su Xiaowen. Unaware of the implications, Qiao Yu continued his tirade. "Su Xiaowen, with your lack of achievements, humble background, and absent father, you are destined only for a life of servitude." Unable to tolerate the vitriol any longer, class monitor He Yu stepped forward, asserting, "Qiao Yu, enough. You are clearly intoxicated. It would be wise for you to return home." Under normal circumstances, Qiao Yu might have heeded He Yu's words, but at that moment, he had lost all reason. He turned to He Yu, shouting, "Shut your mouth." He then pointed at everyone present, declaring, "This meal is on me, and you all are merely freeloaders. Without me, would you ever have the chance to dine in such a luxurious establishment? I brought you here to witness my triumph, so get out." With those words, the atmosphere shifted and anger erupted among the crowd. "Qiao Yu, have you lost your mind? Did you think I wanted to come here? If it weren't for your insistence, I wouldn't have bothered. Having a bit of money makes you so impressive, doesn't it?" Qiao Yu. Suddenly, Su Xiaowen, who had been silent, spoke up. Even when Qiao Yu hurled insults at him, he remained unperturbed. However, Qiao Yu had crossed a line by mentioning his fatherlessness. Having never known his father, this was a deep-seated pain for Su Xiaowen, one that had plagued him with feelings of inferiority for a long time. If he were the 18-year-old Su Xiaowen, he would have thrown a punch by now. But the man he had become had shed his youthful impulsiveness. He understood that a more sophisticated retort would strike deeper. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's voice, the classmates momentarily set aside their anger, their expressions turning solemn. Qiao Yu also turned to face Su Xiaowen. Su Xiaowen fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu and calmly stated, "Did you not ask whether I dare to confess? Do you believe my confession would be met with rejection? I had no interest initially, but since you've brought it up, allow me to elucidate the disparity between us." Su Xiaowen walked slowly toward Xiao Yuran, halting less than half a meter in front of her. The classmates seemed to sense Su Xiaowen's intentions. Their faces a mixture of confusion. Was he really going to confess? Yuran. As Xiao Yuran saw Su Xiaowen approaching, she was taken aback by the gentle timbre of his voice. Upon raising her head, she found her gaze locked with his. Su Xiaowen's eyes, as if shaped by the passage of time, still radiated deep affection. The depths of his gaze were akin to a tranquil abyss, possessing an enchanting allure that ensnared anyone who dared to look, rendering escape nearly impossible. Could it be that little Su was about to confess to her? Xiao Yuran felt a surge of nervousness, mingled with an undeniable sense of anticipation. Xiao and Su would certainly not confess his feelings. A girl does not develop affection simply because of a confession. Rather, it is only when a girl harbors feelings for you that he will accept your declaration. To win a girl's heart, fostering physical contact and creating an atmosphere of ambiguity is the appropriate approach. Having been reborn, Xiao and Su is undoubtedly aware of this truth. Gazing at the enchanting face so close before him, he smirked softly and then leaned in to kiss her directly. In front of their high school classmates, he kissed Xiao Yuran, something he had longed to do in his previous life, but had never dared yet in this life. It felt utterly effortless. The girl's lips were sweet and soft, an exquisite sensation, and she emanated a faint scent of lavender that was utterly intoxicating. Upon witnessing this scene, the girls gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Xiao and Su is incredible. The boys all looked on with envy. What gives him the audacity? Xiao Yu was practically livid with disbelief. Chapter 2. The era of online literature. The moment Xiao Yuran was kissed by Su Xiaowen, she was utterly stunned. The overwhelming male pheromones rendered her mind a blank slate. This was her first kiss. Conversely, Su Xiaowen remained entirely composed, his mind clear. Seizing the opportunity while the girl was still in a daze, he quickly stepped back and turned to their classmates, cheerfully declaring, "Yuran and I shall take our leave now. I wish everyone a prosperous future. May you all become immensely wealthy and frequent 5-star hotels daily." Haha. With that, he grasped the still bewildered Xiao Yuran's hand and swiftly exited the private room. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast a glance at Xiao Yu. His disregard was tantamount to trampling Xiao Yu underfoot, leaving him unable to recover. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's words, especially the last, his classmates grasped the underlying meaning. Except for Xiao Yu's closest friends, the others erupted in laughter, casting disdainful glances at him. After Su Xiaowen and Xiao Yuran departed, the remaining classmates gradually followed suit, with not a single person bidding farewell to Xiao Yu. Even those who usually got along well with him hesitated. Enraged and humiliated, Xiao Yu bellowed, "Get lost, all of you." Thus, his friends departed in silence. In an instant, the once crowded room was left with only Xiao Yu. The fury etched on his face was now comically absurd. Su Xiaowen led Xiao Yuran to a vacant space outside the hotel. Before he could release her hand, Xiao Yuran suddenly regained her senses and immediately broke free. In her eyes, Su Xiaowen had always been obedient to her wishes. Yet today, he had dared to kiss her forcefully? Su Xiaowen turned to see her expression as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, seemingly awaiting an explanation. He had leveraged her first kiss to slap Xiao Yu in the face. By rights, he should have felt a twinge of guilt. However, recalling the experiences of his previous life, he felt no inclination to apologize. In that past existence, the girl had not only rejected his confession, but had also spun a grand tale, promising to be his girlfriend if he agreed to repeat a year. Yet, when he successfully enrolled in the prestigious university she attended, he discovered she was dating a senior. Years later, he found himself less angered by her false promises. Instead, he regretted that in his youth he had believed Xiao Yuran was his true love, thereby missing out on another girl, Cheng Lu, the moonlight of his heart, a girl whose character and family background surpassed even Xiao Yuran's. In his view, Xiao Yuran was but a mere sesame seed. Cheng Lu was a watermelon. In this second chance at life, he would not forfeit the refreshing sweetness of the watermelon for a mere sesame seed. This time, Su Xiaowen was resolute. He would not repeat past mistakes. He intended not only to reclaim his lost moonlight, but also to live more freely and boldly. With his mind made up, He offered no explanation and simply turned to leave. As for Xiao Yuran's thoughts and perceptions of him, he cared little. Xiao Yuran. Su Xiaowen had kissed her forcefully and walked away just like that? Was this the Su Xiaowen she had known? From childhood, Su Xiaowen had been the most significant boy in her life, perhaps even more important than her father. Before high school, he had excelled academically, particularly in mathematics. Even with a focus on fun in high school, his math grades remained commendable, while mathematics had always been her Achilles heel. Hence, she had always admired him. Moreover, Su Xiaowen was not merely academically gifted. He was also an exceptional football player, having been on the school team in middle school. Xiao Yuran had watched him play on the field, captivated by his handsome demeanor. How could she not like Su Xiaowen? She was aware that he harbored feelings for her. Yet, a barrier had existed between them, one neither dared to break. Xiao Yuran had secretly resolved that once the college entrance examination was over, she would immediately agree to his confession. However, after the exams, Su Xiaowen took no action, leaving her disheartened. When their results were released, hers were outstanding, and she should have felt joy. Instead, she was dismayed to learn that Su Xiaowen had barely passed the third-tier university cutoff. This meant they could not attend the same school. She foresaw that graduates from third-tier universities would struggle to find decent jobs. Coming from a single-parent family with modest means, her mother would likely oppose their relationship should Su Xiaowen attend a third-tier institution. Thus, she reconsidered. If Su Xiaowen confessed, she would become his girlfriend and encourage him to repeat the year. She believed in him more than anyone. Anything he committed to, he could achieve. If Su Xiaowen could enroll in the same university as her, she was confident her mother would no longer object. Yet, Xiao Yuran could never have anticipated that Su Xiaowen would kiss her publicly. To be honest, she was initially furious, but more than anger, she craved an explanation, an apology. At the very least, he should have confessed in the heat of the moment, even if it meant rectifying his mistake. But Su Xiaowen turned and walked away. With no explanation, no apology, and no confession. She found it utterly unacceptable. Su Xiaowen. The girl suddenly called out, halting him. Su Xiaowen paused but did not turn around. What did you mean by that? Su Xiaowen remained silent. The girl continued, I know you like me, but you shouldn't have. Seeing that he wouldn't even glance back, she felt wronged, her voice softening involuntarily. I can overlook what just happened, but I want to tell you that I know what you want to say. Su Xiaowen interrupted her. Looking at her delicate face, he calmly replied, Are you trying to say that you don't want to be in a relationship right now? I thought about it seriously. And I also believe that academics should take precedence at this stage, so rest assured, I won't pursue you any further. If we happen to cross paths, I will act as if I don't know you. Does that satisfy you? Having said this, he smiled lightly and turned to leave. This time, he did not linger. Xiao Yuran. Su Xiaowen had articulated everything she had intended to say. No, that wasn't what she meant. She wanted to convey to Su Xiaowen that she could forgive him and be his girlfriend, but only if he agreed to repeat the year. Yet, Su Xiaowen was too decisive, too extreme. On what grounds did he assume she didn't want to date him? Furious at his retreating figure, she exclaimed. Then why did you kiss me? Su Xiaowen replied without looking back, Because you owe me that. Xiao Yuran was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response. After parting ways with Xiao Yuran, Su Xiaowen returned home. Upon arrival, the house was shrouded in darkness, save for the light in his mother's bedroom. He knew that his mother, Ning Wanqiu, was preparing her lessons, a daily ritual. Su Xiaowen refrained from disturbing her and retreated to his room. Once the light was off, and he lay on his bed, he stared blankly at the dark ceiling. In this rebirth, Su Xiaowen resolved not to dwell in the emotional realm. He understood that in today's society, wealth was paramount. In his past life, he might have chosen to repeat the year for a girl, but now his sole focus was on earning money. Reflecting on his previous life, he had been an ordinary individual, never having engaged with lotteries, stocks, funds, or futures. His memory was sharp. He could recall popular songs, novels, and television shows after just one exposure. He contemplated online literature. It was now 2005, and online literature was flourishing, with works like Zhu Xian and Piao Miao Ji Lu igniting a literary craze. Su Xiaowen had dabbled in online writing in his past life, but had always faced failure, idolizing the literary giants. Yet now, many of those famous authors had yet to embark on their careers. Titles that would later create waves such as A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Xian'an, Doa de Lu, and Battle Through the Heavens had not yet come into existence. Genres that would later be deemed cliché, such as the divorce flow, infinite flow, and system flow, were novel concepts at this time. Su Xiaowen was resolute. He would turn to online literature to amass wealth. He chose not to directly plagiarize the renowned web literature of his previous life. As an aficionado of web novels and an aspiring writer, he possessed a profound understanding of various narrative tropes. He was confident that even without resorting to literary piracy, he could thrive in the world of web literature in 2005. Su Xiaowen was not one to dawdle. Once he resolved to write, he sprang into action. Chapter 3. Instant fame. Su Xiaowen rose from his seat, opened his computer, and prepared to type. Suddenly, he paused. It dawned on him that while web literature could indeed be lucrative, it was categorized into male and female genres. The male genre required a hefty 30,000 words before publication, which felt excessively slow for Su Xiaowen. He could not afford to wait that long. Upon further reflection, he concluded that writing for the female audience would be more advantageous. Not only could he publish with fewer words, but he also felt less pride at borrowing from works in this genre. In the words of Kong Yiji, borrowing books cannot be deemed theft. Borrowing. Can the pursuits of a scholar be considered theft? The act of borrowing cannot be classified as plagiarism. It is merely inspiration. Nevertheless, there were many classic works in the female genre, and Su Xiaowen found himself at a loss as to which one to draw inspiration from. Before commencing his writing, he took the precaution of searching online to avoid any potential overlap with existing titles. What he discovered left him astounded. Numerous romance novels that were originally published in 2005 had yet to see the light of day. For instance, He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo, which was initially released in September 2003, had not been published to this day due to unforeseen circumstances. In addition to novels, Su Xiaowen also casually researched various films and songs, only to be utterly flabbergasted. Many of the classic novels, songs, and television dramas from his previous life had not yet been produced. Most astonishing of all was Meteor Garden. This television series from 2001 had yet to commence filming, and even the original manga was nowhere to be found. After the initial shock wore off, Su Xiaowen chuckled. Regardless of the butterfly effect or other influences, since these classics had not been released, he felt no qualms about proceeding. Thus, Su Xiaowen settled on his first original novel, He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo. Although he had never read the original work, he had watched the adapted television series multiple times and was thoroughly familiar with its characters and plot. In a single evening, Su Xiaowen sat at his computer and effortlessly penned 20,000 words, a remarkable feat. Since his rebirth, he had yet to fully appreciate the vitality of his youthful body. But now he was beginning to experience it. After hours of sitting at the computer, he felt no discomfort, an unimaginable circumstance compared to his previous life, where he would have suffered from back pain and wrist strain. His endurance and concentration had improved, and his senses were heightened. Even his memory had become astonishingly sharp. He could recall the entirety of a television series from many years ago with just a brief recollection. After writing 20,000 words, Su Xiaowen paused and logged onto a novel website, applying to become an author and publishing his work. He even chose a meaningful pen name, Su Rinshan. On the first day of publication, as a newcomer, He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo received little attention. However, as the days progressed, with the unfolding of the storyline, the novel's popularity skyrocketed. Within 3 days, the comments section was ablaze with activity, filled with playful remarks and encouragement for Su Xiaowen's hard work. Given how hard you update, let me shower you with some nourishing liquid. Will pouring nutrients into a small tree pit grow a towering tree? Will nourishing the author yield a lengthy masterpiece? Dear customer, the nourishing liquid you ordered can only be paid for with updates. Apologies. When I first read this novel, I had never been in love. Now, on my second read, I still have not experienced romance. The comments section was filled with playful banter, but 2 types of comments predominated: requests for updates and praises. This indicated that He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo had indeed achieved remarkable success. While the book had gained fame, a contract had yet to be signed. Although Su Xiaowen could apply for a contract in the background, he did not actively pursue it, allowing the signing to linger. After signing, He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo received a prominent cover recommendation on the homepage, garnering substantial traffic. Subsequently, He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo continued to achieve impressive results, reaching the pinnacle of the golden list within a week. With the book's rising popularity, the comments section exploded with activity. Su Xiaowen seized the opportunity to establish his first reader group. Initially, the group was open to all, and the 500-member capacity filled rapidly. However, Su Xiaowen was not particularly hands-on with the group. He appointed a few familiar readers as moderators and largely stepped back. One day, feeling fatigued from writing, he glanced at the reader group only to find it in chaos. It turned out that a few male moderators were taking advantage of their positions to flirt with female members, infuriating Su Xiaowen. My reader group cannot become a place for other men to flirt. In a fit of anger, Su Xiaowen expelled all the male members, retaining only the female readers, and promptly issued an announcement. This group is dedicated to discussions about romance novels. Male members are not welcome. The moment the announcement was made, the group erupted in excitement. Su Xiaowen, seeing the enthusiastic responses from the female readers, decided to greet them with a simple hello. Since the group was established, he had never spoken a word, and his sudden participation sent waves of exhilaration through the members. Author, we have been waiting for you. Author, I've been waiting so long that I'm bursting with anticipation. Hello. Author. Messages in the group flooded in like shooting stars until one female reader posed a question that silenced the group. Author, are you male or female? With this inquiry, the group fell silent, as if everyone was waiting for Su Xiaowen's response. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to reply, male. In truth, the readers had already noticed that the author's account was male, but they hesitated to assume, as some girls used male accounts as well. However, those individuals had since been expelled, and whether they would create new accounts to rejoin the group was a matter for another day. Regardless, the group erupted once more at Su Xiaowen's simple declaration of male. Wow, the author is really a boy? Is the author married? How old is the author? Is the author still a virgin? As Su Xiaowen observed the increasingly frivolous conversations among the women in the group, he hastily made his escape under the guise of needing to write. After closing the group chat, he did not actually continue writing. That week, he had been so engrossed that he had nearly completed the entire book, with only the latter half needing to be released gradually. The reason for Su Xiaowen's urgency was straightforward. VIP income would only be paid as a lump sum upon completion of the novel. Until then, the funds in his account were merely for viewing. From the first day of He Yishang Xiao Mo receiving little attention to its ascension to the golden list, it took less than half a month. Su Xiaowen had initially planned to write between 100 to 200,000 words, with a maximum of 300,000. Having already published just over half, he had earned a considerable sum. The subscription and rewards amounted to 52,000, and with the rising fame of the book, this figure was bound to increase. By the time of completion, Su Xiaowen estimated he would have at least 100,000. 100,000. Not too little, yet not too much. This was merely the income Su Xiaowen had earned in less than a month. Moreover, it was 2005, and this amount was sufficient to purchase a house in Langya. Chapter 4. A major case exiting his room. Su Xiaowen took a shower and settled onto the sofa in the living room, turning on the television. Finding no programs of interest, he absently flipped through channels until he landed on a news segment from the provincial station of Shaanxi. While watching the news, a long-forgotten incident suddenly resurfaced in Su Xiaowen's mind. Shocking murder case in the country. In his previous life, this case made headlines across major newspapers upon its report. The perpetrator was a human trafficker who, evading police capture, had found himself hiding in a women's restroom on the day of the incident, leading to a catastrophic event resulting in 9 fatalities and 1 injury. From the details later disclosed by the police, it was revealed that the perpetrator believed a female student had recognized him and, fearing she might report him, acted impulsively. Su Xiaowen was deeply struck by this case. As it coincided with the day he returned to Maochong Middle School for further studies. During the noon news, he chanced upon the report about this incident. He recalled that the report stated the crime occurred on July 3rd, while today was July 2nd, meaning the crime would transpire tomorrow. With less than a day remaining before the incident, Su's initial instinct was to alert the authorities, yet he promptly abandoned this thought. Being in Langya City and under 18, how could he convince the police that a fugitive would commit murder in a women's restroom in Xi'an without any evidence? Furthermore, if the criminal were to escape due to a premature alert, it would only serve to arouse suspicion. Su Xiaowen remembered that the police had issued a wanted notice promising a reward of 50,000 yuan for any reliable leads. Even if not for the sake of saving lives, the prospect of such a reward compelled him to take action. He quickly resolved to travel to Xi'an. After many years, he could only recall that the crime occurred in the afternoon, but the exact time eluded him. He surmised that the incident might occur within the next 24 hours. The case took place in Xi'an, Shaanxi province, a distance of over 1,000 kilometers from Langya. This urgency left no room for delay. He hurried to his mother's room and retrieved 1,000 yuan from a hidden stash before hastily departing his home. Su Xiaowen made his way to the ticket counter at the train station. Fortune favored him. as he found a train departing from Jinling, passing through Langya, and heading to Xi'an. The train from Jinling to Xi'an was scheduled to depart from Jinling South Station at 1900 hours on July 2nd, arriving at Langya North Station precisely at 2000 hours. All seated tickets had sold out, so he purchased a standing ticket, managing to board the train before 2000 hours. Once on board, he felt a slight sense of relief. Trains in 2005 were primarily slow, crowded, and accompanied by unpleasant odors throughout the journey. The train arrived at Xi'an Station at 11 a.m. on July 3rd. Su Xiaowen was utterly exhausted. He hadn't ridden an old-fashioned train in many years, let alone stood for an entire night. Fortunately, his youth allowed him to endure this discomfort. Had it been a decade later, he would surely have struggled to rise. Upon disembarking, Su Xiaowen was struck by the historical ambience of Xi'an Station. The two prominent red characters spelling Xi'an imparted a sense of reassurance. Beneath these characters, a conspicuous white clock with long and short hands guided countless individuals on their journeys, helping them find their way home or venture into the unknown. Exiting the train station plaza, he found the area bustling with vendors peddling a variety of delectable snacks and assorted items, a dazzling array that was overwhelming. However, Su Xiaowen was not a tourist. He had neither the time nor inclination to appreciate the cultural scenery of Xi'an. After leaving the train station, he noted the time was already 11:10. He swiftly made his way to a newsstand outside the station, where he quickly located a newspaper featuring the wanted notice. The paper displayed a photograph of a human trafficker, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with an unremarkable appearance, the kind that could easily blend into a crowd. The only notable feature was a small black mole on her neck. Su Xiaowen committed her visage to memory and, without delay, hailed a taxi to Xi'an No. 1 High School. During the ride, the taxi driver, recognizing Su was not a local from his accent, engaged him in friendly conversation. However, Su was too preoccupied to respond. Upon arriving at Xi'an No. 1 High School, he found the entrance crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children. It was now 11:30. Su understood that the fugitive was likely among these parents. He dared not roam about, fearing a premature alert might provoke the suspect, who was armed. Calmly, he approached a vantage point to discreetly observe for the wanted individual. Yet, with so many middle-aged women present, pinpointing the criminal amidst the crowd proved exceedingly challenging, prompting him to abandon this futile approach. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since the crime was to occur in a women's restroom, he could position himself there to await the perpetrator. Xi'an No. 1 High School undoubtedly had multiple restrooms, but given that the victim was a student, it was highly probable that the restroom in the teaching building would be the target. The school operated under a semi-closed management system, prohibiting outsiders from entering except during lunchtime and after school. However, Su Xiaowen devised a plan to impersonate a student and approach the gatekeeper, claiming to be a student from Class 2 who had overslept. Tension gripped him as he awaited the gatekeeper's response. To his relief, although the gatekeeper was surprised by his late arrival, he did not question him further, as it was a common assumption that students would wish to leave the school rather than enter it. Grateful for his fortune, Su Xiaowen hurried into the school and made his way towards the teaching building. There were 3 teaching buildings in total, and he headed directly for the one closest to the entrance. The restroom was easily located in the southeast corner of the first floor. Upon arriving outside the women's restroom, he found it unoccupied. Unsure if there were any students inside, he decided to wait for 5 minutes. When no students emerged after this time, he cautiously entered the restroom. Just as he stepped inside, the school bell rang, startling him and causing him to instinctively quicken his pace. Inside the restroom, before he could fully comprehend the layout, the door of the last stall swung open and a girl not in uniform emerged. As Su Xiaowen realized who she was, he was caught off guard. Yet, he was momentarily frozen in place, utterly astonished, not by the encounter itself, but by the fact that he recognized her. Chenglu. Su Xiaowen blurted out the girl's name in disbelief. He could never have imagined encountering Chenglu in the women's restroom of Xi'an No. 1 High School. Chapter 5. I am not a bad person. Today marks the day for college applications in Shanxi Province. Chenglu scored 613 points in the college entrance examination, ranking 98th in the province. Her father had already chosen a school for her, Jinling Jiaodong University. Based on past years' cutoff scores, Chenglu's score was more than sufficient. After filling out her application in the school's computer lab, she decided to make a quick visit to the women's restroom. Little did she know that this restroom, which she had frequented countless times during her 3 years of high school, would one day host a boy. Why was there a boy in the women's restroom? Perhaps he had made a mistake or was simply a pervert out of curiosity. Cheng Lu was indifferent to the reason. However, the boy's expression upon seeing her was strikingly vivid. Surprise? Joy? Concern? Perhaps a blend of all these emotions? Cheng Lu was not surprised that he recognized her. Although she had never admitted it, she had indeed been voted the most beautiful girl at Xi'an No. 1 High School in nearly a decade, a name familiar to every male student there. Before Cheng Lu could ponder why this boy wore such an expressive face, she saw him not flee like a startled dog, but instead rush toward her at an alarming speed. What did he intend to do? Cheng Lu's mind raced, struggling to process the situation. As she attempted to evade him, she realized it was too late. He lunged forward, pushing her into the very stall from which she had just exited, and swiftly shut the stall door behind them. Finally regaining her senses, Cheng Lu realized that whatever this boy intended was evidently not benign. The typically composed girl's face finally betrayed a hint of panic. She could clearly hear the footsteps of students outside the women's restroom, and she knew that if she called out, regardless of the intentions of the boy before her, his plans would inevitably fail. However, as if anticipating her thoughts, he swiftly turned after shutting the stall door and covered her mouth with one hand to stifle her impending scream. "Don't scream," he urged softly. Only a fool would remain silent, she thought to herself. Yet, she realized that his large hand was firmly sealing her mouth, the pressure causing her lips and face to distort slightly, muffling her desperate cries which were trapped in her throat. The faint whimpers she managed to produce could hardly reach far. She could only hope that the girls entering the restroom would hear her, but, contrary to her hopes, their chatter easily drowned out her feeble attempts for help. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have screamed at the first opportunity. But now, it was too late for remorse. Unlike most girls, her upbringing had instilled a sense of calm, allowing her to quickly regain her composure. Noticing that the boy had not taken further action beyond covering her mouth, she felt a slight relief. Then, unexpectedly, she heard him lean closer to her ear and whisper, "Cheng Lu, don't scream. I am not a bad person. I will not harm you." At that moment, the image of him in her mind plummeted to the depths, transforming him into a lecherous intruder. Nonetheless, she concealed her feelings and nodded in compliance, signaling that she would not raise an alarm. Yet her mind raced as she strategized her escape from this predicament. Seeing her nod, the boy's demeanor relaxed immediately, and he eased his grip on her mouth slightly. Now was her chance to push him away and call for help, which would surely alert the other girls. However, she hesitated, fearing that a sudden outcry might provoke a violent reaction from him. The situation was precarious. In this unexpected encounter with her past life's white moonlight, Su Xiaowen found himself flustered, unable to maintain his usual sharp thinking, inadvertently granting the girl an opportunity to cry for help. Fortunately, Cheng Lu was clear-headed, considering the situation with care. Had she screamed, the outcome would have taken a different turn. Noticing that Cheng Lu remained silent, Su Xiaowen boldly removed his hand from her mouth, observing the faint red marks left behind. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he murmured, "I am not a pervert. Let me explain later. You should leave the restroom now." He was anxious that the criminal might enter while she was still inside. Although he aimed to save the 9 girls who had perished in his past life, he lacked absolute certainty. For now, it was merely a matter of taking one step at a time. Moreover, with Cheng Lu still in the restroom, he was unwilling to gamble with her safety for the sake of his past life's white moonlight. After releasing Cheng Lu, he quietly opened the stall door a crack and peered outside, relieved to find the corridor empty. He quickly turned back to her and urged, "You need to leave now." Quickly, Cheng Lu, observing Su Xiaowen's actions, felt increasingly perplexed. At this moment, she also took a closer look at the boy's features: thick brows, large eyes, and handsome visage, definitely not the type to fit the profile of a lecherous deviant, which eased her worries somewhat. His intentions were unclear, but since he urged her to leave, she decided not to feign reluctance. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. A lady ought to do the same. Cheng Lu resolved to step out first. Regardless of what the boy intended, she could manage her response with poise. Yet, just as she prepared to exit the stall, he suddenly changed his mind, gripping her wrist tightly and pulling her back with such force that she nearly cried out. At the same time, she saw him relock the stall door. He froze as if confronted by a terrifying specter, his expression turning grave. What was happening? Confusion swarmed in Cheng Lu's mind like ivy. It turned out that Su Xiaowen had been vigilant about the situation outside since opening the stall door. His initial intention was to let Cheng Lu escape before the criminal entered. However, to his dismay, less than 3 seconds after the door swung open, he spotted a middle-aged woman entering the restroom. Su Xiaowen's keen eyes immediately recognized the prominent black mole on her neck. Though she wore a hat and kept her head down, he could not see her face clearly. Yet, he was nearly certain she matched the description of a wanted criminal from the newspaper. With that realization, he could no longer allow Cheng Lu to leave. Should they cross paths and she provoke the woman, Cheng Lu would be in grave danger. Su Xiaowen preferred to take the risk himself rather than see her endangered. Thus, he hastily decided to keep her by his side. Though this remained perilous, having his protection would hopefully mitigate the risks. Understanding that Cheng Lu must be baffled, he had no time to explain. He swiftly closed the stall door and made a gesture for silence, then pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen to the sounds outside. The footsteps of the middle-aged woman drew closer, finally halting right outside their stall. Su Xiaowen's heart raced. He feared he had made a mistake, exposing his intentions, leading her to pinpoint his location with such accuracy. But there was no time for regret. He hesitated, contemplating whether to burst out and confront her. Yet, recalling that she might be armed, he dared not act impulsively. Suddenly, he felt the stall door tremble as if she were trying to push it open. At that moment, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. He dreaded hearing her command, "Come out, or I'll break the door down." Fortunately, it appeared she was merely uncertain if anyone occupied the stall, so she tested the door. When she found it locked, she did not persist and swiftly moved to the adjacent stall. Su Xiaowen sighed in relief, but, wary of attracting the criminal's attention, stifled his breath. Exhaling in cautious segments. Having temporarily evaded danger, Su Xiaowen turned to find Cheng Lu with an unusual expression on her face. It was evident that she had witnessed his recent reactions and actions. Noting the girl's peculiar demeanor, he chose not to explain. This was neither the time nor the place. Su Xiaowen intended to call the police immediately. However, doing so from within the restroom was impractical. The criminal was just next door, regardless of how quietly he spoke. He would inevitably be overheard. The safest course of action was to exit and make the call outside. Listening intently to the restroom's sounds, he sought the opportune moment to leave. Currently, only the last two stalls were occupied, while several girls were using the front stalls, and he could hear the sounds of water splashing and the rustle of toilet paper. In contrast, the adjacent stall remained eerily quiet. Su Xiaowen felt immense sympathy for the oblivious girls. They were unaware that a wanted criminal was so close by, and a careless word or action could provoke her. Cautiously, he opened the stall door and peered through the gap. The restroom corridor was empty. The time to depart was now. Just as he was about to proceed, a sudden noise from the adjacent stall captured his attention, a distinct click, reminiscent of a lighter igniting. Smoking women were a rarity, and doing so in a restroom was both conspicuous and illogical, instantly piquing Su Xiaowen's curiosity. He examined the stall structure. The partitions between the two neighboring stalls were not perfectly sealed, leaving a gap of about 10 centimeters near the floor. Despite crouching down, he could not discern the situation next door. However, he quickly noticed the water tank of the squat toilet on the wall behind him. The dividers between two compartments stood at a mere 2 meters in height. Su Xiaowen realized that by standing on the water tank, he could peer over the divider to observe the situation in the adjacent room. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. He placed one foot atop the water tank, extended his arms to brace against the walls behind and to his left, and cautiously maneuvered his body upward, striving to make no significant noise. Soon, he found himself standing on the tank, craning his neck to glimpse into the neighboring compartment. To his astonishment, he saw a woman leaning against the divider, her back turned towards him as she indulged in a cigarette. Su's heart raced in alarm, nearly causing him to tumble from the tank. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He finally understood why women had sought refuge in the school restroom in his previous life. It was due to their cravings for nicotine. The woman next door was visibly lost in her habit, her hands trembling slightly with the intensity of her smoking. Su's heart pounded as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He knew he could not delay any longer. Just as he was about to rise and report the incident, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him. In a moment of distraction, the woman dropped her black bag, which fell to the ground with its zipper ajar, allowing a small pouch to slip out. The pouch landed precisely beneath the divider between the third-to-last and second-to-last compartments. At that moment, a girl was in the third-to-last compartment, attending to her needs. "No," Su silently implored, wishing she would resist the urge to pick it up. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the girl, startled by the sudden appearance of the pouch, instinctively reached down to retrieve it. "What is this?" she exclaimed in surprise. Panic surged within Su. As expected, the middle-aged woman immediately ceased her smoking, swiftly gathering her bag and stuffing the spoon and lighter inside. Fearing she might look up and spot him, Sue hurriedly descended from the water tank. Almost immediately, he heard the sound of a door opening from the next compartment, followed by footsteps that soon halted right outside the third-to-last compartment. "You, come out." The woman's voice was unnervingly calm, sounding almost friendly. The girl inside, oblivious to the looming danger, quickly finished her business, tidied herself up, and opened the compartment door. However, the figure awaiting her was no benign matron, but a wanted criminal wielding a shotgun. The girl screamed in terror, causing the pouch she had picked up to fall once more to the ground. Upon hearing her scream, the woman outside became instantaneously furious, stepping forward to deliver a harsh slap across the girl's face. The force of the blow left the girl momentarily stunned, silencing her cries. Although the screams had ceased, they had already attracted the attention of several other girls in the restroom. Swiftly, they finished their business, opened their doors, and emerged to investigate the commotion. As they stepped out, they were met with the horrifying sight of a woman brandishing a shotgun, threatening them with a fierce command: "Silence. Anyone who dares to scream shall pay with their life." The girls stood frozen in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged woman escalated her threats. Shouting into the restroom, "Everyone inside, come out." The rapid turn of events left Sue dazed and regretful. It was too late for him to voice any words of caution. His mind raced as he sought a solution, but time was fleeting, and he could not conjure any immediate plan. To make matters worse, the woman threatened again. "If no one comes out, I'll fire the shotgun." Two girls, sensing the peril, contemplated hiding within their compartments, but upon hearing her words, they had no choice but to step out. What to do? Sue was the only one left in the last compartment. Yet, she was aware that someone remained inside. Anxiety coursed through him like a swarm of ants on a hot skillet, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Chung Lu stepped in front of Sue, glancing back at him before swiftly executing a series of hand signals. She pointed to herself, then gestured towards the door, followed by pointing at him and the ground. Though she uttered not a single sound, her intent was unmistakable. She meant for him to stay hidden while she ventured out alone. Sue's instinct was to protest, knowing the woman was armed with a shotgun. Who could predict when she might pull the trigger? Yet, he felt powerless to stop Chung Lu. For her decision to exit alone was indeed the most prudent course of action. Chung Lu, resolute, comprehended the gravity of her choice. She understood the dangers that awaited her outside, yet remained composed in the face of peril. She knew that if she did not act, both of them could fall victim to the unfolding chaos. As she stepped out of the compartment, Chung Lu discreetly closed the door behind her. This strategic move ensured that unless the woman physically opened the door, the interior would remain concealed from anyone standing outside. Yet, who would suspect that a male presence lurked within a women's restroom? When the last compartment door swung open, revealing a female student, the middle-aged woman visibly relaxed, directing the girls to gather in the corner. Sue's heart raced at the mention of 10, a number that resonated ominously with the news he had previously encountered. Yet, one detail perplexed him. When he entered, Chung Lu had just exited the restroom. Logically, she should have left before the woman arrived. Therefore, if not for some unforeseen circumstance, there should have only been 9 girls in the restroom. What could have caused Chung Lu to return? Sue instinctively glanced around. Soon spotting the cause, a red lipstick lay quietly on the floor by the wall. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. Even without him, Chung Lu would have returned to retrieve her lost lipstick. This revelation eased his guilt slightly. He then realized that Chung Lu was likely one of the casualties in the previous life's news story, which would explain why he had not seen her afterward. Though this thought brought him a modicum of relief, he quickly recognized that it was not the crux of the matter. Who knew if a butterfly effect might ensue? Sue shook off his wandering thoughts and focused intently on the sounds outside. The 10 students were being herded into the corner by the woman. Chung Lu, having emerged from the last compartment, was closest to the wall and thus became the innermost figure, surrounded by the others. A few timid girls had started to weep, while others appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding crisis. Among them, Chung Lu displayed the best composure, remaining calm. Yet, to avoid alerting the woman, she feigned fear. While her peripheral vision remained keenly observant of the woman, her mind racing with potential strategies. After rounding up the girls, the middle-aged woman returned to the third-to-last compartment, retrieving the fallen pouch from the ground and placing it back in her bag. Once this task was completed, she returned to face the frightened girls, her demeanor devoid of compassion. "Don't blame me," She muttered, "Blame your bad luck." Having spoken, the woman raised her hand, aiming the wooden gun at the corner where the female students huddled. Su Xiaowen could not bear to witness the potential extinguishing of these vibrant young lives before him, especially with Chenglu among them. He was resolute in his desire to prevent any harm from befalling her. However, he understood the necessity of caution. The woman wielded a wooden gun. As the adage goes, a wooden gun is most effective from 10 meters away. Within that distance, it is both swift and precise. Su Xiaowen doubted his ability to evade its fire. In this tense moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the red lipstick in his hand. A sudden epiphany struck him. Su Xiaowen swiftly dropped to the restroom floor and rolled the red lipstick towards the first stall, concealed by the door in the partition. The middle-aged woman was oblivious to the lipstick's movement. The crimson tube silently traversed the ground, but the uneven tiles caused it to veer off course. Moments later, it came to rest in the fourth-to-last stall, splashing water and emitting a sharp sound. Under ordinary circumstances, such a noise might be inconsequential. Yet in the stillness of the ladies' room, it resonated clearly. The middle-aged woman and several students turned their attention to the noise. Was there someone else in the restroom? Startled, the woman felt a spark of anxiety as she considered the possibility of a hidden presence in the stall. Su Xiaowen, crouched low, observed as the woman paused before turning towards the fourth stall. He recognized this as his only opportunity and knew he must seize it. He sprang to his feet, his movements quick yet silent, and swiftly opened the stall door. The remaining 9 female students were unaware that another person, a male, was concealed in the last stall. Their startled reactions were fortunate, as the woman had her back turned and did not see their faces. As he opened the door, Su Xiaowen swiftly signaled for silence to the students, then pressed himself against the door, peering towards the middle-aged woman. At that moment, she stood outside the fourth stall, commanding anyone inside to come out. The door had been ajar, leading her to instinctively believe it was empty. Now, hearing movement within, she realized she had been deceived. The cramped stall offered little room for hiding, leaving only the triangular gap between the door and the partition as a possible concealment. As the woman called out, receiving no response, her impatience grew. Grasping the doorknob with her unarmed right hand, she began to pull it open. Su Xiaowen awaited this precise moment. The final stall was less than 5 meters from her position. Like a wild leopard, he lunged forward, swift, agile, and silent. Su Xiaowen had noticed that in this rebirth. Although he had not acquired the mystical abilities often depicted in reincarnation novels, his physical capabilities were markedly superior to his former self, as if enhanced. This became vividly apparent now. His speed was such that the female students barely registered his movement. By the time they comprehended what was happening, he had already reached the woman from behind. Like a cannonball, Su Xiaowen crashed into her side. He felt as if he had collided with a mountain of flesh, but he toppled her. Completely unprepared, the middle-aged woman fell to the ground. Her mind blanked from the force of impact. The wooden gun slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. With no time to retrieve the weapon, Su Xiaowen quickly stepped on it and, with a swift kick, sent it skittering away while unleashing a flurry of punches upon her, fearing her retaliation. He showed no mercy, throwing countless blows until he heard someone behind him exclaim, "Stop. If you keep hitting her, she might die." The familiar voice belonged to Chenglu. Without turning, Su Xiaowen knew it was her. He glanced down to find the woman unconscious, sprawled on the ground like a heap of clay. Turning, he spotted Chenglu nearby, concern etched on her face, holding the fallen wooden gun. A wave of relief washed over him, as reason and composure returned. He felt the exhaustion of the encounter drain his strength, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Chenglu noticed his condition and quickly stepped forward to support him. "Call the police, quickly," Su Xiaowen urged. 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene. The unconscious woman was taken away in a patrol car, and Su Xiaowen, as the one who had apprehended the wanted criminal, was also escorted to the station for a statement. Alongside him, several other female students were also taken to the police vehicle. Once at the station, Su Xiaowen cooperated fully with the officer's inquiries, making only minor adjustments to certain details. For instance, he explained his presence in the province as a tourist and mentioned that he had followed the woman after recognizing her from a wanted poster. Though his account was not without inconsistencies, the police focused their attention primarily on the unconscious woman and the need to reassure the frightened students and their families. After about half an hour of questioning, Su Xiaowen relayed all he knew, including the sighting of the woman smoking. The authorities took this matter seriously, discovering at least 1 pack of cigarettes in the woman's handbag and records of cigarette purchases on her phone. Once he had provided his full statement, Su Xiaowen was temporarily retained in the interrogation room. A short while later, the door opened, and a commanding middle-aged man entered. Su Xiaowen did not recognize him until a young officer informed him that this was Director Cheng Xingbang. The director immediately lavished praise upon Su Xiaowen. Maintaining his composure in the face of such accolades, Su Xiaowen modestly replied, "Director, I was merely fortunate to recognize her as the wanted criminal and followed her into the restroom. I was quite frightened myself." Cheng Xingbang laughed heartily, commending him for his bravery and cunning. "By the way, you can call me Cheng Uncle." Though surprised, Su Xiaowen quickly adapted, responding, "Uncle Cheng." Cheng Xingbang scrutinized Su Xiaowen with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes and asked, "You must still be in school, right?" Su Xiaowen nodded, affirming, "Yes, I am still a student." "Oh, where do you study?" Su Xiaowen hesitated, considering mentioning high school, but instead replied, "Jinling Jiaodong University." Jinling Jiaodong University, his alma mater in a previous life, the same institution attended by Xiao Yuran and Cheng Lu. Although his current grades might not qualify him for admission, he held a special fondness for the school and mentioned it instinctively, adding, "I'm not officially enrolled yet. The semester hasn't started." "Got it," Cheng Xingbang acknowledged, patting Su Xiaowen's shoulder in appreciation. "We offer a reward of 50,000 yuan for providing information leading to Zhang Li's capture. Since you apprehended her, that reward is yours." Aware of the significance of capturing Zhang Li, Su Xiaowen accepted the reward without hesitation. As he left the police station, 50,000 yuan in cash had been added to his possession. Standing outside the precinct, he glanced back, seemingly searching for someone, yet Cheng Lu was nowhere to be found. The matter has reached a conclusion, and Su Xiaowen is preparing to leave Xi'an and return home. However, he feels a sense of regret for not being able to see Cheng Lu one last time before his departure. Regarding this journey to Xi'an, despite some setbacks and his own negligence, he managed to make amends, resulting in a favorable outcome. Yet, what truly satisfies Su Xiaowen is not the 50,000 yuan in his possession, but the fact that he saved Cheng Lu. Prior to deciding to come to Xi'an, he was unaware that Cheng Lu was the same person who had suffered grievously in his past life. Had he known, he would have arrived much earlier and crafted a more meticulous plan. Cheng Lu. He silently repeated her name, finally finding the time and emotional space to reflect on every moment spent with her earlier. The Cheng Lu of this life differs from the one he encountered in his previous life. When he first met her in the past, she had long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned in a blue and yellow floral shirt tucked into snug jeans, and wearing black soft-soled shoes with red flowers that resembled ballet flats. How beautiful she was! Even after more than a decade, he still couldn't help but marvel at the memory of their first meeting. That girl's image is etched deeply in his heart. A memory he knows he will never forget, even after many more years. The Cheng Lu he saw today, though also lovely, lacked the dramatic aura of her previous incarnation, primarily due to her hair being tied back. Nevertheless, she remained undeniably attractive. Contemplating Cheng Lu, Su Xiaowen soon felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In his past life, he had first encountered Cheng Lu during his junior year, while she was a sophomore, effectively 2 years behind him due to his repeated year. This means that the current Cheng Lu has just begun her first year of high school. To chance upon her again in the beautiful campus of Jiaodong University, he would have to wait at least 2 more years. 2 years is neither long nor short. Su Xiaowen had initially been indifferent, but after meeting Cheng Lu today, his yearning intensified, leaving him somewhat restless. He had considered using this opportunity to get to know her better and then connect through QQ, text messages, or letters, allowing their relationship to simmer gently. Yet, upon further reflection, he decided against it. After all, Cheng Lu is merely a freshman, should she fall into the throes of love. Her academic performance might suffer, jeopardizing her chances of attending Jiaodong University. Setting aside whether Cheng Lu would blame him, Su Xiaowen grappled with his own conscience. That evening, he purchased a return ticket. Before entering the station, he stood in the square in front of Xi'an railway station, turned to glance back, gazing at Xi'an's beautiful sky, and softly murmured, "Farewell, beautiful Xi'an. Farewell, Cheng Lu." With that, he turned and walked into the station, leaving without looking back. Chapter 9. Xiao Yuran. I want to go home to find my husband on his way back. With 50,000 yuan in his pocket, Su Xiaowen purchased a sleeper ticket. Once aboard, the tension that had been coiled within him began to dissipate, and he quickly fell asleep, exhausted. When he awoke, it was already July 4th. Compared to his sleepless night before the journey, returning felt much more comfortable. After sleeping for over 10 hours, he felt invigorated and refreshed. Su Xiaowen returned home in the afternoon of the 4th. Upon arriving, he opened his computer to update his novel and logged into QQ. Initially intending to check the QQ group, he was greeted first by a message from Xiao Yuran. Timestamped at noon that day. Why didn't you go to school today to fill out your college applications? Are you planning to repeat a year? Reading the word repeat, Su Xiaowen frowned. It reminded him of his past life, evoking memories of its tragic experiences. Thus, he replied curtly, what does it have to do with you? Xiao Yuran, who happened to be online, was momentarily speechless. That day when Su Xiaowen had forcefully kissed her, she had not been angry. Now, however, he had turned hostile and vanished without a trace. In the past, it was rare for him to go a day without contacting her. Had another boy kissed her, she would have surely reacted with anger. Yet, because it was Su Xiaowen, she had restrained her ire, feeling more aggrieved than anything else. After all, he had forced the kiss, and she had rejected him. Why had he not given her the chance to clarify? How dare he assume she would refuse and make such a statement, only to disappear afterward? Xiao Yuran was furious. Yet, she was also heartbroken. Coming from a harmonious family with loving parents, being their only child had made her somewhat spoiled, leading to a touch of petulance in her character. In front of unfamiliar faces, Xiao Yuran often exuded an air of grace and sophistication, giving the impression of being well-mannered and understanding. However, in the presence of those she was close to, especially Su Xiaowen, she was unreservedly herself. Over the years, Su Xiaowen had often indulged her whims. But now she was incensed, typing furiously, fine. That's what you said. From now on, I will no longer concern myself with your affairs. Let us act like we don't know each other when we meet again. We're done. Within 5 minutes of sending the message, realizing Su Xiaowen had not replied, she began to panic. So she sent another message. Su Xiaowen, are you mad at me? Su Xiaowen, however, did not wait for Xiao Yuran's reply. After sending his message, he dove into the QQ group to chat with a host of female book lovers. Humph, these girls were far more entertaining, with their delightful banter and humorous anecdotes. Much more engaging than Xiao Yuran. When he saw another message from her, he smirked. Shouldn't I be upset? Choosing to ignore her, he continued to lurk in the group, enjoying their playful exchanges. Su Xiaowen, little Su. Xiao Yuran sent 3 more messages in quick succession. Growing weary, Su Xiaowen responded, Xiao Yuran, are you annoying? You don't want to date, so why are you bothering me? He was unaware of Xiao Yuran's feelings upon reading his words, but soon she replied, does not wanting to date mean we can't be friends? Humph. Xiao Yuran looked at Su Xiaowen's terse response, feeling wronged as she typed. I never said I didn't want to. You didn't give me a chance to clarify. Plus, you never confessed, little Su. Let us not fight, okay? Having grown up together for 18 years, their bond was deep. In earlier years, during the New Year celebrations, when Xiao Yuran visited her parents' hometown, she could hardly endure a few days apart from Su Xiaowen, crying and insisting on returning home to find him. The most outrageous incident was when she was 9 years old, demanding to go home to find her husband, which alarmed her family, who thought some pervert had misled her. After inquiry, they discovered she referred to Su Xiaowen, as they had often played house together, with Su Xiaowen always taking the role of the father and Xiao Yuran the mother, with a large yellow dog as their child. Following this misunderstanding, Zhao's mother had to speak with Su Xiaowen, advising them that they were older now and should not frequently play house. This gradually faded the term husband from their minds. In his past life, had Su Xiaowen heard Xiao Yuran say such a thing, he would have immediately confessed. But now, he was no longer the same person. Regardless of how sweetly Xiao Yuran spoke, his stance remained firm. He would not pursue a romantic relationship with her. He would never forget that day when Xiao Yuran pointed at a senior in white and, with a radiant smile, declared, "This is my boyfriend." Even years later, that scene remained a thorn in his throat. More importantly, after meeting Cheng Lu, Su Xiaowen finally understood that a girl could be both stunningly beautiful and gently considerate, gracious and understanding. He was filled with curiosity about why he had ever been attracted to Xiao Yuran. He attributed his feelings to his youthful ignorance of love, his lack of experience, and his limited exposure to more exceptional girls, compounded by being deceived by Xiao Yuran's stunning beauty. Indeed, he had been ensnared by her looks. Even now, though Su Xiaowen no longer harbored feelings for Xiao Yuran, he still acknowledged her charm. Throughout her 3 years in middle school and 3 years in high school, she had consistently been the school beauty, as long as she was present. No one would think of any other girl when discussing the topic. Xiao Yuran possessed that quintessential first love visage, to illustrate. She bore a resemblance to Lin Mo, not the one with the long tail, but the Kr Lin Mo. Su Xiaowen vividly recalled the first time he saw a poster of Lin Mo. He was taken aback and blurted out, "Isn't that Xiao Yuran?" Their facial structures and features were strikingly similar, exuding an almost ethereal purity that might lead one to suspect they were twin sisters. Upon closer inspection, however, distinctions emerged. Firstly, Xiao Yuran's features were even more exquisitely refined, surpassing Lin Mo's beauty, and she favored a natural look, opting for light makeup that showcased her innate allure. In contrast, Lin Mo was known for her rather flat physique. Despite some commendable photos circulating online, they were likely enhanced, either through padding or clever angling. Xiao Yuran, however, required no such embellishments. Although Su Xiaowen had never measured her, he surmised that her figure was at least a B cup, with only a slight discrepancy from AB. The difference between having and lacking such attributes was stark. With the weight of past experiences, Su Xiaowen now viewed Xiao Yuran with skepticism, his trust in her plummeting to a negative value. Regardless of how sweetly she spoke, he found it hard to believe her words. Noticing his silence, Xiao Yuran sent a few more messages. Initially, Su Xiaowen had no intention of responding to her, but after some contemplation, he decided to send a final message. "Xiao Yuran, I lack your lofty aspirations. In college, I desire nothing more than to fall in love. So, please refrain from bothering me in the future." After sending this, concerned that Xiao Yuran would continue to disturb him, he promptly logged off of QQ. Upon receiving Su Xiaowen's last message, Xiao Yuran felt a mixture of anger and grievance, nearly brought to tears. Frustrated, she typed, "Su Xiaowen, you are utterly detestable. I will no longer pay you any mind." Yet, within 3 minutes, she found herself staring longingly at her computer screen, only to discover that Su Xiaowen had already gone offline. Su Xiaowen was no longer the lovesick fool he had once been. He possessed a temper and, being young, had ample opportunities to meet beautiful women. There was no need for him to hang all his hopes on Xiao Yuran. Chapter 10, College Applications at 8 p.m. Ning Wanxiu finally returned home after work. Su Xiaowen had prepared a meal in anticipation of her arrival. Generally, high school teachers could leave after school unless they were on duty for evening classes. Ning Wanxiu was a responsible teacher, often staying in the office for an hour or two beyond the end of classes, even when it was not her duty. To save money, she typically avoided dining in the school cafeteria. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see her son had prepared dinner for her, almost doubting she had entered the right house. After confirming it was indeed Su Xiaowen's cooking, she was pleasantly surprised. After 10 years of marriage in his past life, having gone through 2 wives, his second being understanding and adept at managing household chores, while his first had been utterly helpless, forcing him to learn to cook, Su Xiaowen had become quite proficient. He served the rice and set the chopsticks, urging, "Mom, please, do try my culinary skills." Ning Wanxiu felt a wave of bittersweet emotion, astonished that she could one day enjoy a meal prepared by her son. As she prepared to taste the food, she couldn't help but inquire about his absence the previous night. "Where were you last night? You didn't come home at all. Have you become so bold that I can no longer keep tabs on you?" Su Xiaowen chuckled awkwardly, crafting an excuse. "Mom, I stayed over at a classmate's place. Don't worry, it won't happen again." He added with a grin, "You know what they say, once a mom, always a mom. I heed your words as if they were sacred commands." Ning Wanxiu couldn't help but laugh, rolling her eyes at his words. If she were to be treated as a revered figure, did that mean she was ancient? Although she didn't consider herself old, her son's affectionate words brought her much satisfaction. Under Su Xiaowen's watchful gaze, she picked up some shredded potatoes and nodded in approval after tasting them. This is quite good. I didn't realize you had such talent." Hearing this, Su Xiaowen felt a wave of relief. Despite having not cooked in 5 years, his skills hadn't dulled since his rebirth. "Mom, do try this too." He placed a piece of eggplant into her bowl, just as she was about to savor it. Her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Zhang Ruoshu, Xiao Yuran's mother. Ning Wanxiu immediately answered, "Hello, Sister Zhang." Upon hearing her address, Su Xiaowen deduced who was on the line. He paid no mind to the idle chatter between the 2 women and focused on his meal. He caught snippets of their conversation, and suddenly he heard Ning Wanxiu ask, "Are you sure you're not going to repeat a year?" Su Xiaowen nodded. Then he heard her inquire, "Why didn't you go to fill out your college applications today?" He certainly could not divulge that he had spent the day traveling to Xi'an, so he casually replied, "There were too many people today. I'll go tomorrow morning." Ning Wanxiu accepted this without suspicion, relaying to her friend that her son was avoiding the crowd and planned to go to school to apply tomorrow morning. After chatting a while longer, she hung up the phone, and the mother and son resumed their dinner. After finishing the meal, Su Xiaowen offered to wash the dishes. This was not a ploy to show off, but rather a habit formed during his first marriage. If he cooked, he would also clean up afterward. Ning Wanxiu did not indulge him. Seeing him volunteer to wash the dishes, she said nothing and turned to head back to her room, though she felt touched. Her son had finally matured and learned to care for her. In Huizhou province, the college application process occurs in several batches, each with its designated time. The third batch runs from July 4th at 8 a.m. to July 7th at 5 p.m. Su Xiaowen did not wake up too early, finally stirring at 9 a.m. By the time he finished washing up and arrived at school, it was nearly 10 a.m. In his previous life, he had chosen to repeat a year, and the following year, he had scored sufficiently to apply to Jinling Jiaotong University. Thus, he had gone without hesitation. This year, the cutoff score for the third-tier science programs was 462, and Su Xiaowen scored 479, just 1 point shy of the second-tier threshold. Clearly, this score would not qualify him for a second-tier school, and the third-tier institutions were all quite similar, lacking significant distinction. Ning Wanxiu suggested several schools to him, but he had already decided where to apply. Jinling Jiaotong University, Jiangling College, a third-tier institution affiliated with the main campus, was mere streets apart from the main university. Though Jiangling College was a third-tier school, most of its faculty had previously taught at the main university. To simplify, the younger and more energetic instructors were at the main campus before the age of 50, while Jiangling College primarily employed teachers over 50, suggesting a sense of retirement. Nevertheless, despite the differences in status, the teaching quality between the two institutions was not fundamentally different. Of course, Jiangling College had its drawbacks, particularly concerning tuition fees. At this point in the early 2000s, the annual tuition for the main campus stood at 850 yuan, with accommodation costing 200 yuan, while Jiangling College charged a steep 12,000 yuan for tuition, with the same accommodation fee. The disparity in tuition alone was nearly 2 to 3 times greater. In his previous life, Su Xiaowen had attended the main campus after repeating a year, and he recalled that many students, himself included, looked down upon the neighboring Jiangling College. However, having been reborn, Su Xiaowen did not intend to repeat a year, given his current scores. Jiangling College represented his best option. Naturally, there were other reasons behind Su Xiaowen's choice of Jiangling College. After all, in 2 years, Cheng Lu would be attending Jinling University of Technology, and since he was nearby at Jiangling, it was a fortunate proximity. Upon entering high school, Su Xiaowen did not seek out the homeroom teacher, but instead headed straight to the computer lab on the top floor of the senior building. The school had already organized a session for each class to experience the college application process prior to the Gaokao, so even if he was still uncertain, there would be guidance available in the lab during the days of application. Su Xiaowen entered the computer lab with a relaxed demeanor, but as soon as he arrived upstairs, he spotted 2 individuals in the corridor outside the lab, Xiao Yuran and her close friend Yang Xiaoxiao. Xiao Yuran noticed Su Xiaowen immediately. In fact, she had seen him while he was still downstairs and had been calculating the time until he came up. At the moment she laid eyes on him, she pretended to be engrossed in conversation with Yang Xiaoxiao, feigning indifference towards Su Xiaowen's presence. To her surprise, Su Xiaowen seemed to overlook her entirely and walked straight into the lab. In an instant, Xiao Yuran felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, yet she remained silent. Yang Xiaoxiao, however, voiced her displeasure, complaining, "What does Su Xiaowen mean by this? Can't he see us? Or does he just not want to acknowledge us?" Xiao Yuran quickly defended him, suggesting that perhaps he was solely focused on his college applications and hadn't noticed. Without waiting for Yang Xiaoxiao to respond, she muttered to herself, "No, I must find out what school he is applying to," and then turned to enter the lab. Inside the lab, there were quite a few students, but many computers remained unoccupied. Su Xiaowen, wishing to remain unnoticed, sat down and deftly launched the application program, preparing to submit his choices. Suddenly, a voice emerged beside him. Xiao Yuran was speaking. "Su, which school are you planning to apply to?" Su Xiaowen ignored her. Undeterred, Xiao Yuran continued, "I've asked the teachers, and for a third-tier school, Jinling University of Technology is quite good. If you're unsure, you could consider applying there." Yang Xiaoxiao, seemingly out of sorts, remarked, "Yuran, why bother with him? It'd be best if he applied to a school in the north, far away from you." Su Xiaowen continued to disregard their conversation, swiftly locating Jinling University of Technology, Jiangling College, and completing his application in under 3 minutes. Xiao Yuran noticed the school he chose. In contrast to Yang Xiaoxiao's reaction, her initial response was one of confusion. Jinling University of Technology? She herself was applying there. How could Su Xiaowen be applying to the same institution? Given his scores, it seemed improbable that he would be admitted. Was he not truly aiming for admission? Was he deliberately choosing this path to justify repeating a year? Xiao Yuran knew that Su Xiaowen was somewhat proud. He had often fought with other boys over matters of pride during their childhood. She had previously suggested he consider repeating a year, only to be met with vehement opposition, as if such a thought was a profound disgrace. This led her to think that if Su Xiaowen confessed his feelings, she could agree to his proposal in exchange for his promise to repeat, as that was the only way he might acquiesce. Yet, he had not confessed, and his recent coldness had caused her to abandon hope. She had not anticipated he would resort to this means of repeating. Xiao Yuran felt a surge of excitement at the thought of Su Xiaowen repeating a year and potentially gaining admission to university the following year, which would allow them to be together without fear of her mother's disapproval. All the grievances, frustrations, and anger of recent days evaporated in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. Su Xiaowen, catching a glimpse of her expression, recalled his understanding of her character and, connecting the dots with his own choice of school, realized that an outsider might easily mistake their institutions for the same. He was not one to intentionally dampen another's spirits, yet he felt it prudent to clarify matters with Xiao Yuran. Xiao Yuran, I applied to Jiangling College of Jinling University of Technology, which is a third-tier school, not the Jinling University of Technology you're applying to. With my scores, I will certainly be admitted. Do not delude yourself into thinking I will be repeating a year. Xiao Yuran, still lost in her joy, was momentarily stunned by Su Xiaowen's words. As she regained her senses and intended to inquire further, she noticed that Su Xiaowen had already stood up and was leaving without a hint of hesitation. Her expression fell, and though she felt a pang of disappointment, she dared not voice it and hurried to follow him. Upon seeing her catch up, Su Xiaowen asked, somewhat irritated, "Why are you following me?" Xiao Yuran, filled with confusion and a sense of grievance, turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. I'm just going home. Is that a problem? Su Xiaowen glanced at Yang Xiaoxiao and retorted sarcastically. So, Xiao Yuran is going home, and you're tagging along? Since when do you both live in the same neighborhood? I wasn't aware. Yang Xiaoxiao, taken aback by his sarcasm, felt her pride wounded. Suddenly, she stopped and shouted at Su Xiaowen, Su Xiaowen, what's with your attitude? And aren't you being too much? That night, you clearly forced a kiss on Yuran. She should be the one upset, and you, the one in the wrong, refused to apologize or take responsibility, yet you're throwing a tantrum? Why is that? Yang Xiaoxiao, the vice class monitor and English representative, had previously admonished Su Xiaowen on several occasions for his lack of ambition and tendency to play instead of study, urging him not to hinder the class. Xiao Yuran had once agreed with Yang Xiaoxiao, believing that Su Xiaowen should prioritize his studies. However, this time, as Yang Xiaoxiao defended her, it was not the scene Xiao Yuran had wished to witness. Her expression shifted with concern at Yang Xiaoxiao's words. In recent days, Su Xiaowen had seemed somewhat estranged, to the point of causing her unease. She did not want their relationship to deteriorate further because of Yang Xiaoxiao. It had been nearly half a month since she last saw Su Xiaowen, an unprecedented duration in all her years, leaving her feeling unsettled. Su Xiaowen, feeling overwhelmed and noticing Xiao Yuran nearby, decided it was best to address everything directly to avoid future misunderstandings. Taking a deep breath, he said, Yes, I was in the wrong. I should not have kissed her, and I can apologize now. As for taking responsibility, Yang Xiaoxiao, you seem to be mistaken. Xiao Yuran herself said she doesn't want to date while in college, while I, on the other hand, relish the experience of romance. We are on different paths. What do you expect me to do? He turned to Xiao Yuran. You want me to take responsibility, right? Very well, I'll confess my feelings. Xiao Yuran, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend, or would you prefer to remain strangers? The choice is yours. Xiao Yuran was taken aback by Su Xiaowen's direct confession. Initially, her instinct was to agree immediately, but hesitation gripped her. It was not whether to accept him that made her pause, but rather whether she should agree at that moment. Had Su Xiaowen offered her comfort and sweet words, how could she have refused? Yet, he maintained an aloof and proud demeanor, forcing her to respond in such a manner. This was in stark contrast to the romantic confession she had envisioned. Xiao Yuran, too, had her pride. Despite her recent feelings of grievance, sadness, and confusion, the pride cultivated over the years prevented her from readily conceding. Yet she did not wish to reject him, leading her to silence. Noticing her quietude, Su Xiaowen inwardly sighed in relief. He understood Xiao Yuran's nature and knew she would not easily acquiesce, especially in this context. If she were to agree right then, it could complicate matters. But he figured they could simply date for a while and then find any excuse to part ways. Fearing she might change her mind, Su Xiaowen hastily remarked, "Yang Xiao. You've seen it, Xiao Yuran. It's not that I'm unwilling to take responsibility. It's that you do not understand how to cherish it." These words struck Xiao Yuran deeply, leaving her momentarily at a loss. The girl, who had seldom faced such setbacks, felt disoriented. Su Xiaowen, having said what he needed, turned and walked away without looking back. Xiao Yuran gazed at his departing figure, feeling a pang in her heart. Despite her attempts to suppress her emotions, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She did not wish to weep, feeling it was a source of embarrassment, yet she succumbed to her sorrow. In a moment of defiance, she cried out loudly, hoping Su Xiaowen would hear her. He had never allowed her to cry before, but this time, his footsteps continued without pause. The midday sun streamed from the south, casting 3 dark shadows on the main path of the school. With tear-filled eyes, Xiao Yuran watched Su Xiaowen fade away. The deadline for Su Xiaowen to submit his college applications was July 5th, and by July 20th, the admission notice arrived. Rather than collect it himself, he instructed his mother to bring it home, wishing to avoid an encounter with Xiao Yuran. However, fate had other plans. One cannot escape what is destined to occur. Following the issuance of the admission notice, various hotels began hosting farewell banquets and celebration feasts for graduates. As Su Xiaowen had only qualified for a third-tier university, Ning Wanxiu felt too embarrassed to throw a grand celebration and opted for a modest gathering with close friends at home. On the day of the gathering, Ning Wanxiu rose early to prepare the meal. Naturally, Zhang Ruoshu, being Ning Wanxiu's close confidant, would not miss the occasion. Xiao Yuran accompanied her parents to Su Xiaowen's residence. Chapter 12. Xiao Yuran. He is ignoring me since the last application submission. The two had not seen each other for half a month. Su Xiaowen appeared indifferent, while Xiao Yuran found it quite unsettling. Just a few days prior, her father had inquired at home, wondering why they hadn't seen Xiao Su recently. Xiao Yuran had not disclosed to her parents the incident of Su Xiaowen's forceful kiss. She had only mentioned to her mother that he had confessed his feelings and that she had declined. Zhang Ruoshu remarked, "Xiao Su confessed to your daughter and was rejected. So he hasn't been around. Have you noticed how distracted she seems lately? She can hardly eat." Upon hearing this, Zhao's father chuckled at the sight of his daughter looking aggrieved and said, "It's a bit early for romance, but this won't do. Next time we meet, I must have a serious talk with Xiao Su. Even if they can't become a couple, they can still be friends." From that day forward, Xiao Yuran placed her hopes of reconciliation in her father's hands, for she felt utterly powerless. During these days, she had attempted to reach out to Su Xiaowen through messaging. But as he had previously stated, if they could not be a couple, they might as well be strangers. No matter what messages she sent, they vanished into silence, leaving her with no response. At this moment, Xiao Yuran found herself reminiscing about the past when Su Xiaowen had valued her so highly. Sadly, since that fateful kiss and subsequent confession, their relationship had drifted further apart. Now, they could hardly exchange a word. Xiao Yuran no longer dared to hope for Su Xiaowen to return to the way things once were. She merely wished for him to acknowledge her, and that would suffice. When Xiao Yuran's family arrived, Su Xiaowen chose to ignore her completely, retreating to his room and leaving his mother to handle the guests. Fortunately, they were all close friends, so there was no need for excessive formality. They managed just fine on their own, with Zhang Ruoshu assisting as needed. Xiao Yuran had been eagerly anticipating this day for some time, but to her dismay, Su Xiaowen remained hidden in his room. As she stared at the closed door, a wave of sadness washed over her, for she knew his avoidance was intentional. In the past, he had welcomed her into his room with open arms, coaxing her to enter despite her teasing complaints about the odor. Now, with him denying her entry, she felt a deep ache in her heart, longing to cry. Unable to bring herself to open the door, she sat on the living room sofa, casting hopeful glances at her father, wishing he would persuade Su Xiaowen. Yao's father, perhaps forgetting his previous words, refrained from bringing it up in the presence of others. When it was time to eat, Su Xiaowen finally emerged from his room, greeting each guest politely, including Xiao Yuran. This was not the encounter she had wished for. Although he smiled, his gaze was devoid of warmth, as if she were a complete stranger. Xiao Yuran yearned to inquire why he had ignored all her messages, but upon seeing him, her courage faltered, leaving her to place her hopes once more in her father's hands. As the meal progressed, laughter and conversation flowed, but as the wine flowed and the dishes were cleared, friends began to take their leave. Xiao Yuran's family remained, however. Zhao's father, having indulged in a fair amount of drink, sat on the sofa with a flushed face, engrossed in the television. Zhang Ruoshu assisted Ning Wanxiu in clearing the remnants of the meal. Caught in indecision, Xiao Yuran chose to stand at the kitchen doorway, observing her mother and Aunt Ning at work. Sensing her distress, Zhang Ruoshu sighed. Ning Wanxiu immediately took notice and asked, "Are you tired? If so, go rest. I can handle this." Zhang Ruoshu glanced at Ning Wanxiu, a worried expression on her face. "Oh, it's all because of my precious daughter, Yaoran. What is wrong with her?" "Oh, you wouldn't know. Ever since that day Su Wen confessed and was rejected, he has ignored her. Xiao Yuran has been crying at home every day, and it pains me to see her like this." "What? How could this happen?" Ning Wanxiu recalled hearing about Xiao Yuran's rejection of her son but had not taken it seriously, having seen no signs of her son's distress. Now, it seemed Xiao Yuran was the one suffering. Having watched her grow up, Ning Wanxiu felt a deep affection for her. Unable to contain her concern, she turned to glance at Xiao Yuran, standing at the kitchen door. Noticing the detail she had previously overlooked, she saw that the girl's eyes were red and her complexion pale, appearing thinner than before. This revelation left Ning Wanxiu speechless with empathy. She quickly set down the dishes, washed her hands, and approached Xiao Yuran, saying, "Yaoran, come here, let Annie give you a hug." Upon hearing Aunt Ning's words, Xiao Yuran rushed into her embrace like a fledgling finding refuge from a storm. All her pent-up grievances erupted at that moment, her eyes instantly moistening. Leaning against Ning Wanxiu, she pitifully murmured, "Aunt Ning, Xiao Su, he is ignoring me." Ning Wanxiu frowned upon hearing this. Gently stroking Xiao Yuran's back, she consoled, "Yaoran, don't cry. I will find out what this little rascal is doing, throwing a tantrum like this. Just wait and see how I will teach him a lesson." "No," Xiao Yuran instinctively protested. However, Ning Wanxiu had already called out to Su Xiuwen, "Su Wen, come out here right now." Unaware of his mother's rising anger, Su Xiuwen was engrossed in his computer, perusing amusing content. When he heard his mother summon him, he thought little of it, slipped on his slippers, and stepped out of his room. Upon exiting, he spotted Ning Wanxiu in the kitchen, with Xiao Yuran nestled in her arms. Ning Wanxiu's expression was stern. While Xiao Yuran shyly avoided his gaze, her face slightly pale. In that instant, Su Xiuwen comprehended the situation. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance and approached slowly, asking, "What is the matter, Mom?" Ning Wanxiu shot him a disapproving glare. "I want to know why you've been ignoring Yaoran lately." Su Xiuwen lowered his head in silence. Ning Wanxiu was relentless, suddenly grabbing his ear, demanding, "I'm asking you a question. Have you lost your voice? Ouch, that hurts." Su Xiuwen quickly begged for mercy. While it wasn't particularly painful, he knew that any hint of feigned calmness would only provoke her further. Ning Wanxiu, aware of her own gentle grip, glared at him and insisted, "Speak up. What on earth is going on?" Su Xiuwen was uncertain whether Xiao Yuran had revealed the incident of the kiss, hoping she had kept it to herself. He offered a flimsy excuse. "She was the one who rejected me first. Refusing you surely indicates a fault on your part. If you had performed admirably, why would you be rejected? Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you unjustly blame her. I perceive you as seeking a confrontation. Mother, are you truly my mother or hers? Why such favoritism?" Ning Wanxiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring if he had any objections. "I dare not," Su Xiuwen mumbled softly. "That's right. Let me tell you. Setting aside why she rejected you, you grew up together since childhood. I have long regarded her as my daughter. If you dare to bully your sister, be cautious of your hide. Oh, speak louder, have you not eaten?" "Understood." Chapter 13. New book tops the golden list in truth, even without his mother's urging. Su Xiuwen had no intention of continuing his indifference towards Xiao Yuran. Upon his rebirth and encountering her, memories of the past ignited his anger, leading to a rather poor demeanor. However, as days passed and he calmed down, he realized his behavior was unwarranted. After all, those events belonged to a previous life and had yet to transpire in this one. From Xiao Yuran's perspective, she too felt quite wronged. 18 years of childhood companionship were abruptly interrupted by a forceful kiss, followed by his cold shoulder. Had he been in her shoes, he would have felt similarly distressed. Therefore, Su Xiaowen resolved that such transient anger towards a stranger was unnecessary. He would treat Xiao Yuran as a normal friend and interact amicably. After agreeing with his mother, Su Xiaowen turned to Xiao Yuran and sincerely apologized. I am sorry, Yuran. I have been immature these past few days. I assure you it will not happen again. At that moment, Xiao Yuran was utterly overjoyed. She hadn't anticipated Aunt Ning's intervention would yield such results. Su Xiaowen not only admitted his mistake, but also offered an apology, despite the grievances she had endured. Hearing his words made her forget them instantly. Now, all she desired was to express her feelings of hurt and sadness to him in private. Zhang Ruoshu also stepped forward. Addressing Su Xiaowen, I have watched you grow since childhood and have always considered you like a son. You and Yuran have been companions since childhood. Even if you cannot be lovers, can you not be like siblings? I hope you will take good care of Yuran. Can you promise me that? With the conversation reaching such a pivotal point, Su Xiaowen found it impossible to refuse and nodded in agreement. Observing this, Zhang Ruoshu turned to Ning Wanxiu and remarked, All right, Wanxiu, let the children resolve their matters themselves. With the issue settled, Su Xiaowen intended to return to his room. After taking a few steps, he recalled something and glanced back at Xiao Yuran, who was looking at him with an expression of grievance, and asked somewhat helplessly, Would you like to come into my room? Yes, Xiao Yuran nodded eagerly. Su Xiaowen's room held no more precious items than any other boy's room, and she had entered it several times before. Yet, now, stepping inside filled Xiao Yuran with delight. However, she did not expect Su Xiaowen to immediately sit down at his computer upon entering. She pouted, not daring to say much, and began to survey the room in a rather affected manner. Soon, her gaze fell upon an admission notice on the bedside table. Noticing that Su Xiaowen was engrossed in his computer, she quietly sat on the bed and picked up the notice. The admission notice boasted a vibrant, customized cover, prominently displaying EMS Global Express at the top, with the emblem of Jinling University of Technology in the center, accompanied by its name in both Chinese and English. Seeing this cover, Xiao Yuran was taken aback, for it resembled her own admission notice from Jinling University of Technology. Su Xiaowen had even mentioned to Ning Wanxiu that this notice indicated their choice of 3 universities was not in vain. Anyone unfamiliar would surely think they had been accepted by Jinling University of Technology. After returning home from the evening gala, Xiao Yuran had researched Jiangling College of Technology, realizing her earlier misunderstanding. While she still held some reservations about the 3 universities, witnessing this identical admission notice reignited her excitement for the upcoming 4 years of university life. Although they would not be in the same campus, they would be nearby, allowing her to visit Su Xiaowen whenever she wished, filling her with quiet joy. She could not help but steal glances at Su Xiaowen. In the future, as they pursued their studies in different locales, she hoped he would look after her. From her vantage point, she could only see Su Xiaowen's profile, his focused demeanor surprisingly appealing. After a moment of observation, her cheeks turned rosy. After considering it, she asked, Su, you want to ignore me in the future, will you? Su Xiaowen casually responded with an affirmative hum. How about this? When school starts, I'll have my dad drive us to campus together. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowen turned to look at Xiao Yuran, whose face was flushed, her eyes somewhat evasive. Though she was typically a girl of striking beauty, at this moment, she appeared incredibly adorable. Su Xiaowen had no intention of having anyone escort him. He had resolved to report to school alone. However, there was no need to disclose this to Xiao Yuran, so he merely replied, We'll see when the time comes. After a brief silence, having decided to treat her normally, he proactively said, Tomorrow, I plan to enroll in a driving school. Would you like to join me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuran immediately perked up, exclaiming, I want to go too. All right then, let us go together at 9 tomorrow morning. In the blazing sun of July, the number of individuals learning to drive only continued to rise. After enrolling alongside Su Xiaowen, Xiao Yuran eagerly accompanied him to the driving school every day. Yet, their learning paces were evidently not on the same level. For the first subject, one had to enroll a week in advance to take the exam. And given Xiao Yuran's inherent aptitude, she naturally progressed at a similar pace to Su Xiaowen. However, when it came to the second subject, Su Xiaowen, being an experienced driver and a boy who adapted to new things quickly, passed the exam within a week. By the time he moved on to the third subject, Xiao Yuran was still struggling with reverse parking. When Su Xiaowen finally received his driver's license, Xiao Yuran was still preparing for her second subject exam. Having failed the first attempt and only succeeding on the second try, before long, The summer vacation following the college entrance examination was drawing to a close. During this time, whenever Su Xiaowen had the chance, he practiced driving, and aside from those hours, he remained in his room, diligently writing. His first novel, He Xingxiao, had been completed just days before he received his admission notice. Shortly thereafter, he began his second book, titled Boys Over Flowers. Su Xiaowen had already researched online, discovering that not only had the Taiwanese version of Meteor Garden yet to be released, but the original manga, Boys Over Flowers, also had not been adapted into a drama. Naturally, Su Xiaowen felt no hesitation in proceeding. Although his first novel, He Xingxiao, garnered considerable popularity, it paled in comparison to the influence of Boys Over Flowers. With themes of youth, Cinderella tales, and a domineering CEO alongside a caring male lead, each element was sure to captivate female readers. In his previous life, Boys Over Flowers had been adapted numerous times, including the earliest Taiwanese version, followed by Korean, Japanese, Thai, and mainland adaptations. However, his personal favorite remained the Korean version. So he endeavored to align his writing with that adaptation. Of course, to avoid any awkwardness, he made several modifications to the plot, ensuring that it resonated naturally and comfortably with intelligent and beautiful readers. The result was that within just 3 days of release, the book soared to the top of the golden list. Chapter 14. The End of Summer Vacation. Under the pen name Su Rinshan, he gained increasing fame on Jinjiang. The comments section of his novels saw countless female readers leaving messages urging for updates daily. One reader group was insufficient. He was compelled to establish 3 additional groups, all of which filled within an hour. Certainly, Su Xiaowen adheres to a particular principle. The book club exclusively accepts female members, rejecting any male participants. He even issues a notice urging members to monitor one another, stating that if any male reader attempts to masquerade as a female reader, they should promptly inform the administration to have them expelled. As time progressed, joining the group necessitated a photo submission. During his occasional moments of respite, Su Xiaowen would conceal himself behind the screen, observing the female book friends as they shared their photographs. It must be said, there were indeed quite a number of beauties among the members. It was now the year 2005, a time before the widespread prevalence of beauty-enhancing software. Thus, the girls' pictures were generally an accurate reflection of their appearances. A few female readers particularly caught Su Xiaowen's fancy, being both young and strikingly graceful. To maintain his image, he refrained from proactively adding anyone's QQ account, thinking he would accept any friend requests from the female members if they chose to add him. However, after waiting a considerable time without any female members reaching out, disappointment settled in. By August, he received the payment for his first book, amounting to 250,000 yuan. Combined with a previous bonus of 50,000 yuan, he totaled 300,000 yuan. The sweltering heat of August made it unbearable, prompting Su Xiaowen to take the initiative to install 3 air conditioners from Yangtze in his home, 1 in the living room and 2 in the bedrooms. The Yangtze air conditioners, produced by a local factory, were known for their excellent quality and affordability. Nevertheless, due to a lack of effective marketing strategies and their concentration in 3rd and 4th tier markets, their sales dwindled. With the establishment of Mingzhu Air Conditioning in Feisher in 2006, Yangtze faced increasingly challenging times, and by 2010, sustaining its development became quite difficult. However, at present, Yangtze air conditioners were still doing reasonably well locally, with residents favoring them as their primary choice for air conditioning. For Su Xiaowen, purchasing air conditioners for his home seemed trivial, yet Ning Wanxiu held a different perspective. Initially, she worried about the unclear source of his funds. But after hearing him explain that he earned it through writing novels, her unease lingered. It wasn't until Su Xiaowen opened his author backend and showed her his contract that she began to believe him. Upon learning that he had earned 30,000 yuan from writing, Ning Wanxiu was incredulous. Although she was not one to boast, the substantial sum her son had earned from writing compelled her to share the news with those close to her. Concerned about financial discretion, Su Xiaowen deceived his mother into believing he had only made 30,000 yuan, fearing that revealing the actual figure of 250,000 yuan might lead to unwarranted attention and requests for loans. In this era, 250,000 yuan was no trifling amount in a small 3rd-tier city like Langya. Ning Wanxiu shared the news of Su Xiaowen's earnings with Zhang Ruoshu, prompting Xiao Yuran to inquire about the situation on QQ that very evening. Su Xiaowen had reached a point where he could engage with Xiao Yuran without pretense, so he was forthright with her. This revelation delighted Xiao Yuran, as if the money were her own. However, she still had to attend driving school during the day. After less than 2 months of practice, her skin had tanned considerably due to the sun. Consequently, she frequently complained and playfully pouted to Su Xiaowen about the heat. Su Xiaowen, however, felt it was quite agreeable, as Xiao Yuran had previously been excessively fair-skinned, and a slight tan suited her perfectly. In addition to lamenting the weather, she would recount every detail of her driving lessons, including interactions with male classmates, to Su Xiaowen, despite his previous suggestions that such matters were unnecessary to share. Undeterred, she continued to do as she pleased. After realizing that his admonitions fell on deaf ears, Su Xiaowen ceased to intervene. Xiao Yu, having learned from an unknown source that Xiao Yuran was taking driving lessons, enrolled as well. Since then, he had been like a pesky dog, trailing after her incessantly. Although Xiao Yuran understood his intentions, she found him rather bothersome. She had no desire to engage with Xiao Yu, yet she could not prevent him from attending driving school, despite several attempts to dissuade him from lingering. Her words proved ineffective, leaving her with no choice but to ignore him as best as she could. Concerned that Su Xiaowen might misinterpret the situation, her first action upon returning home each day was to relay to him the words Xiao Yu had spoken and her own responses. Xiao Yuran's motivations were twofold. She wished to prevent any misunderstandings with Su Xiaowen and also to provoke a reaction from him. In her mind, it was clear that Su Xiaowen had feelings for her, especially since he had confessed only recently. If he did not harbor affection, why would he have confessed? Su Xiaowen, even if he were to develop feelings for someone else, would not do so swiftly. Regrettably, Xiao Yuran lamented her initial reluctance to accept Su Xiaowen's confession directly. Each day, she hoped for him to confess again, and if he did, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Alas, Su Xiaowen remained silent, leaving her quite disheartened. As for her taking the initiative to confess, her modesty as a girl prevented her from such actions. Thankfully, the rapport between them had returned to normal over the past days. Although Su Xiaowen no longer devoted his every moment to her, he would still respond to her messages, which was a source of satisfaction for Xiao Yuran. Regarding their relationship status, she felt no urgency. There were still 4 years of university ahead, and she was willing to wait. As September 1st approached, marking the start of university, Su Xiaowen made a special trip to the market to purchase a plethora of clothes and sneakers, not to mention the most crucial item, a new mobile phone. This year, Nokia's N series had been launched, with the N90 hitting the market on August 12th. Su Xiaowen spent over 7,000 yuan, enlisting a female book friend from the group to assist with the purchase. The Nokia N90, hailed as the flagship phone of the year, boasted a unique and innovative rotating flip design that was sure to capture attention. However, its exorbitant price posed a challenge at 7,000 yuan. Few could justify such an expense for a mobile phone in 2005. The phone had actually arrived in mid-August, but Su Xiaowen had refrained from using it in front of his mother. 3 days before the start of school, Xiao Yuran messaged him on QQ, asking, "My dad is driving me to school for registration. Would you like to join?" After Su Xiaowen declined, she did not press the matter further. Langia and Jinling were in close proximity. A drive would take less than an hour, and even by bus, it wouldn't exceed 2 hours. Su Xiaowen planned to depart alone on the morning of September 1st. Initially, Ning Wanqiu insisted on accompanying him to the school registration. But after Su Xiaowen presented a rational argument, she eventually consented to let him travel alone. At 8 a.m., Su Xiaowen set out with his suitcase. Just a few steps from his home, he spotted Xiao Yuran and her father waiting at the entrance. Seeing them, there was rather daunting for Su Xiaowen. But with only one exit, he had no choice but to approach them. "Uncle Xiao, good morning, Yuran," he greeted, feigning ignorance. "What brings you here? Are you waiting for someone?" Before her father could respond, Xiao Yuran interjected, "Little Su, my dad's car broke down and can't take me to school. Can I accompany you instead?" Su Xiaowen was skeptical, questioning the plausibility of her claim. After all, he did not hold much trust in her words. He glanced at Uncle Xiao, who, noticing Su Xiaowen's gaze, briefly stiffened before forcing a smile and saying, "Sorry, little Su, my car happened to break down today, and I can't take Yuran to registration. Since your schools are nearby, why don't you two go together?" Uncle Xiao's words lacked conviction. In truth, the car was perfectly functional. 3 days prior, after returning home from work, Uncle Xiao had been met by a beaming Xiao Yuran, who eagerly helped him with his bags and arranged his slippers. Touched by her attentiveness, He felt proud of his daughter until she asked if the car were broken and couldn't take her to school. Confused, he assured her that the car was indeed operational, having just driven it home. During supper, Xiao Yuran reiterated her query, questioning whether the car was malfunctioning and unable to transport her to school. Zhao's father, perplexed, responded, having already addressed the matter. Over the subsequent 3 days, Zhao's father was met with his daughter's repeated inquiry about the car's condition. Bewildered, he remained until his wife enlightened him the previous evening, suggesting their daughter's intention was to dissuade him from driving her. Thus, upon awakening this morning, he proactively informed his daughter that the car was out of commission, precluding him from taking her to school. He anticipated disappointment, but instead, his daughter beamed and declared her intention to take the bus. Noting that Xiao Su invariably traveled to school independently and she was capable of doing the same. Had Zhao's father failed to grasp his daughter's meaning at this juncture, his position as section chief would have been rendered meaningless. Consequently, the present scene unfolded. Su Xiaowen, unaware of the true circumstances, heard Zhao's father's statement and observed Xiao Yuran gazing at him with pleading eyes. Reluctant to decline, he acquiesced. Xiao Yuran's face lit up with joy, nearly causing her to jump for glee. Upon Su Xiaowen's agreement, Xiao Yuran promptly told Zhao's father to return home. Zhao's father, at a loss for words, could only implore Su Xiaowen, Xiao Su, Yuran has never ventured far alone. I entrust her to you. Please take good care of her. Consider it a favor from an uncle. Su Xiaowen nodded solemnly, assuring him, Uncle Xiao, rest assured, I will certainly look after Yuran while I am away at school. My mother will rely on you and Aunt Zhang for assistance. The two men exchanged a gaze, each discerning the other's unspoken promise. Subsequently, Zhao's father insisted on escorting them to the bus station via taxi, departing only after witnessing their entry. Xiao Yuran's luggage was relatively light, consisting of a large suitcase, a backpack, and a black handbag. Without Su Xiaowen, Xiao Yuran could have managed, but with him present, she instinctively assumed the role of a hands-off supervisor, and Su Xiaowen willingly took charge of her belongings. This transpired naturally, with neither party perceiving anything amiss. After purchasing tickets and stowing the luggage beneath the carriage, Su Xiaowen boarded the bus. Upon entering, he spotted Xiao Yuran waving at him from her seat, her smile radiant. Xiao Su, over here. Coming, Su Xiaowen replied. Having pledged to care for Xiao Yuran, he was determined to fulfill his promise. Xiao Yuran had selected a seat towards the rear, distinguished from the front rows by the absence of an armrest between the seats. Xiao Yuran's decision to forego the more spacious, yet divided front seats in favor of the cozier, more intimate rear seats betrayed her intentions, which Su Xiaowen fully comprehended, though he feigned ignorance and accepted the arrangement without protest. Currently, his stance toward Xiao Yuran was non-initiative, non-rejection, non-commitment. Xiao Yuran was adorned in a black, floral print sundress, its short sleeves revealing her ivory arms. Her hair, unlike its usual school day style, cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a subtle, pleasant fragrance from her choice of shampoo. Upon sitting, Su Xiaowen noticed Xiao Yuran's unwavering gaze. Due to their proximity, he could clearly discern his reflection in her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Xiao Yuran was undeniably attractive. However, Su Xiaowen averted his gaze after a brief glance. Sensing Xiao Yuran's desire to converse, Su Xiaowen hastily feigned drowsiness, declaring, I didn't sleep well last night. I'm going to catch some sleep. Don't worry about missing our stop. The conductor will announce it. Although she engaged in daily conversations with Su Xiaowen on QQ, she harbored a multitude of unspoken words. Hearing Su Xiaowen's announcement, she felt a tinge of disappointment, yet remained silent, pouting slightly. Su Xiaowen's intention was not solely to avoid conversation. He had indeed retired late the previous night. Consequently, after reclining his seat, he swiftly drifted off to sleep. Xiao Yuran, whose seat remained upright, observed Su Xiaowen from a superior vantage point. As he slept, she maintained her gaze, evidently surprised by his attractiveness. Had he always been this handsome? While she had seen Su Xiaowen's face daily, she had not experienced such intense feelings. However, gazing upon his sleeping countenance, she was struck by a singular thought. Xiao Su is truly handsome. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuran remained confident in her ability to match him. It was Su Xiaowen's attitude that disappointed her. Could he truly sleep soundly beside such a beautiful woman? Had Su Xiaowen overheard her thoughts, he would have likely countered, acknowledging her beauty while questioning the veracity of her claim to being well endowed, given that he had never assessed her proportions. After studying Su Xiaowen's face for a while, Xiao Yuran blushed, her mind racing with thoughts. As the bus embarked on its journey, Xiao Yuran gradually succumbed to drowsiness, reclining her seat to the same level as Su Xiaowen's and closing her eyes to rest. As the bus traversed the Jinling Bridge, Su Xiaowen abruptly awoke. Gazing out the window and recognizing their location, his emotions became complex. However, mindful of the present, Su Xiaowen swiftly regained his composure. At that moment, he noticed two soft objects pressing against his arm. Looking down, he realized they belonged to none other than Xiao Yuran. She was leaning against the reclined seat, tightly embracing Su Xiaowen's arm as if fearing his departure. Her fragrant, flowing hair partially obscured her face, adding an air of mystique and beauty. Su Xiaowen initially intended to dislodge Xiao Yuran, but having resolved to adhere to his three-principle approach, non-initiative, non-rejection, non-commitment, he refrained. Chapter 16 Su Xiaowen. Who could resist this? Having crossed the Jinling Bridge, the bus was nearing its final destination, the Central Gate long-distance bus station. The conductor, with a resounding voice, repeatedly announced the imminent arrival. Xiao Yuran remained asleep, though likely on the verge of waking. Su Xiaowen refrained from rousing her, opting to feign sleep. After less than 3 minutes, Xiao Yuran stirred, her eyelids fluttering before she finally opened her eyes. It took her over 10 seconds to recall her current location. The conductor's voice echoed in her ears. Embarking on her first unaccompanied journey, Xiao Yuran was visibly uneasy, fearing she might miss her stop. Noticing Su Xiaowen still asleep, she hastily attempted to awaken him. Unaware that she was still clutching his arm, Su Xiaowen, feigning sleep, waited until Xiao Yuran nudged him for the third time before opening his eyes, pretending to have been roused. Xiao Su, the bus has arrived. Oh, I know, Su Xiaowen replied, rubbing his eyes with a nonchalant air. However, the next moment, his eyes widened as he gazed at his arm, which Xiao Yuran was embracing. Yuran, why are you hugging me? Xiao Yuran exclaimed, belatedly realizing that she was still clutching his arm. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, I don't know. Observing Xiao Yuran's bashful demeanor, Su Xiaowen chuckled inwardly. Only girls of this era could be so innocent. Alas, such innocent maidens would become increasingly scarce in the future. In this situation, another boy might have simply withdrawn his arm, and the incident would have been forgotten. However, Su Xiaowen, adopting a stern expression, inquired, Xiao Yuran, were you taking advantage of me while I was sleeping? I wasn't, I didn't, you're lying. Flushed crimson like the petals of a rose. Xiao Yuran felt cornered by Su Xiaowen's teasing. She couldn't quite fathom how his arm had ended up in her embrace. Considering her penchant for cuddling plushies during sleep, she surmised that perhaps she had instinctively embraced Su Xiaowen's arm. Do you believe I'm gullible? Confess, are you captivated by my beauty? Xiao Yuran's face was an alarming shade of red as she lowered her head in silence. Su Xiaowen, amused by her reaction, decided not to press the matter further. However, just as she was rendered speechless, Xiao Yuran abruptly looked up at him and murmured, you used to grope my thighs all the time. Su Xiaowen coughed awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. This accusation wasn't unfounded. While the strict separation between boys and girls in high school offered limited opportunities, they had been desk mates for a considerable period in junior high. Imagine, during summer, his desk mate adorned in a skirt, revealing her fair, delicate legs. Anyone who glanced down could behold those pristine limbs. It was an irresistible temptation. On one occasion, Su Xiaowen yielded to temptation and touched her leg. He could swear it was purely out of curiosity. He recalled that inaugural touch during a class in the second semester of junior high. Before he could fully relish the sensation, Xiao Yuran burst into tears. Su Xiaowen was petrified. If she revealed to the teacher the reason for her tears, that he had touched her thigh, he would be doomed. Fortunately, Xiao Yuran didn't disclose the true cause of her distress to the teacher, who was occupied with the lesson. She merely accused Su Xiaowen of bullying her. The teacher reprimanded Su Xiaowen briefly and let him off. However, for a long time afterward, Xiao Yuran avoided him, opting for long pants regardless of the weather. It wasn't until Su Xiaowen bought her ice cream for a week straight that the matter was truly resolved. Su Xiaowen hadn't anticipated that Xiao Yuran would remember this incident and bring it up again. Hearing her words, he was rendered speechless. Indeed, Xiao Yuran had merely embraced his arm in her sleep, while Su Xiaowen had groped her fair, tender thighs during class. There was no comparison. They weren't even on the same level. Seeing the situation, Su Xiaowen swiftly changed the subject. Oh, we're arriving. Get ready to disembark. Xiao Yuran, of course, recognized Su Xiaowen's attempt to divert the conversation, but she remained silent. However, the conductor, who had been repeatedly announcing the upcoming stop, interjected upon hearing Su Xiaowen's words. Young man, you have another 5 minutes. We haven't arrived yet. Xiao Yuran couldn't help but giggle. Su Xiaowen glared at the conductor, thinking, if we haven't arrived, why are you constantly announcing it? However, Xiao Yuran's next words stunned Su Xiaowen. She asked, Little Su, do you want to touch them now? Su Xiaowen turned to see Xiao Yuran's hands clutching the hem of her long skirt. With a slight lift, her fair, slender legs would be exposed to his view. Despite lacking any particular intentions, Su Xiaowen couldn't help but swallow, his gaze involuntarily fixed on Xiao Yuran's small hands. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuran not only refrained from lifting her skirt but also used her hands to press it down over her legs. Simultaneously, she glared at Su Xiaowen and scoffed. Humph. I won't let you see, you pervert. Su Xiaowen realized that Xiao Yuran was merely teasing him. He, who had always been the hunter, had been pecked in the eye by the goose. In his eyes, Xiao Yuran was just a little girl. He never imagined that one day he would be toyed with by her, and his face flushed slightly. Seeing Su Xiaowen's reddened face, Xiao Yuran found it amusing and chuckled for a while. However, she was more concerned about the fact that Su Xiaowen seemed to have been anticipating the gesture. So, he did want to touch her legs. She knew that Su Xiaowen still liked her. Otherwise, why would he want to touch her legs? This little Su had ignored her for the past few days, scaring her. But now he was finally revealing his true colors. Knowing that Su Xiaowen still liked her, Xiao Yuran was elated and hummed a little tune until the bus pulled into the station. Su Xiaowen didn't know the reason for Xiao Yuran's good mood. But he didn't pay attention, as the bus had already arrived at the station. The Jinling Central Bus Station and the Langia Station were clearly not in the same league. The number of buses and the volume of people were incomparable. As soon as they got off the bus, the station was filled with buses. People of all kinds carrying large and small bags, and the surrounding area was filled with a mixture of accents. Coupled with the fact that it was the height of summer, and Jinling itself was a furnace, being in it was simply dizzying. Xiao Yuran was like this. As soon as she got off the bus, she felt a little dizzy. Su Xiaowen mingled with the passengers to get his luggage. When he had taken all his things, he noticed that Xiao Yuran's face was not very good, so he asked, Are you okay? Xiao Yuran didn't want Su Xiaowen to think of her as a delicate girl. But the surrounding area was full of noisy voices she couldn't understand, the smell of poultry feces mixed with the body odor of pedestrians, and the smell of gasoline, which made her feel nauseous for a moment. Xiao Yuran covered her chest, looked up at Su Xiaowen, and said in a low voice, Little Su, I feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 17. Drink my water. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Su Xiaowen immediately became nervous when he heard Xiao Yuran say she was uncomfortable. Xiao Yuran shook her head. She didn't know either. Su Xiaowen was very nervous. He had already promised Zhao's father that he would take good care of Xiao Yuran, and he couldn't make a mistake just after arriving in Jinling. So Su Xiaowen quickly beckoned Xiao Yuran to sit down in the shade, and he piled the suitcases next to him and said, Yuran, you wait for me here. I'll go buy you a bottle of water. Although Jinling is not far from Langia, only 60 or 70 kilometers away, and some counties are more than that far from the city, but for Xiao Yuran, this is a long trip. There was only one person she knew, Su Xiaowen, and she didn't trust anyone but him. Although she knew that Su Xiaowen was going to buy her water, she was still worried and didn't want to be out of Su Xiaowen's sight for a moment. Su Xiaowen was also worried about leaving Xiao Yuran alone here. Just as he was in a dilemma, he suddenly saw a young man in his 20s passing by, holding a bottle of mineral water that hadn't been opened. Su Xiaowen quickly walked up to him and said, Brother, my classmate seems to have suffered from heat stroke. Can you sell me this bottle of water? As he spoke, he took out 5 yuan from his pocket and tried to stuff it into the other person's hand. People these days are still relatively simple. After hearing Su Xiaowen's words, the man instinctively glanced at Xiao Yuran behind him. When he saw the girl covering her chest, and her face was not very good, he immediately understood the situation. The man handed the mineral water to Su Xiaowen without hesitation and didn't accept the 5 yuan that was handed over, saying, It's just a bottle of water, forget it. Then he left with his bag. Su Xiaowen quickly shouted from behind, Thank you, brother. Su Xiaowen returned to Xiao Yuran with the mineral water, helped her unscrew the cap, handed it to her, and said, Yuran, drink some water quickly. Xiao Yuran took the mineral water, took a sip, and the uncomfortable symptoms seemed to have lessened a lot. Su Xiaowen stayed with her for a while, and she was basically not uncomfortable anymore. Seeing this, Su Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Xiao Yuran would have a heat stroke. But on the one hand, the summer in Jinling is really hot, and the name of the furnace is indeed well-deserved. Xiao Yuran suddenly handed over the mineral water, her face flushed, and said, You should drink some water too. Su Xiaowen didn't know why her face was red, so he took the water and drank it, gulping down half a bottle. While drinking, Su Xiaowen suddenly thought of another meaning of drinking water in later generations. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yuran, but immediately shook his head. Xiao Yuran was still relatively simple, and she shouldn't understand these things. But what if Xiao Yuran meant that? Should he accept it or not? If he didn't accept it, it didn't seem to conform to his 3-no attitude, but if he accepted it, he would get a headache at the thought of being pestered by Xiao Yuran. If the relationship were merely romantic, Su Xiaowen could part ways at any time. However, should they become intimate, even if Xiao Yuran were indifferent, Aunt Zhang and his mother Ning Wanqiu would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Better to avoid it. Noticing that Su Xiaowen fell silent after drinking water, Xiao Yuran felt a twinge of curiosity and couldn't help but inquire, "Xiao Su, what are you thinking?" The moment she uttered, "Sleep with you," she realized her mistake and quickly clarified, "I meant to say that I drank your water. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Glancing at the bottle's mouth, which had touched Su Xiaowen's lips, her cheeks flushed deeper, yet she shook her head in denial. As he successfully diverted the conversation, Su Xiaowen sighed in relief and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" "Yes, much better," she replied. "Then let's go. It's not suitable to linger here." "Okay." Xiao Yuran nodded obediently. Su Xiaowen placed the bag atop the suitcase, holding it with one hand while adjusting his backpack. The 3 items belonged to Xiao Yuran. He was unaware of their contents, but they were undoubtedly heavier than expected, though still manageable. Su Xiaowen's belongings were minimal, fitting neatly into a small suitcase. He initially intended to pull his luggage with the other hand, but Xiao Yuran insisted on helping, so he allowed her to carry the smaller case. This left him with a free hand. Suddenly, he grasped Xiao Yuran's other hand without looking at her expression or considering her thoughts, saying, "Let's go." He then led her out of the bus station. At first surprised by his hand-holding, Xiao Yuran did not resist but quietly allowed him to guide her. Once outside, Su Xiaowen quickly spotted the university-arranged shuttle for new students. Noticing the crowd, he decided against taking the school bus, opting instead to hail a taxi for a quicker journey to campus. Given his recent success writing novels, a few extra dollars were of little concern, and he had no desire to squeeze onto the school bus with a throng of newcomers and their families. His plan was to swiftly take Xiao Yuran to the university and then return to his own school for registration. However, it was clear that Xiao Yuran had different intentions. Suddenly pointing toward the distant Xuanwu Lake, she exclaimed, "Xiao Su, look, it's Xuanwu Lake." She tugged on his hand, leading him toward the lake. The warm summer breeze swept over the water's surface, tousling Xiao Yuran's long hair, which cascaded like a beautiful waterfall, brushing against Su Xiaowen's nose with a delightful fragrance. He did not release her hand, captivated by her profile, sensing her excitement and joy. Perhaps influenced by her youthful exuberance, Su Xiaowen hesitated to rush off, instead loosening his grip and allowing her to wander along the lakeside. Observing the lively girl before him, he thought to himself, "How lovely she is." The notion that having such a girl as a girlfriend would be delightful crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He could not allow himself to be swayed so easily. Remembering how Xiao Yuran had deceived him in his past life, secretly dating someone during their freshman year, he resolved not to forgive her lightly. While Su Xiaowen was lost in thought, Xiao Yuran returned to his side, her smile radiant as she approached him, naturally wrapping her arm around his. "Xiao Su, I adore Xuanwu Lake. It's so soft and comfortable." Yet, as he had just resolved not to forgive her easily, particularly upon seeing her smile, he deliberately withdrew his arm, feigning disdain. "Xiao Yuran, please don't hug me so casually. Others might misunderstand. And how can I find a girlfriend in college like this?" "What?" At that moment, Xiao Yuran, brimming with joy, could not fathom why Su Xiaowen would suddenly express such sentiments. She widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to reconcile this with the boy she had known for 18 years. Did he truly have a girlfriend? Was he contemplating finding one at university? Was this even reasonable? Su Xiaowen, caught under her gaze, felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that she had been free to date others, so why shouldn't he? After all, she had rejected him. With newfound determination, he insisted, "Enough games. Let us go register for school." Chapter 18. Xiao Yuran, please let go Su Xiaowen. Stop right there. As Su Xiaowen turned to leave, Xiao Yuran called out urgently. Though he wished to carry on, he had promised her father to look after her, and abandoning her was not an option. "You're not allowed to date. That's none of your business. It's my freedom." Furious at his insistence, Xiao Yuran's frustration mounted. Observing him walk away, she made a sudden decision. She released her suitcase, sprinted to catch up with Su Xiaowen, and, without waiting for him to react, sank her teeth into his arm. What the heck, Xiao Yuran? Are you serious? At first, he could tolerate it, but soon the pain became unbearable, yet he endured, unwilling to shake her off. Ouch, Xiao Yuran, are you a dog? Let go. Xiao Yuran showed no mercy. She intended to teach this fickle-hearted boy a lesson. Let go, or I swear I'll count to 3. And if you don't release me. Before she could finish, she let go. Su Xiaowen noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The summer breeze playing with her hair, accentuating her distressed expression. Those around them, intrigued by their exchange, began to cheer. Good bite. Teach that heartbreaker a lesson. In that moment, Su Xiaowen could have easily said, I was just joking, and Xiao Yuran would have instantly laughed it off. Yet, he had already resolved to pursue a girlfriend in college. If he let Xiao Yuran have the upper hand today, would he not be at her mercy in the future? Thus, with a stern expression, he replied, Xiao Yuran, stop messing around. My dating life is not your concern. Don't forget, you were the one who rejected me. Faced with this reminder, Xiao Yuran felt a pang of guilt, for he spoke the truth. She had indeed turned him down, albeit indirectly through silence. But that was no longer significant. But you also took my first kiss. She protested, biting her lip, gazing at him with defiance. Unwilling to concede. She seemed to believe that surrendering meant he would immediately seek out a girlfriend. In this regard, Su Xiaowen was at fault. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Su Xiaowen sighed. He knew that if he didn't relent, Xiao Yuran's tenacity would keep her there all day. He wished to avoid further confrontation, particularly as the curious stares from onlookers made him uncomfortable. He overheard a mother advising her son, see, this is what dating leads to, constant bickering. What is the point? You must not date in college. The son thought to himself, with such a beautiful girlfriend. I wouldn't mind a daily argument. I just hope I can find one. Of course, he would never voice this in front of his mother. Su Xiaowen couldn't help but glance at the boy, noticing his glasses, unattractive appearance, and modest clothing, clearly someone unlikely to find a girlfriend. He wanted to tell the mother, you have nothing to worry about. Your son won't find a girlfriend. But he held his tongue, to expedite their departure. Su Xiaowen chose not to relent, but instead approached Xiao Yuran and gently ruffled her hair. His fingers glided through her locks, an intimate gesture that spoke volumes. You're being unreasonable. Xiao Yuran remained silent, gazing up at Su Xiaowen, her eyes filled with defiance and grievance. Sigh, I want to be dating for the time being. Nor do I have the inclination to. What I said earlier was merely a jest. Su Xiaowen's courage to utter such words was not solely to dismiss Xiao Yuran. Cheng Lu would be at the university for another 2 years, and he lacked the confidence that he could wait for her that long. Thus, he had contemplated that if he encountered a suitable girl within those 2 years, he would consider a relationship. However, at this moment, to soothe Xiao Yuran, he could only agree to refrain from dating. Yet, in his heart, he thought, agreeing is one thing, but fulfilling that promise is utterly impossible. He was solely focused on calming Xiao Yuran down. Once he dropped her off at the university for her registration, he would no longer need to concern himself with her. After that, returning to his own school meant he could indulge freely. Xiao Yuran, oblivious to Su Xiaowen's ulterior motives, believed him when he promised not to date. Yet, she soon became troubled. If Su Xiaowen was not dating, what about her? This was not what she had hoped for. However, it was out of the question for Xiao Yuran to publicly demand a relationship with him. At that moment, she felt utterly helpless. The chance of dating Su Xiaowen, which once seemed possible, had now been completely extinguished. Had she inadvertently blocked her own path? The very thought cast a shadow over her mood. Nevertheless, her anger had subsided. When one calms down, they often reflect on their actions with regret. Xiao Yuran regretted her earlier behavior. She quickly grasped Su Xiaowen's bitten hand, inspecting the spot where she had bitten him. The mark was clear on his wrist, yet fortunately, there was no blood. Gazing at the imprint on his wrist, Xiao Yuran felt immense guilt. Xiao Su, I shouldn't have. The girl was on the verge of tears. Seeing her in such a state, Su Xiaowen sighed helplessly. It's fine, let us go. He then picked up his luggage and turned to leave. Xiao Yuran hurriedly followed suit. As the two departed, those who had gathered to watch also dispersed, each returning to their own homes. Just after taking a few steps, Xiao Yuran suddenly called out, Xiao Su, wait for me. She handed him her suitcase and dashed away. Su Xiaowen was unsure of her destination and wanted to stop her, but the words died on his lips as he noticed her heading toward a nearby pharmacy. Su Xiaowen didn't know what to say. Shortly after, Xiao Yuran emerged from the pharmacy holding a box of Yushi Baiyao, and a pack of adhesive bandages. Despite Su Xiaowen's insistence that he did not need any ointment, she was adamant about applying it, stating she wouldn't leave until she did. With no other option, he relented and allowed her to tend to his injury. The bandages proved unnecessary, and upon finishing, Xiao Yuran realized this. She awkwardly smiled, stuffing the bandages and remaining ointment into Su Xiaowen's pocket. "Now can we leave, Miss Xiao? Let us go, let us go." Xiao Yuran wrapped one arm around his and pulled along her suitcase, following Su Xiaowen. They reached the roadside to hail a taxi. In those early years, though lacking modern ride-hailing apps, securing a taxi was not overly complicated. This was primarily due to the relatively low number of passengers, and experienced taxi drivers often waited outside bus and train stations. Thus, they found a cab within a short distance. The taxis in Jinling bore a distinctive hue, a shade of green known locally as Jinling green. The driver, a friendly middle-aged man around 30, stepped out of the vehicle to assist them with their luggage upon seeing them struggle with the suitcases. As they got in, Su Xiaowen habitually intended to sit in the front, allowing Xiao Yuran to take the back seat, but she refused. When he suggested she take the front seat while he sat in the back, she remained insistent on both of them sitting in the back together. "Fine. We shall sit in the back then," Su Xiaowen thought to himself, eager to expedite her journey to the university and fulfill her father's task. The taxi driver, observing them in the back seat together, teased, "You young couple seem quite affectionate." Su Xiaowen chose not to respond, misinterpreting his silence as an affirmation. Xiao Yuran felt a surge of happiness. However, replying to the driver would mean acknowledging she was his girlfriend, which made her shy, so she remained silent. Noticing their lack of conversation, the driver shifted topics. "Which school are you new students from?" The question was rather redundant, as Su Xiaowen had already mentioned they were heading to the university, so the driver surely knew which institution they were bound for. Su Xiaowen, disinterested in the exchange, turned his gaze out the window. Xiao Yuran, inexperienced in social interactions, naively replied, "We are from Jiaodong University. Jiaodong is a great school. You must have done exceptionally well in high school to get in. If only my boy had not been involved in early romance. He might have managed a degree at a technical college. Why is there such a disparity among people?" Upon hearing the mention of early romance, Xiao Yuran's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering her speechless. The road to Jinling Jiaodong University was familiar to Su Xiaowen from his past life. Seated in the back of the taxi, he gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. A sense of temporal disorientation washed over him. Memories of his previous experiences flooded back. In his past life, he had heeded Xiao Yuran's advice, studied for an additional year, and successfully gained admission to Jiaodong University. Eager to reunite with her, he had opted for a taxi rather than the school bus, traversing the same route. Su Xiaowen vividly recalled sitting in the front passenger seat, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of whether university life would align with the teacher's descriptions. During a motivational assembly, the teachers had painted a beautiful picture of university life: falling leaves, sunlit paths, and girls in flowing skirts clutching English books. The educators had portrayed university as an idyllic experience, as if every boy could find a girlfriend there. Yet, at that time, Su Xiaowen's thoughts were solely consumed by Xiao Yuran, secretly delighting at the prospect of becoming her boyfriend. As for what transpired thereafter, it was better left unspoken. Nonetheless, it must be noted that Jiaodong University was indeed home to many beautiful women. The imagery of falling leaves, sun-drenched paths, and girls in flowing skirts with English books was perfectly suited to Jiaodong University in Jinling. The taxi continued southward, navigating through a fair amount of traffic without becoming congested. Suddenly, they arrived at a familiar archway, one Su Xiaowen had seen before, rendering it unremarkable to him. However, it was Xiao Yuran's first encounter with the archway, and her curiosity piqued as she grasped Su Xiaowen's hand, exclaiming, "Xiao Su, look!" Before Su Xiaowen could respond, the taxi entered the city gate, and the surroundings quickly darkened, though it was brief, as they soon emerged from the archway. The driver, aware of their curiosity, remarked, "This is the South City Gate of Old Jinling, still standing after all these years. Impressive, isn't it? Jinling is a city steeped in history, filled with relics. When you have time, you can ask your boyfriend to take you exploring." "Oh," Xiao Yuran replied softly. After passing through the South City Gate, the university was not far off. The taxi journeyed for another 10 minutes before arriving at the North Gate of Jiaodong University. Su Xiaowen's school, Jiangling College of Jiaodong University, required them to cross the campus to exit through the South Gate, directly across the street from their destination. familiar with the university, having navigated the registration process once before. Su Xiaowen led Xiao Yuran through the necessary steps with ease. Finally, he brought her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. The newly opened dormitory was wide open, allowing students and their parents to come and go freely. Su Xiaowen guided Xiao Yuran to the dormitory manager's office, where they collected her room key and helped her carry her belongings up to her room. Xiao Yuran's dormitory was 301, a fact known to Su Xiaowen from his past life, though he had never visited. Upon arriving at the door of 301, Su Xiaowen knocked, but receiving no response. He used his key to unlock it. The room was indeed empty. However, Xiao Yuran was not the first to arrive, as one of the beds was already made. With personal items on the desk, the dormitory environment at Jiaodong University was commendable. Each room housed 4 students, with bunk beds over desks and a balcony suitable for drying clothes or cultivating plants. Bed assignments were first come, first served. Xiao Yuran was the second to arrive, leaving 3 beds, 1 near the balcony on the right and 2 closer to the door. Without consulting Xiao Yuran, Su Xiaowen preemptively selected a bed for her, avoiding the one under the air conditioner to prevent her delicate constitution from succumbing to illness. After placing the luggage, Su Xiaowen retrieved the bedding from downstairs. Jiaodong University provided bedding, but it was optional. Since Xiao Yuran had not brought any, Su Xiaowen brought it directly to the room, refraining from personally making the bed, a task he deemed servile. Su Xiaowen handed the bedding to Xiao Yuran and prepared to leave. He glanced at her and said, "Xiao Yuran, I've safely escorted you to the dormitory and collected your belongings, fulfilling my promise to your father. The rest is up to you. I'm leaving." With that, Su Xiaowen picked up his suitcase and departed from room 301. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Yuran experienced a sudden sense of abandonment. Overwhelmed with helplessness in the empty room, her eyes welled up. She longed to call her mother but hesitated out of embarrassment, having assured them of her self-sufficiency to accompany Su Xiaowen to school. Ultimately, she refrained from making the call. Wiping away her tears, Xiao Yuran resolved to unpack and organize her bed. Just then, the door opened. Assuming it was a new roommate, she was surprised to see Su Xiaowen standing there. "Xiao Yuran, after all my efforts this morning, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? When did you become so miserly?" Feigning ignorance of her tears, Su Xiaowen continued, "I'll be waiting downstairs. You have no choice but to provide lunch." Listening to his assertive words, Xiao Yuran couldn't help but smile as she watched him turn and leave once more. The feeling of loneliness vanished. Su Xiaowen, hauling his suitcase, waited for Xiao Yuran outside the women's dormitory building. His attention was drawn to a nearby couple. The male student, laden with bags, asked a girl with a Sichuan accent, "Excuse me, where's the Tsaisua?" The girl, dressed in a simple blue t-shirt and jeans, with her hair loose, looked like an ordinary college student. Her natural beauty shone through despite her simple attire. Her figure was captivating, with curves in all the right places. She looked at the boy with a sincere smile and a puzzled expression, asking, "Are you referring to cleaning supplies? Like a broom?" The boy exclaimed, "Tsaisua, Tsaisua." The girl clearly didn't understand the Sichuan accent and was confused about what he was asking for. Su Xiaowen, initially uninterested in interfering, decided to help since she was an attractive girl. He approached and pointed towards the restroom, saying, "Excuse me, the restroom is over there, just a few steps ahead." "Thank you," the boy said politely before slowly walking away with his luggage. Relieved that the boy had found his way, the girl seemed to relax. Turning to thank her helper, she paused slightly upon seeing Su Xiaowen. Perhaps she hadn't expected him to be so handsome. Quickly recovering, she smiled and said, "Thank you. I wouldn't have understood what he was asking without you." Su Xiaowen now had a clear view of the girl's face. Her features resembled a celebrity, though he couldn't immediately recall who. She possessed a classic beauty and an aura of refinement. While Xiao Yuran and Cheng Lu might be considered more attractive, beauty is subjective. Regardless, she was undoubtedly of school beauty caliber. Jiaodong University had many beautiful girls, as Su Xiaowen knew from his 4 years there. Meeting a beauty on his first day, before even settling in, suggested good fortune. Hearing her words, Su Xiaowen smiled and explained, "He's from Sichuan and speaking with a Sichuan accent. I happen to have friends from Sichuan, so I understand a little. By the way, your Mandarin is excellent. Where are you from?" Without hesitation, the girl replied, "I'm from Beijing." "Ah, that explains it. Most college students have a hint of a regional accent, but this girl spoke flawless Mandarin. Normally, they would have parted ways. But Su Xiaowen saw an opportunity to meet a beautiful girl, so he lingered. The girl, curious about him, asked, "Excuse me, I see you have luggage. Are you a new student too? After Su Xiaowen nodded, she continued, how do you know where the restroom is? I just arrived and couldn't even find the cafeteria. I had to ask several people. Su Xiaowen couldn't reveal his past life, so he fabricated a reason. This is my dream university, and I come here every summer. So I'm quite familiar with it. Oh, surprised by his answer, the girl extended her hand and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Song Siyu, a marketing student from the class of 2005. Her formal introduction caught Su Xiaowen off guard, but he quickly responded. He shook her delicate hand, which felt pleasant to the touch, and said, I'm Su Xiaowen, a software information student from the Department of Industrial Engineering. Software information? Does the Department of Industrial Engineering have that major? I don't quite remember. Su Xiaowen chuckled and said, I forgot to mention, I'm a freshman from the neighboring Jiangling College. Song Siyu was visibly stunned. She couldn't comprehend how someone who claimed Jiaodong University as his dream and visited every summer ended up at Jiangling College, a third-tier university. The disparity was significant. Song Siyu couldn't help but laugh. Su Xiaowen felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, he smiled and invited, Song Siyu, come to our school someday. I'll treat you to a meal. Sure, I happen to know someone who's also a freshman at Jiangling Academy. It's settled then, she replied with a nod. By the way, Song Siyu continued, can you let go now? It turned out that the two had been holding hands since their handshake. Upon hearing her words, Su Xiaowen seemed to remember and quickly released his grip, rubbing his nose to mask his awkwardness. A faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air. Su Xiaowen vowed that his reluctance to let go was not due to the softness of her hand. How will I find you when I come over? He asked. Song Siyu seemed oblivious to these thoughts, perhaps not considering that Su Xiaowen would intentionally prolong their contact. To her, a handsome boy like him could never be someone who would take advantage of a girl. Su Xiaowen pulled out his phone from his pocket and asked, what is your phone number? I'll save it. Song Siyu was surprised again to see Su Xiaowen whip out a phone, especially since not many college freshmen had one, let alone a phone that clearly exuded luxury. It seemed this boy came from a good background. Without overthinking, she took his phone and input her newly acquired number. All right, goodbye then. I need to head back to the dorm to pack my things. See you next time. After parting ways with her, Su Xiaowen turned around and noticed Xiao Yuran quietly standing not far away, biting her lip and looking at him with a face full of grievances, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In an instant, Su Xiaowen understood that she must have witnessed his earlier interaction with Song Siyu. Xiao Yuran never anticipated that by merely descending a moment later than Su Xiaowen, she would find him at the dormitory entrance engrossed in conversation with a girl, their hands unwilling to part. The girl had even left her phone number. Xiao Yuran wished fervently that Su Xiaowen would delete that number, but unfortunately, he had already tucked his phone away, showing no intention of doing so. In that moment, Xiao Yuran felt she was on the verge of losing Su Xiaowen. Despite never having truly possessed him and even having turned him down before, Su Xiaowen chose not to explain what had just transpired. Instead, he opted to act as if nothing had happened and said to Xiao Yuran, let us go to the cafeteria now. Seeing that Su Xiaowen offered no explanation made Xiao Yuran feel even sadder. Nevertheless, she hurried to catch up with him as he walked away. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, it was not overly crowded, with many empty seats available. In a few days, once school officially commenced, the cafeteria at Jiaodong University would be bustling with students, and finding a seat would become a challenge. Fortunately, in the early 2000s, occupying a seat with headphones or other items was generally accepted. If someone happened to take another's headphones, it might even lead to a recommendation for graduate studies. Although separated by a river, Langia and Jinling were quite similar in many ways, including their cuisine, which both could easily adapt to. Xiao Yuran had yet to attend college and had no experience with serving herself food. Coupled with her emotional state, Su Xiaowen told her to wait at the table while he went to the counter to fetch 2 meals. He had already purchased meal tickets upon entering. The food at the Jiaodong cafeteria was quite good, and Su Xiaowen selected 2 or 3 of Xiao Yuran's favorite dishes. Upon returning to her side and seeing the dishes he had chosen for her, Xiao Yuran felt her mood lift slightly. However, with Su Xiaowen offering no explanation, she still felt quite down. Xiao Yuran sniffled, silently taking the tray from Su Xiaowen's hands and burying herself in her meal without saying a word. Su Xiaowen, noticing her demeanor, felt no inclination to comfort her. After all, he had merely exchanged a few words with a girl and obtained her phone number. Why should she be so upset? Yet, he realized that she had cried several times today, and eventually, His heart softened as he decided to explain the earlier incident. Upon learning that Su Xiaowen had only been helping, Xiao Yuren's mood improved slightly. Nevertheless, the thought of him chatting so animatedly with another girl while seemingly forgetting her and saving that girl's number still pained her heart. Regardless of how much it hurt, Xiao Yuren still wished to be with Su Xiaowen, even if just for a moment longer. In this unfamiliar environment of university life, even though it was not far from home, she had no acquaintances around, which made her feel anxious. Only in Su Xiaowen's presence did she find solace. Sensing her emotions, Su Xiaowen did not leave immediately after lunch. Instead, he took the time to escort her to the girls' dormitory. As they walked, Su Xiaowen discreetly observed Xiao Yuren beside him. In his mind, he reflected on the 36 years he had liked her across lifetimes, though he often claimed to no longer have feelings for her. This sentiment was not so easily dismissed. Before parting, Su Xiaowen decided to remind her, "Yao Ran, we have known each other for quite a while now. Studying in a different city means we should help each other. If you had agreed to be my girlfriend earlier, I would take even better care of you." His voice was low and full of emotion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuren's eyes brimmed with tears once more, and this time, she could not hold back as the tears streamed down her cheeks. "Yet you continue to make me sad. I have hardly cried in my life. But you make me cry multiple times in a single day." Xiao Yuren cried heart-wrenchingly, seemingly releasing all her grievances from the journey, her longing for home, and the emotional turmoil caused by Su Xiaowen. Su Xiaowen was taken aback by her sudden outburst. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and embraced her, gently stroking her hair and back to soothe her distress. "I shouldn't make you sad. Please don't cry. Be good." However, Xiao Yuren was not placated, struggling a bit but unable to break free, ultimately surrendering to his embrace. Yet she huffed, "You're still chatting with other women and saving their numbers." Su Xiaowen could concede on many matters, but this was his bottom line. He did not want to argue with Xiao Yuren, so he casually promised, "Oi, I'll delete her number when I get back." "No, I want to see you delete it." Xiao Yuren clearly did not trust his words anymore. To appease her, Su Xiaowen reluctantly took out his phone and deleted the number in front of her. Watching him perform the action brought Xiao Yuren some relief. Once he finished, Su Xiaowen gently released her, taking a step back. He glanced down at her, noticing the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, and reached out to wipe them away. Xiao Yuren instinctively tried to evade him, but after a moment's hesitation, she decided to remain still, allowing Su Xiaowen's large hand to gently wipe her delicate skin. While drying her tears, he admonished, "You may act willfully in front of me, but when you're alone in the dormitory, you mustn't be so headstrong or petty. Don't easily offend others, understand?" Su Xiaowen's voice was soft, akin to a gentle spring breeze that captivated the heart. Xiao Yuren felt warmth enveloping her. She looked up into Su Xiaowen's eyes and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand. Xiao Su, I will listen to you. All right, you should go up now. I need to head to school for registration. Aren't you going to see me off?" Xiao Yuren seemed reluctant to part ways just yet. Su Xiaowen ruffled her hair and smiled. "You, a directionally challenged person. Would you even find your way back if I walked you out? Just go back and organize yourself and meet your university roommates." "Oh." Su Xiaowen watched as Xiao Yuren returned to the girls' dormitory, glancing back several times to see if he was still there. Su Xiaowen waved at the girl, a warm smile gracing his face. Once he could no longer see Xiao Yuren, the first thing he did was take out his phone and hurriedly re-enter the number he had just deleted. Fortunately, after his rebirth, his memory was remarkable. Had it been in his previous life, merely glancing at the number would not have sufficed for memorization. As for the promise made to Xiao Yuren, Su Xiaowen hardly regarded it with any seriousness. Chapter 22. The dormitory Jiangling Academy was merely a street away from Jiaodong University. Exiting through the south gate of Jiaodong University and crossing the road led directly to the northern gate of Jiangling Academy. While Jiaodong University exuded the grandeur of an esteemed institution, Jiangling Academy presented an entirely different atmosphere. The northern gate of Jiangling Academy lacked any sense of majesty, resembling the entrance of an ordinary establishment. Inside the campus, the landscape was dominated by concrete paths and buildings, with scant greenery. Su Xiaowen found himself pondering where to find a girl with long hair and a flowing dress, engrossed in an English book. Jiaodong University was decidedly more appealing. Its expansive campus was meticulously planned, with gardens and lawns akin to those found in parks, unlike Jiangling Academy, where even a beautiful patch of grass was a rarity. Similar to Jiaodong University, Jiangling Academy also had upperclassmen welcoming newcomers at the entrance. However, based on Su Xiuwen's past experiences, a considerable number of these upperclassmen were primarily there to sell cards. He recalled his first day at university when an enthusiastic senior had given him a tour of the campus, detailing its cultural history. He had been quite touched at the time. Had the senior not later directed him to where they sold phone cards, the experience might have been more favorable. Nonetheless, such exchanges were mutual. If one found the upperclassmen amiable and their words agreeable, acquiring a phone card was indeed reasonable, given that it would be useful throughout his 4 years in university. In this new life, Su Xiuwen saw no need for such a card, so when upperclassmen approached him, he waved them off with a dismissive gesture. Upon entering through the northern gate of Jiangling Academy, Su Xiuwen made his way directly to the square opposite the library, where the orientation for new students was organized. Each department was assigned a designated area with a retractable tent and a couple of tables to facilitate the registration of newcomers. Su Xiuwen located the software information major. The crowd was sparse, with only a handful of individuals in line. Besides the registration, the most crucial aspect was the payment of tuition fees. Unlike public universities, where tuition ranged from 3 to 4,000 yuan, the fees at their third-tier institution were shockingly high, exceeding 10,000 yuan, a considerable sum even years later, let alone in the early 2000s. Su Xiuwen noticed the parents ahead of him grimacing slightly as they handed over large sums of money. The steep tuition fees meant that few parents felt comfortable allowing their children to report to school alone, carrying only a modest suitcase without any extra bags. Su Xiuwen stood out, even appearing somewhat unconventional. When it was his turn, he proceeded with the registration methodically, ultimately retrieving more than 10,000 yuan from his pocket to hand over to the registration teacher. The teacher, a kindly man in his 50s, bore a gentle demeanor. Perhaps due to years of research in his youth, his hair had grayed slightly. Noticing that Su Xiuwen was alone and carrying such a substantial amount of money, the teacher could not help but inquire, "Did you come alone? Are your parents not accompanying you?" Su Xiuwen smiled and explained, "Sir, I live in the urban area of Langya City. It takes less than 2 hours to reach here, and it's quite safe. Moreover, my mother, like you, is a teacher. She teaches Chinese to high school seniors and is currently busy with classes." Upon hearing that Su Xiuwen's mother was a high school teacher, the older teacher offered no further comments, merely glancing at Su Xiuwen as if to remember him. After completing the registration and payment, the teacher arranged for a male student behind him to escort Su Xiuwen to the dormitory. In fact, the male and female dormitories at Jiangling Academy were relatively easy to locate, situated in distinct clusters, one for boys and another for girls. Guided by the senior, Su Xiuwen found the dormitory and then asked the senior to leave, assuring him he could manage on his own. He first registered his name and major at the security office on the first floor, received his keys, and the process mirrored that of Jiaodong University. He collected his bedding and kitchenware, all packaged in a sizable black bag, while the kitchen items were simply carried by hand. With the keys in hand, Su Xiuwen made his way towards the dormitory, the key adorned with a small white tag indicating room number 412. Upon arriving at the door of room 412, he found it closed, just as it had been when he escorted Xiaoyu into the girls' dormitory. Unlocking the door, he stepped inside to find it empty, although 3 beds had already been made. Notably, most male dormitories at Jiangling Academy housed 6 individuals per room, with only a few accommodating 4. Conversely, all female dormitories were designed for 4 occupants, each equipped with a private bathroom, while the boys were relegated to shared facilities on the same floor. Despite the 6-person arrangement, the dormitory was spacious, and with lofted beds and desks, it was quite acceptable. In earlier years, many schools featured bunk beds, which Su Xiuwen had always found unappealing. With 3 vacant beds remaining, left 1, the one closest to the door, right 1, and right 2, Su Xiuwen unhesitatingly opted for right 1. The left 1 bed was not a viable choice. Selecting it would mean bearing the responsibility of opening the door for visitors in the evenings. As the dormitory filled up throughout the afternoon, all the boys arrived, including the 3 who had initially left. Besides Su Xiuwen, all the other boys had their parents accompanying them for the registration. The first 3 boys, whose parents had stayed only until lunch, departed after helping them settle in, while the last 2 were assisted by their parents in arranging their bedding before bidding farewell. As is customary, it was time for introductions among the dormitory members. The occupant of left 3 was Wang Junzai, a native of northern Beijing. Upon entering, he ignored everyone and immediately sat down to smoke. Grumbling about the poor state of the dormitory, lamenting the absence of a private bathroom. Left 2 was occupied by Shi Xiangming, who referred to himself as Lao Shi. Hailing from a rural area in Gansu province. Despite his humble origins, he appeared quite ordinary, modest in stature, and not particularly striking in appearance. However, it was noteworthy that, despite his rural background, Lao Shi donned expensive clothing and casually pulled out a Nokia phone, last year's flagship model, which would have cost several thousand yuan even if purchased this year. The occupant of Left 1 was Yang Baishan, a local from Chengdu, dressed in sportswear and jeans, sporting a buzz cut. He introduced himself as someone who had played for his school's football team throughout middle and high school. He enjoyed smoking, drinking, and boasting, and he expressed a desire to explore the area that evening if anyone was going out for drinks. Chapter 23. The dormitory continued after introducing the left side of the room. It was time to present the right side. Right 3 was occupied by Lu Zhihao, a quintessential northerner, tall, slightly tanned, with an elongated face. His family hailed from Liaoning province. Lu introduced himself somewhat shyly, which was atypical for a northern lad. Right 2. The last to arrive was Jin Haonan, an authentic northerner of Korean descent from Yinbian, his Chinese name being Jin Haonan. He was sincere and caring, being the eldest among them, and eventually gaining the approval of the others to become the dormitory leader for the next 4 years. Jin Haonan himself stated that he would take charge of minor tasks around the dormitory, such as cleaning the balcony. Su Xiuwen, having been granted a second chance at life, holds a rather indifferent attitude towards roommate relationships, showing little interest in fostering bonds as he did in his previous existence. However, he does not harbor intentions to create discord. Instead, he chooses to navigate his interactions subtly, participating when necessary while refraining from voicing opinions or judgments. Thus, the lives of 6 men from disparate corners of the world converge as Su Xiuwen embarks on his university journey. Wang Jun, hailing from Beijing, brought along a desktop computer. For an entire afternoon, aside from brief introductions, the room was filled with the sounds of gaming as he and his roommate Shi Xiangming occupied themselves with their screens. Su Xiuwen's other roommate, the buzzcut Yang Baishan, also indulges in smoking, yet he displays a modicum of consideration by stepping out to the corridor or restroom to smoke. Unlike Wang Jun, who treats their shared space as his personal domain. On this first day in the dormitory, Su Xiuwen, like his peers, refrains from confronting Wang Jun directly. It is not fear, but rather a desire to avoid being the villain in the narrative. Thus, during an outing for dinner, Su discreetly confides in the dorm leader, Jin Haonan, about the dangers of smoking in their living space, emphasizing the need for him to uphold his responsibilities as the dormitory captain, especially as a fellow northerner who deserves some respect. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Jin's sense of duty surged, leading him to address Wang Jun that very evening. Though the details of their conversation remain unclear, it is evident that Wang Jun has since refrained from smoking in front of the others. As the afternoon wore on, the lack of familiarity among the roommates led them to engage in their individual pursuits. Yang Baishan, restless by nature, left the dorm early without revealing his destination but returned by late afternoon. Around 5 o'clock, Jin Haonan proposed that they all dine together, marking an opportunity for formal introductions. With no objections, they tidied up and departed the dorm at 6. September in Jinling was still sweltering, even as night fell. Exiting their dormitory, they traversed a couple of male residence halls before catching sight of the female dormitory. Just then, several female students in skirts approached, appearing not to be freshmen. As they bore traces of makeup, Lu Ji, upon seeing them, exclaimed how wonderful university life was, with beauties everywhere. Yang Baishan concurred, his gaze fixated on the girls. Jin Haonan, however, did not indulge in such distractions, perhaps to maintain his image as dorm leader, while Wang Jun cast a dismissive glance at the girls, remarking on their lack of appeal compared to the beauties one finds in Beijing. Lu Ji, feeling slighted by Wang Jun's words, could not help but retort, questioning why someone from such a prestigious place as Beijing would choose to study here. Wang Jun, catching the subtle mockery, replied with a sigh, explaining that he had no choice but to accompany his girlfriend, who insisted on attending this university. This revelation silenced Lu Ji, who had been poised to respond. Yang Baishan, however, was quick to express his excitement, inquiring about Wang Jun's girlfriend. During their earlier introductions, they had shared their ages, with Jin Haonan being the eldest, followed by Wang Jun, Lu Ji, Shi Xiangming, Yang Baishan, and the youngest, Su Xiuwen. The notion of having a girlfriend did not seem extraordinary. But Wang Jun boasted about his girlfriend's beauty, claiming she was a campus beauty even in Beijing. Shi Xiangming, who had remained quiet until now, interjected, asserting that if anyone deserved the title of campus beauty, it was his fiancée Yi. The revelation stunned the others. A fiancée Yi at such a young age? Sensing the attention, Shi Xiangming felt a swell of pride, thinking of how envious his roommates would be once they met her. He explained that in his rural upbringing, marriages were arranged early, and his childhood sweetheart was promised to him by their parents, set to marry after graduation. Impressed, his roommates applauded him, but Wang Jun, feeling overshadowed, retorted that even if she were his fiancée Yi, it did not guarantee her beauty and cautioned against assuming rural girls would match urban standards. This veiled insult about Shi Xiangming's background did not seem to faze him. He simply smiled, inviting them to meet her, emphasizing her beauty as unparalleled in their region. Wow, she must be stunning. We must meet her. Yang Baishan chimed in, while Lu Ji gazed at Shi Xiangming with envy. Wang Jun, still displeased, reiterated that his girlfriend was a top student at a prestigious university, excelling in both looks and academics. Jin Haonan, sensing the conversation might escalate into an argument, interjected, urging them to refrain from comparisons, as others in the room were still single and might feel left out. As Jin Haonan diffused the tension, Lu Ji noticed Su Xiuwen's silence and inquired if he had a girlfriend. Su Xiuwen shook his head. His relationship with Xiao Yuran did not qualify as one. Lu Ji, relieved to learn that such a handsome figure as Su Xiuwen was also single, felt a sense of balance restored. The others, astonished by Su Xiuwen's lack of a girlfriend, exchanged incredulous glances. For while they had just met and were still unfamiliar with each other as personalities, Su Xiuwen's striking appearance was undeniable. He was tall and handsome, and it was hard to believe he had not attracted any romantic interest. In truth, Su Xiuwen's past self had been devoid of a girlfriend during his freshman year, consumed by studies and neglecting personal appearance, resulting in a less than appealing demeanor. However, this time around, Su Xiuwen took great care in his appearance, donning fashionable attire and grooming himself before the semester began, presenting a striking figure that would surely captivate female attention. Wang Jun, having noted Su Xiuwen's allure from the moment they met, felt a sense of superiority when hearing that Su was single. He proposed that once his girlfriend became acquainted with her dorm mates, he would arrange an event to help them find partners. Really, Wang? You're a true brother, exclaimed Yang Baishan, while Lu Ji, intrigued by the prospect of a gathering, inquired further. Shi Xiangming quickly pointed out that given Wang Jun's girlfriend's esteemed university status, it was unlikely they would find interest in students from their school, suggesting instead a more reliable connection with his fiancée's dorm mates. Yang Baishan and Lu Ji, contemplating this, gravitated back towards Shi Xiangming, considering the practicality of his suggestion. Observing the freshman's excitement over girls, Su Xiuwen couldn't help but shake his head. He harbored no interest in such matters. His sole focus was accruing wealth, confident that affluence would attract women. As for the campus belles they spoke of, he considered them a preoccupation of juveniles, while seasoned veterans appreciated form above all else. The thought of Cheng Lu's curvaceous figure ignited a fervent passion within him. Soon, the six lads arrived at the snack street outside the university's north gate. Nestled between Jiaodong University and Jiangling College, the street teemed with students from both institutions. However, due to the considerable distance between Jiaodong University's dormitories and the North Gate, it was primarily frequented by Jiangling College students. Su Xiuwen, having visited the area in his previous life, possessed a rudimentary familiarity with the local eateries. He discreetly recommended a restaurant to Jin Haonan. Upon entering, the group promptly delegated the task of ordering to Jin Haonan, who conscientiously solicited everyone's input. This entailed each person selecting a dish, ensuring that even if one disliked another's choice, they would at least have their own selection to savor. Following the menu selection, Yang Baishan and Lu Jihao, through their cajoling, managed to order an ample amount of alcohol. Jin Haonan and Lu Jihao, being northerners, opted for 2 bottles of Red Star Erguo. Yang Baishan, hailing from Qingdu, Sichuan province, clamored for Jiananshan, but the establishment lacked it. Ultimately, the group settled for 5 or 6 bottles of Red Star Erguo. Among the 6 roommates, Yang Baishan exhibited the greatest enthusiasm for alcohol, affirming his avowed fondness for it. Indeed, alcohol proved to be an effective catalyst for fostering camaraderie. Shi Xiangming and Wang Junkai, initially not particularly close and even experiencing minor friction due to their earlier dispute, embraced each other, and exchanged fraternal endearments after a few drinks. Wang Jukai repeatedly addressed Shi Xiangming as old Shi, while the latter reciprocated with brother Wang. Their apparent intimacy would lead an uninformed observer to believe they were blood relatives. Yet, few would suspect that one hailed from old Beijing, while the other originated from the remote mountains of Guangxi. Had it not been for the university uniting them, their paths would likely never have crossed. Such is the enchanting nature of the university environment. Individuals from all corners of the nation converge upon the institution for the sake of education, encountering people from diverse backgrounds and witnessing their distinct personalities and customs. Observant individuals may even discern regional character traits. As evidenced by the evening's repast, the Northerners exhibited a remarkable capacity for alcohol consumption. Wang Jukai, despite being considered a moderate drinker among Northerners, managed to hold his own against Yang Baishan, the alcohol-loving Chengdu native. Shi Xiangming was the first to succumb to intoxication. Su Xiuwen, possessing a considerable alcohol tolerance, seemingly enhanced in this life, abstained from initiating or encouraging drinking. Consequently, by the end, only Jin Haonan and he remained sober. While the other four lay prostrate on the table, some snoring soundly and others uttering inebriated pronouncements, creating a lively scene. Ultimately, Su Xiuwen and Jin Haonan each took responsibility for 2 roommates, exerting considerable effort to assist and carry the 4 intoxicated individuals back to their dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Xiuwen noticed 2 text messages on his phone, one from Xiao Yuran and the other from his mother, Ning Wanxiu. Xiao Yuran's message read, Su Xiuwen, let's have dinner together tonight. Why aren't you responding? What are you doing? If you continue to ignore me, I won't talk to you anymore. Su Xiuwen, you promised you wouldn't ignore me. Why are you ignoring me again? Xiao Yuran had sent a series of messages. His mother, Ning Wanxiu, was more concise. Just got off work. You arrived at school today. How do you feel? Su Xiuwen decided to set Xiao Yuran aside for the moment. Reflecting on the day's events, he replied to his mother, the school is a bit small and run down, not comparable to Xiao Yuran's Jiaodong University. But my roommates seem all right. I'll see how things go. After texting his mother, Su Xiuwen leisurely responded to Xiao Yuran. I was having dinner with my roommates. Is there something you need? Ning Wanxiu did not reply, but Xiao Yuran responded almost immediately. Oh, I thought you were ignoring me. Su Xiuwen, not particularly inclined to engage with Xiao Yuran, replied, I'm going to take a shower. Su Xiuwen recalled that I'm going to take a shower was a common phrase used by girls, often followed by a 2-hour or longer bathing session. He never imagined he would use such a tactic to placate Xiao Yuran. At that moment, Ning Wanxiu's text message arrived. I told you to repeat a year, but you refused. You chose the school yourself, so its quality is your own responsibility. It was evident that Ning Wanxiu harbored some resentment over his decision not to repeat a year. However, the message concluded with a reminder, don't offend anyone in college. Maintain good relationships with your classmates, and take care of yourself. Putting down his phone, Su Xiuwen noticed Jin Haonan staring at him. Seeing him looking at his phone, Su Xiuwen smiled and said, Brother Hao, what's your number? I'll save it. Jin Haonan possessed a phone, albeit not a high-end one. After exchanging phone numbers, Su Xiuwen got up to go wash up. Meanwhile, in Jiaodong University's 301 dormitory, Xiao Yuran, seeing Su Xiuwen's message about taking a shower, considered replying. Then I'll wait for you. However, deeming it too forward, she refrained and simply sent, oh. She then clutched her phone, unsure of what to do. There was something she had not told Su Xiuwen. The girl Su Xiuwen had helped that day was actually one of her roommates, Song Siyu. Xiao Yuran silently repeated the girl's name. She had learned during introductions that afternoon that the other girl was from Beijing, a girl from a big city, and was in the same marketing major as herself. There was another girl in the dormitory who, even with Xiao Yuran's confidence in her own looks, was undeniably beautiful. Her name was Shi, and she was from the mountains of Guangxi. Xiao Yuran had never been to Guangxi, and her impression of the place was that it was mountainous, watery, and poor. She had not expected such a place to produce a girl as beautiful as Shi, which suggested that it was a place of natural beauty. Compared to Song Siyu, Xiao Yuran clearly preferred Shi, as she could sense the other girl's simplicity and kindness. Xiao Yuran's 301 dormitory was a 4-person room, but only 3 people had arrived so far. She did not know if the 4th person had not reported or if the school had only assigned 3 of them. But whether there was another girl or not was no longer important. The 3 of them, Xiao Yuran, Song Siyu, and Shi, were all campus belle-level beauties. It was only the beginning of the semester, and the new and old students had not yet noticed. Over time, the dormitory would become famous at Jiaodong University. It would most likely be dubbed the Campus Belle Dormitory. That was Xiao Yuren's first reaction upon learning that her two roommates were both beauties. She thought to herself that she must never let Su Xiaowen come to her dormitory. Regarding this matter, Xiao Yuran was very grateful. Fortunately, the two girls were not in the dormitory when she came at noon. Moreover, Xiao Yuran had decided that she would only introduce Shir to Su Xiaowen. As for Song Siyu, absolutely not. As the night deepened, Xiao Yuran lay in bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She was actually waiting for a text message from Su Xiaowen, but she did not know why he had been taking a shower for so long and had not replied to her. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuran did not feel sleepy. Well, she actually missed home a little and was also a little uncomfortable in the unfamiliar bed, so she could not sleep at all. So she quietly shifted her attention to the other two girls in the 301 dormitory. And Shir had fallen asleep early. Song Siyu, who was diagonally across from her, was still awake. She was holding her phone, looking at something, and a faint glow emanated from the screen. The girl was also chuckling softly from time to time. Xiao Yuran was curious about what she was looking at, and could not help but ask softly, Song Siyu, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing Xiao Yuran's inquiry, Song Siyu was taken aback. It was not the fact that the other party was still awake that surprised her, but rather the unexpected willingness to engage in conversation. After their encounter in the dormitory earlier that day, Xiao Yuran had shown her a cold demeanor. Initially, Song Siyu was perplexed by this behavior, but soon recalled the incident that had transpired downstairs. This realization left her astounded. Although she was still unclear about the nature of the relationship between that boy and Xiao Yuran, even if he were her boyfriend, was it necessary for her to give Song Siyu the cold shoulder for merely exchanging a few words with him? Song Siyu acknowledged that the boy was indeed quite charming and interesting, yet she was not infatuated to the extent of developing feelings for someone she had just met, especially since she was officially in a relationship. She believed Xiao Yuran's behavior was unreasonable and excessively domineering. Unlike her, Song Siyu had never been one to meddle in her boyfriend's affairs, nor did she concern herself with whom he conversed. Mature young women should understand the importance of giving boys space, rather than constantly monitoring them out of fear they might grow too close to other girls. As a proud student of Beijing University, her upbringing as an exemplary student had ingrained a sense of pride deep within her. If Xiao Yuran had treated her normally and not with disdain, she would not have looked down upon her. However, since Xiao Yuran chose to ignore her, Song Siyu was equally disinclined to approach her with warmth. Alas, those from Beijing University are known for their sensitivity, particularly when faced with indifference. Nevertheless, when Xiao Yuran initiated conversation, Song Siyu was not childish enough to deliberately ignore her, given that they would be living together for the next 4 years. She replied, yes, I'm chatting with someone else. Upon hearing that, Xiao Yuran inexplicably thought of Su Xiaowen and immediately felt a pang of anxiety. With whom? She asked nervously. Is it Su Xiaowen? Song Siyu, placing her phone screen against the blanket, responded, yes, how did you know? I am indeed chatting with Su Xiaowen. Regret washed over Xiao Yuran the moment the words left her mouth. Earlier that day, she had distinctly witnessed Su Xiaowen deleting Song Siyu's contact information. How could she still be conversing with him? Was she being overly sensitive? Xiao Yuran was perplexed by her own feelings, as she had never been this way before. Why had she recently become increasingly aware of Su Xiaowen? Why did her heart feel heavy whenever she saw him getting too close to another girl? As these thoughts flickered through her mind, she quickly apologized to Song Siyu. I'm sorry, I might have been too sensitive. She chose to interpret Song Siyu's words as a manifestation of anger. After all, if other girls suspected that she was chatting with their boyfriends, she would likely feel upset as well. Song Siyu was taken aback by Xiao Yuran's sudden display of generosity. Instead of harboring anger, she was apologizing. This was unfamiliar territory for Song Siyu. Unsure of how to respond, she finally sighed and said, well, actually I'm chatting with my boyfriend. He is also from Beijing University. My high school classmate, studying next door. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuran, fully aware that Song Siyu was likely deceiving her, felt a sense of relief. With a smile, she asked, is your boyfriend also a student at Jiangling Academy? Surprised by how readily Xiao Yuran accepted her words, Song Siyu thought to herself, you don't believe me when I tell the truth, yet you trust my lie. Unsure whether to commend her simplicity or call her foolish, she considered the earlier message that had indeed come from Su Xiaowen. After a moment's reflection, she replied, yes, my boyfriend is also a freshman at Jiangling Academy. By the way, why did you say also? Is your boyfriend a freshman at Jiangling Academy too? Let me guess, is it the same Su Xiaowen who accompanied you today? Song Siyu had already deduced that Xiao Yuren's boyfriend could only be Su Xiaowen. She had merely exchanged a few words with him, yet it nearly triggered Xiao Yuren's wrath. Could such a reaction be expected from an ordinary classmate? Upon hearing Song Siyu's words, Xiao Yuren's cheeks flushed. Although she knew the other party could not discern her expression, she felt a rush of shyness. Why would Song Siyu think that Su Xiaowen was her boyfriend? Did they truly make a good match? Struggling with her embarrassment and questions, she shook her head and explained, "No, Xiao Su and I are just ordinary classmates." Yet, she added, "However, we have known each other since birth. He confessed to me before, but I did not accept." Xiao Yuran herself was unsure why she felt compelled to add that last statement, as if to assert her claim. Suddenly, Song Siyu's interest piqued. "Really? He confessed to you? Why didn't you accept? Don't you like him? I think he is quite impressive, handsome, humorous, and knowledgeable. Though his grades might not be the best, but that doesn't matter." Xiao Yuran hesitated, unsure of how to respond. However, hearing Song Siyu praise Xiao Su, she felt a surge of joy, as if the praise were directed at her. Her smile was radiant. After a moment's contemplation, she finally said, "I can't just agree to him the moment he confesses. I need to test him a bit, see how he performs. If he does well." Song Siyu interjected, "If he performs well, you'll agree to be his girlfriend, right?" Xiao Yuran immediately denied, "No way. I would easily agree to him." Though she spoke confidently, Xiao Yuran's mind wandered to whether Xiao Su would confess to her again. When would his next confession be? Would she agree immediately then? Song Siyu suddenly remarked, "A girl as beautiful as you. If I were a boy, I would definitely make an effort to win you over as soon as possible." Xiao Yuran's face flushed, and she quickly replied, "Siyu, you are also very beautiful. In my life, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." Clearly, Song Siyu was not easily swayed by such compliments. She countered, "Is that so? Then tell me, who is prettier, me or Enshurshur?" Xiao Yuran found herself at a loss. If she said Song Siyu was prettier, she would feel disloyal to Enshurshur. If she claimed Enshurshur was prettier, it would also feel inappropriate. Most importantly, in Xiao Yuran's eyes, both girls were equally stunning. Not particularly adept at lying. Even in a kind manner, she struggled. Song Siyu seemed to sense her dilemma and sighed in disappointment. "Ah, I thought you were serious. Turns out you were just teasing me. It seems I really don't look as good as Enshurshur." Xiao Yuran quickly shook her head, denying, "No, Siyu, that's not what I meant. Haha, I was just joking. I'm not concerned with such superficial matters." "Oh." Xiao Yuran was at a loss for words. "All right, it's getting late. You should get some sleep." Yuran. As Song Siyu picked up her phone, she noticed another text message had arrived and casually said to Xiao Yuran, "Okay, Siyu, you should also get some rest." Unbeknownst to Xiao Yuran, Song Siyu had her own thoughts. After bidding goodnight, she closed her eyes. Once Xiao Yuran fell silent, Song Siyu opened the message to find, as expected, another text from Su Xiaowen. The content read, "Song De Mei has a boyfriend now. Oh, how sad. If only I had met you sooner." This message made more sense when viewed in the context of the previous one. Not long ago, Song Siyu had received a mysterious text asking, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't know. I'm bored." Song Siyu was curious about the sender's intentions. She was aware of the typical behavior of such individuals. If you show interest, they will keep you guessing, but if you appear indifferent, they will promptly reveal themselves. True to form, she soon received a reply. "I am Su Xiaowen. By the way, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest this late." That was a rather redundant question, if she was disturbed. It had already happened, and if not, asking was pointless. Upon learning the name of the individual, Song Siyu immediately recalled the young man she had encountered earlier in front of the girls' dormitory. Reflecting on his appearance, she felt that engaging in a brief conversation with him would pose no harm, especially since she had nothing else to occupy her time in bed. Thus, she replied, "I was just about to sleep. How about you?" "Ah, I just returned to the dormitory. I will have to wait a while longer before I can sleep. I'm utterly exhausted tonight." Returning to the dormitory so late? Were you perhaps meeting some girl? The one who was behind you today? In sending this message, Song Siyu was fully aware that Xiao Yuran was right across from her, yet she posed the question nonetheless, driven by curiosity about how he would respond. The reply took her by surprise. Not only did he refrain from answering her question, but he also countered with, "Do you know Wang Junzai? He got drunk tonight." Upon seeing the name Wang Junzai, Song Siyu was momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom how he was acquainted with him. However, the subsequent message dispelled her confusion. "No need to wonder how I know Wang Junzai. We are roommates. We had dinner together tonight, and he mentioned having a girlfriend from Jiaoda. It was said that the girl was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a visage that could make fish and birds weep, eclipsing even the beauty of renowned figures from history. She was described as having a slender waist and long legs, excelling in figure skating, gliding gracefully across the ice like a delicate butterfly. I do not know his girlfriend, but with such looks and long legs, the only person that comes to mind is you. So I had to ask, is this girl you? In sending this message, Su Xiaowen had no ulterior motive. He merely recalled how a host had once lavished similar praise upon a figure skating athlete, leaving the girl quite flustered. While he was uncertain whether Song Siyu could skate, he believed that many girls from the north, particularly those from Jiaoda, possessed such skills. He vividly remembered Song Siyu's long legs from earlier that day, thinking it a shame if they were not put to use on the ice. Regardless, he felt no remorse for any potential missteps. Thus, he sent the message after making slight modifications. Upon reading this text, Song Siyu's fair complexion flushed crimson. It is worth noting that it was no small feat to elicit such a reaction from her. A girl from Jiao to Su Xiaowen was indeed fortunate. Not only could Song Siyu skate, but her skills were quite impressive. Upon learning that Wang Junzai was Su Xiaowen's roommate, it was understandable how he discovered her relationship with him, as Wang Junzai had a penchant for boasting about himself. As for her skating abilities, it was likely Wang Junzai who had informed Su Xiaowen. However, the eloquence in Su Xiaowen's message was something Wang Junzai could scarcely muster. He typically only remarked on beauty with simple phrases like "so pretty." Thus, upon reading the message, Song Siyu realized it was Su Xiaowen who was complimenting her. Chapter 27. Eavesdropping. Despite having been praised throughout her life, this level of admiration was unprecedented for Song Siyu. Consequently, the typically composed girl from Jiaoda found herself blushing on her first night at university in Jinling. Fortunately, the sender could not see her face, otherwise, she would have been unable to continue the conversation. However, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Xiao Yuran unexpectedly struck up a conversation with her, allowing Song Siyu to momentarily set aside her phone and engage with her friend. This distraction from Xiao Yuran helped to calm her racing heart. Glancing down at her phone screen, she hastily typed out a few pinyin characters. "Wang Junzai's girlfriend is me. But I am not acquainted with the girl you mentioned." "Oh, is that so? I may have mistaken you for someone else," came the immediate response from Su Xiaowen. "Song Damave has a boyfriend now. Oh, how disheartening. How wonderful it would have been to know her sooner." He followed up with another message. Upon reading this, Song Siyu was bewildered by his intentions. Was he jesting or teasing her? Had it been any other boy, she would have dismissed such ambiguous content outright. Yet, with Su Xiaowen, she felt an irresistible curiosity, a desire to uncover every detail. Thus, she impulsively replied, "Who do you think is more attractive? Me or the girl who was behind you this afternoon?" After sending the text, her heart raced. She was unsure why she had posed such a question, given that they had only met once. Yet, she was eager to know his answer. Time passed, and she waited, but no further messages arrived. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into sleep. In the boys' dormitory room 412 at Jiaogaling Academy, Su Xiaowen read Song Siyu's message. Although he was uncertain why she had suddenly inquired, he astutely decided not to respond. If she were to message him the following day, he could simply claim he had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. As for his reluctance to reply, well, upon hearing Wang Junzai mention his beautiful girlfriend was a freshman at Jiaoda, Su Xiaowen had immediately thought of Song Siyu, whom he had encountered earlier. Yet, he dared not assume, so he had merely tested the waters. To his delight, it turned out that Song Siyu was indeed the girl Wang Junzai had described as the campus beauty. As for the rest of his message, that was merely spontaneous embellishment, best left unaddressed. Upon discovering that Song Siyu had a boyfriend, Su Xiaowen's interest waned significantly. Setting his phone aside, he glanced at the time, deciding to take a shower. Suddenly remembering he had yet to purchase various necessities, he noticed his dorm room door was ajar and stepped out to visit the nearest convenience store for essential supplies. The small shop was conveniently located between the boys' and girls' dormitories, making it easy for both genders to access. Despite the hour being 9 o'clock, the store was bustling with students, many of whom, like Su Xiaowen, had arrived without any supplies. The shelves were nearly stripped of towels and toothbrushes, and soap and shampoo were also in short supply. In addition to these items, Su Xiaowen intended to purchase slippers, a thermos, and other essentials. Having earned a decent income from his writing, he did not mind spending a bit more and opted for the pricier options. Though the most expensive items were not necessarily the best, they were certainly not the worst. Given the late hour, he was in no mood to browse leisurely. Furthermore, it was impractical to expect high-end products from a shop catering specifically to students. Affordability was the primary concern for most. The small store was of moderate size, approximately a quarter of a basketball court, stocked with 6 or 7 shelves. Most of the items Su Xiaowen sought were located on the second to last shelf. He purchased a new basin and filled it with the smaller items he had selected. Contemplating what else he might need, since he was already there, he decided to buy everything at once to avoid a second trip. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between two girls situated at the back of the store, one of whom pointed to a pink bag in the other's hand and inquired, "What is this?" With a distinct Chongqing accent, the question might have been lost on many, but Su Xiaowen was not among them. The other girl understood and, looking astonished, replied, "This is a sanitary napkin, Wei Wei. You don't even recognize this?" The girl named Wei Wei possessed a melodious voice, yet she seemed self-conscious, her voice barely audible, requiring attentive listening. The other girl's voice struck Su Xiaowen as familiar, as if he had heard it countless times before. The girl said, "Wei Wei, a sanitary napkin is for preventing leakage. Don't you know what it is?" Seeing that the other girl still appeared puzzled, the girl finally believed that she genuinely didn't recognize the item. The girl was taken aback, but instead of showing disdain, she leaned in and whispered an explanation of its purpose. Upon hearing the explanation, Wei Wei's face flushed crimson. "What did you use before?" Wei Wei, her face still flushed, glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before quietly uttering, "Menstrual cloth." "What is menstrual cloth?" "Menstrual cloth can be placed there during a girl's period. It's useful and doesn't cost any money. Sister Minyao, I can make one for you if you need it." Wei Wei spoke naturally, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. However, the girl beside her realized that Wei Wei had been using this method to manage her periods. She felt as if she had traveled back to ancient times. People still use that kind of thing. She shuddered and waved her hand, saying, "No, thank you, Wei Wei. I'll use this." "Okay." Wei Wei never forced others. Hearing her refusal, she let it go. At that moment, the girl grabbed another pack of sanitary napkins and said to Wei Wei, "Wei Wei, times have changed. Girls should take care of themselves. This is a necessity and more hygienic. You should try using sanitary napkins." Wei Wei repeatedly waved her hand, refusing softly, "No, I don't need it. I have menstrual cloth." The girl's voice grew softer, almost inaudible to Su Xiaowen's eavesdropping. The girl beside her immediately shook her head and said, "Wei Wei, you should listen to me on this. You're a college student now. I'm not asking you to immediately integrate into college life, but you should at least change this. Are you planning to use that cloth for the rest of your life? It's not expensive, and you only need it for a few days a month. Listen to me and try a sanitary napkin." "Okay." Wei Wei wasn't the type of girl who could easily refuse others. Hearing her roommate's firm tone, she didn't insist further. She thought to herself, "I'll just buy a pack and do more part-time jobs." Su Xiaowen found the two girls' conversation baffling. He couldn't believe that in 2005, there were still people who didn't use sanitary napkins and used menstrual cloth instead. This girl must have come from the mountains, otherwise she wouldn't be so backward. He grew curious about what this girl looked like and quietly tiptoed. Fortunately, the shelves in the small store weren't very tall, and Su Xiaowen could see the people on the other side by slightly raising his heels. The sight that greeted him shocked him. Chapter 28. Shen Minyao. Su Xiaowen immediately retreated. Hearing the two girls approaching, he quickly put down the items he was holding and turned to leave. He ran out of the store and hid in the shadows, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He stood in the darkness, watching the entrance of the store. Soon, he saw the two girls emerge. One of the girls was dressed plainly and kept her head down, making it difficult to see her face. The other girl was not only dressed provocatively, but also sported voluminous waves. At this time, college girls rarely permed their hair, let alone styled it in such waves. However, this wasn't the reason for Su Xiaowen's shock. The real reason was the girl's identity. Shen Minyao, Su Xiaowen's second wife in his previous life, and the name of the girl before him. However, Su Xiaowen wasn't entirely certain. When he met Shen Minyao in his previous life, she was nearly 30, with a neat bob and well-fitting attire, a gentle and refined career woman. But this girl? The girl before him wore heavy makeup, voluminous waves, and a camisole top that revealed her midriff, an outfit considered quite daring, especially in 2005. The image was drastically different. Su Xiaowen couldn't immediately determine if they were the same person. Perhaps she was Shen Minyao's twin sister? But he quickly dismissed the idea. He had been married to Shen Minyao for over 5 years and knew that she had an older sister, but no twin sister. Therefore, the girl before him was undoubtedly his second wife, Shin Minyao, from his previous life. After the initial shock and confusion, Su Xiaowen found it amusing. He never expected Shin Minyao to have such a rebellious and regrettable past during her college years. He was happy to see his wife again after his rebirth, but he hesitated about whether to approach her. There were two reasons why Su Xiaowen married Shin Minyao in his previous life. First, he had just gone through a failed marriage and longed for a new beginning. Second, Shin Minyao had resigned and moved to Jinling for him, which touched him deeply. He admitted that he had grown to admire and appreciate his wife over their years of marriage, but he couldn't say he truly loved her. He didn't know if other married men yearned for their first love or ex-girlfriends, but he still harbored feelings for Cheng Lu. However, Su Xiaowen, despite his flaws, had never been unfaithful and had always fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband. Their marriage, except for the lack of financial success, was generally happy. Su Xiaowen's hesitation stemmed from the fact that Shin Minyao had sacrificed almost everything, only to face an unhappy ending. In the 5th year of their marriage, Su Xiaowen experienced a period of unemployment. Shin Minyao bore too much pressure during that time, becoming physically and mentally exhausted, and eventually passed away from an illness. After his wife's death in his previous life, Su Xiaowen had often thought that he wouldn't have been with Shin Minyao if he could do it again. Su Xiaowen had seriously considered this after his rebirth. He felt more responsibility and obligation towards Shin Minyao than love. If Shin Minyao couldn't live without him, Su Xiaowen would continue his previous responsibilities and obligations, ensuring she lived a better life this time. However, that wasn't the case. In his previous life, Shin Minyao had entered a large customs agency after graduation, with easy work and good pay. She was also exceptionally beautiful and had a gentle personality. With her qualifications, she could easily find a local man who truly loved her and had a good family background. Even without him, Shin Minyao could still live a happy life. And he could pursue his first love, fulfilling the regrets of his previous life. It was a win-win situation. Su Xiaowen carefully considered it for a long time and finally decided to let go. He would let his marriage with Shin Minyao from his previous life fade away. This was also why Su Xiaowen hid as soon as he saw Shin Minyao. Seeing Shin Minyao again, he found it amusing. In his previous life, Su Xiaowen had first met Shin Minyao as a mature and sensible career woman, but now she was so lively, adorable, and individualistic. In Su Xiaowen's eyes, her revealing clothes weren't that revealing, only uncommon in 2005, and considered conservative even a decade later. Combined with the voluminous waves, which were rare in schools in 2005, he found her quite unique and charming. There was something he found interesting. In his previous life, Su Xiaowen knew that Shin Minyao was from Dalian and attended university in Jinling. But whenever they were intimate and he asked her which school she went to, she would always pretend to be silly and refuse to say. When he pressed her, she would simply pull him into another passionate encounter, silencing him with her captivating body. Su Xiaowen would cry out that he couldn't handle it, and naturally, he wouldn't have the energy to pursue the matter of her university. He never expected Shin Minyao to be a student at Jiangling College, and even in the same year as him. He didn't know if it was good luck or bad luck. Having resolved to eschew any further entanglement with Shin Minyao, Su Xiaowen felt a twinge of apprehension upon discovering their shared alma mater. However, he swiftly reasoned that their acquaintance in the previous timeline occurred when they were nearing 30. Whereas in this life, they were complete strangers. Even if their paths were to cross on campus, Shin Minyao, oblivious to their past connection, would merely perceive him as an ordinary classmate. As long as he remained reticent, there was no cause for concern. With this realization, Su Xiaowen returned to the shop, procured the selected items, and made his way back to the dormitory. Throughout the journey, he marveled at the whimsical nature of fate. Despite his determination to forget Shin Minyao and refrain from disturbing her, their unexpected encounter had transpired. Upon reaching his room, Shin Minyao continued to occupy his thoughts. She undoubtedly possessed the qualities of an exemplary wife. Yet, Su Xiaowen had resolved to leave her undisturbed. Nevertheless, the thought of his wife's virtues and the unknown man who would claim her hand in this life evoked a sense of melancholy and an indefinable ache. Ultimately, he succumbed to insomnia. Chapter 29, Shin Minyao, Die, Scumbag. Su Xiaowen finally drifted off to sleep in the wee hours of the morning. In his dream, he found himself in a relationship with Cheng Lu, but he couldn't resist getting involved with Shin Minyao. Initially, he reveled in the blissful duplicity of having one girlfriend at Jiaodong University and another at Jiangling College, a happiness beyond description. However, the situation soon took a turn for the worse. In the dream, Shin Minyao discovered Cheng Lu's existence. Su Xiaowen knew Shin Minyao well. She was fiercely independent and would never be a mistress, and she loathed girls who were. Upon learning that she had become the other woman, Shin Minyao was filled with rage and resentment. Finally, on a rainy night, in a hotel room near the school, Shin Minyao and Su Xiaowen had just finished making love when Shin Minyao suddenly pulled a cleaver from under the pillow and stabbed Su Xiaowen, shouting, "Die, scumbag!" Su Xiaowen was jolted awake. He couldn't determine whether the dream was a premonition or a warning to stay away from Shin Minyao. Fortunately, he had already decided not to approach Shin Minyao. When Su Xiaowen awoke, it was already 9 a.m. The other 5 members of the dorm were still asleep. Thinking about what had happened in his dream, Su Xiaowen was still scared, and he touched his back, which was already wet with sweat. It was clear that Shin Minyao stabbing him in the dream had left a deep impression on him. At that moment, Su Xiaowen noticed that he had received text messages on his phone, one from Xiao Yuran and the other from Song Siyu. Song Siyu asked him why he hadn't replied to her messages and said that she had waited for him until she fell asleep last night. After confirming that Song Siyu was Wang Juansai's girlfriend, Su Xiaowen lost interest in her. He had intended to ignore the message, but after thinking about it, he decided to reply. "I was too tired and fell asleep. I just woke up and am going to take a shower. Talk to you later." After replying, Su Xiaowen looked at Xiao Yuran's message. Xiao Yuran's message read, "Xiao Su, can you have lunch with me today? You treated me yesterday, so I'll treat you today." Su Xiaowen was speechless when he saw the content of the message. He thought that if text messages could have emoticons, Xiao Yuran would have added a grinning face with big white teeth at the end of the message. Xiao Yuran didn't even ask him why he hadn't replied to her message after he said he was going to take a shower last night. In the past, Xiao Yuran's personality would have definitely asked him, but this time, she didn't mention it. Did she forget? Or was she afraid to ask? Su Xiaowen didn't care about Xiao Yuran's real thoughts. At the same time, he felt that Xiao Yuran was a little humble. The old Xiao Yuran was definitely not like this. She was aloof, proud, and willful, but she was never humble. And now, to put it bluntly, she gave Su Xiaowen the feeling of a simp, although he was the one being simped for. To be honest, being simped for was quite enjoyable. It also explained why girls like to have simps. Su Xiaowen sent Xiao Yuran a text message, "Yuran, it's normal for you to feel unfamiliar with everything since you just arrived at school. You can't put all your attention on me. You have to try to get along with your roommates and classmates and maintain a harmonious relationship. Don't always think about finding me. Eat and chat with your roommates more. If you really encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Our schools are so close that I can come over at any time. By the way, I had a dream last night and broke out in a sweat. I'm going to take another shower. I want to have lunch with you. Maybe some other time." After sending the message, Su Xiaowen went to take a shower. When Su Xiaowen returned to the dorm after showering, he saw that both girls had replied. Song Siyu's message was simple and direct, "Okay." There was no extra content. Xiao Yuran's message was a long string of words. "Xiao Su, I understand what you said. I will listen to you. I took the initiative to chat with my roommates yesterday, and I will handle my relationship with my roommates well. Don't worry about me, and take care of yourself. Then I owe you a lunch, and I'll treat you next time." Su Xiaowen was a little pleased, and he was satisfied with Xiao Yuran's attitude. But he was also a little surprised that she was so obedient, which meant that she had really grown a lot. If it had been in the past, she definitely wouldn't have listened, and even if she did, she wouldn't necessarily do it, and even if she did, she wouldn't be so obedient. After taking a shower, Su Xiaowen didn't know what to do. He didn't bring his computer to school, so he couldn't write for the time being. Su Xiaowen thought about it and decided to buy a computer from the computer city near the school as soon as possible. Whether it was for writing or for using the computer to handle some school affairs, he would always need it for 4 years of college. Computers were indeed not cheap these days, but that was for the average college student. Su Xiaowen didn't have this worry, and he had already decided that he would buy the computer with the highest configuration currently available. The matter of buying a computer was put aside for the time being. As time passed, the 5 members of the dorm woke up one by one. Jin Haonan was the second person in the dorm to wake up. Yang Baishan was the third, Lu Zhihao was the fourth, and Wang Junkai woke up a few minutes earlier than Shi Xiangming. It was now close to noon, and the food they had eaten last night had long been digested, and everyone was starving. Jin Haonan asked everyone if they wanted to go to the cafeteria together. Naturally, no one objected. Wang Junkai even said, "How about this? I'll treat everyone to lunch at Jiaodong University's cafeteria. When can we eat at our school's cafeteria? I'll also introduce you to my girlfriend." When Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao heard Wang Junkai say this, they were very excited and asked if his girlfriend's roommates were coming. "Give me some time. We just started school, and we're not familiar with each other yet, so it's probably not easy to ask them out." Wang Junkai was also annoyed by his two roommates. After saying this, he saw the disappointed looks on their faces, hesitated for a second, and then said, "How about this? I'll call her and ask if her roommates are coming. Is that okay? Wow, Brother Wang is really awesome. Brother Wang, you're my own brother." Wang Junkai laughed heartily at the praise from the two. After laughing for a while, Wang Junkai suddenly thought of something and turned to ask the dorm leader, Jin Haonan. "Brother Hao, who paid for the meal last night? Did you pay? We can't let you pay for the meal for 6 people. Let's split it equally." Jin Haonan said with a smile, "Su Xiaowen paid for the meal last night. He said that the first meal was on him, and we'll treat him next time." "I see." Wang Junsai's smile didn't diminish after hearing this, and he turned to look at Su Xiaowen, who had been very quiet. "Xiaowen, you treated us last night, so I'll treat us to lunch today. The cafeteria is definitely cheap, so this time doesn't count. I'll treat everyone to dinner next time, the same standard as last night." Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao praised Wang Junkai for being generous with smiling faces, and the latter laughed even more. "Sure," Xiaoming interjected, "then I'll treat you tonight." However, Wang Junkai and Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao were chatting happily, and Sure Xiaoming's voice was a little soft, so it seemed that they didn't hear him. And no one paid attention to him. Jin Haonan heard this and patted his shoulder, saying, "Lao Sure, there's no need to rush. We have plenty of time and opportunities ahead." Chapter 30, Song Siu. A delightful first encounter. Sure Xiaoming nodded and then turned to Su Xiaowen, saying, "Xiaowen, you are the first classmate to treat me to a meal. You are truly a good person." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle, pleasantly surprised to receive a good person card. As for Sure Xiaoming's words, he didn't dwell on them further. Wang Jun's phone call to his girlfriend to ask if she could join them for dinner also included an invitation for her roommate. The response was unexpectedly delightful, as her roommate agreed to join them at the cafeteria of Jiaodong University. In dormitory 412, after 6 boys completed their evening routines, they erupted into playful banter and then proceeded toward the cafeteria of the university. Upon entering the campus of Jiaodong University, a distinct ambience set it apart from Jiangling College. Although the faculty quality was comparable, the campus layout was undeniably superior. It was only natural, as the main campus of Jiaodong University served as its showcase and was designed to be both impressive and grand. In contrast, Jiangling College resembled a neglected child from a previous marriage, fortunate not to be mistreated. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the 6 young men were greeted by a throng of Jiaodong University students, many of whom were strikingly attractive, particularly the young women. Various beauties donned long skirts and form-fitting jeans as they flowed in and out of the cafeteria, causing Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao to nearly drool. Jin Haonan, however, remained composed, refraining from staring at the girls, while Su Xiaowen maintained his silence. Wang Jun scanned the area, searching for his girlfriend's figure. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out from a distance, calling, "Wang Jun, over here." Wang Jun and the others quickly turned to see a girl standing not far away. Su Xiaowen's eyes lit up at the sight of her. While Sure Xiaoming and Jin Haonan remained relatively composed, the other two were utterly astonished. It was no wonder that Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao were taken aback. The girl was none other than Song Siu. Song Siu stood quietly, effortlessly drawing everyone's attention with her stunning beauty. She wore a fitted black sports t-shirt paired with tight black jeans and white sneakers. Although this ensemble was quite ordinary, it appeared extraordinary on her. The snug top and jeans accentuated her graceful figure. She was tall, slender, with an alluring silhouette. Her long, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. The exposed skin of her neck was reminiscent of a swan's grace, with clear collarbones that glistened like jade. However, the most commendable feature was undoubtedly her long legs, straight, elongated, and perfectly proportioned. If Su Xiaowen were to rate her, he would give her a remarkable 98 out of 100, but due to her having a boyfriend, he would deduct 3 points, ultimately scoring her a 95. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, clearly unaccustomed to encountering such beauty, felt their nerves heighten as she approached, leading them to awkwardly exclaim, "Sister-in-law." Song Siu, who had initially worn a gentle smile, instantly adopted a serious expression upon hearing their address. She turned to Wang Jun and asked, "Did you instruct them to call me that?" Without much thought, Wang Jun replied, "I've already informed my roommates about our relationship." Song Siu's expression darkened. "Wang Jun, are you being indiscreet by sharing our relationship everywhere? I'm merely your girlfriend. We are not married. Does it seem appropriate to call me sister-in-law?" Wang Jun looked puzzled. "Why is that inappropriate? They are simply showing you respect by calling you sister-in-law." I dislike being called sister-in-law. Am I not entitled to my name? Why can't they just call me by my name? Wang Jun felt that her words embarrassed him, and his expression soured. Sensing the tension, Jin Haonan quickly interjected. Come on now, the young lady is shy. Wang, you should be more understanding of her feelings. Turning to Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, he continued. You should refrain from calling her that. She has a name, and Wang just mentioned it. Song Siu, right? Realizing their blunder, Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao quickly corrected themselves. Hello. Song Siu. At this, Song Siu's expression brightened like the sun breaking through clouds. Hello, I'm Song Siu, a freshman majoring in marketing. She extended her hand to the two, who were taken aback but quickly shook her hand and introduced themselves. Song Siu also greeted Jin Haonan and Shi Xiangming with a handshake. Finally, she approached Su Xiuwen. With a radiant smile, she extended her hand, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Song Siu. Su Xiuwen, unsure of her intentions, decided to play along. He took her delicate hand in his, introduced himself, and maintained a demeanor as casual as with the previous introductions. Their hands met briefly before Song Siu turned to Wang Jun, asking, Wang Jun, you're treating us today, right? I've told my roommates that you would be paying, and it took some effort to get them to come. Wang Jun confidently declared, You can rest assured. I wouldn't let your roommates pay if they're with me. By the way, where are your roommates? Why are you the only one here? Song Siu explained. They went to a nearby shop to buy something. They'll be here shortly. Just as she said this, Su Xiuwen saw Xiao Yuran emerging from the small shop nearby. Xiao Yuran's attire was simple yet elegant, featuring a plain white pleated long skirt, with her hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding a pure and graceful vibe typical of a university student. However, Su Xiuwen's attention was drawn not to her, but to another girl standing beside her. The girl beside Xiao Yuran was slightly shorter, around 1.66 meters tall, wearing a clean dark blue top that appeared to be made of coarse linen, not particularly refined, and somewhat rough, with long sleeves. Yet, due to the heat, she had rolled the sleeves up to her elbows, revealing her slender forearms. It must be said that men can be rather superficial, while most girls around were in short sleeves exposing their arms. Su Xiuwen found himself more intrigued by this girl's rolled-up sleeves. The girl wore gray linen trousers, and although the pairing of a dark blue long-sleeve top with gray pants could be described as a fashion faux pas, the girl's natural beauty rendered such considerations trivial. Her face alone made whatever she wore seem inconsequential. Due to the thickness of her clothing, her figure was not immediately discernible unless one were to scrutinize her closely, which would be rather impolite. Nevertheless, Su Xiuwen felt an instinctive sense of surprise. He had not anticipated that Song Siu and Xiao Yuran would be roommates. It was a remarkable twist of fate. Xiao Yuran, noticing Su Xiuwen, was equally taken aback. At first sight, she thought she might be imagining things, as she had never expected to see him at the entrance of Jiaodong University's cafeteria. Was he waiting for me? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it upon noticing Song Siu beside him. Having gained admission to such a prestigious university, Xiao Yuran was undoubtedly intelligent, and with a moment's reflection, she quickly grasped the situation. Originally, in the morning, Su Xiuwen had declined her invitation to lunch, which left her, though unspoken, with a tinge of disappointment. As noon approached, her roommate, Song Siu, extended an invitation for her and ensured her to join her at the cafeteria, mentioning that her boyfriend and his roommate would also be present. Though her instinct was to refuse, recalling Su Xiuwen's earlier admonition to foster good relations with her roommates, she acquiesced to Song Siu's request. Sure, upon seeing Xiao Yuran agree, also consented to join. Xiao Yuran harbored no interest in the other boys and had resolved to enjoy a quiet meal before retreating to her dormitory. However, to her astonishment, among Song Siu's boyfriend's roommates was none other than Su Xiuwen. In that moment, an indescribable surge of excitement erupted within her, causing her to beam with joy. Ignoring the need to explain herself to ensure Xiao Yuran rushed towards Su Xiuwen. The haste of her movement was such that she could hardly stop in time. Fortunately, Su Xiuwen reacted swiftly, catching her just before she fell and admonishing her, asking why she was running so fast and what would happen if she tumbled. Though the words were scolding to Xiao Yuran, they rang with concern. Her heart raced as if she were on a roller coaster ascending to its peak. Xiao Su. She gazed up into Su Xiuwen's eyes and softly called out his name, quickly regaining her composure. Su Xiuwen gently reminded her to stand straight. It was only then that Xiao Yuran realized she was leaning against him, her cheeks flushed. She hastily steadied herself, feigning calm as she adjusted her skirt, which was perfectly fine. The remaining roommates had taken notice of Zhao Yuren's exuberant entrance. The sight of a girl dashing towards Su Xiaowen and leaping into his embrace left several boys momentarily speechless. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihai were particularly envious, pondering why they could not occupy Su Xiaowen's position. However, it soon became clear that the two were acquainted. Song Siyu, equally taken aback by Zhao Yuren's actions, wondered if she was overly excited and if such enthusiasm was truly necessary. Once Zhao Yuren had composed herself, she turned to the boys beside Su Xiaowen, her smile radiant as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Su Xiaowen's childhood friend, Zhao Yuren. Unlike Song Siyu, Zhao Yuren was warm and welcoming, yet refrained from shaking hands, as she regarded handshakes as an intimate gesture not to be exchanged with just any boy. In her life, only Su Xiaowen had ever touched her. Realizing the introductions were underway, Song Siyu chimed in. Oh, this is my roommate, Zhao Yuren, then gestured to Enshurshur, who was approaching. And this is Enshurshur, another of my roommates. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihai were utterly astonished. While they had encountered beautiful girls before, the caliber of beauty present was rare, and to see three stunning girls at once was overwhelming. Jin Haonan and Shi Xiangming shared in their surprise, as did Wang Junzai, who clearly had not anticipated that his girlfriend's roommates would all be such breathtaking beauties, perhaps even more alluring than his own girlfriend. While Enshurshur and Song Siyu were both lovely, it was Enshurshur's fresh, rural charm that captivated him, making her seem even more beautiful in contrast to the familiarity he had with Song Siyu. As for Zhao Yuren, her pure and sweet demeanor radiated an angelic quality. How could one be so innocent and beautiful? Coupled with her previous exuberance, Wang Junzai couldn't help but glance at Su Xiaowen, feeling envious of his good fortune. As Enshurshur was introduced by Song Siyu, she calmly greeted the boys, though she too refrained from any handshakes. After introductions, Wang Junzai inquired, Siyu, when will your other roommate arrive? Song Siyu replied with a smile, for now, it's just the three of us in the dorm. We are still uncertain about a fourth member. Since everyone is here, let's head inside, Wang Junzai suggested, ushering the group toward the cafeteria. Tsinghua University boasts multiple cafeterias, yet this one is the closest to the southern entrance. The cafeteria consists of 3 levels. The bottom floor is operated by the school, featuring numerous counters where students queue for meals. The first floor offers a good variety of food options, from rice to steamed buns. The second floor, while also a dining area, presents a more refined selection of dishes at a higher price. The third floor is reserved for faculty members, requiring a teacher's identification for access. The first floor tends to be the most crowded, with fewer patrons on the upper levels. Noticing the first floor was overly crowded and unable to accommodate their group of 9, Song Siyu proposed they move to the second floor. Upon arrival, they found the second floor pleasantly uncrowded, with ample seating available. Wang Junzai and Song Siyu took the initiative to order, while the others sought out a place to sit. Arranging the seating was a delicate matter. The cafeteria tables seated 4, yet with 9 individuals, one person would inevitably be left out. Opting for tables of 3 seemed the most fitting. However, the dynamics were evident. Su Xiaowen was indifferent to whom he sat with, but Zhao Yuren clearly wished to be beside him. Song Siyu and Wang Junzai clearly desired to sit together as well, leading Enshurshur to hesitate. Ultimately, she chose to sit with Zhao Yuren. Thus, the seating arrangement became Song Siyu, Wang Junzai, and Jin Haonan at one table, followed by Shi Xiangming, Yang Baishan, and Lu Zhihai at another, with Su Xiaowen, Zhao Yuren, and Enshurshur at the last. Zhao Yuren longed for a more intimate dining experience with Su Xiaowen. Yet with Enshurshur sitting nearby, she felt too bashful to protest. During their earlier introductions outside, Su Xiaowen had only mentioned his name briefly, and Zhao Yuren had not interjected. Now, with just the 3 of them, Zhao Yuren turned to Enshurshur and said, Shurshur, this is Su Xiaowen. We grew up together and share a close bond. If you encounter any difficulties at school, feel free to reach out to him for assistance. While Zhao Yuren's words were harmless, the tone caused Su Xiaowen to furrow his brows. It seemed as though she was implying he was her boyfriend. Enshurshur immediately picked up on this nuance and curiously asked, Yuan, is he your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuren's cheeks flushed instantly. If Su Xiaowen were not present, she might have embraced the insinuation, but with him beside her, she felt too shy to respond. Just as she was about to clarify, Su Xiaowen preempted her, addressing Enshurshur, Shurshur, please don't misunderstand, we are merely friends. However, Zhao Yuren is correct. If you face any challenges, do not hesitate to ask me for help. Su Xiaowen swore his intentions were not driven by Enshirshir's attractiveness, yet clearly, Xiao Yuran perceived it differently. Noticing Su Xiaowen's eagerness to clarify their relationship while extending his willingness to assist, despite her being the one to suggest it, stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Su Xiaowen continued, Sure, may I have your phone number? I'll save it, so you can text or call me if you need anything. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. The Nokia N90, though outdated, still had a striking appearance that commanded respect. Even those unfamiliar with its value would be inclined to believe it was an expensive device. Enshirshir maintained her smile as she observed the phone in Su Xiaowen's hand. She flicked a loose strand of hair and waved her hand at Su Xiaowen, explaining, I'm sorry, but I don't have a mobile phone. In these times, it is quite normal for a college freshman to be unable to afford a phone. Coupled with Enshirshir's modest attire, Su Xiaowen found nothing peculiar about it. He casually retracted his phone and replied, It's fine. If you need anything, just have Yuran tell me. Xia Yuran, who had been pouting, suddenly realized that Enshirshir lacked a phone, meaning that even if she encountered difficulties, she could only reach out through her. This thought brightened her spirits. If Enshirshir were truly in need, Xia Yuran would not mind relaying messages, as long as it prevented Su Xiaowen and Enshirshir from contacting each other directly. With nothing else to do, Su Xiaowen took the initiative to narrate the cultural history of Jiaodong University to the two girls. This was no mere boast. He had spent 4 years at Jiaodong University and had earnestly delved into its history during his sophomore and junior years to charm the younger students. Now, he found the opportunity to share this knowledge with the two girls quite fitting. Their faces lit up with surprise and admiration. Who would have thought that Su Xiaowen possessed such extensive knowledge of the university's history? It was as if he were recounting cherished family tales. Moreover, Su Xiaowen did not simply relay historical facts. He often accompanied them with intriguing anecdotes. For instance, when discussing the humanities building, he recounted a ghostly incident involving a senior who encountered something eerie while studying late one night. He lowered his voice to create an air of suspense, painting the tale in vivid detail before revealing that it was merely a prank, an unfortunate misunderstanding. In another story, there was a girl from the English department who, in her pursuit of a boy, mistakenly cast a gluttony hex instead of a love spell. Consequently, the boy indulged excessively, becoming quite overweight, leading the girl to realize that her affections were not as strong as she had believed. Su Xiaowen spun several such tales, completely engaging the two girls. At the mention of the eerie, both displayed signs of tension, only to stifle laughter at the blunder of the hex. Seeing the girls so raptly listening to his storytelling, Su Xiaowen felt a swell of pride. This technique was something he had learned from seniors in his past life, and he was merely employing it to charm the girls a few years earlier than before. In stark contrast to the laughter and joy at Su Xiaowen's table, the atmosphere at Yang Baishan's table was considerably more somber. Shi Xiangming remained composed, having a fiancée. Meanwhile, Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, aware that Song Siyu was Wang Jun's girlfriend and that Xia Yuran had a close connection with Su Xiaowen, could see the underlying flirtation between the two. This left only Enshirshir in the mix. However, Enshirshir had chosen to sit with Su Xiaowen and Xia Yuran. Watching the girl laugh heartily at Su Xiaowen's jokes, they felt a pang of envy. Yet, they realized they could never emulate Su Xiaowen's charm. Not only were they shy, but they also lacked an understanding of Jiaodong University's history. Would they introduce the history of Jiangling College? It was uncertain whether the girls would find it interesting, so they could only watch with disinterest as Su Xiaowen engaged with the two. This scene persisted until Song Siyu and Wang Jun returned. Upon noticing the lackluster demeanor of Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, Wang Jun inquired, "What's wrong? You were just so lively a moment ago." Song Siyu, however, had keenly observed Su Xiaowen engrossed in conversation with the girls and chimed in with a smile. "Hey, Su Xiaowen, share something fun with us. You can't just keep it to Yuran." Su Xiaowen paused his storytelling and turned to Song Siyu, saying, "I was just chatting. How would I know what is fun? You're from the north, from a big city. Surely you have plenty of exciting tales to tell. What do you want to know?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jun chuckled and asked, "I've heard northerners love ice skating. I've never been to a rink in my life. Could you enlighten me?" Wang Jun laughed at the mention of ice skating, prompting Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao to ask, "Brother Wang, what is so funny?" Wang Jun replied with a hearty laugh, "You've come to the right person. Siyu is quite the ice skating expert. She is well known in our area." Su Xiaowen looked at Song Siyu with a twinkle in his eye. At that moment, Song Siyu felt a strange sensation under his gaze. She wondered if Su Xiaowen had intentionally brought up ice skating. What was his intention? Chapter 33. Let me have a taste. Not wanting to discuss ice skating in front of so many people, Song Siyu opted to change the subject. Let us talk about that later. I just took a look around, and there's a big pot of stewed dishes. Everyone can help themselves. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention shifted to the food. They were all quite hungry, so one person stayed behind to save seats while the others went to serve themselves. At Song Siyu's table, Wang Jun remained, declaring, whatever dish Siyu picks, I'll enjoy. On the other hand, Yang Baishan and his companions had no one staying behind and rushed off to get food. Su Xiaowen initially thought he could join them since Wang Jun was holding down the fort, but Xiao Yuran stopped him. Determined, she assured him she would select his favorite dishes. For the first 18 years of his life, Su Xiaowen had been like a devoted admirer to Xiao Yuran, who was his goddess. Whether a goddess would be concerned about the preferences of her admirer was debatable. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuran seemed to know quite well what dishes Su Xiaowen liked, and even which soccer star he favored. Su Xiaowen mused that after 18 years of adoration, if Xiao Yuran didn't know his tastes, it would have been quite a failure on his part. Fortunately, Xiao Yuran did not disappoint him. Watching her and Ensure link arms as they headed to serve themselves, Su Xiaowen's gaze instinctively fell on Ensure. He certainly was not deliberately staring at her figure. It was merely an unintentional glance that caught sight of her shapely form. From the curve of her waist, it was apparent that she had an admirable physique. Among the three girls from dorm 301, Song Siyu was the tallest at approximately 172 centimeters, while Xiao Yuran stood at 168 centimeters, and Ensure was the smallest at around 166 to 167 centimeters. Yet, Ensure's proportions gave her an allure that made her appear equally striking. It wasn't until Ensure walked away and was no longer visible that Su Xiaowen averted his gaze. He instinctively rubbed his nose and noticed Wang Jun looking at him with a broad smile. Su Xiaowen remarked, "Your girlfriend is quite lovely. She possesses beauty and grace, truly suitable for marriage." Wang Jun was delighted to hear Su Xiaowen praise his girlfriend. However, he also recalled the earlier incident where Xiao Yuran had thrown herself into Su Xiaowen's arms and teasingly asked, "Su Xiaowen, didn't you say you were single? Come clean. What is your relationship with Xiao Yuran?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaowen replied, "We've just known each other for a long time. Our relationship is simply good." "Really?" She threw herself into your arms. Wang Jun was skeptical. Su Xiaowen added, "Well, she confessed to me once, but I turned her down. But don't let that slip. I don't want her to feel embarrassed." "Huh, is that so? Don't worry, I won't say a word." Wang Jun's interest was piqued. No wonder she was so excited earlier. Why didn't you accept? Xiao Yuran is beautiful, pure, and sweet. Having such a girlfriend would be quite the status symbol. Su Xiaowen merely smiled in response. Wang Jun, intrigued, grew anxious for an answer but understood that people would speak when they were ready. Soon, everyone returned with their chosen dishes, each having taken what they loved. Xiao Yuran, balancing two plates, walked unsteadily. Su Xiaowen was concerned that the plates might fall. Fortunately, nothing of the sort occurred. Ensure also procured a meal, consisting of 2 vegetarian dishes and rice. The girl swiftly set down her tray and then turned to assist Xiao Yuran. With the 2 girls working together, Xiao Yuran's tray remained stable. Throughout the entire process, Su Xiaowen acted like an old man, passively waiting for others to prepare everything, unwilling to lift a finger. Xiao Yuran sat down, a radiant smile on her face, and said, "Little Su, take a look at the dishes I got for you. Are they to your liking?" Su Xiaowen glanced down and confirmed that they were indeed his favorite dishes. He nodded. Xiao Yuran immediately beamed with joy, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. On the other side, Song Siyu returned with only her own portion. Wang Jun's portion was entrusted to Jin Haonan, who stood nearby. The man had large hands and great strength, so he held the 2 plates steadily. However, upon seeing the tray Jin Haonan handed him, Wang Junkai was dumbfounded. They had ordered 3 dishes in total. The other 2 were acceptable, but the third was fish. Wang Junkai disliked fish more than anything. He couldn't help but say, "Siyu, why did you order fish for me? Don't you know I never eat fish?" Upon hearing this, Song Siyu's brow furrowed instantly. "How would I know you don't like fish? You never told me." Wang Junkai wanted to say, "We've eaten together before, and I never eat fish. Haven't you noticed after all this time?" But seeing Song Siyu's displeased expression, he wisely chose to remain silent. He would just pretend that only 2 dishes had been ordered. However, he felt somewhat aggrieved, especially since he had overheard Xiao Yuran's words to Su Xiaowen. He increasingly believed that Xiao Yuran was an angel. How could she remember the dishes that boys liked, while Song Siyu couldn't? Su Xiuwen's attention was not focused on the other two tables. Seeing that Enshurshur had only gotten 2 vegetarian dishes, Su Xiuwen was initially puzzled. Since Wang Junkai was treating, and he didn't have to pay, why not choose some more delicious dishes? But then Su Xiuwen understood. This girl probably knew that she was not in a good economic condition and wouldn't be able to reciprocate. So she was eating less as a way to avoid taking advantage of others. Although not wealthy, Su Xiuwen admired Enshurshur's aversion to taking advantage of others. His mind raced, and he had already figured everything out by the time the girls set down their trays. Seeing only 2 vegetarian dishes in her plate, and the most basic vegetarian dishes at that, he couldn't ignore it. So Su Xiuwen picked up his chopsticks and reached into the girl's plate, saying, "It's been a while since I've had tofu. Let me try a bite." Xiao Yuran's mouth opened slightly in surprise at the sight. She couldn't help but glance at Su Xiuwen and then back at Enshurshur. Hadn't they just met? When had they become so close? Xiao Yuran couldn't understand, and her mood soured, causing her lips to pout involuntarily. Enshurshur was also very surprised that Su Xiuwen had reached into her plate. At first, she didn't understand why he was doing this, but then Su Xiuwen's words enlightened her. After taking a bite, Su Xiuwen said to the girl, "Oh, I wasn't paying attention. That was impolite of me. Here, my plate hasn't been touched yet. You eat from my plate. I happen to want to eat from your plate." Without giving the girl a chance to refuse, he deftly swapped the 2 trays and quickly ate a bite of food, then buried his head in a large mouthful of rice. At this moment, Enshurshur understood the boy's purpose. She knew that he had guessed her thoughts, and she had guessed the reason for his actions. After the trays were exchanged, they exchanged a glance. Then, without saying anything, they silently lowered their heads and ate their meals. In fact, they both understood each other perfectly. Chapter 34. Truly astute Enshurshur came from the mountains and had a rather sensitive personality, caring deeply about the opinions of others. Even after Su Xiuwen did this, the look in his eyes was still pure and untainted, without any ulterior motives. Especially the faint smile on his face when they inadvertently made eye contact, which made her feel very comfortable. Su Xiuwen wouldn't say he couldn't live without meat, but eating purely vegetarian dishes was not to his taste. So after eating 2 bites, he suddenly reached his chopsticks into Xiao Yuran's plate, picking up a piece of braised pork that Xiao Yuran hadn't touched yet, and putting it in his mouth. He said, "Yuran, I'm eating a piece of your meat. You don't mind, do you?" Xiao Yuran was actually a little unhappy about the exchange of trays between the 2 of them. She felt that their relationship seemed too intimate. But then Su Xiuwen's actions dispelled her concerns. Seeing Su Xiuwen eating from her plate and not continuing to reach into Enshurshur's plate, Xiao Yuran clearly felt that her relationship with little Su was better. Su Xiuwen didn't mind eating the food she had eaten, and of course she didn't mind Su Xiuwen eating the food she had eaten. In Xiao Yuran's view, this behavior was a way to show intimacy. She smiled and said, "Little Su, eat as much as you like. Have a few more pieces if you like." Su Xiuwen ate the braised pork in 1 bite and praised, "Not bad, not bad. This braised pork tastes good. Sure, you should try a piece too." And Enshurshur was about to say no, but Xiao Yuran had already picked up a piece and placed it in front of her, saying generously, "It's okay, sure. Don't be so polite. Try a piece and see how it tastes." Only then did Enshurshur stop refusing, picked up the braised pork that Xiao Yuran had put in front of her, opened her mouth, and took a bite. Su Xiuwen and his tablemates were sharing their food while they ate. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao had initially only focused on eating their meals, but after hearing the conversation, they looked over in astonishment. Could this be done? In fact, when they were ordering food, they had noticed that Enshurshur had only ordered 2 vegetarian dishes and had advised her to order more meat dishes since Wang Junkai was treating. Enshurshur had simply shaken her head at the time, saying that she liked to eat vegetarian dishes. But now they saw Enshurshur eating meat dishes with great pleasure. Only then did the 2 of them realize. They were too naive. Then the 2 of them looked at Su Xiuwen in perfect unison. Originally, they only thought that Su Xiuwen was a little more handsome. Now they understood that this guy was astute, truly astute. As they ate, they both thought that they must consult Su Xiuwen when they returned to the dormitory. If they could learn even a trick or 2 from him, they wouldn't necessarily need to find a girlfriend as beautiful as Xiao Yuran, but it would be nice to find a girl who was half as good as her. Song Siyu had also been quietly eating lunch, listening to what Wang Junkai was saying. However, Wang Junkai could only talk about the same old things, chatting about high school classmates and high school events. But Song Siyu had long been tired of hearing these things and had no interest in them. On the other hand, Su Xiaowen's table was laughing nonstop, not knowing what they were talking about. Was it really that funny? Song Siyu couldn't help but wonder. Damn it. She really wanted to know what they were talking about. Thinking of the message Su Xiaowen had sent her last night. Su Xiaowen was very eloquent. Although Song Siyu understood that she couldn't completely trust what boys said, since many of them were deliberately trying to make girls happy. But who didn't like sweet words and gentle whispers? She had considered sitting at their table with her plate, so she could openly listen to what they were talking about. But that would be too obvious. Even if she didn't need to consider Wang Junsai's feelings, she had to consider Xiao Yuren's thoughts. So she could only think about it. Wang Jukai had noticed that Song Siyu was distracted, but this wasn't the first time. Assuming that she was focused on eating, he turned to chat with Jin Haonan. Although they weren't both from the same hometown, one was from the north and the other was from the capital, so they had many topics to talk about. They chatted lively for a while. After lunch, the group was about to separate. Standing at the entrance of Jiaodong University's cafeteria, Xiao Yuran and Enshirshir thanked Wang Junkai for treating them to lunch. Wang Junkai waved his hand, acting like it was nothing. What's a little money? You're Siyu's roommates. It's only right. Yes, eating in the cafeteria doesn't cost much. Enshirshir, Song Siyu, Xiao Yuran, I'll treat you to dinner next time. Yang Baishan seized the moment to interject, and Lu Zhihai quickly followed suit, suggesting that next time someone else should treat. Xiao Yuran smiled softly, asserting that it would be their turn to host next, as they couldn't always rely on their friends for meals. However, her thoughts were not truly fixated on who would pay for dinner. Her gaze drifted past the two, landing on the silent Su Xiaowen nearby. She mused that she would gladly accompany him to dinner if he were to suggest it. Afterward, the group bid farewell to the three girls and headed towards Jiangling Academy. Xiao Yuran stood still, watching Su Xiaowen's retreating figure. This time, she did not succumb to tears as she had the previous day. Suddenly, Song Siyu spoke. All right. He's out of sight now, and you're still reluctant? Xiao Yuran immediately understood the implication, her cheeks flushing crimson as she retorted, What do you mean reluctant? I was admiring the scenery. Just look at how beautiful the campus is. Her words elicited a faint laugh from Enshirshir, who couldn't help but chuckle at her attempt to deflect. Though subtle, Xiao Yuran was keenly aware of it. The lunch seemed to have bridged a gap between the girls. Xiao Yuran playfully chided, Sure, even you are teasing me. I'm not. Enshirshir quickly denied. But Xiao Yuran was not convinced. She reached out to tickle her, prompting Enshirshir to squirm and evade, ultimately pleading, Yuran, I was wrong, please stop. Witnessing their intimacy, Song Siyu felt a twinge of discomfort. Initially, their relationships were on equal footing, but it seemed that lunch had solidified a closer bond between Xiao Yuran and Enshirshir. Unsure of the reason, she attributed it to their animated conversation during the meal. Thus, she hastily interrupted their playful banter, feigning indifference as she asked, By the way, you two looked so happy while chatting during lunch. What were you discussing? Share it with me, so I can laugh too. The two girls fell into an unspoken agreement and quieted down, their expressions revealing a complexity of emotions. Xiao Yuran remained silent. Noticing this, Song Siyu could not help but inquire, Could it be a secret you're hiding? Enshirshir clarified, Siyu, you misunderstood. Su Xiaowen merely shared some history about our university. He spoke so much that we couldn't possibly remember everything right away. Is that so? Of course. Would I lie to you? Xiao Yuran interjected. Isn't Su Xiaowen from the neighboring school? How does he know so much about our history? Indeed, he is quite knowledgeable. I wonder how he knows all these things. Xiao Yuran recalled the story Su Xiaowen told about the miscast spell and pondered whether it was true. Did girls really cast spells on men? Chapter 35. Is Song Siyu flirting? Meanwhile, after the three girls returned to their dormitory, the fourth member arrived a bit later, back in Su Xiaowen's dorm. The six of them soon received a notification from the acting class leader, Dong Jun, responsible for conveying the counselor's announcements. Upon entering the dorm, Dong Jun informed them that they were to gather at the square at 3 p.m. to collect their military training uniforms, pick up their books the following morning, and attend their first class meeting at 6 p.m. that evening, emphasizing that attendance was mandatory. The square for collecting uniforms was not the same as the reporting square. It was a small plaza between two teaching buildings, located on the opposite side of the library. Dong Jun stressed that before 2 p.m., the dorm leader must gather the clothing sizes of all dorm members, and by 3 p.m., at least one person from each dorm must go to the small square to collect their uniforms. For Dorm 412, the responsibility of collecting the uniforms naturally fell to the dorm leader, Jin Haonan. Alongside Jin Haonan, Lu Zhihai also joined in. Yang Baishan went out to meet a fellow townsman shortly after returning to the dorm. Wang Jun only left later that afternoon to handle some online matters. While Shi Xiangming went out to see his fiancée, observing that his roommates were preoccupied, Su Xiaowen felt restless. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take a stroll around the campus to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Jiangling Academy, affiliated with Jiaodong University, may be a third-tier institution, but it held a respectable reputation. Notably, it leaned towards the liberal arts, resulting in a higher female population. As he wandered the campus, he encountered many beautiful senior girls. With his handsome looks, charming demeanor, and a brand-new, expensive Nokia phone in hand, it was evident he was not lacking in funds. Consequently, several senior girls approached him for his contact information. Su Xiaowen welcomed all inquiries, regardless of their looks, unperturbed by the prospect of being harassed by girls. In these times, most girls remained shy and demure. A rejection typically sufficed to dissuade them from further pursuit. After a brief exploration, he had collected numerous phone numbers and QQ contacts. Upon returning to his dorm, he deleted a portion of the less appealing contacts. As a self-proclaimed visual connoisseur, he struggled to muster much interest in ordinary girls. At 4 in the afternoon, Jin Haonan and Lu Zhihai returned to the dorm, each carrying 3 sets of military training uniforms and shoes. Once back, Jin Haonan urged everyone to try on their outfits promptly to ensure proper sizing, as they could still exchange items if necessary. Su Xiaowen received his appropriately sized clothing and shoes, and upon trying them on, found them to fit perfectly. The camouflage uniforms provided by the school were rather standard, albeit of mediocre quality, with some areas so thin that they seemed easily torn at a touch. The shoes were the most basic green rubber kind, uncomfortable and lacking breathability. Su Xiaowen recalled that in his previous life, after each military training session, the dorm would be engulfed in an unpleasant odor. He hoped dorm 412 would not suffer the same fate. Time flew by swiftly. Before he knew it, the second day of university was drawing to a close. For dinner, Su Xiaowen, Jin Haonan, and Lu Zhihai dined together in the school cafeteria. The other 3 roommates were absent at the time. Following dinner, the trio had no further plans and returned to the dorm. Su Xiaowen washed up early and settled into bed, gazing at the ceiling as his mind wandered. After an indeterminate amount of time, he snapped back to reality, finding the other 3 had already returned to the dorm, restoring its liveliness. Su Xiaowen, however, was absorbed in his phone. Just then, he received a message from Song Siyu. Upon realizing it was from her, he glanced at Wang Jun, who was animatedly chatting with several other roommates, his face alight with smiles. Su Xiaowen redirected his attention to the message. Su Xiaowen, are you coming over tomorrow? After a moment's consideration, he swiftly typed back, is there something you need? A prompt reply followed. That day you mentioned treating me to a meal. You weren't joking, were you? Su Xiaowen indeed had made that remark the first time he met Song Siyu, stating, Song Siyu, one day when you visit our school, I'll treat you to a meal. He would not deny his own words. However, he was more curious about her intentions. A meal? He didn't believe this girl from Beijing would come to Jiangling just for a meal. Anyone thinking that way must have a low rank in the social hierarchy. Sure, I'll be free for lunch tomorrow. Will you be coming over? Should I invite Wang Jun as well? Why would you bring him? Are you treating me or him? Pretty much the same. Su Xiaowen, I am me, and Wang Jun is Wang Jun, don't always lump us together. Can't we be friends without him? I misspoke. I apologize. So, tomorrow, when the beautiful Song arrives at our school, you can choose whatever delicacies you desire. Now that's better. Oh, by the way, you 3 seem to have such a good time chatting today. What were you discussing? Can you share it with me? Su Xiaowen suspected the girl might be flirting. Since he had little to lose, he was not afraid of being overwhelmed by Song Siyu. Thus, he continued the conversation, discussing topics from the history of Jiaodong University to Jiangling Academy, from Jinling to Langjia, and then on to the Beijinger, the conversation growing increasingly rich in content. At 9:30, observing that Song Siyu remained engrossed and showed no inclination to sleep, Su Xiaowen judiciously curtailed their pleasant conversation. He sent Song Siyu a message, suggesting it was getting late and she should rest, then feign sleep to avoid further correspondence. In reality, Su Xiaowen was not preparing for bed, but had received a text from Xiao Yuran. Thank you to your roommate for treating our dorm to dinner today. Su Xiaowen chuckled upon reading the message. If you're grateful to him, express your thanks to Wang Junkai. Why tell me? I wasn't the one who paid. But I don't have his number, and I'm not familiar with him. Xiao Yuran typed back, pouting. Should I provide you with his number? Send him a message. Engage in conversation, and familiarity will naturally follow. He's Siyu's boyfriend. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to text him privately without Siyu's knowledge. Su Xiaowen mused that he had just spent a considerable amount of time chatting with Song Siyu, and she hadn't objected. However, he refrained from commenting. He knew Xiao Yuran was deliberately seeking his attention, but was too shy to admit it. Yuran, are you in bed? Yes, what is it? Are your other roommates asleep as well? No, Siyu was just texting her boyfriend, giggling incessantly. Su Xiaowen knew Song Siyu had been chatting with him, but didn't clarify. After a moment's thought, he said, if Song Siyu is texting her boyfriend and you're texting me, what do you think Shir will feel? She's the only one in the dorm without a phone. Wouldn't she be saddened? Xiao Yuran understood his meaning and anxiously asked, what should we do? Should we buy Shir a phone? But I don't have the money. Don't be absurd. I'm not suggesting you buy her a phone. I mean, if she asks what you're doing, don't mention that you're texting me. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yuran, Su Xiaowen was subtly hinting at something else. She mistakenly believed he was genuinely concerned about Shir's feelings. Xiao Yuran, puzzled by Su Xiaowen's apparent concern for Shir, felt a pang of jealousy. Su, why are you so concerned about Shir? Why would I be concerned about her? I'm concerned about you. I'm doing this to avoid misunderstandings about our relationship. If your roommates knew you were texting me every night, they'd assume we were a couple. I'm considering your reputation. Xiao Yuran read the message, yearning to tell him that she wouldn't mind being mistaken for his girlfriend. However, her shyness prevented her from confessing her feelings. At the same time, she was touched by Su Xiaowen's consideration for her. He was always looking out for her. Su, yes? Nothing. I promise, if they ask, I'll say I'm texting my mom. Aunt Zhang. That works too. Meanwhile, in dorm 301, Song Siyu put down her phone, realizing it was indeed late. She got up to use the restroom before bed. As she passed Xiao Yuran's bed, she noticed her texting. With a keen mind, she casually asked, Yuran, who are you texting? Your childhood friend? Having just been reminded by Su Xiaowen, Xiao Yuran naturally explained that she was texting her mother. Hearing this, Song Siyu lost interest. Su Xiaowen continued his text conversation with Xiao Yuran. They had more to discuss than he did with Song Siyu, given their shared history of 18 years. As they chatted, Su Xiaowen inadvertently brought up the topic of roommates. By the way, has your fourth roommate arrived yet? This question reminded Xiao Yuran of the moment when she and her two roommates returned to their dorm after lunch that day and found the door ajar. Upon entering, they discovered that their fourth roommate had arrived. Xiao Yuran still remembered their surprise upon seeing her. The new roommate was from Hangzhou, Zhejiang province, and possessed the gentle and refined qualities of a woman from the Jiangnan region. Xiao Yuran felt a sense of kinship with her, not in terms of physical resemblance, but in overall demeanor and presence. As for her appearance, it was undoubtedly stunning. Xiao Yuran had never seen a girl so beautiful, almost on par with herself. Unlike her encounters with Song Siyu and Shir, she felt a sense of unease upon meeting the fourth roommate. A woman's intuition told her that something would be taken from her. Xiao Yuran knew she was being irrational, as the girl was not a bandit capable of stealing anything from her. Now, hearing Su Xiaowen mention her roommate, Xiao Yuran didn't want to prolong the conversation and abruptly ended the discussion for the first time. Su Xiaowen, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Su Xiaowen found it strange, but didn't dwell on it, and he drifted off to sleep. One moment they were engaged in a lively conversation, and the next she was going to sleep. Song Siyu was taken aback by Su Xiaowen's actions, feeling as though she had been about to reach a summit but had been denied the opportunity. She felt an indescribable disappointment, but had no choice but to accept reality. After putting down her phone, Song Siyu noticed that Xiao Yuran seemed to be texting someone. As she passed by, she casually inquired. Xiao Yuran claimed she was texting her mother. However, Song Siyu, observing the smile on her face, suspected otherwise but had no proof to support her suspicion. After using the restroom, Song Siyu went to bed. The fourth roommate, who had arrived that day, was on the same side of the room as her, and they slept with their feet facing each other. Song Siyu had been very surprised when she first met the new roommate that afternoon. She had thought that there wouldn't be many girls as pretty as her, but she had met two as soon as she arrived at Jiaodong University. And then she saw another one the next day, and they were all in the same dorm. She wondered if it was a coincidence or if a teacher at the school who was in charge of assigning dorms had a dark sense of humor and had done it on purpose. But in any case, she was under a lot of pressure to be in the same dorm with three beautiful girls for 4 years of college. The next morning, Dong Jun organized people to pick up books and arrange for the boys to deliver the books to the girls' dorms. Most of the boys were restless once they got to college, although they were acting as coolies. Most of the boys were happy to be able to meet the girls in the class. Not too many people needed to pick up the books. Just 2 boys from each dorm. In dorm 412, 3 people went. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao would definitely not miss this good opportunity to meet girls. Jin Haonan was the dorm leader, so he also went. He was mainly worried about Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, who still didn't recognize the people in their major. Although he was also new, he had met some people when he picked up his military uniform yesterday, so he had some impression of some of them. Wang Junkai had gone to set up the internet yesterday afternoon, and people from the telecommunications company came to install the internet cable this morning. Sure, Xiangming didn't continue to look for his fiancée, but stayed in the dorm to read novels. He read physical books. He said that he rented them from a bookstore near the school, with a deposit of 10 yuan and a rental fee of 5 jiao per day. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the 3 people who had gone to pick up the books returned to the dorm. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao were discussing which girl they had seen was prettier, which one had more temperament, which one had longer legs, and which one was bigger. Jin Haonan did not participate. When the 3 of them returned to the dorm, each of them was holding 2 piles of books in their hands. Jin Haonan gave the books in his hand to Su Xiuwen because he was closest to Su Xiuwen's bed. Su Xiuwen expressed his thanks and then asked, "Brother Hao, did you see the girls in our major? Are there really a lot of beautiful women like they said?" Jin Haonan glanced at Su Xiuwen and nodded. They didn't lie. There are really a lot of beautiful women in our major. Really? Su Xiuwen became interested. Yang Baishan also heard the conversation between the 2 and couldn't help but notice the excitement in Su Wenshu's eyes. He asked, "Xiuwen, don't you already have Xiao Yuran?" Lu Zhihai emphatically agreed. "Yes, Xiuwen, leave some breathing room for your brothers." Su Wenshu was puzzled by their concern for him. Although he was indeed handsome and had a bit of money, he felt a bit embarrassed contemplating it further, as he suddenly realized that his circumstances were indeed quite favorable. Seeing the pitiful looks from the 2, he graciously conceded, "All right, I promise you, I won't take the initiative to approach the girls in our class." "Haha, thank you. Xiuwen, if I find a girlfriend, I'll treat you to a week of cafeteria meals," Lu Zhihai added. He continued, "Forget about just a week. I'll cover the drinks and smokes too." Speaking of drinks and smokes, Wang Jun and Yang Baishan in the dormitory were both habitual smokers, lighting up daily. Lu Zhihai smoked as well, but not excessively. He usually only smoked a couple when Wang Jun or Yang Baishan offered him one. His clothing, shoes, and phone hinted at a decent family background, suggesting he simply didn't want to buy cigarettes himself. After all, everyone knows that once you buy cigarettes, it's nearly impossible to resist smoking them. Jin Haonan occasionally took cigarettes from Wang Jun and Yang Baishan, but generally didn't smoke. Su Wenshu, during his previous life, began smoking after starting university, but in this life, he didn't have a strong desire to continue or to refrain from smoking. He did not actively purchase cigarettes. He would occasionally accept one from Wang Jun or Yang Baishan when in a good mood, but mostly declined. However, alcohol was a different matter. Yang Baishan was undoubtedly a heavy drinker. Just around noon, he was urging everyone to drink again, only to be rebuffed by Jin Haonan due to an evening class meeting. Lu Zhihai and Jin Haonan were also fond of drinking. Wang Jun usually didn't suggest it, but rarely turned down a drink when offered. Sure, Xiangming seemed like a good kid who didn't drink or smoke, yet one could sense his interest in them. The 6 of them had lunch at the school cafeteria. Ultimately, Song Siyu did not join them. She had sent a message at 10 a.m. saying she had something to attend to and would defer this meal to next time. As for the truth of it, Su Wenshu chose not to probe further. After lunch, Yang Baishan did not return to the dormitory, reportedly going to find some fellow townsfolk. The other 4 returned to the dormitory while Su Wenshu made his way alone to the nearby computer market. In 2005, the rate of computer ownership was still low. Even in urban households, computers were not commonplace. It was quite rare for a university student like Su Wenshu, who was preparing to buy a computer right after starting university, to venture out alone to the computer market. The store owners were not particularly welcoming when they saw him enter alone. After browsing 3 shops, Su Wenshu merely glanced inside before promptly exiting. It didn't matter where he bought a computer. Expecting customers to approach a disinterested shop owner was unrealistic. As he continued into the market, he suddenly stopped when he spotted a familiar face, and sure, having met just yesterday, she could be considered an acquaintance. However, the significant point was that Su Wenshu had not anticipated encountering Sure in the computer market. After their meeting yesterday, he had discerned that her family background was not affluent, and she likely faced financial struggles. Logically, she should not have been in a place like the computer market, which was regarded as a high-end consumer space. However, Su Wenshu quickly realized his mistake upon noticing the flyer in Enshurshur's hand. He understood at once that she was working part-time. During the early 2000s, part-time jobs were not as common, and many students viewed them as somewhat shameful. Some would even choose distant locations to avoid being seen by classmates. While this computer market was not far from Jiaotong University, most university students were financially constrained and seldom visited. Thus, the likelihood of running into classmates while working here was quite low. Realizing this, Su Wenshu's first instinct was to avoid her, respecting her dignity, which he did not wish to undermine, albeit unintentionally. Unfortunately, the proximity between them made that difficult. Enshurshur also noticed him, and their gazes met in the air for a few seconds. At that moment, Su Wenshu felt that turning to leave would appear overly deliberate. So he decided to walk directly towards her, wearing a gentle smile. Sure, are you handing out flyers here? He asked. Enshurshur was equally surprised to see Su Wenshu at the computer market. She had arrived that morning and had not encountered a single student from Jiaotong University until now. Seeing his smile and natural demeanor, she felt a sense of relief. Yes, I just got here this morning. Unlike you ran and see you. I had to borrow my tuition for college, and my living expenses depend entirely on my part-time work to continue my studies. She intended to explain this to Su Wenshu, but as soon as she finished her first sentence, he immediately interjected. Have you had lunch yet? Enshurshur had not eaten, or one could argue she had. She had brought 2 steamed buns with her that morning, and during lunch, she had merely drunk some water and taken a few bites of her buns. Seeing her nod, Su Wenshu said nothing further and instead asked, What flyer are you handing out? Let me see. Reluctantly, Enshurshur handed him a flyer. It was for a computer store, seemingly a new establishment. Su Wenshu examined the flyer while Enshurshur discreetly observed him. This boy gave her a different impression. Although he had asked her several questions and seemed quite familiar, he never made her feel uncomfortable. Enshurshur envied Xiao Yuran and Song Siyu. Yesterday, she found herself particularly envious of Song Siyu, not only for being from a big city, but also for having a very generous boyfriend who treated her well. However, today, especially at this moment, she felt that Xiao Yuran was also quite fortunate to have had a boy like him by her side for 18 years. This thought led her to reflect on her own life. She recognized that while her appearance was not lacking, perhaps slightly less than Xiao Yuran's, but certainly better than Song Siyu's, their life experiences and backgrounds were vastly different. She had never met a boy as mature and emotionally attuned as Su Wenshu. Unbeknownst to Su Wenshu, Enshurshur's thoughts were far from his own as he focused on the flyer, contemplating his computer purchase. Since it was all about where to buy, he figured he might as well purchase from the store on Enshurshur's flyer. Perhaps the owner would offer her a commission for the business she brought in. Enshurshur, where's the store on this flyer? Can you take me there? Huh, what do you want to do? Enshurshur tensed up at his question. Noticing her anxiety, Su Wenshu chuckled softly and reassured her. What are you worried about? I just want to check out the store you're promoting. I'm looking to assemble a computer. Oh, I see. Enshurshur realized her unnecessary anxiety. Su Wenshu then asked, by the way, if I buy a computer at the store, do you get a commission? Enshurshur shook her head, saying, No, I'm only responsible for distributing the flyers. Got it. Lead the way, Su Wenshu said, nodding to indicate he understood. Chapter 38. Substantial commission following Enshurshur to the computer store on the flyer. It was indeed a newly opened shop, with a flower basket still sitting at the entrance. Not yet removed. Most people visiting the computer market would typically compare prices at 3 or 4 stores before making a purchase. This shop was tucked away in a less trafficked area, making it less likely for customers to wander in, resulting in relatively low business. When Su Wenshu entered, the only person inside was the owner, idly lounging in a chair, seemingly taking a nap. Even when Su Wenshu walked in, the owner remained oblivious. He cleared his throat a couple of times, yet the owner continued to doze. Enshurshur could no longer bear it, and called out to her boss several times, finally waking him up. The proprietor of this establishment was a 30-year-old young man, bespectacled, embodying the image of an intellectual. Upon seeing Enshurshur, his first reaction was, Why are you back from distributing flyers? Enshurshur quietly explained that someone wished to purchase a computer. As soon as the man heard this, his expression transformed, a radiant smile blooming on his face. Who wants to buy a computer? Where are they? Turning around, he saw Su Xiaowen, and his expression instantly faded. It's you? Su Xiaowen was well aware of the proprietor's thoughts. At his age, without parental accompaniment, and possessing the means to buy a computer, he was indeed a rarity in the computer market. Having grown accustomed to such judgments, he proactively stated, Boss, I intend to buy a computer. If I am satisfied, I can pay right now." Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor melted away like ice flowers under the warm sun of March. "What brand of computer do you want?" "We have Patriot, Dell, Whirlpool, all reputable brands." Su Xiaowen shook his head. "I don't want those." The boss appeared taken aback. "You don't understand. These are all major brands." Su Xiaowen was certainly aware of that. "I wish to assemble a computer myself. You have the components here, don't you?" In 2005, DIY computers were a rarity, with most individuals lacking the knowledge and opting for pre-assembled machines from well-known brands for convenience. The proprietor was evidently surprised by Su Xiaowen's desire to assemble a computer, but set aside any condescension. "Tell me what you need. If we don't have it, I can contact friends to procure it for you." Su Xiaowen had already prepared a list of components he wished to purchase and retrieved a note filled with specifications from his pocket, handing it to the shop owner. The boss took it and gasped. "CPU, AMD Athlon 64X2 motherboard, Patriot Jia GAK 8N SLI memory, KingMax 512M DDR 400 hard drive, Samsung SP2000 and 4C graphics card, Galaxy GeForce 7800 GT optical drive, Pioneer DVD 121SA burner, Pioneer DVR 110 XL monitor, ViewSonic VX924, 3 milliseconds, case, Patriot Jia GC505BN power supply, Hanjia Silent King Supreme Edition speakers, Edifier R501T mouse, Microsoft Optical Silver Shark 4.0 keyboard, Microsoft Comfort keyboard." After a cursory glance and estimating the total cost in his mind, the proprietor said to Su Xiaowen, "This will be at least 15,000. "Don't worry, I have the money," Su Xiaowen replied, pulling a Nokia N90 from his pocket. Its impressive exterior clearly indicated it was not inexpensive. The boss, seeing this, easily believed him and said, "Most of these components are available in my store. A few I will need to contact friends for. Will you wait here or return tomorrow?" "I'll wait here. You can prepare it now." The proprietor, being decisive, immediately took out his phone to make calls. Once he finished, Su Xiaowen spoke up. "Boss, the reason I came today is that my friend is working part-time distributing flyers for you. Will my commission be counted towards her?" The boss was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adapted, nodding. "Of course, helping my store attract business certainly merits a commission. How does 5 sound?" Su Xiaowen chuckled. "Boss, the commission amount is your decision. Why consult me?" "Huh, I must have been a bit dazed. After the sale, I will pay you the 5 commission immediately," the boss said, turning to Sure. At that moment, she felt a bit dazed herself. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen mention a commission, she began to feel lightheaded. Hadn't she already told him there was no commission? Yet, even more bewildering was the fact that the boss also mentioned a commission, and a 5-1 at that. This had never been stated before. And Sure, an academically gifted girl bound for Jiaodong University, was not naive. She recalled the earlier mention of 15,000. 5 of that would amount to 7 or 800, a figure that startled her. Such an amount was far too significant for her. Considering all the money she had brought from home did not sum to that. The prospect of earning such a commission for a single sale could potentially cover her tuition and living expenses. However, she quickly realized that not everyone could afford such expensive computers, nor did every customer have to go through her to make a purchase. She understood that the boss's agreement to offer her a commission was likely due to Su Xiaowen's influence, though her family was impoverished. And Sure had always been a proud thrush, refusing to accept sympathy or take advantage of others. She longed to tell Su Xiaowen that he need not pity her. But each time she opened her mouth, the words faltered on her tongue. Her father had never supported her university aspirations, insisting that girls could marry by 16. It was her mother who fought to send her to school, enduring her father's wrath in the process. In order to finance her education, her mother had borrowed from nearly every relative and friend, barely scraping together a year's tuition while providing no living expenses. Yet, when leaving home, her mother had entrusted her with 300 yuan, her hidden savings. And Sure recalled her mother's words, though not explicitly stated. She understood the implication. For the next 3 years, all expenses would be her sole responsibility, as her mother could no longer assist. This was why she began seeking part-time work the very next day after arriving at school. Tuition and living expenses loomed over her like 2 towering mountains, nearly suffocating her. Thus, when she learned she could receive 700 or 800 in commission, despite knowing she should not accept it, she chose to remain silent and acquiesce. And Sure still had numerous flyers in hand and needed to distribute them before the computer store clothes to earn her 30 yuan for the part-time job. She silently exited the shop, the proud thrush lowering her head for the first time in her life. Su Xiaowen had been waiting in the store, and after a while, he inquired with the boss, who replied that it would take some time. He contemplated for a moment, left the shop, and quickly found Enshurshur distributing flyers in the computer market. Chapter 39. That boy seems to like you. Su Xiaowen watched for a while as Enshurshur's efficiency in distributing flyers was rather low, often taking half a day to hand out a single flyer. Though he was not one to meddle in others' affairs, he had a weakness for beautiful women. Approaching her, he took a flyer from her hand and said without looking back, "That's not how you distribute flyers. At this rate, you'll never finish." Enshurshur was momentarily stunned, but instinctively followed Su Xiaowen's lead. As they walked, he continued, "When distributing flyers, you must first find a good location. There are many people coming to the computer market, but not many will walk by your spot. You should stand at the entrance or in other high-traffic areas to offer flyers to those heading in to buy computers or accessories. Moreover, you need to know how to engage people. Handing out flyers stiffly like this would disinterest anyone." By the time they reached the entrance of the computer market, it was indeed more crowded than inside. Without further ado, Su Xiaowen targeted a mother and daughter pair approaching and confidently advanced. "Excuse me, ma'am. Our new store is having a promotion. Buy a computer and receive a free keyboard. Would you care to take a look? Our store carries Ago, GPU, Dell, all esteemed international brands, ensuring quality assurance." Enshurshur observed firsthand as a mother and daughter, initially uninterested in purchasing a computer, acquiesced to entering the store after hearing Su Xiaowen's pitch. Each received a flyer, a feat markedly easier than her previous attempts. However, she harbored concerns about Su Xiaowen's promise of a complimentary keyboard with a computer purchase, an offer the proprietor had not sanctioned. Su Xiaowen ushered the mother and daughter towards the store, pausing to beckon Enshurshur, who remained stationary. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." "Oh," Enshurshur responded, rejoining them inside. She was still fretting about how to explain the keyboard offer to the proprietor when she overheard Su Xiaowen declare, "Boss, this aunt and her daughter are looking to buy a computer for educational purposes. Could you recommend a suitable brand? Also, is the promotion you mentioned earlier, where a keyboard is included with a computer purchase, still ongoing?" The proprietor, astute as ever, immediately grasped Su Xiaowen's intent and chimed in, "Indeed, it's fortuitous. Today is the final day of the promotion. Madam, are you looking to buy a computer for your child?" Before long, the proprietor had closed another deal, leaving Enshurshur in utter amazement. Elated by the additional sale, the proprietor lauded Su Xiaowen. "You have a knack for this. How about you come work for me?" Su Xiaowen, mindful of not causing offense, demurred with a tactful excuse, citing an overwhelming school workload. The proprietor, upon reflection, regretted the offer, realizing that someone capable of procuring a computer worth over 10,000 yuan was unlikely to settle for a sales position. Noticing the flyers in Su Xiaowen's hand, the proprietor surmised the situation and told Enshurshur, "I was just speaking offhand this morning. It's all right if you don't distribute all the flyers. You can head home after a while. I'll still pay you your wages." Enshurshur, however, resolutely declined. "No, I promised you I would finish distributing them." With that, she approached Su Xiaowen, retrieved the flyers, and promptly departed. Once Enshurshur had left, the proprietor, noting Su Xiaowen's continued presence, inquired with a smile, "Do you have feelings for this girl?" Su Xiaowen, recognizing the futility of denial, simply smiled in response. The proprietor, understandingly, remarked, "She's a remarkable girl, beautiful, diligent, sensible, and principled. It's a pity her family circumstances are so dire." Upon exiting the computer store, Su Xiaowen spotted Enshurshur standing where he had previously stood, distributing flyers. This time, she had adapted her approach, echoing Su Xiaowen's words, albeit with less fluency, yet with palpable effectiveness. Su Xiaowen observed for a while, noting that she had already distributed over 10 flyers, with a few individuals even agreeing to enter the store for a look. Su Xiaowen could only surmise that there were many simps. Had Enshurshur not been so comely, her progress in distributing flyers, while improved, would not have been so pronounced. The majority of those accepting flyers from Enshurshur were male, their eyes gleaming at her beautiful face. Enshurshur, seemingly oblivious to this, was likely elated by her progress. The remaining 100 or so flyers were soon distributed. Su Xiaowen had returned to the store before Enshurshur finished distributing the flyers. The proprietor's face was beaming, likely due to the surge in customers compared to usual. Upon inquiring, Su Xiaowen learned that the computer components were en route. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaowen proposed to the proprietor, How about this? I'll defer taking the computer for now. Once the components arrive, could you assemble it and deliver it to my dormitory building? The proprietor readily agreed. Su Xiuwen's order, costing no more than 10,000 yuan, would yield a profit of at least several thousand yuan, even after deducting Enshusher's commission. He would have gladly delivered the computer himself, let alone to the dormitory. Upon securing the proprietor's consent, Su Xiuwen stated, "All right, I'll go withdraw the money now. I'll pay you up front and ensure the young lady receives her due commission." Enshusher, having distributed the last flyer, felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the flyers distributed, she would receive her part-time wages. Her first earnings, albeit modest, filled her with joy. She turned to look behind her, where Su Xiuwen had been standing, eager to share her elation and a sense of accomplishment. She wanted to say, "See how clever I am. I learned it after you taught me once." However, Su Xiuwen was nowhere to be seen. Assuming he had returned to the store, Enshusher hurried back, only to find him absent. Fortunately, the proprietor discerned her concern and remarked with a smile, "He's gone to withdraw money. He'll be back soon." Observing the girl's relief upon hearing those words, the proprietor chuckled, "That young man seems to have a liking for you." Enshusher was taken aback by the remark. Calming herself, she demurred, "Boss, you're mistaken. How could he like me? He has a girlfriend, and she's my roommate." "Is that so? What a pity." The proprietor responded, though inwardly he mused that the young man was a philanderer, pursuing others despite having a girlfriend. The proprietor glanced at the girl, thinking that such an innocent and pure maiden would likely fall prey to the young man's wiles. The ATM was located near the computer mall. Su Xiuwen withdrew 20,000 yuan, allocating 15,000 for the computer purchase and retaining the remainder for personal use. Upon returning to the store, Su Xiuwen sensed an unusual atmosphere, though he couldn't pinpoint the cause. He promptly settled the payment, provided the proprietor with his phone number and dormitory address, and requested a receipt. After waiting for Enshusher to receive her wages and commission, they exited the store together. Su Xiuwen had noticed that the commission totaled 750 yuan, which, combined with her regular wage of 30 yuan, amounted to 780 yuan. The proprietor, pleased with the day's sales, generously added 20 yuan, bringing the total to 800 yuan. However, Enshusher insisted on returning the 20 yuan from her pocket. Clutching the 800 yuan, Enshusher's hand trembled slightly, a testament to her excitement. The radiant smile on her face fully conveyed her emotions. Witnessing this, Su Xiuwen felt that his actions had been worthwhile. Upon exiting the computer mall, Enshusher finally regained her composure. The girl suddenly paused, turning to face Su Xiuwen. "Su Xiuwen, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have earned so much." Su Xiuwen, wanting to lighten the mood, changed the subject. "Hey, by the way, wouldn't I be considered half your mentor since I taught you how to distribute flyers today?" "Huh?" Enshusher was clearly taken aback by Su Xiuwen's abrupt shift in topic. Su Xiuwen rubbed his stomach and said, In the past, when someone becomes a student, there would be a formal ceremony, but now, when someone becomes a mentor, they don't get anything." Enshusher finally understood and giggled. "I'll treat you to a meal then." She added, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just grateful for you teaching me so much today." Is that okay, mentor?" Su Xiuwen, naturally, didn't overthink it and laughed heartily. "Sure, little apprentice, then I won't hold back." Seeing Su Xiuwen really going along with it, Enshusher found it amusing. "Little apprentice, what are some good dishes at Jiaodong University's cafeteria that you can recommend to me?" "Mentor, you're so familiar with Jiaodong University, do you even need me to recommend anything?" Seeing Su Xiuwen calling her little apprentice repeatedly, Enshusher wasn't angry at all and even started calling him mentor in a cooperative manner. In Jiling in September, the sunset was like fire, and the evening glow was like a cluster of flowers, brilliant and captivating. Su Xiuwen and Enshusher walked back to school, smiles constantly blooming on the girl's face. In the past, Enshusher always felt that time passed too slowly, but now she hoped that time could slow down a bit. By the time they returned to Jiaodong University, it was already past 4 o'clock. Su Xiuwen and Enshusher had dinner at the Jiaodong University cafeteria together. Enshusher paid, and Su Xiuwen didn't argue with her. After concluding supper, Su Xiuwen remembered the class meeting. At the canteen entrance, Su Xiuwen said to Enshusher, "Little apprentice, your master has to attend the class meeting, so I must depart. If the opportunity arises, your master shall treat you to a meal. Farewell, master." Enshusher watched Su Xiuwen's departing figure, and a sense of longing welled up within her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Enshusher had barely entered when she saw Xiao Yuran abruptly rise from her seat. "Shusher, you're back? Where have you been all day? You haven't been back to the dormitory all day. Having just dined with the other party's boyfriend, she felt inexplicably guilty, even though nothing untoward had transpired. I went to work part-time today and just finished. Oh, have you eaten? I'm hungry. Let's go eat together. I already ate by myself. She subconsciously concealed the fact that she had eaten with Su Xiaowen. Is that so? Then I'll have to go by myself. Little Su won't accompany me, and neither will you. Yuran is so pitiful. Xiao Yuran pouted, habitually acting spoiled. This was the endearing side of Xiao Yuran's personality. In the past, Su Xiaowen had succumbed to her charms more than once. However, she only acted spoiled in front of those she considered close. Of course, she also had her share of capricious moments, but they were less frequent now. And Shir hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then I'll accompany you." Yay. I knew Shir was the best. Wait for me for a moment. Xiao Yuran smiled radiantly. And Shir looked at her smile and felt as though she had done something to betray her. Xiao Yuran, engrossed in the joy of having someone accompany her for dinner, did not notice in Shir's emotions. Before the two left the dormitory, and Shir inquired, "Where did the other two go? Why aren't they in the dormitory?" "Oh, Siu went out to buy something. I don't know about her." Su Xiaowen returned to the dormitory at precisely 5 o'clock. The other 5 occupants were present. Jin Haonan, upon seeing his return, casually remarked, "You're back." "I'm back. How's the computer looking?" "Oh, it's fine. The money has already been paid. They'll deliver it to the dormitory building later." Shi Xiangming, upon hearing this, couldn't resist asking, "Xiaowen, how much did you spend on the computer?" "I want to buy one too. Around 5,000 yuan." Su Xiaowen did not tell the truth, as revealing that he had spent 15,000 yuan on a computer would seem like flaunting his wealth, which was unnecessary among roommates. Shi Xiangming couldn't help but smack his lips upon hearing the price of over 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is a bit expensive. Wang Junkai, who was standing nearby, subtly breathed a sigh of relief. "Old Shi, you don't understand. 5,000 yuan isn't too expensive for a computer. The cheaper ones may work, but they're no fun for gaming. There's a new game called World of Warcraft that's especially fun, but inferior computers can't handle it. If you're really planning to buy one, listen to me and buy a better one, or at least one that's not too much worse than mine." Wang Juansai's computer cost 7,000 yuan, which Shi Xiangming had already inquired about. "All right, I understand." Shi Xiangming lowered his head dejectedly, like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. It seemed that several thousand yuan was still a bit too much for him. At around 5:20, Jin Haonan received a text message from Dongjun brothers. "The class meeting is about to start. Dongjun wants us to get there early." The class meeting was to be held in classroom 325 on the second floor of Nachi. When the 6 members of dormitory 412 arrived at classroom 325, the classroom was already bustling with people, both male and female. The classroom was spacious, with seats arranged in a 4-8-4 configuration. The numbers represented the number of seats, with 4 seats connected on the far left and right sides, separated by 2 aisles, and a row of 8 seats in the middle. Su Xiaowen and his 5 roommates couldn't all sit on the left or right sides, so they chose to sit in the middle, in a position that was neither too far forward nor too far back. As the time drew closer to the 6 o'clock start time for the class meeting, the number of students in the classroom increased, especially the number of female students. Their major was called Software Information Engineering, which, while related to computers, was a liberal arts major, belonging to the same department as marketing, accounting, and economics. The entire 2005 class of Software Information Engineering had over 50 freshmen, of whom less than 1/3 were male, with the rest being female. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao had thoroughly inquired about this information in the past few days and had mentioned it more than once in the dormitory. Having many female students had its advantages, at least for Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, as it meant a greater chance of finding a girlfriend. If they were in a science class with only 2 or 3 girls who weren't particularly attractive, the pickings would be slim. Only a liberal arts class with many girls was suitable for them. Su Xiaowen also noticed that the overall quality of the girls in the class was quite high. Most girls didn't wear makeup or dress up when they first entered college, but even so, he saw several girls with a face value of 6 or 7 points, with a full score being 10 points, of course. Su Xiaowen believed that a percentage system was more suitable for rating particularly beautiful girls because a 10-point system wasn't nuanced enough. For example, 2 girls who both scored 7 points could have a significant difference, which a percentage system could avoid. Su Xiaowen's appraisal of the girls was restrained. Unlike Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, who practically had stars in their eyes, which was quite frightening. Jin Haonan had told them off twice, but to no avail. So he stopped. A group of men were hungrily eyeing the girls in the class, secretly searching for prey. At that moment, a few people suddenly walked in through the front door of the classroom, immediately attracting the attention of all the male students. Su Xiaowen was also stunned upon seeing the appearance of one of the girls, Shen Minyao, his second wife in his previous life. She was actually in this major too. Su Xiaowen was incredulous. In his previous life, he didn't know what Shen Minyao's major was. He had asked her a few times, but she wouldn't say, so he stopped asking. Therefore, Su Xiaowen had no idea which school or major she was in. If he had known, he would have never chosen to be in the same major as her. Seeing Shen Minyao enter the classroom, Su Xiaowen had an impulse to flee in disarray. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Since they were in the same major, they would inevitably meet and get to know each other, so there was no avoiding it. Su Xiaowen hoped that day would come later. All he could do was try to remain low-key and not attract Shen Minyao's attention. However, Su Xiaowen overlooked his own attractiveness. With his clothing, hairstyle, and especially the confident aura he exuded from the inside out, which Su Xiaowen himself may not have noticed, he stood out among a group of college freshmen. Boys like him were particularly conspicuous. Therefore, Shen Minyao noticed him as soon as she entered the classroom. More importantly, Shi Xiaoming suddenly called out, catching him off guard. Yuer, we're over here. There were 3 other girls besides Shen Minyao, one of whom was Yuer, whom Shi Xiaoming had mentioned. The girl looked over after hearing Shi Xiaoming's voice and gave a faint smile. Her charming appearance, coupled with her sweet smile, was enough to captivate any boy. Yang Baishan and Lu Jihao's focus at that moment wasn't on how beautiful the girl was, but on why Shi Xiaoming knew Bai Yuer. Shi Xiaoming, feeling his roommate's gazes, couldn't help but smile. Hee, Yuer is my fiancée. What? Bai Yuer is your fiancée? Yang Baishan and Lu Jihao were completely flabbergasted. The two of them couldn't accept this fact at all. Wang Junkai also looked at Shi Xiaoming in surprise, then at Bai Yuer, almost saying WTF. On the first day of school, Shi Xiaoming had told everyone that he had a fiancée, but no one took it to heart. Although Shi Xiaoming insisted that his fiancée was particularly beautiful, no one believed him until they saw her in person. Wang Junkai, in particular, always thought that Shi Xiaoming was ignorant and that the beauty in his eyes was at the level of a village belle. Who would have thought that his fiancée was more than just a village belle? She was no less attractive than his own girlfriend, a bona fide campus belle. Jin Haonan was probably the most composed person in dormitory 412 at this moment. Aside from Shen Minyao and Bai Yuer, there were 2 other girls following them. One of them, dressed in simple attire with her head bowed, had long hair that nearly obscured half of her face. Su Xiaowen recognized her from a previous encounter and knew her name was Wei Wei. The girl who trailed behind wore black-framed glasses and had her hair tied in a ponytail, presenting an unremarkable appearance that evoked the impression of an ordinary girl. Her name was Su Yanyan, something Su Xiaowen learned later. It was not difficult to deduce that Shen Minyao, Bai Yuer, Wei Wei, and Su Yanyan shared the same dormitory. Upon entering the classroom, the 4 girls seated themselves in a position to the left and behind Su Xiaowen and his companions. As they passed by, Su Xiaowen took a moment to observe Shen Minyao's attire. Her hair remained in large waves, which was particularly striking among the female students. She wore a black leather jacket that exuded a certain sensuality, though it was an improvement from their first meeting, as her midriff was no longer exposed. Below, she donned a pair of tight-fitting jeans. Bai Yuer, the fiancée of Shi Xiaoming, dressed similarly to an average female college student, lacking any distinctive features. If anything stood out, it was her exceptionally sweet smile, reminiscent of biting into a juicy pear on a hot summer day. It is worth noting that she sported twin ponytails. Su Xiaowen observed Bai Yuer and thought she bore a resemblance to the Japanese pop singer Akina Nakamori, though her eyes had a slight difference that rendered her entirely unique in demeanor. The girl named Wei Wei was wrapped up tightly from head to toe, and so it was difficult to discern her features even though she had just walked past. She was of average height, similar to Shen Minyao, likely around 1.65 meters. As for the last girl, Su Yanyan, there was little more to say. With her black-framed glasses and ponytail, she was as plain as could be, utterly unremarkable. Yang Baishan and Lu Jihao barely glanced at her before moving on. However, Su Xiaowen noticed some details. The girl had exceptionally fair skin, and both her nose and lips were proportionate, giving her an aesthetically pleasing appearance. He found himself curious. If she were to remove her oversized glasses and let her hair down, would she look more attractive? Additionally, it was worth mentioning that the dimensions of her chest were rather impressive. Though the girl appeared to be around 1.60 meters tall, her chest was notably prominent, possibly a D-cup. After the four girls settled into their seats, Su Xiaowen could not resist the urge to steal a glance at Shen Minyao. He still could not comprehend the significant difference between the Shen Minyao of this life and the one from his past, as if they were two entirely different individuals. Just as he turned his head, he caught Shen Minyao gazing in his direction, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Su Xiaowen, startled as if he had encountered a tiger, quickly averted his gaze, straightened his posture, and focused intently on the front of the classroom. Fortunately, it was now 6 o'clock, and the instructor arrived punctually. Su Xiaowen's instructor was the same male teacher from registration, his hair largely gray, appearing to be in his 60s. The students recognized him from their earlier encounter. After introducing himself, he shared some brief information about Jiangling College and its history before assigning tasks and conveying school announcements. For instance, military training was set to commence the following day at 1 o'clock, with the assembly point to be communicated by the acting class leader, Dong Jun. He also reminded students in need of financial aid to prepare their application materials promptly. As the instructor spoke, students continually entered the classroom, both male and female. The instructor showed no signs of reprimanding the latecomers, merely waving them in. This leniency made the newly minted college students feel a stark contrast to their high school experiences. In high school, tardy students would often face some remarks from the homeroom teacher. Perhaps due to the instructor's easygoing nature, several female students began to whisper among themselves, gradually transforming the once quiet classroom into a bustling hub. Nonetheless, the instructor did not intervene, and having said most of what he needed, he soon departed. Chapter 42. The Ordinary Tang Weiwei. The moment Guan Soushan left, the classroom erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling market, with students crowding towards the exit. Shi Xiangming, under the urging of Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, prepared to lead his roommates to greet Baiyuer's dormitory. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao reasoned that regardless of whether they intended to pursue the girls, it was essential to establish familiarity first. Su Xiaowen, still evading Shen Minyao, had no intention of approaching her. Just as he contemplated declining, he caught sight of the pleading expressions from Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao. Su Xiaowen suspected that these two had been women in their past lives, as their pitiful expressions were more adept at evoking sympathy than those of many girls. With no other choice, Su Xiaowen reluctantly followed his dormitory mates to stand before Baiyuer and her friends. Shi Xiangming led the way, intimately calling out to Yuer. Upon seeing him, Baiyuer's smile remained radiant. She turned to introduce her three roommates, Minyao, Weiwei, Yin. This is Shi Xiangming, whom I mentioned. Upon hearing his introduction, Shi Xiangming cheerfully chimed in, I am Baiyuer's fiancé. Su Xiaowen noticed an amusing reaction. When Shi Xiangming declared himself as Baiyuer's fiancé, the girl's smiles momentarily faltered, a fleeting reaction that Su Xiaowen keenly observed. Clearly, the girls were unaware of Baiyuer's engagement, and upon hearing Shi Xiangming's words, they were taken aback, turning their gazes toward Baiyuer. She merely acknowledged with a soft confirming their relationship. After Shi Xiangming introduced himself, he gestured to his roommates one by one, stating, This is our dormitory leader, Jin Haonan. This is Wang Jun, hailing from Beijinger, and this is Yang. Before he could finish, Yang Baishan eagerly interjected, I'll take it from here. Hello, ladies. I am Yang Baishan, from Chengdu. Lu Zhihao followed suit. I am Lu Zhihao, from Liaoning province. It is a pleasure to meet you. Baiyuer then turned to Shen Minyao, saying, Minyao, he is also from Liaoning. You two are fellow townsfolk. Shen Minyao smiled, but had yet to speak. Lu Zhihao, eager, asked, What a coincidence. Where are you from? Shen Minyao responded with a smile, I am from Dalian. Dalian? We are indeed fellow townsfolk. It's a touching moment to meet someone from my hometown here. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. We are fellow townsfolk, after all. Yang Baishan felt a surge of anxiety. Both he and Lu Zhihao had their sights set on Shen Minyao, and with Baiyuer being Shi Xiangming's fiancée, they knew she was off limits. Weiwei and Su Yin were rather plain, leaving only Shen Minyao as their sole object of interest. Now, witnessing Lu Zhihao seemingly gain an advantage through their shared hometown connection, Yang Baishan felt a pang of urgency. Fortunately, Shen Minyao appeared indifferent to their hometown bond, merely nodding without elaborating further. Instead, her gaze shifted towards Su Xiaowen. Shi Xiangming noticed Shen Minyao's attention and added, This is also my roommate, Su Xiaowen, from Langya City, Anhui province, making him somewhat of a local. Su Xiaowen would never dare to brazenly claim to be a local, as despite the geographical proximity, The people of Jinling did not consider themselves as such. His roommates mistakenly believed that Jinling was the capital of Anhui province and thus made that assertion. After Shi Xiangming's introduction, the ensuing scene left Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao feeling disheartened. To their surprise, the typically indifferent Shun Minyao, upon hearing the introduction, extended her hand towards Su Xiaowen, her face beaming with a smile as she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Shin Minyao, from Dalian." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With Shun Minyao initiating the handshake, her attitude was decidedly friendly, leaving Su Xiaowen no choice but to reciprocate. "I am Su Xiaowen." He reached out to grasp the girl's delicate hand, uttering those words. Observing this exchange, Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. After an extended interval, grasping Shun Minyao's hand once more evoked a stirring of emotion within Su Xiaowen. Unlike his prior acquaintance with her when she was 30, Shin Minyao, at the tender age of 18, possessed a hand of exquisite delicacy and softness, a tactile delight. Bai Yuer, having introduced Shin Minyao and Su Xiaowen, gestured towards the two women beside her, proclaiming, "This is Tang Weiwei, and this is Su Yanyan." Tang Weiwei remained with her head bowed, even during Bai Yuer's introduction, as if the ground concealed a treasure of immense value. Su Yanyan, in contrast, exuded an affable demeanor, greeting the group with a broad smile. Alas, her smile proved less than advantageous, revealing a lattice of orthodontic braces. The male contingent displayed a subdued reaction to Su Yanyan, while Su Xiaowen, seeking to distance himself from Shun Minyao, hastened to extend his hand, uttering, "Greetings, Su Yanyan, I am Su Xiaowen." Su Yanyan, beholding Su Xiaowen's handsome visage at close proximity, flushed crimson, seemingly lost in contemplation. She stammered, "Hello. Ah, Su Yanyan, whence do you hail?" "Woyang. Woyang, a veritable haven. I have long yearned to visit." "Su Yanyan, will you be returning during the national holiday? May I accompany you?" Su Xiaowen appeared captivated by Su Yanyan, at least in the eyes of onlookers. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao were perplexed by Su Xiaowen's ardor for a bespectacled girl adorned with orthodontic braces. Even without his childhood sweetheart, Xiao Yuran, Shin Minyao remained a viable option. Had he lost his senses? Shin Minyao, of course, found the situation even more perplexing than Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao. After a brief exchange, Shi Xiangming, at the instigation of Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao, proposed treating the ladies to bubble tea. The two men presumed the ladies would acquiesce. Given that it was not yet 7 o'clock, and returning to the dormitory offered little in the way of entertainment, Su Xiaowen interjected, "Ah, I shall forego the bubble tea. I recall needing to procure some personal effects from the school supermarket." Had the gentleman persisted, or had Bai Yuer offered a word of encouragement, the ladies might have conceded. However, Su Xiaowen's untimely intervention furnished the ladies with an avenue for refusal. Tang Weiwei was the first to declare, "I shall return to the dormitory." Shin Minyao echoed, "I shall accompany Weiwei." Su Yanyan, though inclined to accept, demurred upon observing her roommate's disinclination, coupled with Su Xiaowen's absence, stating, "Then I, too, shall decline." Bai Yuer, in response, could only offer Shi Xiangming a knowing wink, as if to convey, "I have exerted my utmost effort." Thus, the bubble tea venture was aborted, while the ladies remained unfazed. The gentlemen were far from pleased. Yang Baishan and Lu Zhihao harbored resentment towards Su Xiaowen, perceiving him as having jeopardized their prospects of romance. This sentiment persisted into the following day's military training. Having eschewed the bubble tea establishment, the group departed the classroom in unison. Upon reaching the entrance of Nanshire Second Building, Su Xiaowen, poised to depart, noticed Shun Minyao seemingly poised to speak. Su Xiaowen promptly bade farewell, hastening away with the singular thought, "A female demon lurks. I must flee forthwith." Just as Su Xiaowen had traversed a mere 10 meters, he discerned someone calling his name. The familiar cadence instantly identified Shun Minyao as the caller. Su Xiaowen, maintaining a steadfast gaze forward, feigned deafness, continuing his advance. However, a flurry of hurried footsteps ensued, culminating in a delicate hand alighting upon his shoulder. "Su Xiaowen, why do you hasten so? I called your name. Did you not hear?" In his reincarnated existence, Su Xiaowen navigated interactions with other women with consummate ease. Yet Shin Minyao alone evoked a state of trepidation, akin to a mouse before a feline. He froze, momentarily paralyzed, before pivoting to face the girl, offering a feeble explanation. "I did not hear. It matters not. I, too, intend to visit the supermarket. Shall we proceed together?" Shen Minyao declared with an effervescent smile. The girl advanced, preempting any dissent from Su Xiaowen. Su Xiaowen, left with no recourse, trailed behind the girl. The supermarket excursion had been a mere pretext for Su Xiaowen. Yet with Shen Minyao at his side, he had no choice but to feign interest. A gentle zephyr caressed their faces, causing Shen Minyao's tresses to dance in the air. A few strands inadvertently brushed against Su Xiaowen's nose. He inhaled gently, savoring the fragrance. Not only her hair, but Shen Minyao herself emanated a captivating aroma. Su Xiaowen couldn't help but recall intimate moments from their prior life, the exquisite sensations they had shared. A sudden surge of heat coursed through his nose, threatening to erupt in a nosebleed. Su Xiaowen mused that, as a man in his 30s, and having been married to her in a past life, he should possess greater composure. He swiftly regained his equilibrium. Do you harbor animosity towards me? Shen Minyao's abrupt inquiry startled Su Xiaowen. Before he could respond, the girl continued, seemingly addressing herself, I know not why, but I sense that you dislike me. Have I, perchance, offended you? If so, please enlighten me, and I shall offer my apology. Su Xiaowen's eyes welled with emotion. Shen Minyao had acquitted herself admirably in their prior life. Even the most discerning critic could find no fault. Suppressing the urge to reveal all, he finally spoke. Nay, we were previously unacquainted, nor have we ever met. Shen Minyao exhaled in relief, patting her chest. That is reassuring. I was concerned. So, you do not dislike me? How could I possibly dislike you? These words remained unspoken, supplanted by, who could harbor animosity towards a great beauty such as yourself? Shen Minyao, unlike some damsels who blush at flattery, responded with a hearty laugh. Ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. Though her attire had changed, Shen Minyao's laughter remained unaltered, retaining its vivacious quality. Su Xiaowen found himself captivated, observing Su Xiaowen's unwavering gaze. Shen Minyao pursed her lips and continued, I have shared a dormitory with Bai Yuer for several days. Yet I only discovered that Bai Yuer is engaged to Shi Xiangming from your dormitory. I am quite astonished. I would never have suspected it. Su Xiaowen nodded. Indeed. Subsequently, en route to the supermarket, Shen Minyao exhibited the magnanimity and enthusiasm characteristic of a Dalian native. She spoke volubly, commencing with her origins and culminating with her selection of perfume prior to departing the dormitory to meet the handsome men in her class. Shen Minyao hailed from Dalian and possessed a relatively standard Mandarin accent, devoid of the pronounced northern inflection, a trait consistent with her prior life, which Su Xiaowen found soothing. For a fleeting moment, Su Xiaowen experienced a sensation akin to returning home from work in his previous life, with Shen Minyao engaging in conversation as she attended to household chores. At this juncture, Shen Minyao, noticing Su Xiaowen's silence, inquired, Su Xiaowen, you are from Langya, are you not? Is Mount Langya located in your region? She then recited a few lines penned by Ouyang Xiao. The hills of Chuzhou encircle it. Of these, the peaks to the southwest, with their forests and ravines, are particularly beautiful. They appear luxuriant and deeply serene. These are the hills of Langya. How did I fare in my recitation? Shen Minyao inquired, adopting an endearing pose. Ha, quite accurate, Su Xiaowen replied, opting for a simple chuckle. Shen Minyao reciprocated with a smile. Ha, I find you rather simple and endearing. It was the first time Su Xiaowen had been described as simple by a girl, and he remained silent. Are you familiar with Chanel perfume? I deliberated at length before deciding to apply this to meet the handsome men in our class. Su Xiaowen was, of course, familiar with Chanel, but the sight of Shen Minyao's smile, coupled with the knowledge that she had applied perfume to meet handsome men, elicited a twinge of discomfort. He replied calmly, I am not. You are not. Shen Minyao exclaimed in surprise. Are you such a rustic? Do you not even know of it? It is quite fashionable among university students to present perfume to their girlfriends. I was aware of it when I attended high school in Dalian. Do you not even know of it? Humph. By the way, were there many beautiful girls in your high school class? Were there many handsome men? Su Xiaowen felt a wave of melancholy, yet still responded to Shen Minyao. The girls are undeniably beautiful, but the boys are all quite unattractive. Not one of them is appealing. Not appealing? What do you mean? Very beautiful? Very ugly? Very beautiful. Su Xiaowen emphasized the last word, his voice rising slightly. This reasoning was nonsensical. After all, with Xiao Yuan around, she single-handedly elevated the entire class's average attractiveness, and there were indeed a few other girls who were quite lovely. Shen Minyao immediately laughed. Then how could such a handsome guy like you not have been snatched up in high school? We're fortunate here in Dalian. There are fewer girls, and the handsome ones are all taken. Oh, Did you have a girlfriend in high school? Be honest now, no lies. Or when we get back to the dorm, I'll send Yuer to ask Shi Xiaoming. Su Xiaowen exhaled. He had no girlfriend. He was not lying. Although he had a childhood friend, Xiao Yuran, they had never officially become a couple. Hearing that Su Xiaowen had no girlfriend made Shin Minyao even happier. You don't know, when we first arrived for registration, the seniors in their second and third years were always trying to come to our dorm and ask me and Yuer out. We wouldn't go, of course. What could we do? Our dorm girls are just too pretty. Watching those seniors get anxious like monkeys was hilarious. I'm not like Yuer, getting engaged so young. I won't be that foolish to easily hand over my future to a boy. Oh. Upon hearing that seniors were constantly asking Shin Minyao out, Su Xiaowen felt a pang of anxiety, but he relaxed when he learned she declined. His emotions swung from soaring heights to deep lows, leaving him quite unsettled. As for me, I'm not fond of this major. I have a passion for English, but my exam scores were insufficient to enter the English program. By the way, our dorm is in the middle building, girls' dormitory 601, the one on the far left. Remember to just call out to me from the back in the future. I'm free on weekends, so you can come find me then. Su Xiaowen did not outright refuse. Chapter 44. Military training begins. Su Xiaowen glanced around and realized they had unknowingly walked near the dormitory building. What is going on? Why are you so foolish? ISNT college all about having fun? Just graduating is enough. I know a senior from our school who said we are a third-tier institution. As long as you don't fail any courses, graduation is assured. Just graduating is what matters. Make sure to come find me to hang out. Which major is that senior from? He graduated and has returned to Dalian. He is not at the school anymore. As they spoke, they arrived at a small shop in the dormitory area. Su Xiaowen followed Shin Minyao inside, intending to grab some snacks. He noticed that while Shin Minyao looked around, she bought nothing and couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you buying anything?" Shin Minyao chuckled. "Oh, I just remembered I already bought some. I don't need more. You go ahead and buy. I'll accompany you." Su Xiaowen certainly did not believe her. If he were oblivious to Shin Minyao's interest in him at this point, he would have truly wasted his previous life. However, he was perplexed as to why Shin Minyao would take an interest in him. In his past life, it was similar. She pursued him fervently after learning of his divorce, and they eventually ended up together. He never anticipated that in this life, it would play out similarly, with Shin Minyao. Having met him for the first time, already harboring a favorable impression. If in this life he was youthful and handsome, in his previous life, he had been nearing 30. Weary from a failed marriage, his appearance lacking vitality. Why then would Shin Minyao be attracted to him? Did he possess an inherent charm that even he was unaware of? Upon exiting the shop, Shin Minyao offered to buy him bubble tea, but Su Xiaowen politely declined. As he escorted her back to the dormitory, he noticed a hint of reluctance in her demeanor, but he dared not linger and promptly turned away. Before leaving, Shin Minyao asked for his phone number. Su Xiaowen hesitated but ultimately provided it, unable to refuse. As soon as he returned to the dorm, he received a message from Shin Minyao. "Su Xiaowen, my roommates all want to thank you for the snacks you brought." He had no intention of replying, intending to put his phone away, but Young Baishan, catching sight of the message, exclaimed, "Su Xiaowen, you didn't just get us snacks. You also sent some to Shin Minyao's dorm." Lu Zhihao, munching on the chicken feet Su Xiaowen had just bought, looked at him with resentment. "Su Xiaowen, you already have Xiao Yuran. Why are you still competing with us for Shin Minyao?" Su Xiaowen was both amused and irritated, rolling his eyes at Lu Zhihao. "Are you blind? Am I competing? She approached me. Can I be blamed for that?" Su Xiaowen felt an unusual mix of emotions. He had resolved not to disturb Shin Minyao, yet knowing his roommates were interested in her made him uneasy. Fortunately, Shin Minyao did not seem to fancy them. The summer of 18 was a time to be cherished. Yet in youth, one often fails to appreciate the beauty of the moment. Only when we mature do we realize how much beauty we have overlooked. On the third night of college, Su Xiaowen lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, reflecting on his past life, the events of the night, and every word exchanged with Shin Minyao. Insomnia enveloped him. Consequently, he slept until nearly 10 the next morning. The first thing he did upon waking was to check the time on his phone, which, of course, included messages from the girls, Xiao Yuran, Song Siyu, and Shin Minyao. Just as he was about to read the messages, his phone rang. It was the owner of the computer store from yesterday. The workers had delivered the computer to the dormitory. Su Xiaowen had to rise immediately, wash his face hastily, and head downstairs. The owner had already assembled the computer as per Su Xiaowen's request. He was not worried about receiving subpar goods, as people were still quite genuine at this time. and Su Xiaowen was familiar with computer components, so the owner wouldn't dare to deceive him. Of course, he would check everything upon receipt. When he arrived, he found a complete computer tower, a monitor, and some cables. Su Xiaowen had to make 2 trips to carry everything back to his dorm. Once in his room, he began to set up the computer, a process that proved to be quite straightforward. The computer was ready. It just needed to be connected to the internet. This step was also simple. Wang Jun had already arranged for someone to install the broadband, and he just needed to visit the telecom service center to set up an account and connect a cable to get online. These tasks took Su Xiaowen less than 2 hours to complete. By the time he finished, it was almost noon. At that moment, he remembered the counselor had mentioned military training would commence at 1 o'clock. Seeing that besides the dorm leader, all his roommates were still asleep, he felt exasperated and hurriedly woke everyone up. Just then, Jin Haonan returned. Upon entering, Jin Haonan noticed that besides Su Xiaowen, everyone else had just woken up and hadn't even gotten out of bed, which left him utterly speechless. He had left around 9 in the morning to meet the instructor and attend the training ground. He returned solely to inform everyone where to assemble. Fortunately, it was not too late for them to rise. If they acted quickly, they could still have lunch. Wang Jun and Yang Baishan moved swiftly. But Shi Xiangming and Lu Zhihao were notoriously lazy and particularly fond of sleeping in. Despite it being noon, they still appeared groggy, lying in bed with their eyes open but not moving. Seeing this, Jin Haonan felt a surge of irritation and said to them, "The assembly point is at the basketball court opposite the Shiyuan cafeteria. We're going to eat first. You two better hurry up, or you'll be late." With that, he exited the classroom. Shi Xiangming and Lu Zhihao didn't even get out of bed. Who knew how much longer it would take? So seeing Jin Haonan leading the way, Su Xiaowen followed him out of the dorm. Subsequently, the quartet from the dormitory, Jin Haonan, Wang Junkai, Yang Baishan, and Su Xiaowen, departed their abode, making their way towards the West Garden cafeteria. The West Garden cafeteria was particularly crowded at this hour, with throngs of people assembled before each service window. Procuring sustenance necessitated enduring queues, albeit at a relatively brisk pace. Conversely, the selection of viands was a chaotic affair, devoid of any semblance of order, as patrons clamored around the serving counters, rendering the process both protracted and cumbersome. By the time the group had concluded their midday repast and emerged from the West Garden cafeteria, the clock had already struck 12:50. Yang Baishan, despite his daily skirmishes with Lu Zhihao, had developed a certain camaraderie with him through their frequent banter. Anxious lest Lu Zhihao be tardy, he addressed Jin Haonan, imploring, "Hao Ji, could you promptly contact them and inquire as to their whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Jin Haonan promptly retrieved his cellular device and initiated a call. The phone rang incessantly, yet remained unanswered. Undeterred, he attempted to contact another individual, only to be met with the same result. Yang Baishan, fraught with concern, queried, "Could they still be slumbering?" Su Xiaowen demurred, asserting, "I surmise not. Even in repose, they would likely be roused by the sound of the phone ringing. It is more probable that they have already departed, albeit without their phones in tow." Wang Junkai concurred with Su Xiaowen's assessment, deeming it plausible. Jin Haonan, relinquishing his phone, resigned himself, stating, "Very well, let us proceed to the rendezvous point. Perchance they have already proceeded directly there." Chapter 45. Tardiness. Each academic division and specialization convened for military training at disparate locales. In the case of software information engineering, the designated assembly point was the basketball court directly opposite the West Garden cafeteria. Upon arriving, Su Xiaowen and his companions observed that a significant proportion of the student body had already congregated, having donned their military training attire and footwear prior to their departure. The quartet promptly integrated themselves into the assembled throng. Bai Yuer, Shi Xiangming's betrothed, had also arrived at the assembly point well in advance, accompanied by her entire dormitory contingent. Su Xiaowen also noticed that Shun Minyao seemed to be gazing around, as if searching for someone. When she saw him, she immediately smiled, and then prepared to walk over, seemingly wanting to say something to him. Fortunately, the timely appearance of the instructor helped Su Xiaowen avoid the conversation. The officer in charge of their training was a youthful individual, clad in the distinctive attire of a drill instructor, his posture erect and his demeanor resolute. Irrespective of his physical attributes, his countenance exuded an air of severity, immediately conveying the impression of an unapproachable individual. Su Xiaowen could only offer silent supplications on behalf of his 2 dormitory mates, as it had become apparent that neither Shi Xiangming nor Lu Zhihao were present. Upon surveying the boisterous assembly, the instructor, his countenance darkening, issued a stentorian command. Everyone, assume your positions. Arrange yourselves in 4 rows according to height. Given the paucity of male students, constituting less than 1/3 of the cohort, they were only sufficient to form a single file. Coincidentally, the 2 tallest individuals in the class were Jin Haonan and Su Xiaowen from dormitory 412, thus positioning them at the rear of the male contingent. The female students, upon receiving the directive, swiftly executed the maneuver, forming 3 rows with alacrity. As the assemblage coalesced, the instructor meticulously adjusted the positions of any misaligned individuals, while simultaneously scrutinizing the attire of the female students. Upon noticing that one particular student was not wearing the prescribed rubber shoes, but rather her own personal footwear, he erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "Was it not communicated to you that uniform attire is mandatory for military training? Who authorized you to don your own shoes for training? If everyone were to emulate your example, would not all be at liberty to disregard regulations? What manner of discipline would that constitute?" The instructor's sudden outburst startled the entire assembly, including Su Xiaowen. Following the source of the vociferation, Su Xiaowen observed that the target of the instructor's ire was none other than Tang Weiwei. Su Xiaowen was even more astonished. Although their interactions had been limited, the girl exuded an aura of docility, hardly indicative of a nonconformist disposition. Despite being subjected to the instructor's reprimand, Tang Weiwei remained with her head bowed, yet endeavored to elucidate. "It is not as you perceive it, it is merely that." Her explanation faltered, and she hesitated to continue. However, Shen Minyao interjected. Addressing the instructor directly, her gaze unwavering in the face of his imposing presence, and volunteered an explanation. "Instructor, Weiwei received footwear of an incorrect size. Upon attempting to exchange them, her size was unavailable. It is not that she is unwilling to wear the prescribed shoes, but rather that she is temporarily without an appropriate pair." Upon hearing Shen Minyao's explanation, the instructor's countenance remained stern, albeit with a slight amelioration in complexion. The instructor tersely stated, "Rectify this matter expeditiously. I expect to see this resolved by tomorrow." With that, he resumed the task of adjusting the formation. During this interlude, a trickle of tardy students arrived at the assembly point. However, having witnessed the instructor's earlier outburst, they refrained from immediately joining the ranks, opting instead to await instructions on the periphery. The instructor, whether cognizant of their presence or not, disregarded them, continuing to refine the formation. Soon, the formation had been adequately adjusted, whereupon the instructor commenced the training regimen without further ado, dispensing with any superfluous discourse. The tardy students exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain as to the appropriate course of action. At this juncture, Su Xiaowen observed the arrival of Shi Xiangming and Lu Zhihao, who had finally materialized. Including these 2, the number of tardy individuals totaled 9. It remained to be seen how the instructor would address their transgression. The instructor continued to impart the most rudimentary commands and postures, diligently assisting numerous individuals in refining their technique. Having completed the instruction on standing at attention and standing at ease, the instructor, still seemingly oblivious to the tardy students, appeared poised to proceed to the next maneuver. Finally, one of the students, unable to endure the uncertainty any longer, interjected, "Instructor." At this, the instructor feigned awareness of their presence, turning to them and inquiring, "Which class do you belong to? Why have you strayed from your designated assembly point?" Dong Jun, the acting class monitor, marveled at the instructor's histrionic abilities. During their initial meeting that morning, he had explicitly informed the instructor of the total enrollment of software information engineering. As an instructor, could he possibly be unaware of the number of students present? In Dong Jun's estimation, the instructor's conduct was patently deliberate, intended to discipline the tardy students. With this in mind, Dong Jun resolved to abstain from involvement, adopting an ostrich-like posture. The 9 tardy students, upon hearing the instructor's query, were understandably perplexed. Were they to believe that the instructor was genuinely unaware of their affiliation despite their protracted presence? One of the female students responded, "Instructor, we are indeed members of this class." Anticipating at most a mild rebuke or reprimand, they were taken aback when the instructor's countenance abruptly transformed. "My class has no tardy individuals. By virtue of your tardiness, you are no longer under my purview. You are at liberty to seek recourse from your academic advisor or any other authority, for your presence is unwelcome here. I implore you to remove yourselves from this vicinity and cease disrupting my training session." With that, He turned his back and resumed the training, completely disregarding the 9 individuals. Upon hearing these words, the 9 students were immediately alarmed. Did the instructor intend to expel them from the ranks? As students of software information engineering, they had no alternative assembly point. Returning to the dormitory, while tempting, was an untenable option, as it would entail exclusion from the military training regimen, a prospect that none of them relished. One of the female students even burst into tears, while the others wore expressions of apprehension and dismay. Some of the female students sought out Dong Jun, hoping that the acting class monitor would intercede on their behalf. However, Dong Jun, having discerned the instructor's intentions, opted to remain aloof, unwilling to risk incurring the wrath of the irate instructor. Having failed to elicit assistance from the acting class monitor, the 9 students were further demoralized. Shi Xiangming and Lu Zhihao, who had initially harbored expectations of Dong Jun, were deeply disappointed by his inaction. Already suffering from hunger due to having missed lunch, they now found themselves in a state of both physical and emotional distress. Realizing that Dong Jun was of no avail, they turned their attention to Jin Haonan, hoping that he might intercede on their behalf. However, Jin Haonan was equally at a loss as to how to proceed. While he harbored a desire to assist, he was uncertain as to the appropriate course of action. As an ordinary student, could he possibly sway the instructor's decision? At this moment, Lu Zhihao's gaze fell upon Su Xiuwen, who stood beside Jin Haonan. Despite the fact that the dormitory head had been unable to find a solution, Lu Zhihao clung to the belief that Su Xiuwen possessed the means to resolve the situation. In a desperate act, Lu Zhihao directed imploring gestures and expressions towards Su Xiuwen. Recognizing the peril of attracting undue attention, Su Xiuwen was reluctant to intercede, mindful of the instructor's irascible mood and the acting class monitor's self-imposed exile. However, Lu Zhihao's desperate pleas were difficult to ignore. Beside him, Jin Haonan gently touched his hand, remaining silent, yet casting a glance as if to inquire whether he had any wise solutions. Chapter 46. Unity and Punishment. What wisdom could Su Xiuwen possess? Merely a smattering of social experience compared to these 18-year-olds. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiuwen called out to the instructor, "Report, instructor, I have something to say. Speak." The instructor regarded Su Xiuwen with astonishment. At that moment, the others were too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Why should he be the one to step forward? The students turned their gazes toward him, curiosity piqued about what Su Xiuwen intended to express. Conversely, Lu Zhihai felt a wave of relief upon hearing Su Xiuwen speak. He couldn't quite fathom why he placed such faith in him. Perhaps it was merely intuition. Under the scrutiny of his peers, Su Xiuwen mentally organized his words before declaring, "Instructor, they are also newcomers, unfamiliar with the school. It is perfectly normal for them to stray from the path or momentarily struggle to locate the venue. They are part of our class. We are a collective. Long ago, I understood the principle of not abandoning or giving up on anyone. If there is a mistake, you may penalize them, but do not disregard or forsake them." Upon hearing Su Xiuwen's words, the instructor fell silent, evidently taken aback by such a declaration. Su Xiuwen's sentiments resonated deeply with the tardy students, who cast appreciative glances his way. He sensed a distinct gaze in the room. Shun Minyao's, the acting class leader, Dong Jun, also recognized the subtle shift in atmosphere and promptly interjected, "Report, instructor. Speak." The instructor commanded. "I informed them rather late and only mentioned the venue's name. They could not find it, and I share some responsibility." Other students, including the dorm leaders of the tardy individuals, Jin Haonan among them, echoed this sentiment, declaring their own accountability. "Well done," the instructor remarked, surveying the students with a piercing gaze. "You cherish your camaraderie and are eager to shoulder responsibility, correct? Then I shall take your words to heart. You wish for me to punish them? Since you are a unified entity, if one errs, all shall bear the consequences. Do you agree?" Being youthful and impassioned, especially with the atmosphere heightened, no one dared to voice dissent, fearing it would jeopardize their relationships over the next 4 years. Seeing no one object, Dong Jun immediately stepped forward, stating, "We agree." "Very well," the instructor replied, nearly fainting from exasperation. "Since you consent, heed my command. Those who are late, fall in line." The 9 tardy students, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they hurriedly joined the ranks. Now, to the football field, 12 laps for the boys, 5 for the girls. No resting until it's completed. In junior high, physical assessments typically consisted of only a kilometer, equating to just over 2 laps. Now, With the boys facing 12 laps and the girls 5, who could endure such a task, everyone was taken aback, questioning if they had misheard. Yet the instructor's stern expression confirmed their fears were not unfounded. If I abandon these 9, you shall not face punishment. Do you regret your decision? The acting class leader sensed the atmosphere had turned somber and refrained from voicing the students' collective opinion, opting for silence. Su Xiaowen suddenly declared, "Instructor, we are a collective and will not leave anyone behind." As the other specialized classes practiced their stances and formations, the 50-plus students from the Software Information Engineering Department, under the instructor's guidance, proceeded toward the school's sole football field. Each step resonated with a sense of weight. Considering the daunting task ahead, 12 laps for the boys and 5 for the girls. Surprisingly, no one voiced complaints. Upon arriving at the football field, the instructor confirmed one last time, "Are you truly unrepentant? Those who regret may stand aside. They will not be involved in this punishment. However, I will not allow these 9 to rejoin the ranks." The tardy 9 felt their anxiety rise again, fearing someone might express regret and lead to their expulsion from the group. Yet, to their astonishment, despite their worries regarding the punishment, not a single person voiced regret or stepped out of the line. Excellent. This is what it means to be a collective. However, I must remind you, 12 laps for the boys and 5 for the girls. If I discover anyone attempting to cheat, missing a lap or more, the entire class will have to rerun. Have you heard me? We have, they chorused. Louder. Have you not eaten? Lu Zhihai mused to himself that he indeed had not. Have you heard me? They repeated loudly. Good. Everyone prepare for a 3-minute warm-up. Though allowed to move in place, the presence of the instructor rendered everyone mute. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the instructor barked, "Everyone prepare to depart." They were all university students, having just endured 3 arduous years of high school, and their bodies had languished. During the first lap, aside from a few girls lagging behind, they managed to keep pace. However, by the second lap, individuals began to fall behind. With differing lap counts for boys and girls, there was no expectation to halt and wait. Each person ran their own race, heads down. Leading the pack was young Baishan, a city dweller with a passion for football, his stamina impressive. The first 3 laps revealed no signs of fatigue. Following closely were Su Xiaowen, Jin Haonan, and another male student, forming the front tier. Wang Jun, Shi Xiaoming, and Lu Zhihai comprised the second tier of boys. The girls' group was more loosely organized, lacking distinct tiers, forming a long line where the slowest runners lagged nearly an entire lap behind the quickest. Notable among them was Tang Weiwei, with Bai Yuer trailing behind. Shin Minyao had long since disappeared from sight. The disparity in physical capabilities between boys and girls was evident, with the slowest boys running at a pace comparable to that of the leading girls. Nevertheless, the overall speed remained slow, akin to a leisurely jog. Upon completing the 4th lap, Su Xiaowen noted that the leading girls, Tang Weiwei and Bai Yuer, had only just finished their 3rd lap. It was apparent that Bai Yuer was nearing exhaustion, gradually falling behind Tang Weiwei. Su Xiaowen observed that Tang Weiwei still had considerable stamina, her pace steady and unwavering. Yet, as he began his 5th lap, he noticed a sudden change in her stride. It appeared she had twisted her ankle, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Su Xiaowen was nearby, swiftly extending a hand to steady her, preventing a fall. "Are you all right?" he inquired hastily. After she assured him she was fine, he quickly rejoined the frontier. Chapter 47. Tang Weiwei, please don't be angry. At this moment, only the 3 from their dormitory, room 412, remained in the lead tier, with Su Xiaowen trailing behind. During the 6th lap, as he passed Tang Weiwei once more, he noticed her gritting her teeth. He expressed concern again. "Are you truly okay?" Tang Weiwei shook her head. Just as Su Xiaowen was about to overtake her, he suddenly saw her topple sideways. Reacting swiftly, he grasped her clothing, intending to prevent her from falling, but lost his balance himself, causing them both to tumble to the ground. As she fell into his embrace, Su Xiaowen found himself taking the brunt of the fall, his body scraping against the ground. It indeed hurt, but fortunately, he was sturdy enough to endure. Su Xiaowen was concerned about the girl's condition and asked, "I'm fine. How about you?" He heard no response, yet he noticed the girl's expression of distress. Had she been hurt? The thought struck him instantly. He hurriedly got up, intending to assist Tang Weiwei, when he suddenly noticed a detail. There were faint traces of blood on the red track, barely discernible unless one paused to examine closely. How could there be blood on a pristine track? Su Xiaowen was puzzled. But then, he noticed Tang Weiwei's shoes. She was still seated on the ground, her legs crossed at an angle, From his vantage point, he could see the sole of her shoe. What on earth? He exclaimed involuntarily. The sole of Tang Weiwei's shoe had a hole, surrounded by bloodstains. In that moment, Su Xiaowen realized that she had continued to run despite the damaged shoe. And as a result, the rough surface of the track had worn her foot raw, leading to her eventual collapse. It was his first encounter with such a stubborn girl. If her shoe was damaged, why not just inform the instructor? It was hardly a grave matter. Could it be that she was concerned about her image? Afraid of being ridiculed? Su Xiaowen quickly dismissed this notion, sensing that Tang Weiwei was not that kind of girl. Another possibility arose in his mind, one that seemed increasingly plausible. Was she worried that if she didn't finish the run, everyone else would have to repeat it? That she chose to endure the pain rather than let others suffer for her? At that moment, the instructor, having noticed the commotion, approached swiftly. Su Xiaowen reported, "Instructor, Tang Weiwei has twisted her ankle and cannot continue. She must be taken to the infirmary immediately." He refrained from mentioning the state of her shoes or the wounds on her feet. Having observed that she discreetly hid her injured foot beneath her thigh as others passed by. Clearly, she still felt some embarrassment. The instructor examined the girl's foot and, upon seeing the bloodstains on her shoe, understood that she was indeed injured. However, he questioned, "You only have one lap left. Can you manage to finish?" Su Xiaowen was taken aback. Given Tang Weiwei's injury, surely the instructor would insist on her immediate transfer to the infirmary. Yet, hearing the instructor's question left him speechless. Before Tang Weiwei could respond, Su Xiaowen couldn't contain himself. "Instructor, her foot is bleeding. How can she possibly continue? Shouldn't we take her to the infirmary right away?" The instructor turned to Su Xiaowen with a cold glare. "I am asking her, not you. And besides, aren't you a fellow instructor? Am I not capable of assessing whether she can continue?" The instructor, a soldier accustomed to enduring injuries during training, likely regarded Tang Weiwei's bleeding foot as a minor issue. However, she was not a soldier, but a girl. Su Xiaowen was incensed by the instructor's apparent insensitivity. At that moment, Tang Weiwei spoke up, struggling to support herself. She said, "It's fine. It's just one lap left. I can manage. I don't want to make everyone run again because of me." Upon hearing her words, the instructor ceased further inquiries. Su Xiaowen, frustrated with the instructor's lack of empathy, was equally dismayed by Tang Weiwei's stubbornness. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "Are you foolish? Your foot is bleeding. How can you continue? You must know you can't run." Tang Weiwei, undeterred by his outburst, understood his concern. This rare display of care touched her deeply. After a moment of silence, she looked up at Su Xiaowen and, hesitating slightly, tugged at his shirt, gently pleading, "Please don't be angry. I can endure." Her actions and the worried expression on her face quelled Su Xiaowen's anger. He turned to the instructor, stating, "Instructor, your physical condition is exceptional, and this minor injury may seem trivial to you, but she is just an ordinary student. If she is hurt, she should be taken to the infirmary immediately." The instructor scrutinized Su Xiaowen, perceiving that a scraped foot was hardly significant. It posed no life-threatening risk and was unlikely to worsen. Moreover, the girl herself claimed she could finish. What did it mean for a boy to interject? The instructor, still a young man in his early 20s, instinctively believed Su Xiaowen's actions were merely an attempt to impress the girl, which irritated him. He thought, "Is it your intention to show off in front of her? Let us see how far you can go." Thus, the instructor replied to Su Xiaowen, "I previously stated that if anyone cannot finish, there will be no penalties. Since you believe she cannot continue, you can assist her in completing the lap. You still have 6 laps left, making it a total of 7. Start now, but I must remind you, no walking is allowed. For most students, few girls could manage to run 5 laps, and even among boys, not many could run 12 laps without alternating between running and walking. Consequently, on the track, both boys and girls resorted to walking to sustain themselves. The instructor observed this and tacitly accepted the students' methods. However, now he demanded that Su Xiaowen help Tang Weiwei complete a lap without walking, believing that requiring him to run 13 laps without walking would be a formidable challenge. The instructor's intent was to dissuade Su Xiaowen from attempting. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Tang Weiwei trembled slightly, seemingly frightened. To her, this indeed seemed like a daunting task. She quickly turned to Su Xiaowen, disregarding her modesty and pleading, "I can run. Please let me do it myself." Su Xiaowen caught a glimpse of her face and paused. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and asked the instructor, "If I finish, will you agree to take her to the infirmary immediately?" The instructor, taken aback by Su Xiaowen's resolute expression, hesitated. Could he truly complete the remaining 7 laps in one go? Finally, the instructor nodded. I agree. If you can finish, I will allow her to go to the infirmary. All right, I accept, Su Xiuwen responded. Is 7 laps really that difficult? Before starting, he turned to Tang Weiwei, advising. Wait for me here, don't wander off. I will take you to the infirmary once I finish. Su Xiuwen glanced at the instructor, said no more, and began to run along the track. The exchange between Su Xiuwen and the instructor attracted the attention of several passing girls, including Shun Minyao, who was among them. Though her stamina was not exceptional, it was not the worst either, placing her in the middle of the pack. Exhausted, her long legs felt heavy, and every step was a struggle. Yet she persevered, unlike some girls behind her who had given up and resorted to walking. As she passed by the instructor, Su Xiuwen, and Tang Weiwei, she overheard their conversation. Shen Minyao paused for a moment, her gaze shifting to Su Xiuwen's retreating figure on the track, her feelings becoming complex, filled with admiration and respect. At that moment, Su Xiuwen was oblivious to Shun Minyao's thoughts. He had completed 6 laps. Most boys struggled to finish 3 or 4 laps before giving in to fatigue, resorting to walking. However, Su Xiuwen was different. In his new life, his physical abilities had been greatly enhanced, combined with his naturally good physique. After all, he had played football, and as long as he avoided sea cucumbers, he remained in excellent shape. With this fortuitous combination, Su Xiuwen's physical prowess surpassed that of many peers. Nevertheless, completing 12 laps, nearly 5 kilometers, was no trivial task. And now with 13 laps, it exceeded 5 kilometers, a true challenge. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. In no time, Su Xiuwen had run 6 laps, leaving only the final lap remaining. Tang Weiwei watched him run, her heart warmed, feeling deeply moved. Every time Su Xiuwen passed by her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt upon seeing the beads of sweat adorning his temples and forehead. If only she hadn't fallen. If she could have persevered a little longer, he wouldn't have had to run an extra lap. She yearned to encourage him, yet feared that speaking out might disrupt his rhythm. At that moment, Su Xiuwen had already completed 12 laps. His stamina was nearly depleted, and his legs felt extraordinarily heavy, each lift requiring him to grit his teeth. Meanwhile, Yang Baishan and Jin Haonan were also struggling, opting to walk instead of run. They had only managed 11 laps. Most of the other boys had completed at least 7 laps, predominantly walking, while the majority had finished 9. In contrast, the girls, alternating between running and walking, most had managed 5 laps. As he approached the final lap, having run less than 100 meters, Su Xiuwen's speed had slowed considerably, yet he persevered, maintaining a relatively brisk pace. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a drum. Gazing at the track ahead, he knew he had less than a lap remaining. Keep going. Suddenly, he heard Tang Weiwei's voice beside him. Turning his head, their eyes met. Tang Weiwei appeared anxious, fearful that her voice might disrupt his cadence, and had been restraining herself. Now, as Su Xiuwen passed her once more, she sensed he was on the verge of exhaustion. She felt that this boy might need encouragement at that moment. Thus, she summoned her courage and called out. Almost immediately, he heard Shin Minyao's voice exclaiming, "Keep it up," followed by a chorus of encouragement from other girls. "Go, Su Xiuwen." The girls' cheers infused Su Xiuwen with renewed energy, flowing from his heart to his legs. He drew in a few deep breaths and sprinted forward. Though he took longer to finish the last stretch than he had for the second-to-last lap, he ultimately completed it. When he finally crossed the finish line, he was met with applause from the girls in his class. The boys, still walking instead of running, were left bewildered, unsure of why the girls were applauding Su Xiuwen. Did they cheer because he finished? Would they applaud him too if they completed their laps? This inspired several boys to continue running. Su Xiuwen slowed his pace and approached the instructor, meeting his gaze directly. "Instructor, I did not let you down. I finished." The instructor observed the sweat glistening on Su Xiuwen's skin and the determined expression on the face of this freshman, his view shifting suddenly. He found Su Xiuwen more agreeable. Soldiers respect strength, and while Su Xiuwen might not yet be deemed a strong individual in the instructor's eyes, his resolute character had altered the instructor's perception. He responded solemnly, "Very well. What is your name?" Reporting to the instructor, "My name is Su Xiuwen." "Su Xiuwen, is it? I shall remember your name. Now, take her to the infirmary." He then bellowed to the other boys, "No slacking. Get moving." At that moment, Su Xiuwen felt invigorated rather than fatigued, realizing that this surge of energy was a natural physiological response to surpassing his physical limits. He approached Tang Weiwei and, turning to face her, said coolly, "Get on." I. Tang Weiwei hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts. Hurry up. His firm tone compelled her to swallow her words. Still not getting on? Su Xuan's impatience was evident. Oh. Tang Weiwei, like a rabbit being bullied, responded meekly and gradually placed her hands around his neck. Feeling her weight on his back, Su Xuan reminded her. Hold on tight. He then swiftly stood up. Shun Minyao and Bai Yuer observed the two, with Bai Yuer showing little reaction while Shun Minyao bit her lip. Caught between words, Su Xuan paid them no mind as he carried Tang Weiwei and headed outside the soccer field. The girls who had completed 5 laps had gathered together, and a few who overheard the exchange between Su Xuan and the instructor relayed the details. Unlike boys, who might trivialize such matters, the girls found Su Xuan's willingness to stand up for Tang Weiwei and complete her remaining lap to be an act of both courage and responsibility. Thus they applauded him. As they watched Su Xuan's retreating figure, they realized that this moment would be etched in their memories, a silhouette that exuded strength, steadiness, and reassurance. As they exited the soccer field, Tang Weiwei gently twisted her body and said, Su Xuan, you can put me down now. I can walk by myself. Su Xuan did not turn around, responding curtly, put you down? Your feet are all scraped. How can you walk? If I get you to the infirmary quickly, we can finish this sooner. Are you trying to waste my time? Despite being reprimanded by Su Xuan, Tang Weiwei felt no anger. She rested her head against his shoulder, glancing at his profile from this close distance for the first time. She had never closely observed a boy, especially one as handsome as him, but he was truly quite striking. Tang Weiwei felt a twinge of shame for her unabashed thoughts, yet she could not help but be captivated. She found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of excitement and guilt. Su Xuan, unaware of the infirmary's location, had to ask several people for directions. Upon arriving, they discovered a queue. Su Xuan set Tang Weiwei down on a nearby bench and instructed her to wait. As he proceeded to register, she watched him darting back and forth, and suddenly, memories of her grandmother flooded her mind. Su Xuan quickly returned to her side, holding a bag in his hand. This time, he did not carry her in the previous manner, but instead swept her up in a princess carry, lifting her effortlessly. His intentions were not to take advantage of her. He gently placed her onto the bed in the infirmary. At that moment, the room was empty of other patients. There were 3 beds in total, and Su Xuan tenderly laid her on the furthest one, then pulled the curtain to shield them from any potential prying eyes. Tang Weiwei felt a surge of nervousness at his actions. Su Xuan, however, was unperturbed. After helping her sit on the edge of the bed, he bent down to remove her shoes. What are you doing? She asked, her anxiety causing her to clutch her shoes tightly. Let go, Su Xuan commanded, attempting to pry her grip free. No, you can't. Are you disobeying me? Su Xuan's brow furrowed, his expression suggesting he was on the verge of losing patience. Tang Weiwei, contemplating something, slowly released her hold. Su Xuan then removed her shoes, all the while observing her flushed face and evasive gaze. Notably, her footwear was neither athletic nor stylish, but rather simple cloth shoes, common in rural areas, and black in color. Even so, it was perplexing how they had worn down so much. It wasn't until Su Xuan scrutinized them closely that he understood. He couldn't help but ask, how long have you been wearing these shoes? Feeling embarrassed, Tang Weiwei buried her head into her chest. 3 years. You've worn a pair of cloth shoes for 3 years? That's impressive. As he spoke, he began to remove her white socks. Fortunately, they were white. Had they been thick red socks, he might have been mortified. As he pulled off the socks, Tang Weiwei murmured, do you really have to take off the socks? She believed he hadn't heard, but Su Xuan caught every word and shot back. How can I apply medicine if the socks stay on? Tang Weiwei was aware that he could hear her, so she dared not murmur any further and could only think to herself that she could apply the medicine herself. After removing the girl's socks, Su Xuan was momentarily stunned. He had encountered the feet of many girls before, both in this life and through images online in his past life. For instance, Miss Yang, despite being said to have foot odor, still possessed commendable aesthetics. In terms of beautiful feet, Su Xuan considered himself quite knowledgeable. However, he never anticipated that he would one day behold such exquisite feet. Tang Weiwei's feet were truly the epitome of perfection. The moment he removed her shoes, he sensed something was amiss, as those black fabric shoes were exceedingly small. Now, with her socks removed, Tang Weiwei's feet were clearly presented before him, and Su Xuan realized that such dainty and delicate feet truly existed in the world. Considering the girl came from a rural background and had never even used sanitary napkins, He could not help but wonder if she had bound her feet. Tang Weiwei. What? Tang Weiwei, caught in Su Xuan's gaze upon her feet, suppressed her embarrassment to respond. Have you bound your feet? You are the one who has bound your feet. Upon hearing Su Xuan's remark, Tang Weiwei couldn't help but retort, though she was too afraid to meet his eyes, fearing it would provoke his anger. Su Xuan scrutinized the beautiful feet in his hands and remarked, if you haven't, then so be it. However, your feet are remarkably small. What size do you wear? Is it 34? Approximately. How much exactly? Don't just say approximately. Su Xuan glared, and Tang Weiwei felt intimidated. 32. Do such small sizes truly exist? Su Xuan expressed his astonishment. It is known that adult women's shoe sizes generally range from 35 to 40, which are the most common sizes for women's footwear. He had deliberately suggested a smaller size, yet he was astonished to find Tang Weiwei's feet were even smaller. Can I apply the medicine now? Tang Weiwei asked, trembling slightly. Su Xuan shook his head. Not yet. Let me take a closer look. Tang Weiwei shivered, her hands and feet tingling, and she muttered softly, pervert, yet she did not stop Su Xuan's actions nor retract her feet. Su Xuan, though not as knowledgeable as those with a particular interest in feet, could discern the beauty of the foot before him without needing extensive knowledge. Firstly, her feet were impeccably clean, lacking any embellishments. The shape and lines were naturally exquisite, the skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, with toes rounded like cardamom. The nails small and translucent, complemented by a size that rivaled the famous 3-inch golden lotus. Truly, it was a masterpiece. Su Xuan then posed a second question. How tall are you? 165 centimeters. Tang Weiwei blushed furiously. Understood, Su Xuan nodded, indicating he comprehended, and added, now, I will begin applying the medicine. It might sting a little, so bear with it. Okay. It hurts. Just endure a moment longer, it will soon subside. Don't misunderstand. I am genuinely applying the medicine. All done. After finishing applying the medicine for Tang Weiwei, Su Xuan clapped his hands and declared, you should rest for a while. With that, he left. Tang Weiwei was left wondering where he had gone, sitting alone on the infirmary bed, feeling her body still slightly warm. She recalled her grandmother's words. A girl's feet should never be seen by anyone other than her husband. But grandmother, he saw them. In truth, Tang Weiwei was not as delicate as she seemed. Her foot was merely scraped and had bled a little, which was not a serious injury for her. She could leave the bed if she wished. However, she stayed in the infirmary instead. After waiting for a considerable time without Su Xuan's return, she pondered if he had left to return to military training. Uncertain, she chose to remain in the infirmary. After all, what if he returned and could not find her? He might become upset, especially since he had such a fierce temperament and was prone to anger. Chapter 50. 500 yuan per session. Half an hour each to avoid upsetting him. Tang Weiwei decided to wait a bit longer. Just then, the infirmary door swung open, and Su Xuan walked in. Oh, you haven't left yet? Waiting for me? Who is waiting for you? If it were Xiao Yuran, she might respond in a haughty manner, but Tang Weiwei seemed more submissive. Excessively gentle. Su Xuan felt he had acted rather excessively, yet she accepted everything without displaying any displeasure. Well, you didn't say you wouldn't come back. Su Xuan chuckled. You waited here just because I didn't say I wouldn't come back? What if I had returned to the dormitory and forgotten you? You would have had to wait until the infirmary closed. Tang Weiwei quietly explained, I wouldn't have. I would have left after waiting a little longer. Su Xuan shook his head. I hope you truly leave then. Here, this is for you. Su Xuan suddenly produced a pair of white canvas shoes from behind him. Not wanting her to wait too long, he had rushed to a children's shoe store and bought a pair of white canvas shoes. Seeing them, Tang Weiwei immediately waved her hands in refusal. I don't want them. Su Xuan squatted before her and shook the shoes in his hands. You don't want me to put them on for you, do you? No, I don't want your shoes. I have my own. Tang Weiwei tried to insist. Su Xuan, however, was not inclined to argue and directly took action. He first removed the fabric shoes and socks from her other foot, then produced a pair of white cotton socks adorned with cute strawberries from his pocket. He carefully put the socks on her uninjured foot, which fit perfectly. Finally, he gently slipped a sock onto her injured foot, which had already been treated with a band-aid. So he was not worried about the wound coming into contact with the sock. After dressing her feet, Su Xuan proceeded to help her into the shoes. The newly bought canvas shoes fit her perfectly. The combination of white canvas shoes and strawberry socks on Tang Weiwei's feet exuded an inexplicable charm. Throughout this process, Tang Weiwei wished to refuse, but once Su Xuan grasped her ankle, she felt like a small dog restrained by its neck, a snake held by its 7 inches, or a kitten lifted by the scruff of its neck. Her strength diminished significantly, making her compliant. Ultimately, she could only cover her face with her hands, blushing, allowing Su Xuan to assist her. Once the shoes were secured, Su Xuan took the initiative to fasten her straps, then clapped his hands, declaring the task accomplished with a relaxed expression. "All right, now I shall escort you back to your dormitory." Tang Weiwei hurriedly protested, "I can go back by myself." Su Xuan waved his hand. "To ensure your safety, I will accompany you back to the dormitory. Otherwise, if you were to return alone and fell, you would let me off easy, but I worry your roommates wouldn't. It's more like sending a monk to the west," Tang Weiwei corrected inwardly. Perhaps feeling that Su Xuan's reasoning made sense, or perhaps realizing her objections were futile, she nodded in agreement. Thus, Su Xuan once more squatted before her. "Come on, I'll carry you again. Next time, it will cost you." Tang Weiwei hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to ask, "How much per time?" Su Xuan was taken aback that she genuinely inquired about the price and felt speechless. He decided to quote a high number to frighten her, 500 yuan per session. Half an hour each. In this day and age, many college students might not even have 500 yuan for their monthly living expenses. Upon hearing the price, Tang Weiwei immediately fell silent. On the way to return Tang Weiwei to her dormitory, Su Xuan refrained from saying much more. Tang Weiwei lay quietly against him, and both savored this rare moment of tranquility. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Su Xuan approached the duty office and explained the situation, requesting the dormitory supervisor to assist Tang Weiwei back to her room. Watching as Tang Weiwei put one foot on the ground, helped by the supervisor, and hopping towards her dormitory, Su Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Weiwei was indeed a charming and obedient girl. He recalled having caught fleeting glimpses of her appearance before. He had never seen her clearly until this afternoon, and he could only say she was stunning. Su Xuan seldom used the term stunning to describe a girl, which underscored how astonishing Tang Weiwei's beauty was to him. After escorting Tang Weiwei back to the dormitory, Su Xuan returned to his own room, deciding against attending training today. Once back in the dorm, he connected to the internet and immediately logged into the Jinjiang author backend. Having not updated for 3 consecutive days, the comments section of his novel was filled with lamentations. Many readers left messages wondering if the story would be abandoned. Su Xuan took a quick glance at the QQ group, which also bore a somber atmosphere. Abandonment was out of the question. He vowed never to abandon his work in this lifetime. Promptly, Su Xuan posted an announcement. His computer was broken, and he had acquired a new one, assuring that updates would resume from today. As soon as the announcement was made, the group sprang to life. "I knew it. How could the author not update? I thought you had given up. I can't go a day without your writing." Watching the QQ group regain its vibrancy, Su Xuan smiled. His second novel, Boys of Distinction, had been published for nearly 2 months and was approaching its conclusion. Compared to his first book, the second had garnered substantial success, both due to his pen name Su Rinshan's growing fame and the genre itself, leading to impressive earnings. The figures in the back end were in the 7 digits, indicating that upon completion, Su Xuan would receive a substantial royalty payment. Just a few days away from the conclusion, he would possess a fortune of 1 million. Though this wealth paled in comparison to that of true affluent individuals, it was a testament to Su Xuan's hard work. Moreover, in 2005, few possessed 1 million in their bank accounts. However, after writing 2 books consecutively, Su Xuan pondered deeply about what to write for his third. Before long, the other 5 members of the dormitory returned. As soon as they entered, Lu Zhihao rushed to Su Xuan, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "Xuan, you truly are my hero. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble today." Shi Xiangming also expressed his gratitude. Jin Haonan patted Su Xuan on the shoulder, praising, "Xuan, your quick thinking was impressive. You managed to come up with that excuse on the spot, and running 13 laps without stopping? I could never do that." Wang Junchen nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Xuan, you are truly remarkable." Yang Baishan, however, interjected with a hint of jealousy, "Xuan, you have no idea. You stole the show today. After you left, all the girls were inquiring about you. You wouldn't believe how many asked for your phone number." Su Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Did you give it to them?" Yang Baishan chuckled. "Of course not without your permission. I gave them my number instead." Lu Zhihao immediately protested. "Yang Baishan, that is so sneaky. That is not fair." Yang Baishan shot him a glance. "I saw girls asking you for your number too." Lu Zhihao pouted. "But I didn't think of that. I turned them all down. Then it's not my fault. You simply didn't think ahead. No way. You can't keep all the attention to yourself. I'll go tell them you gave your number, not show an S. But you don't have their numbers. How will you inform them? Lu Zhihao gleefully replied, I may not, but Dong Jun does. I'll tell him someone is using a fake number to deceive them. To warn the girls not to trust someone's word. Yang Baishan shivered. Seriously, Lu Zhihao, are you that ruthless? Lu Zhihao laughed heartily, begged me. And I want to go to Dong Jun. Yang Baishan, wanting to appear tough, ultimately relented. No, Lu Gu, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. We're all in the same dorm. There's no need for this. The other four, including Su Xiaowen, couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle. Chapter 51. Payment received. Time to celebrate. Yang Baishan showed no signs of embarrassment, proclaiming loudly, Tonight, no one should be absent. I'm treating you all to drinks. Su Xiaowen turned to Jin Haonan. Have you eaten? Jin Haonan shook his head. Not yet. We had to come back to check on you first. All right then. I'll make sure to indulge tonight and recoup my last meal's worth. Yang Baishan slapped his chest. No worries. Eat as much as you want. That evening, the six of them returned to the street outside the north gate, indulging in a feast. By the end of the night, only Jin Haonan remained sober. Su Xiaowen could barely stand and collapsed onto his bed as soon as they returned. University days were blissfully carefree, and every day felt like a treasure. The next day, Jin Haonan fulfilled his duty as dorm leader by waking everyone at 7 a.m. This time, Shi Xiangming and Lu Zhihao wasted no time. Quickly dressing and washing up to join the others and heading to the cafeteria, arriving at the training ground before 8 a.m. Su Xiaowen encountered Shun Minyao and two other girls. Tang Weiwei was absent, presumably on leave. The instructor showed no signs of disdain upon seeing Su Xiaowen, rather appearing calm. Su Xiaowen greeted the instructor, who nodded in acknowledgement, as if yesterday's unpleasantness had dissipated with the night. Perhaps only the girls remembered Su Xiaowen's earlier performance. Shortly after arriving, several girls requested his phone number. As they were classmates, Su Xiaowen was inclined to oblige, knowing that once given, responding to calls or texts would remain his choice. With just 5 minutes until 8 a.m., everyone had arrived except for Tang Weiwei, and under the instructor's guidance, they began practicing their stances. Military training was always arduous yet fulfilling. Before long, the morning passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. Tang Weiwei returned after only 2 days of leave, and upon seeing Su Xiaowen, she greeted him, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. Su Xiaowen wished to engage the girls in conversation, but each time, Shin Minyao was by Tang Weiwei's side, making him hesitant. During these days, the university was also undergoing military training, and it seemed the rigorous schedule had caused Xiao Yuran to stop messaging him for 2 days. Su Xiaowen felt somewhat guilty. Previously, he had often ignored her messages, finding them bothersome. Now, with her silence, he found himself missing her attention. He understood now why some fickle individuals kept a casual connection, occasionally throwing out a line to maintain the relationship. Accustomed to being pursued, the sudden lack of attention felt disconcerting and uncomfortable. Days passed, and Su Xiaowen's second novel, Boys of Distinction, approached its conclusion. Unlike other pretentious authors who preferred to leave readers with a bitter ending, he favored a grand finale where every character enjoyed a favorable outcome. The day after completion, the 7-digit royalty was deposited into Su Xiaowen's account. Gazing at the figures, he declared, "Let us celebrate tonight. We won't stop until we're drunk." With drinks on the table, Yang Baishan was eager to join. Lu Zhihao had recently been inseparable from him, while Jin Haonan readily agreed without hesitation. Wang Junshun, who hadn't visited the university to find a girlfriend lately, opted to join as well, shutting down his computer. Shi Xiangming, seeing everyone else go, agreed to tag along as well. The 6 men made their way to the bustling street outside the north gate, returning to their favorite eatery. After several visits, they had grown familiar with the delicious dishes and could skip the hassle of ordering individually. Jin Haonan could simply order a feast that everyone would enjoy. At the table, Yang Baishan inquired, "Su Xiaowen, you seem in a great mood today. What's the occasion for treating us?" "Just earned a little money." "Money?" Yang Baishan perked up at the mention, as his family wasn't the wealthiest, but was comfortable. His mother provided a generous monthly allowance, yet his love for drinks often drained his funds. Recently, he had been going out almost every night to drink with his fellow countrymen, and his wallet was feeling the pinch. Su Xiaowen glanced at him and shook his head. "You won't be able to keep up." Yang Baishan was suddenly agitated, questioning whether Lu Zhihai looked down on him, insisting that he was capable of anything. Lu Zhihai jested, remarking that with how intoxicated he got every night, he could hardly accomplish anything. Yang Baishan's attention was immediately captured by Lu Zhihai's banter, and Su Xiaowen chuckled, shaking his head at their exchange. Wang Jun came forth with a sudden inquiry, suggesting it had to do with his nightly texting. Su Xiaowen candidly nodded, admitting he wrote novels online to earn some modest royalties. Royalties? Is that even profitable? Yang Baishan, intrigued by the mention of royalties, seized his repartee with Lu Zhihai. Not much, just enough for meals, he replied. If you're not making much, why treat us to dinner? Chimed in Jin Haonan. Su Xiaowen waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, it's fine, Brother Hao, I can still afford a meal. Lu Zhihai added, indeed, Hao, even without royalties, Su is quite well off. Just look at his designer clothes and shoes. There's no need to worry about him. What matters is that we enjoy our meal and drinks, Su Xiaowen said with a smile. Let's not dwell on that. Let's drink. Yang Baishan was the first to raise his glass. As regular patrons, the owner swiftly brought out the dishes, and the six of them chatted and dined, time passing quickly. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Su Xiaowen suddenly recognized a familiar voice. He turned, surprised to see Song Siyu. The girl from Beijing waved cheerfully at the group, greeting, good evening, handsome guys. What brings you here? Su Xiaowen began to inquire when he noticed Xiao Yuran emerge from behind Song Siyu, accompanied by Enshur. He immediately looked to Wang Jun, eager for an explanation. Wang Jun, sensing his gaze, clarified, Siyu and the others happened to be in the area and asked where I was, so I told them. Why didn't you inform me? Su Xiaowen pressed, and when did you call? I don't recall. I didn't call. I texted, came the reply. Song Siyu, having overheard the boys' exchange, furrowed her brow and looked at Su Xiaowen, asking, are we not welcome? If you'd prefer, we can leave now and not disturb your drinking. Xiao Yuran, also catching the conversation, wore an unamused expression. Su Xiaowen took a swig of his drink, responding, I was merely taken aback. You should have given me a heads up so I could prepare myself. What sort of preparation do you require? Are you hiding something from Yuran? Am I hiding something? Su Xiaowen began to explain, but realized that if anyone should be questioning him, it ought to be Yuran, not her. Perhaps you should mind your own business regarding Wang Jun. Do you think I want to meddle in your affairs? Chapter 52. A group arrives Xiao Su. Xiao Yuran's soft voice called out, not loud but clear. In front of her, Su Xiaowen adopted a different demeanor, saying, why didn't you tell me you were coming? What if you couldn't find the place? I could have come to get you. It's all right, we can find it. Xiao Yuran replied, her tension easing with Su Xiaowen's words. He then turned to Enshur, who was dressed plainly but still radiated natural beauty. You look lovely today, my little disciple. He lowered his voice for the last 3 words. Enshur caught this and smiled, thanking him before joining Xiao Yuran at his side. Yang Baishan, noticing the girls had settled in, called for more glasses from the owner. Xiao Yuran didn't drink, a fact Su Xiaowen was well aware of. Before she could speak, he interrupted Yang Baishan, saying, let us not make them drink. They have military training tomorrow. Some juice would be better. Juice is fine, Xiao Yuran agreed. And Enshur nodded in concurrence. Although Song Siyu could drink, she didn't object, respecting Su Xiaowen's request. The girl's arrival did not disrupt the boys' drinking atmosphere. Except for Su Xiaowen, who had noticeably reduced his consumption. He realized that whenever he lifted his glass, Xiao Yuran would frown, but if he set it down, her expression would brighten. It was a fickle situation, akin to a dramatic performance. While he could disregard Xiao Yuran's feelings, he was wary of her potentially reporting back, knowing her penchant for such things. Thus, he completely abstained from drinking. Seeing Su Xiaowen refrain, the other boys followed suit. Seizing the moment, Su Xiaowen leaned closer to Xiao Yuran, softly asking, how has military training been lately? Tiring. Xiao Yuran felt a surge of happiness at Su Xiaowen's decision to stop drinking. His breath, tinged with alcohol, brushed against her ear, a ticklish yet pleasing sensation that left her feeling somewhat lightheaded. Not too tiring. It's mostly girls. And the instructor takes good care of us. That's good to hear. Su Xiaowen nodded. By the way, what made you think of coming to South Street today? His habitual reference to South Street reflected the nomenclature used by students of his university, while Jiangling College students generally referred to it as the Snack Street or North Street. Xiao Yuran seemed oblivious to this detail and perhaps even unaware of the name used by students. Siyu insisted on coming here for snacks. I didn't want to, but she insisted I join her, and sure. Su Xiaowen chuckled mischievously. Really didn't want to come? Didn't want to see me? Xiao Yuran shook her head. I didn't know you'd be here. So you mean you didn't want to come because you didn't know I was here, but now that you do, you want to? The truth was, she did think that, but being directly pointed out by Su Xiaowen made her blush. And she took a sip of her juice to mask her embarrassment. Su Xiaowen then glanced over Xiao Yuran's shoulder at Enshurshur, who seemed to be watching their interaction closely. Their eyes met briefly before swiftly parting as Xiao Yuran set her cup down. Su Xiaowen continued to inquire about Xiao Yuran, his gentle tone making her heart race. Occasionally, she reminisced about the times when Su Xiaowen would always be by her side. Yet she found herself preferring the current version of him. Although he spoke less and often appeared aloof, there were moments when his tenderness shined through, like now, making her wish to bask in his warm words. Listening to him express concern in such a gentle manner sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Unsure of her own feelings, she opted to drink more juice, hoping to calm herself. Su Xiaowen seized the opportunity to lean closer to Enshurshur, asking, "Have you been doing any part-time work lately?" Enshurshur shook her head, glancing at Xiao Yuran. "Military training has been too exhausting. I barely have any personal time. Yuran goes straight to bed when we return to the dorm." Xiao Yuran, hearing this, chuckled lightly and clarified, "It's not that tiring. I just wasn't used to it at first, but I'm getting better now." "That's good." Su Xiaowen then entertained the girls with amusing anecdotes about military training, which, while not overly entertaining, managed to elicit laughter from the two girls. Since entering, Song Siyu had seated herself beside Wang Jun, being his girlfriend, but kept an eye on Su Xiaowen. Watching him happily converse with Xiao Yuran and even Enshurshur stirred an indescribable feeling within her. It was one thing for Xiao Yuran, being his childhood friend, but why was Enshurshur so familiar with him? After contemplating, Song Siyu raised her glass towards Su Xiaowen, thanking him for treating them and inquiring, "I heard you've been making quite a bit from your writing?" She held her glass in a toast gesture, though her glass contained merely juice. Su Xiaowen had not confided in Song Siyu about his aspirations of earning a living through writing, having only mentioned it to his roommates. Her awareness of it implied that Wang Junkai had divulged it. He felt exasperated with Wang Junsai's loose tongue, unable to disregard Song Siyu. He raised his glass and took a sip. Xiao Yuran, initially pleased that Su Xiaowen wasn't drinking alcohol, glared at Song Siyu for prompting Su Xiaowen to pick up his glass again. However, this toast seemed to initiate a series of events. Yang Baishan exclaimed that Song Siyu's influence was considerable, noting that Su Xiaowen would only drink with her, even in Xiao Yuran's presence. Su Xiaowen disregarded Yang Baishan's words. But Wang Junkai, Song Siyu's boyfriend, was present, and his countenance had visibly darkened. Su Xiaowen wished he could knock some sense into Yang Baishan, questioning if his mind contained anything other than women and alcohol. "I'll drink with you until you've had your fill. Whoever backs down is a coward," Su Xiaowen challenged. Slamming his hand on the table, Yang Baishan, predictably, took the bait and began drinking heavily with Su Xiaowen. Despite his decent alcohol tolerance, Yang Baishan, having already consumed a fair amount, quickly became intoxicated. After Su Xiaowen had bested Yang Baishan, he shared some drinks with the other roommates. Nevertheless, he began to feel lightheaded. Xiao Yuran quietly cautioned, "Su, drink less. Why don't you all head back first?" Su Xiaowen suddenly suggested to Xiao Yuran, "Do you find me bothersome? Am I interrupting your drinking?" Xiao Yuran pouted, "Don't be absurd. We're 6 guys drinking. There's nothing for you to do here. You might as well go back and rest. Isn't there military training tomorrow?" And sure, being quite understanding, chimed in, "Yuran, perhaps we should return. I'm feeling rather fatigued." Xiao Yuran was hesitant to leave Su Xiaowen alone to continue drinking, but she also had her roommates to consider. She reluctantly agreed, but not before reminding Su Xiaowen to refrain from drinking anymore. Fearing he might disregard her, she threatened to tell Aunt Ning, Su Xiaowen's mother. Su Xiaowen nodded in acknowledgement, turning his glass upside down to indicate it was empty. Only then did Xiao Yuran relent. "See you, sure, and I are heading back. Will you join us?" Song Siyu smiled and nodded, "Of course. I'll certainly return with you." Su Xiaowen noticed Xiao Yuran glancing back at him from the doorway. Her brow furrowed with concern. Su Xiaowen waved reassuringly. After the girls departed, the guys became even more uninhibited. After a few drinks, Shi Xiaoming suddenly inquired, "Su, Yuer and the others are nearby. They heard we're drinking and want to come over. Is that all right?" Su Xiaowen, feeling somewhat dizzy, agreed without much thought. Soon after, they heard the voices of girls. "Oh, you really are here." It was Shen Minyao's voice. Upon entering, Shen Minyao immediately fixed her gaze on Su Xiaowen. As if discovering a new continent, she exclaimed, "Oh, Su Xiaowen, I didn't realize you could drink so much. Come, come, we Northeastern girls are the best drinkers. I'll drink with you. Shin Minyao, being exceptionally outgoing, sat directly next to Su Xiaowen, in the very spot Xiao Yuran had occupied. After Shun Minyao settled in by Yuer, Tang Weiwei and Su Yin approached. Shun Minyao asked the owner for a glass, filled it to the brim with erguoto liquor, and raised it to Su Xiaowen. Su Xiaowen, I'll drink this one with you. Su Xiaowen had always believed Shin Minyao didn't drink alcohol. At least, she had never drunk in front of him in his previous life. Seeing Shun Minyao pour herself a full glass right away startled him. So fierce. Su Xiaowen wondered if she was unfamiliar with alcohol and didn't comprehend the potency of such a glass of liquor. Su Xiaowen thought to himself, I'll show you today that alcohol isn't something you drink like that. However, he soon regretted it. Shin Minyao wasn't oblivious. She was indeed a formidable drinker. She downed 2 beer glasses of erguoto liquor without any effect. Su Xiaowen, on the other hand, was defeated, collapsing onto the table, nearly rambling incoherently. Shin Minyao, observing Su Xiaowen's drunken state, laughed heartily. Due to his intoxication, Su Xiaowen couldn't even recall how he had returned to the dormitory. He regained consciousness the following morning. In his previous life, a hangover like this would have been accompanied by a headache and stomachache. But in this life, he had no such troubles. Upon waking up, he felt completely refreshed, without any discomfort. He opened his eyes and glanced at the time, 7:15 a.m. How, are you awake? He called out, but received no response. Sitting up, he noticed that the other 4 were still asleep. Jin Haonan was not in bed, having already gotten up, but his whereabouts were unknown. Just then, the dormitory door opened, and Jin Haonan entered with a roll of toilet paper. Seeing Su Xiaowen sitting on the bed, he asked, You're up? Feeling all right? No discomfort anywhere? I'm fine. That's good. By the way, how did you get back last night? I have no recollection. You can say that again. All 5 of you were drunk last night. You were as limp as mud. I couldn't manage to bring you all back, so the girls had to help. You really should thank Shin Minyao and Tang Weiwei. The 2 girls supported you, a grown man, and carried you all the way from the restaurant back to the dormitory, watching you get into bed before they left. Su Xiaowen's face flushed with embarrassment. Did I say anything out of line? Jin Haonan glanced at him. You didn't say too much, except that when Tang Weiwei was helping you back, you kept staring at her shoes, asking why she wasn't wearing the shoes you bought her, and constantly complimenting her beautiful feet, making the poor girl blush crimson. Now that you're sober, you must apologize to her. Hearing what he had said, Su Xiaowen felt deeply ashamed. However, he was more concerned about what he might have said to Shin Minyao, so he quickly asked, What about Shin Minyao? Did I say anything to her? Su Xiaowen was most worried about having called her wife while drunk, which would be terrible. If he had said anything more, it would be impossible to explain. You didn't say anything to Shin Minyao. Instead, you kept trying to push her away. Fortunately, Shin Minyao is generous and doesn't hold it against you. If it were me, and someone treated me like that, I would have left you there and not cared. Su, I think Shin Minyao is a good girl. Even if you don't like her, there's no need to be so cold. Relieved that he hadn't said anything to Shin Minyao, Su Xiaowen felt relieved. As for Jin Haonan's suggestion, there were things he couldn't tell Jin Haonan, so he pretended not to hear. Jin Haonan quickly urged the other roommates to get up, while Su Xiaowen picked up his phone and checked his messages. As expected, there was a message from Xiao Yuran, time-stamped at 9:50 p.m. the previous night, asking if he had returned to the dormitory. Later, likely seeing that he hadn't replied, she had sent a few more messages, asking if he was still drinking. Su Xiaowen quickly replied, I'm fine. Didn't see the message last night. Going to training now, talk later. Then, without waiting for Xiao Yuran to reply, Su Xiaowen got out of bed and washed up. By the time he saw her reply, he was already at the Shiyuan cafeteria. Emerging from the cafeteria, the 6 members of dormitory 412 hurried to the training ground, arriving with only a few minutes to spare. The instructor usually arrived a few minutes early, but today was an exception. The instructor had not yet arrived. The 50-odd students from software and information engineering chatted with acquaintances while waiting for the instructor. Su Xiaowen, recalling Jin Haonan's words, took the initiative to find Shin Minyao and her roommate, approaching Shin Minyao and Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei, Shin Minyao, thank you for helping me back to the dormitory yesterday. It's nothing. Tang Weiwei lowered her head and waved her hand gently. Shin Minyao asked, Are you sober now? Awake and alert, he felt no trace of fatigue. Moreover, how could a grown man be so overly cautious? Shin Minyao anticipated his unspoken thoughts. Su Xiaowen sensed that he had perhaps been excessively hesitant and restrained. At his age, A man in his 30s ought not to tiptoe around in front of two young women. With a swift adjustment of his mindset, he directly addressed them. Last night, I was inebriated, and I am unsure if I spoke out of turn. If I did, I sincerely apologize. Chapter 54. She is so beautiful. Upon hearing this, Tang Weiwei recalled Su Xiaowen's words from the previous night. Her face instantly flushed, and she lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Shen Minhao chuckled and said, "We accept your apology, but there is something I wish to inquire. What was the song you were humming on the way back last night? I have never heard it before. Did you compose it yourself?" "No, you must have misheard," he replied. "The instructor has arrived. I must take my leave." Su Xiaowen could not remember the melody he had hummed, but fortunately, the appearance of the instructor provided him with an escape. After days of relentless training, most students had acclimatized to the intensity, and no one complained any longer. The day commenced with training in standing posture, and after nearly half an hour, the instructor finally ordered a break. 5 minutes in, as everyone thought the break was over and the instructor would resume training, he unexpectedly began teaching the group military songs. Returning from the shooting range, the green flowers of the army. These familiar tunes flowed from the instructor's lips. The basketball court was not solely occupied by Su Xiaowen's class. There were actually 3 classes in total, including theirs. The other 2 classes were science and engineering, entirely composed of boys, in stark contrast to the software information engineering class. During the previous days of training, some audacious boys had approached this area to meet the girls, with some girls shyly withholding their numbers while others willingly shared them. Those who managed to obtain a number returned proudly to their teams, whistling in delight. Today, with the instructor leading the singing of military songs, it did not take long for the instructors of the other 2 classes to join in as well. The morning passed peacefully, but the afternoon brought a change. As they gathered in the afternoon, the 2 neighboring classes no longer maintained a respectful distance, but instead moved in closely. Su Xiaowen noticed that during breaks, the instructors from the adjacent classes huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, as if plotting something. After 2 hours of practice, the instructor resumed the singing of military songs. Being university students, their memories were sharp. Having sung the songs twice in the morning, nearly everyone was able to join in the afternoon, while those who could not still managed to mumble along. As the software information engineering class sang, the 2 science and engineering classes remained quiet. The instructors from both sides exchanged glances and stood together in conversation. Then, one of the instructors initiated a call to their teams. "Are you ready?" "Ready." The boys from the science and engineering classes boisterously shouted, their voices overwhelming the melody of the military songs. The software information engineering students, both male and female, looked on in bewilderment. Suddenly, one of the students from the science and engineering class shouted toward them, "Is the pipeline engineering department here?" The instructor from Su Xiaowen's class, sensing the brewing excitement, simply smiled without responding. The pipeline engineering students were still oblivious to the situation when another student from the science and engineering class shouted, "Is the pipeline engineering department here?" Some students from Su Xiaowen's class began to catch on and responded, "Here." However, the response was weak and lacked any momentum, merely creating a cacophony. The instructor, realizing the need to engage, instructed, "When I count to 3, on 3, you all shout here." At this, the students, regardless of gender, were swept up in the atmosphere, their faces alight with excitement, eagerly nodding at the instructor's command. The boys from the science and engineering classes continued to shout, "Is the pipeline engineering department here?" This time, the instructor controlled the volume, announcing, "Ready, 1, 2, 3. As the word 3 left his lips, the pipeline engineering students shouted in unison, "Here." In response, the boys from the science and engineering classes became even more animated. Under the instructor's guidance, they shouted again, "Pipeline engineering, come on. Pipeline engineering, come on." The pipeline engineering students soon understood the intent behind the call. However, caught off guard, they looked to their instructor in confusion. This time, the usually stern instructor broke into a grin, saying, "What are you looking at me for? They want you to showcase your talents. Who among you has a talent to share? Step forward and perform." The students glanced between the instructor and the science and engineering classes. But whether due to shyness or lack of preparation, a hush fell over them, and no one stepped forward to perform. The boys from the science and engineering classes were not about to let this slide. Under the instructor's leadership, they chanted, "Pipeline engineering. Students, come on. Instructor, come on. Students, pipeline engineering." Another instructor from the science and engineering class joined in, chanting along with their students. 1, 2, hurry up. 1, 2, 3, hurry up, hurry up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've waited so long. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you don't sing, just go home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are you here or not? The boys from the science and engineering classes shouted, and under the pressure, a girl finally stood up from the pipeline engineering department. It was Shin Minyao. Seeing her step forward, Su Xiaowen's eyes lit up. Whether in a past life or the present, this remarkable girl had always possessed an abundance of courage. As she made her way to the center of the three lines, the boys from the science and engineering classes gawked, their attention fixated on her as they erupted into cheers, whistles, and laughter. Unfazed by the commotion, Shin Minyao confidently addressed the boys, declaring, "I will sing 1,000 reasons." Just as emotions reached an irretrievable point, and you were resolute in your departure. You asked me to find a reason for you to turn back. Yet in the end, I still allowed you to leave. When you spoke of breaking up, you said not to shed tears. Just as we reached the final moments of parting, and you were determined to forget, I too sought an excuse to alter the outcome. Yet I ultimately let go. You said once we part, not to allow ourselves to suffer. If you truly needed a reason, would 1,000 be sufficient? Had I known you held this relationship in such high regard, I would have fought to keep you from the start. If I truly needed an excuse, 1,000 would not suffice. Had I known I was so unwilling to part with this love, I would have said anything to hold on. This song, a poignant ballad released in 2004, was among the most popular love songs of the time, familiar even to those who had never sung it, merely having heard it from radios on street corners. What began as a heartfelt male voice transformed into a captivating female melody. Despite the absence of accompaniment, Shin Minyao's clear and melodious voice captivated all present. One male student, entranced by her performance, exclaimed, "She is so beautiful." As soon as the song concluded, Shin Minyao returned to her group amidst the adoring gazes of the boys. Chapter 55. Who are you calling, little sister? Shin Minyao's splendid performance undoubtedly restored considerable dignity to the instructor. He clapped his hands and commanded, "Everyone, listen to my instructions. When I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you shall respond with we've waited so long. When I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you shall reply with we waited so anxiously. When I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you shall answer, are you here or not?" The science students had already performed, and everyone remembered it. Hearing the drill instructor's words, they nodded, looking excited. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've been waiting so eagerly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're getting impatient. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are you even paying attention? More than half of the industrial management department were female, with too few males. Although the boys were shouting with all their might, especially Yang Baishan, whose voice was almost hoarse, the team's sound still seemed weak, unlike the science students' thunderous momentum. One male team was from computer science, and the other was from civil engineering. Although the industrial management department was singing, they didn't specify which major they were calling out. Naturally, the male teams didn't know who was being addressed. Led by the drill instructor, the computer science boy shouted, "We have many brothers here. Which sister are you calling out to?" Hearing this slightly flirtatious remark, the boys from industrial management were all indignant, as if they were the ones being teased. Yang Baishan immediately asked Dong Jun, "Which major is this?" Dong Jun, being quite knowledgeable, immediately replied, "It's computer science." Upon learning this, Yang Baishan shouted, "Computer science. Send someone out." The others in the industrial management department were initially stunned but quickly reacted, joining Yang Baishan in shouting, "Computer science, send someone out." The computer science side seemed prepared for the industrial management department's call. A boy from the team stepped forward, holding a loudspeaker he had acquired from somewhere. The boy walked to the center of the three teams, holding the loudspeaker and shouting towards the industrial management department. "I'll sing a song. Who do you really love?" As he spoke the song title, the boy looked towards Shin Minyao, winking at her. The computer science boys began to jeer again. The boys from industrial management were all displeased. Yang Baishan muttered, "Damn, those computer science boys are all hooligans." The girls from industrial management had a more ambiguous attitude. Because the boy was quite handsome, some girls thought he was too much of a rogue, while others admired him, thinking he was very courageous. Under everyone's gaze, the boy triumphantly held up the loudspeaker and began to sing. A person gets drunk, wanting someone to accompany them. There are too many misunderstandings between us. Love can no longer slumber. Is it tragic? Is it destructive? I don't want to shed tears for anyone anymore. Regret after loving, wanting to numb oneself with alcohol. There are too many misunderstandings between us. Love can no longer slumber. Is it tragic? Is it destructive? I don't want to be heartbroken for anyone anymore. Please give me a chance. Don't be indifferent to love. This song by Lu Jiaoyang was very popular in 2005. The boy's voice was good, and the song echoed through the loudspeaker, resonating in every corner of the basketball court. Even Yang Baishan was speechless because the other party sang so well. Soon, the boy finished singing, waving to the girls from industrial management before returning, as if he were giving a concert and greeting his fans. Yang Baishan's chest heaved with anger. But he was helpless. After the computer science students went down, the civil engineering boys immediately started singing again. A girl from the industrial management department stepped forward. Her name was Feng Xian, and she was quite attractive, with long hair and a good height. Feng Xian walked out of the team and said, "The song I'm going to sing is called Notes." Hearing this name, the boys also erupted in enthusiastic cheers. This song was sung by Zhou Bichang in the 2005 Supergirl finals. 2005 Supergirl was practically a national program this year. No matter where you went, streets, alleys, cities, or villages, almost everyone knew about the 2005 Supergirl program. The girls in the finals were all incredibly popular at the moment, with countless supporters. Hearing that Feng Xian was going to sing Notes naturally made many people feel excited. I see the sky is very blue, like the warmth of you by my side. Life has too many regrets. The more you grow, the more you feel alone. I really want to fly, no matter how far I won't be tired. Only then do I realize that the deeper you love, the more your heart will ache. I just want to fly in my sky. Feng Xian's voice wasn't as good as Shun Minyao's, but it was still good, and she received applause from many boys and girls after singing. After Feng Xian stepped down, the industrial management department, led by the excited Yang Baishan, began to sing to the civil engineering students. A boy from civil engineering also came on stage. But to be honest, neither of their majors had any girls. The boy still sang a song on stage. In the blink of an eye, the civil engineering and computer science majors each sent out 3 boys. On the industrial management side, 6 girls had already come on stage to sing. The 2 science and engineering majors seemed to have determined that the industrial management department had few boys, and they were targeting them relentlessly. At this point, nearly an hour had passed. The drill instructors from the 3 classes had gathered together at some point, and none of them mentioned training, happily watching the students perform. The girls from the industrial management department didn't know who to send up for the 7th round of singing. The girls who had already performed were wondering if they should go up again, when Bai Yuer suddenly stood up. After getting up, the girl first untied her hair, then took off her military training jacket, revealing a black bodysuit underneath. From Su Xiu's perspective in later generations, this black bodysuit was ordinary and not a big deal. But now, many people might think that the bodysuit showed off her figure too much. The boys on the opposite side saw that it was a beautiful woman who had stood up, and that she had taken off her jacket, revealing the bodysuit underneath. With her chest curves undulating and her waist incredibly slender, they shouted excitedly. The boys from the industrial management department were also dumbfounded. Bai Yuer's waist was probably the most attractive thing about her at the moment. It was so thin. It was almost worrying that she would break her waist if she twisted her body slightly. Yang Baishan's eyes were fixed on Bai Yuer's slender waist, almost drooling. Shi Xiangming's face suddenly became very ugly. Yang Baishan, lacking tact, said to Shi Xiangming, "Damn, brother Shi, your sister-in-law's waist is so thin." After Bai Yuer walked to the middle, she suddenly said to the computer science boys, "Can we borrow the loudspeaker?" The computer science students hadn't lent it to anyone except their own 3 boys who had performed. Now that Bai Yuer had taken the initiative to ask, the computer science boys discussed it and agreed to lend her the loudspeaker. Bai Yuer didn't hold the loudspeaker after receiving it, but placed it on the ground. Then, she took out her phone from her pocket and placed it in front of the loudspeaker. A melodious musical prelude began to play from the small phone, spreading throughout the entire court through the loudspeaker. It seemed that Bai Yuer hadn't wanted to come up earlier, but was looking for a suitable song on her phone. But listening to the prelude, Su Xiu couldn't tell which song it was. It didn't sound like a domestic song, but rather like a Korean dance track. Just then, Bai Yuer suddenly began to sway her hands and twist her waist to the music, starting to dance. Chapter 56. A dance that ignites the audience. Why can't you tell me the stale words of what has passed? But I want you to honestly tell me that I should be the only one for you. Don't be afraid. I'm by your side, forever. I hope you believe we're together, 'cause I'm your girl. Hold me, my darling, as I yearn to transform into your reflection. Stay with me, and let us last forever. Your essence is unlike any other. It feels as though we've known each other forever, like old friends reuniting. You bring me innocent smiles, and I implore you. Do not fear, for I am by your side, living solely for you. You are everything I aspire to be, for I am your girl. Hold me close, my love, and let me witness your transformation. I wish to express that you are mine. Oh, how I shall love you eternally. You reside within my heart, forever cherished. As the lyrics swirl in my mind and the sight of Bayouer dancing captivates me, I am reminded of the song I'm Your Girl by the group SES. A pure Korean dance track released in 1998, renowned across the nation. My acquaintance with this song stems from a serendipitous moment in my past life, when I chanced upon an episode of Run Man featuring a guest performing this very dance. Bayouer moved gracefully, twisting her waist and hips in rhythm, her every motion exuding elegance. The boys around me were left speechless, entranced by her allure. Yang Baishan, wiping his drool, exclaimed to Shi Xiangming, "Wow, your sister-in-law dances splendidly. Why didn't you tell me she had dance training?" Shi Xiangming, equally astonished, stammered that he had just discovered her talent, attributing her skill to television. "Your sister-in-law possesses a natural gift," Yang Baishan continued, his gaze fixated on her waist. He had completely forgotten the earlier antics of the engineering students teasing their female counterparts. Now swept up in the excitement, a throng of students in military training cheered, drawing onlookers from afar, many pausing to witness the spectacle. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bayouer radiated as if on a grand stage. In the climax of the song, Bayouer turned to face the engineering students, her back to the boys from the technical department. With a toss of her head, her flowing hair cascaded to one side. She tilted her head, offering a sweet smile to the engineering boys, exuding an irresistible charm that ignited their admiration. Yang Baishan shouted in delight, "Your sister-in-law is incredible." Though two monks from the engineering department missed this final moment, their excitement remained palpable after witnessing her entire performance. Perhaps charmed by Bayouer's dance, the boys from the monks major erupted into applause, the sound echoing across the basketball court, drawing even more spectators. The girls from the engineering department, while not as boisterous as the boys, were equally envious. They recognized that Bayouer had etched a lasting impression in the hearts of many young men, a feat impossible to replicate. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, inquiring about the girl who had just danced. After her performance, Bayouer, slightly breathless and glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration, returned the microphone to the computer science department and rejoined her group. Shin Minyao immediately gave her a thumbs up, while Tang Weiwei and Su Yinyin cast admiring glances her way. Bayouer had brought honor to her department. A chorus of cheers erupted from her peers, urging the computer science boys to perform. The boys exchanged looks, realizing they had to step up. Two of them emerged. One, the vocalist from earlier, and the other, a newcomer with a guitar. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, recognizing it as the computer science department's hidden talent. Seated opposite each other, they placed the microphone between them. The first boy cleared his throat and announced, "Next, we present Those Flowers by Pu Shu." The guitarist strummed the opening notes, and the melody floated over the court. The performances from the three departments captivated the audience, drawing an ever-growing crowd. As the nostalgic lyrics resonated, many in the audience joined in the chorus, swept away by their youthful memories. The performance concluded, leaving the majority enchanted, though Yang Baishan remained vocally critical, insisting they should perform solo to prove their worth. Following the computer science performance, a boy from the civil engineering department took center stage, harmonica in hand. He sat down, facing the engineering and computer science students, and began to play beautifully, earning applause once more. In this spirited exchange, it became clear that the engineering students were formidable opponents, possessing hidden talents that could not be underestimated. The boys huddled together, strategizing how to turn the tide in their favor, ready to engage in a lively call and response that would echo throughout the gathering. Yang Baishan was immediately incensed, nearly leaping to his feet to berate the opposing side. The other boys all wore displeased expressions. Yang Baishan turned to Jin Haonan and inquired, "Hao Ji, aren't you of Indian Korean descent? Isn't singing and dancing second nature to you all?" Jin Haonan responded with a wry smile, "If I were proficient, would I be idly watching these youngsters mock us?" Dong Jun, The acting class monitor surveyed the boys and quietly asked, "Is there truly not a single one of us who can sing?" Someone murmured, "Who can't sing?" But with the current atmosphere, a poor performance would reflect badly on the entire group. A collective sigh emanated from the boys, each wishing for a sudden surge of musical talent. The female students of the Industrial Management Department also observed their classmates. And while they were not as concerned with face-saving as the boys, they were nonetheless displeased by the open mockery. Yet, under the gaze of the girls, not a single boy stepped forward. Disappointment began to set in. "Why don't you go up?" Suddenly, Su Xiaowen heard a female voice beside him. Turning, he saw Shen Minyao, who had seated herself next to him unnoticed. She was the one who had spoken. Su Xiaowen feigned ignorance. "What do you mean?" Shen Minyao, however, unabashedly exposed him. "Last night, Wei Wei and I accompanied you back to the dormitory, and the song you were humming was quite pleasant. Don't deny that you can sing." Su Xiaowen inwardly wondered what he had hummed the previous night that had so captivated her. Moreover, were humming and singing truly synonymous? How could Shen Minyao be so certain of his vocal abilities? Su Xiaowen mused that he typically maintained a low profile. He subconsciously dismissed the instances of speaking up for the tardy individuals during military training and running an extra lap for Tang Weiwei. Su Xiaowen attempted to feign ignorance, claiming, "I truly can't sing." Shen Minyao frowned and retorted, "Su Xiaowen, where is your sense of collective pride? If our industrial management department loses, you lose face as well." Su Xiaowen continued to shake his head. Shen Minyao, gazing into his eyes, bit her lip, seemingly making a decision. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "If you perform, I'll be your girlfriend." "What?" Su Xiaowen was so startled that he shot to his feet. He stared at Shen Minyao, bewildered by her sudden declaration. Did she genuinely harbor feelings for him, or was she sacrificing herself for the sake of group honor? The students from all three classes, witnessing a boy suddenly stand, were immediately roused. The girls from the Industrial Management Department, recognizing Su Xiaowen, were particularly excited. Su Xiaowen realized the gravity of the situation and quickly sat back down, eliciting a chorus of boos. The boys from the computer science and civil engineering departments even emitted mocking laughter. Su Xiaowen glared at Shen Minyao, about to refuse, when she said, "If you don't agree, I'll find someone else. I might as well be someone else's girlfriend." No, Su Xiaowen had resolved to let go, to fulfill her wishes and his own. However, he did not want Shen Minyao to casually find a boyfriend. Shen Minyao, seeing his serious expression, smiled and said, "I'm just kidding. I wouldn't be interested in ordinary boys." Su Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, so you look down on me that much?" Su Xiaowen shook his head. "That's not what I meant." He was unsure how to explain himself. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to stand up. Before doing so, he made sure to tell Shen Minyao, "I'll perform. But don't joke about finding a boyfriend like that again. It's best to be more careful." Su Xiaowen stood up once more. As soon as he did, the boys from the opposing teams immediately began to boo him. Everyone assumed that he had been provoked, yet lacked confidence in his abilities, hence his hesitation. Some of the girls from the Industrial Management Department shared this sentiment. They did not feel that Su Xiaowen was embarrassing himself, but they worried that a poor performance would subject him to ridicule. Su Xiaowen, having committed to performing, wasted no time. Stepping out of the formation, he strode towards the computer science side. What is he doing? This was the collective thought of the computer science boys. The Industrial Management Department was equally perplexed. Shen Minyao, watching Su Xiaowen's back, bit her lip, seemingly still lost in thought over his earlier words. Su Xiaowen reached the computer science boys and loudly proclaimed, "Could I borrow your guitar and amplifier?" Upon hearing this, the Industrial Management Department was astonished. Yang Baishan asked the heir, "Does Xiaowen know how to play guitar?" Lu Zhihao responded, "I don't know. I've never heard him mention it." Jin Haonan speculated, "He must, or why would he ask to borrow a guitar?" Lu Zhihao exclaimed, "Is there anything Xiaowen can't do? He's amazing." The computer science department's initial reaction to Su Xiaowen's request was refusal. However, Su Xiaowen nonchalantly questioned, "Are you afraid of losing and too scared to lend me your guitar?" His words irked the computer science boys. Several even looked as if they were about to stand up and assault him, quite intimidating. Su Xiaowen remained unconcerned, merely focusing his gaze on the boy holding the guitar. Because he was standing, while the computer science boys were seated, he naturally held a superior position. The girls from the Industrial Management Department observed that Su Xiaowen seemed to have suppressed the computer science department's arrogance single-handedly. Several infatuated girls couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Xiaowen is so handsome." Their sentiments were echoed by a chorus of nods from the other girls. Su Xiaowen, Having provoked the computer science department, patiently waited. The computer science boys conferred, debating whether to lend the guitar. Some advised against it, fearing Su Xiaowen's guitar skills. Others argued that if he were truly skilled, why had he hesitated and been unwilling to step forward earlier? Ultimately, the latter argument prevailed. The boy holding the guitar, following his class's decision, handed it to Su Xiaowen. Chapter 58. What's wrong with it? Su Xiaowen, holding the guitar in one hand and the amplifier in the other, slowly walked to the center of the three teams and sat down, facing the Industrial Management Department. During the performances of the Industrial Management Department and the other two science departments, the performers had always turned their backs to their own class and faced the other classes. However, Su Xiaowen was not foolish. What was the point of performing for a group of boys? Naturally, he would face his own class and perform for the girls. Su Xiaowen gently sat down, positioned the amplifier directly in front of the guitar's sound hole, and casually strummed the strings, showcasing a bit of skill. A series of light, ethereal notes emanated from the amplifier, filling the air. This brief display immediately caught the attention of many. The girls from the Industrial Management Department, who had previously lacked confidence in Su Xiaowen, began to anticipate his performance. Having played for several years in his past life, Su Xiaowen was well-versed in the most common method of attracting girls, playing the guitar. How could he claim to have had experience if he couldn't even play the guitar? Su Xiaowen's guitar skills were actually a coincidence. In his past life, shortly after entering university, he had met a senior from the music club who happened to be from Langya as well. When the music club recruited new members, Su Xiaowen joined at the urging of his fellow townsmen. Later, Su Xiaowen not only learned several instruments, but also won over the third-year senior who was also the president of the music club. He had simply played the guitar a few times within the club and captivated her. It was simply personal charm, something that others couldn't emulate. As for that senior, Su Xiaowen eventually grew tired of her and, finding her too clingy, constantly avoided her, even shunning the music club. Despite this, she remained infatuated with him. On one occasion, at 7 p.m., she sent him a text message asking to meet. However, Su Xiaowen not only declined but also found a girl who was also from Langya to reject her on his behalf. He had rarely seen her since. These were all the actions of an immature youth. Best not to dwell on them. In essence, Su Xiaowen had diligently learned to play the guitar and, through this skill, managed to woo the president of the music club, with whom he shared a period of courtship. To return to the matter at hand, it was now evening, and the military training had concluded. The considerable commotion emanating from the basketball court had already incited a substantial stir. The court's perimeter was now teeming with students, and even more freshmen, having completed their training, were converging towards the source of the commotion. Confronted with such a multitude, Su Xiaowen exhibited no signs of unease. After all, as a man in his 30s, he possessed a certain level of composure. He meticulously adjusted the guitar strings, tuning them to what he deemed an optimal position, then released his hold and retrieved the loudspeaker from the ground. Raising it towards the Department of Civil Engineering, he announced, "This song is dedicated to every girl in software information engineering. It's an original composition, with both lyrics and music penned by myself. It's titled, and I hope you'll enjoy it." Upon deciding to perform, Su Xiaowen contemplated which song to choose. He resolved not to perform any previously released tracks, opting instead for an unreleased piece to truly captivate the audience. As he retrieved the guitar and turned back, his gaze fell upon the girls from the Department of Civil Engineering, and an idea struck him. It was a song released by Su Song in 2009. Su Xiaowen had been particularly fond of the song in his previous life. Its elastic enunciation, exceptional rhythm, and nonchalant vocal delivery perfectly embodied the sentiment of wanting to sing solely for someone, devoid of any particular style, willing to forsake the world for them, a fearless youthful abandon. Did this youthful spirit not resonate with his current self? Young and vibrant, what song could be more fitting? Su Xiaowen gently placed the loudspeaker down once more, his fingers poised on the strings, initiating a delicate strum. It was not merely the strings being plucked, but also his youth. Of course, proficiency in guitar playing alone would not suffice. A pleasing vocal tone was essential. Fortunately, Su Xiaowen possessed a decent voice in his previous life, and his current incarnation seemed enhanced in every aspect, including his vocal cords. This impromptu performance at the university, far removed from the grand stage of a talent show, was more than adequate. As the prelude commenced, bewilderment washed over the faces of those on the court and the onlookers. What song was this? Had he truly written it himself? Incredible. A hush fell as someone urged, "Quiet, listen attentively." The evening sun cast its glow upon Su Xiaowen's face, but he, in a theatrical gesture, closed his eyes, his fingers gliding across the strings. A moment later, Su Xiaowen's relaxed and slightly languid voice filled the air. The sky yearns to shower. I yearn to reside next to you, idiotically standing beneath your abode, gazing upwards, counting the storm clouds. Should a piano grace this scene, I would serenade you, even if a deluge poured down. Summer's end approaches, please. Temper your indulgence in frozen treats. As the air chills, forsake flimsy attire, cease such impish antics. Should melancholy ever encroach, I would gladly lend you grommet, for you discern my heartfelt intent. This song, bereft of a definitive style, merely embodies my yearning to bring you joy, to thaw frozen rivers for you. To be a moth drawn to the flame, for nothing is unworthy. This song, devoid of a definitive style, merely embodies my aspiration for your happiness. To toss and turn for you, to relinquish the world, what is there to refuse? The transition from summer's into autumn's chill carries a touch of warmth, a hue of seasonal change. The song was lighthearted and buoyant, as was Su Xiaowen's vocal delivery. At this moment, Jiangling College, within the confines of this unassuming basketball court, exuded an atmosphere of utter ease and pleasure. Su Xiaowen's melodious voice reverberated through every corner of the court, eliciting goosebumps from those who listened. It was simply too beautiful. Su Xiaowen opened his eyes, casting a glance towards the girls from the Department of Civil Engineering. He had no intention of singling anyone out, but Tang Weiwei happened to be seated directly in front of him. The girl's bangs remained long, but this time she did not lower her head. Instead, she, like the other girls, gazed upon Su Xiaowen's handsome countenance. Their gazes met in the air, and a sweet, intoxicating sensation began to blossom. Tang Weiwei, her heart pounding uncontrollably, stared into Su Xiaowen's eyes. The other girls were equally excited, some even longing to blow him a kiss. Seeing him gaze in their direction, Shen Minyao, too, was enraptured by the song, sitting amongst the boys, her eyes slightly glazed over as she gazed at Su Xiaowen's profile, her body languid. Suddenly, Su Xiaowen rose to his feet and began walking towards the girls from the Department of Civil Engineering. Everyone was perplexed by his intentions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Xiaowen approached Tang Weiwei, gently took her hand, and led her to sit in the center. This time, they sat facing each other. The surrounding onlookers erupted in cheers at this sight. The girls from the Department of Civil Engineering all gazed at Tang Weiwei with envy. Shen Minyao could not help but sigh. Tang Weiwei had lost all sense of volition. She was unaware of how she had been led to the center of the clearing, only knowing to follow his lead. Everything was involuntary. His gaze shifted from Tang Weiwei's bangs to her lips, and Su Xiaowen began to sing once more. The sky yearns to shower. I yearn to reside next to you. Chapter 59, 2006. Superboy, I won't watch without him. Tang Weiwei, under Su Xiaowen's gaze, remained shyly downcast, but her flushed cheeks were still visible. As the final verse concluded, Su Xiaowen continued to strum the guitar, the melodious sounds filling the court, immersing everyone in the moment. At this point, whether within the court or outside, every girl gazed at Tang Weiwei with envy. They could not fathom why such an exceptional boy as Su Xiaowen would be infatuated with Tang Weiwei, an ordinary and unremarkable girl. Almost every girl fantasized, if only I were her, if only a boy were willing to sing a love song for me in front of so many people. I would give him my first kiss on the spot, and let everyone witness it. How romantic. Alas, they were not Tang Weiwei, and Tang Weiwei was incapable of such a feat. As the song ended, Su Xiaowen ceased strumming the strings. Instinctively, he looked up, only to meet Shen Minyao's gaze. He feigned nonchalance and averted his eyes. At this moment, the people inside and outside the court were still immersed in the light-hearted and joyful emotions of. Su Xiaowen, however, suddenly made a decision. He picked up the loudspeaker and said softly, "There is a song for someone who is listening. I hope she can find a man who loves her wholeheartedly and sincerely wish her happiness. This song is called an English song. I hope she will like it." Su Xiaowen's sudden words surprised everyone, but Su Xiaowen did not delay. After putting down the loudspeaker, he recalled the various things in his previous life and plucked the strings again. "I never noticed. I was so engrossed in staring at you. As if time had stopped flowing, I never knew I would miss you so much. Miss the you I thought I knew so well. I never thought I should understand that dreams don't always come true. Honey, you know how much I love you. I shouldn't he love you so much, so why? Why did we wait so hard back then? And I should wait. Waiting for another him to enter my life. Even if that person is not you. But I know, all this is wonderful. It's incredible, even unreasonable. Everyone inside and outside the court did not expect Su Xiaowen to say such a thing suddenly and propose to sing another song. The previous song was so great that everyone couldn't help but choose to be quiet and prepare to listen to the new song. This song was released by Aga in 2016, and Su Xiaowen liked it after listening to it once in his previous life. The female voice that revealed shouts in the calm made him deeply impressed. The lyrics of this song do not completely fit Su Xiaowen and Shen Minyao, but some of the words in the lyrics were what he wanted to say to Shen Minyao or to himself. So it was just right to sing them at this moment. As the prelude of the song began to play, the audience swiftly sensed that something was amiss. Following closely, when Su Xiaowen sang the first line of the lyrics, goosebumps rose on everyone. The gentle, heartfelt male voice had an everlasting ability to resonate with one's ears. While the audience was deeply engrossed in Su Xiaowen's enchanting voice, Shen Minyao also gazed at him. Despite lacking evidence, she felt as though the words of the song were meant solely for her. She adored English, yet her grasp of it was limited, only understanding a few phrases of the lyrics. Nevertheless, the profound emotion in the performance was impossible to overlook. Overwhelmed, her eyes instantly reddened. The song concluded swiftly. With 2 consecutive songs, Su Xiaowen not only captivated the boys from the Department of Civil Engineering and 2 other engineering disciplines, but also enchanted the onlookers gathered at the sidelines. Applause resonated as the only sound at that moment. The songs ended, yet life continued. Once the instructor finally commanded the dispersal, several roommates intended to approach him, only to be outpaced by a throng of girls. Not only the girls from the Civil Engineering Department, but also those from other majors, surrounded Su Xiaowen, eagerly requesting his number and QQ contact. Their frenzied excitement rivaled that of devoted fans. At this juncture, Su Xiaowen had managed to compose himself. Alas, to avoid disappointing these young girls, he could only bear the burden of their enthusiastic crowding alone. He offered a glimmer of hope to each courageous girl. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Xiaowen noticed the peculiar stares from his 5 roommates. What was wrong? Were they mute? Suddenly, Yang Baishan rushed towards him, nearly clinging to him, exclaiming, "Xiaowen, you are my brother. You are incredible. Teach me, just a little bit of your skills is enough for me to win over a girl." Su Xiaowen, feeling somewhat downcast, could not help but chuckle. This kind of thing relies on intuition. I can't teach you. Jin Haonan raised his thumb, saying, "Xiaowen, you have once again opened my eyes. Your singing is truly remarkable." Wang Jun, Lu Zhihai, and Shi Xiangming concurred with Jin Haonan's statement. The reaction in room 412 was merely a microcosm of the impact Su Xiaowen's 2 songs had created. However, the true whirlwind was yet to brew. That evening, someone uploaded several videos on the university forum, including Shen Minyao's rendition of 10,000 Reasons by Yuer's Dance, and of course, the 2 songs Su Xiaowen performed solo. The uploader had chosen a striking title, 2006 Superboy, I Won't Watch Without Him. Upon clicking the post, one could find a message from the poster. This afternoon, while passing by the basketball court opposite the Shiyuan cafeteria, I fortuitously witnessed the students singing together. I was fortunate enough to see the entire process and recorded it to share with my fellow teachers and students at Zhaodong University. One male student left a deep impression on me. Without a doubt, he is a talented individual. I would like to crown him as the most handsome student at Jiangling. However, I do not have information about this handsome fellow, so feel free to share any insights. The post quickly gained traction. Within a short span, the comments soared into the thousands. Following the post virality, more details were revealed by notable users. First, Shen Minyao and Bai Yue swiftly captivated the majority of forum users, being dubbed the campus beauties of Jiangling, leading to heated debates over who ranked first among the 2. This debate persisted for quite some time. The names and majors of the 2 were unearthed. Other girls and boys from the engineering departments were also revealed through subsequent leaks. However, the manner of these revelations appeared somewhat suspect, akin to a vendor boasting about their wares. Yet, Su Xiaowen remained an enigma, seemingly unknown to anyone, leaving many curious forum users eager for information. Chapter 60, Xiao Yuran. Little Su doesn't want me anymore at Jiaodong University. In the girls' dormitory, it was just another ordinary day. Xiao Yuran, Song Siu, and Enshur were undergoing military training together before returning to their dormitory for a rest. Suddenly, they heard the girls from the adjacent dormitory shouting excitedly as if they had lost their minds. In room 301, Song Siu, unable to resist her curiosity, rushed over to find out what was happening. Upon arrival, She discovered that the girls next door were fervently reacting to the video of the newly declared campus heartthrob from Jiangling on the forum. Initially indifferent to the idea of a campus heartthrob, the fact that he was from Jiangling Academy sparked her thoughts of Su Xiaowen. Instinctively, she glanced at the video. In that moment, she was taken aback. She hurried back to room 301 and asked Xiao Yuran, do you know Su Xiaowen can play the guitar? Xiao Yuran, lying on her bed, looked at her in astonishment, shaking her head. Little Su doesn't play the guitar. Are you sure? What is wrong with you? Of course I'm sure. I've known him for 18 years, and we're together every day. How could I not know if he plays the guitar? Song Siyu had no choice but to explain. I just saw a video on the forum, and the person playing the guitar seems to be Su Xiaowen. Xiao Yuran immediately shook her head, stating, impossible. Little Su doesn't play the guitar, I'm certain. Why don't you go take a look? Xiao Yuran had lost interest in all boys except for Su Xiaowen. No. Not just now. It had been that way for the past 18 years. Her world contained only Su Xiaowen, with no other boy in sight. Thus, she held no interest in the video or the boy within it. Seeing that Xiao Yuran truly did not believe Su Xiaowen could play the guitar, Song Siyu appeared somewhat disheartened. She returned to the adjacent dormitory and meticulously rewatched the video, scrutinizing the boy's face. Since the video was filmed from a distance and not very clearly, plus it was a side view, she couldn't ascertain whether it was Su Xiaowen. Unable to resist, she turned to Enshurshur beside her and asked, Shurshur, this should be Su Xiaowen, right? Enshurshur had followed Song Siyu over after hearing her earlier remark, and now stood beside her. The other girls in the room, overhearing Song Siyu's comment, inquired with curiosity, Siyu, do you know the Jiangling campus heartthrob? If it's not someone I know, did the person who posted the video mention his name? Quick, scroll down and see if anyone has said anything. The girls hastily began to scroll through the comments and messages beneath the video. Comments below read, the Jiangling campus heartthrob lives up to his name. He is truly handsome. His voice is so pleasant. I can't help but feel butterflies. Someone from Jiaodong University commented, how come the handsome guy is from Jiangling Academy, not our school? Oh my handsome guy. Others discussed, the heartthrob doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I want to be his girlfriend. He probably doesn't. If you listen carefully to the beginning of the second song, it's clear he got dumped. Really? Such a handsome and talented guy. How could he have the heart to dump someone? Perhaps he just doesn't see the value in them. Does that mean I have a chance? I see you're dreaming. Wake up and wash your face. Yes, my husband is mine. The girls upstairs have gone wild. I'm lying in the heartthrob's arms watching you all go crazy. The comments grew increasingly chaotic, and the girls could not find the comment they were looking for. In room 301, Xiao Yuran was the only one left. She lay on her bed, her mind unsettled by Song Siyu's earlier words. After a moment of contemplation, even though she was certain little Su could not play the guitar, she still felt the urge to confirm once more. Is that really Su Xiaowen? Xiao Yuran muttered to herself. Enshurshur reminded her, Siyu, isn't your boyfriend his roommate? You could just ask him. Thanks for the reminder. I'll call now. It's little Su. A voice suddenly chimed in. It was Xiao Yuran's voice. She had approached without anyone noticing. Her gaze was fixed intently on the boy in the video until she saw Su Xiaowen walk towards Tang Weiwei and take her hand, at which point her emotions crumbled. And she burst into tears. Enshurshur quickly comforted her. Yuran, don't cry. Leaning against Enshurshur, Xiao Yuran's eyes welled with tears as she pitifully said, Does little Su not want me anymore? He held another girl's hand. Please, do not cry just yet. This is merely a performance, Enshurshur reassured. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yuran indeed ceased her weeping, her eyes still shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Song Siyu chimed in. Yes, Yuran, it is just a performance. Remain calm for now. Let us return, and you can call Su Xiaowen. To prevent Xiao Yuran from further losing her composure, Enshurshur and Song Siyu quickly embraced her and returned to room 301. Meanwhile, the girls in room 302 and other dormitories wore expressions of intrigue, as if they had stumbled upon a sensational secret. Once back in room 301, Xiao Yuran was eager to call Su Xiaowen immediately, questioning why he was holding another girl's hand, why he was playing the guitar, and why he was writing songs. Her heart brimmed with countless inquiries. However, Song Siyu and Enshurshur halted her, sensing her emotional instability and advising her to calm down before making the call. In an attempt to soothe her, Song Siyu remarked, Yuran, do not rush. Did you not mention that Su Xiaowen just confessed his feelings to you? Even if he were to change his mind, it would not happen so swiftly. He must still care for you, and cannot possibly have developed feelings for another girl so quickly. But he held another girl's hand. Xiao Yuran lamented. Oh, holding hands does not necessarily signify affection. Besides, this is simply a performance. Do you think the actors in dramas are all in love with each other? I need to call him for clarity. Why do you insist on stopping me? Xiao Yuran's voice quivered with a mix of grievance and vulnerability. And Sure replied, we are merely concerned for you. If you were to act in haste, it could lead to misunderstandings. Understanding her roommate's intentions, Xiao Yuran recognized the necessity of regaining her composure. She endeavored to calm herself. Yet the thought of Su Xiaowen holding another girl's hand brought tears to her eyes. Observing her struggle, Song Siyu suggested, how about this, Yuran? I will call Wang Junzai to inquire. If Su Xiaowen truly has feelings for someone else, Wang Junzai, being his roommate, would certainly know. And Sure hesitated, is that appropriate? What if Su Xiaowen gets angry? Do not worry, I will handle the call. Song Siyu took out her phone, but not before instructing Xiao Yuran. While I am on the phone, it is best you remain silent. Trust me, I will take care of everything. Xiao Yuran nodded earnestly, feeling like a forsaken creature on the brink of despair. As Song Siyu dialed Wang Junzai, he was preoccupied with a game, but answered her call. Wang Junzai, what are you up to? I'm gaming, he replied, prompting a bemused reaction from Song Siyu, who had anticipated this. Do you have a moment? I need to ask you something. Did your department have a performance this afternoon? Wang Junzai paused. You know about that? Yes. The boys from the two adjacent classes sang together all afternoon. Was Su Xiaowen the one playing the guitar in the video? What video? Wang Junzai sounded perplexed. Song Siyu explained, I saw a video on the forum where a boy sang 2 songs, and he resembled Su Xiaowen. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Junzai replied, that should be him. Su Xiaowen did indeed sing 2 songs while holding a guitar this afternoon. With this confirmation, Song Siyu felt a complex surge of emotions. Yet, with Xiao Yuran beside her and Wang Junzai on the line, she steered the conversation back. I need to ask you something else, and you must not withhold any information. Of course, what is it? I would never hide anything from you, Siyu. Tell me honestly, who is the girl Su Xiaowen was holding hands with? Is she his girlfriend? You mean Tang Weiwei? How could she possibly be Su Xiaowen's girlfriend? They hardly know each other, and besides, Xiao Yuran is Su Xiaowen's girlfriend, isn't she? With Xiao Yuran around, he wouldn't even look at Tang Weiwei. She's not attractive and quite plain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuran felt a wave of relief wash over her, followed by a blush at Wang Junzai's statement. Isn't Xiao Yuran Su Xiaowen's girlfriend? It seemed that even Su Xiaowen's roommates believed her to be his girlfriend, filling her with a sense of joy. Wang Junzai's subsequent remarks further elated her, not because he disparaged Tang Weiwei, but because it was clear that in the minds of Su Xiaowen's roommates, she was incomparable to Tang Weiwei, a revelation that delighted her. Not easily convinced, Song Siyu pressed further, but why did Su Xiaowen hold Tang Weiwei's hand? Why not another girl? Wang Junzai, uncertain, speculated. Perhaps Tang Weiwei was simply in front of him at that moment. They usually do not interact, so they must not be familiar with each other. All right. I appreciate the information, Song Siyu concluded before ending the call. Wang Junzai, left in confusion, recalled Song Siyu's mention of the forum and promptly accessed it. Navigating to the university's forum. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a pinned post regarding Su Xiaowen, and as he clicked on it, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. In room 301 of the university dormitory, after hanging up, Song Siyu noticed Xiao Yuran's expression brighten, as if the clouds had parted after a storm. Are you feeling more at ease now? You tend to get overly emotional. Wiping her tears away, Xiao Yuran smiled and said, thank you, Siyu, sure. Now, let me call Su Xiaowen and see what he has to say. Yes, go ahead and call him. Song Siyu encouraged. Xiao Yuran retrieved her phone and attempted to dial Su Xiaowen, but initially found the line busy. After a brief pause, she tried again, only to discover that his phone was turned off. Panic surged within her. He isn't answering my call. Song Siyu shook her head, analyzing the situation. That is unlikely. Perhaps his phone is overwhelmed with calls. He might have turned it off to avoid being disturbed. And Sure agreed. I think Siyu is correct. Hearing their reasoning, Xiao Yuran found it plausible. Since she could not reach him now, she resolved to wait a little longer. However, before that, she wanted to re-watch the video they had discussed earlier, as she had been too wrapped up in her emotions to pay it proper attention. In room 412, the reason Su Xiaowen had turned off his phone was due to the incessant calls from girls confessing their affections and asking if he would date them. Oh, those who are less fortunate in appearance can never fathom how daunting it is when girls take the initiative. Initially, Su Xiaowen answered the calls, but eventually, he ceased to respond altogether, ultimately opting to turn off his phone. When he returned from the shower, he found his roommates gathered around Wang Junzai's computer, intrigued by something. What has captured everyone's interest? Suin, we are watching the video of you singing on the forum. Jin Haonan beckoned him over. Oh. Su Xiaowen responded nonchalantly as he pulled up a chair and sat down at the desk. Upon logging into his account, a slew of messages flooded in, friend requests, group invitations, and chat notifications. Ignoring the irrelevant notifications, he focused on the messages that required his attention. One from an editor at Xinjiang caught his eye, stating that the website was prepared to offer 500,000 for the film rights to Boys Over Flowers. A faint smile graced Su Xiaowen's lips at this news. The website's offer of 500,000 for the film rights seemed generous, an unexpected boon for the author, one most writers would likely accept without hesitation. However, having envisioned the narrative through the lens of adaptations like Boys Over Flowers and Meteor Garden, Su Xiaowen recognized the potential revenue far exceeded this sum. The prospect of relinquishing the rights for such a paltry amount was immediately dismissed. Subsequently, he ventured into the online forum dedicated to his work. The female readership was a lively bunch, passionately dissecting the novel and its characters. A recurring query dominated the discourse. When would the esteemed author grace them with a new literary endeavor? Su Xiaowen had consistently evaded this question. Yet, buoyed by his current mood, he offered a response. He had no immediate plans for a new project, but he would inform them when he was ready. Expressing his gratitude for their unwavering support, Su Xiaowen's virtual presence was akin to a boulder disrupting the tranquility of a placid lake. Witnessing the outpouring of enthusiasm, he discreetly exited the platform and shut down his computer. Xiaowen, you've truly become a sensation, Jin Haonan exclaimed upon returning to his seat. Yang Baishan's observations veered in a different direction. Xiaowen, numerous girls are clamoring for your contact information on the online forums. Indeed, Xiaowen. Some are even willing to pay for it. Wang Junkai added, his gaze shifting from the computer screen to Su Xiaowen's countenance. The young man, once imbued with the arrogance of a big city upbringing, had seemingly shed his pride, finding himself unable to assert any superiority in Su Xiaowen's presence. Xiaowen, many are curious whether you composed the 2 songs you performed today. Su Xiaowen mused inwardly that he did not write the songs. However, he refrained from divulging the truth. Responding with a playful counter-question, what do you think? I firmly believe you did. It's just that many on the forums find it hard to believe that a freshman could create such beautiful melodies. Su Xiaowen offered a smile, refraining from further explanation. Recalling a comment he had seen earlier, Yang Baishan turned to Shi Xiangming, remarking, sure, your girlfriend's dancing was truly captivating today. I noticed many guys vying for her number. Aren't you feeling a bit anxious? Shi Xiangming was indeed apprehensive. Prior to that day, he had been oblivious to Bai Yuer's Terpsichorean talents. He had always considered Bai Yuer his exclusive domain, but her newfound ability to dance instilled in him a sense that she was slipping from his grasp. Denying his unease would have been disingenuous. Since returning to the dormitory, he had made several attempts to contact Bai Yuer, while the first call encountered a busy signal. Subsequent attempts were met with the cold reality of a disconnected line. Su Xiaowen's phone had been inundated with calls from female admirers, so he surmised that Bai Yuer must have been overwhelmed by unwanted attention, prompting her to switch off her device. However, upon hearing Yang Baishan's query, Shi Xiangming was reluctant to betray his anxiety. He feigned composure, stating, there's no need for concern. Yuer is my fiancée, and will be married upon graduation. Besides, no one could ever care for Yuer as much as I do. What is there to be anxious about? Yang Baishan conceded the validity of Shi Xiangming's point. However, he couldn't resist adding, to be honest, your girlfriend's slender waist is quite alluring. This afternoon, her movements nearly caused my blood vessels to rupture. Shi Xiangming found Yang Baishan's remarks about Bai Yuer's waist distasteful, but he hesitated to voice his displeasure, given their shared living quarters. He reluctantly responded, Yuer has always possessed a fine waist. Yang Baishan immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, oh, sure, so you've had the pleasure of experiencing it firsthand. Impressive. Disregarding the banter of his dorm mates, Su Xiaowen, assuming that the barrage of calls had subsided, reactivated his phone after a prolonged period of being offline. As anticipated, no new calls materialized. However, a deluge of messages flooded his inbox. Su Xiaowen promptly deleted the messages from unknown senders, eventually noticing a message from Xiao Yuran. Little Su, I've been trying to reach you, but your phone is off. Is everything all right? Upon discovering that Xiao Yuran had attempted to contact him, Su Xiaowen felt a surge of apprehension, fearing that something untoward had befallen her. Typically, Xiao Yuran would communicate via text message, resorting to phone calls only in times of distress. Su Xiaowen swiftly dialed her number. In room 301, Xiao Yuran, already nestled in bed, was preparing to retire for the night. However, despite her physical repose, her mind remained active, replaying the videos she had watched on the adjacent computer in room 302. She had listened to the two songs countless times. She had been previously unaware of Su Xiaowen's proficiency with the guitar, nor had she realized his vocal prowess. She came to the realization that there were still many facets of little Su that she had yet to discover. She found herself both elated and subtly apprehensive. If little Su were to deviate from his original self, would he continue to harbor affection for her? Xiao Yuran's heart was filled with trepidation. At that moment, Su Xiaowen's call pierced the silence. The sight of Su Xiaowen's name on the screen evoked in Xiao Yuran a sense of reclamation, an overwhelming urge to weep. As the call connected, Su Xiaowen was greeted by a voice tinged with the unmistakable tremor of tears. Yuran, what's wrong? Has something happened? Are you crying? Su Xiaowen inquired, his voice laced with concern. Su Xiaowen's triple inquiry reassured Xiao Yuran that he remained the same, the boy who was attuned to her every emotion, the boy who belonged to her. Never before had Xiao Yuran felt such profound emotion. Little Su was, aside from her parents, the person who cared most deeply for her, and she knew that no other boy could ever match his devotion. Xiao Yuran was consumed by a single thought. She was filled with regret. Why had she not been more forthright when Su Xiaowen had first kissed her? Why had she remained silent when he had confessed his love? She was consumed by regret, fearing that Su Xiaowen might abandon her. Xiao Yuran was no longer the capricious girl she once had been. She dabbed at her eyes, wiping away the tears that had welled up, and endeavored to regain her composure. She spoke into the phone, her voice trembling slightly. I'm fine, little Su. I'm all right. What exactly happened? Su Xiaowen pressed, his experience rendering him incapable of misinterpreting the girl's emotional state. Xiao Yuran evaded the question, instead posing one of her own. Little Su, I saw the videos of you singing. You sing beautifully. Su Xiaowen was taken aback by this revelation. After learning that the videos had been posted on the Jiaodong University forum, he had anticipated that Xiao Yuran would eventually see them. He had simply not expected it to happen so soon. From Xiao Yuran's tearful state, he immediately recalled the image of himself holding Tang Weiwei's hand that afternoon. Yuran, let me explain. Little Su, there's no need to explain. I understand that your interaction with that girl was merely for the sake of the performance. I'm not upset. Huh? Su Xiaowen was once again taken aback. What was happening? Xiao Yuran, normally a veritable fountain of jealousy, had wept upon seeing him merely hold Song Si's hand. Yet, upon witnessing him holding the hand of another girl, she had not only refrained from expressing anger, but had also offered him an excuse. He altered his tone, responding, yes, it was for the sake of the performance. I'm glad you're not upset. Little Su, Xiao Yuran's voice emanated from the receiver, tinged with entreaty. What is it? He inquired. Could you sing it for me? I adore the song you wrote, I truly do. While watching the videos in room 302, she had committed the lyrics of the first song to memory. Each line seemed to chronicle her and Su Xiaowen's past experiences. Su Xiaowen waiting for her outside her building. Su Xiaowen touching her leg, incurring her wrath, and then appeasing her with a week's worth of ice cream. Later, in high school, he forbade her from wearing skirts and constantly reminded her to limit her ice cream consumption to prevent stomachaches. Su Xiaowen bringing his family's dog, De Huang, to play house with her, with him assuming the role of the father, her the mother, and De Huang the child. Certain lines in particular, such as you know my heart, I'd be a moth to your flame, nothing is unworthy, I hope you're happy, I'd give up the world for you, resonated with her as Su Xiaowen's innermost thoughts. She had been unaware of the depth of his affection for her. Her only regret was that she had not been present to witness Su Xiaowen's first guitar performance in person, instead having to rely on a video recording. As I reflect on the fact that little Su secretly learned to play the guitar to cheer himself up, I can only imagine how much he longs to be the first to play for himself. Su Xiaowen, oblivious to Xiao Yuran's inner thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by the girl's words. Right now? Your roommate must be asleep. Will I disturb them? He asked. How about I go outside now? And you sing for me? For once, Su Xiaowen did not refuse. Just as Xiao Yuran was about to rise from her bed and step outside the dormitory to listen to the song, she suddenly heard Song Siyu, who was diagonally opposite her, say, Yuran, I'm still awake. Why don't you put it on speaker? I'd love to listen. And Sure quietly raised her hand and added, I want to hear it too. In their dormitory, besides the three of them, there was one more member who usually did not join them. Upon hearing Song Siyu and Shure's remarks, she surprisingly chimed in, don't mind me. Seeing that all three roommates were in favor, Xiao Yuran halted her descent. Deep down, she felt a twinge of selfishness. This song was written and sung for her by little Sue, and she did not wish to share it with the other girls. However, recalling how Song Siyu and Shure had comforted her and analyzed her situation the previous night, she did not want to be overly selfish. Thus, she pressed the speaker button. With the decision made to sing for Xiao Yuran, Su Xiaowen wasted no time. He cleared his throat, adjusted his voice, and noticed his roommates were being too loud, so he said, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I'll sing a song, and then you can chat. Instantly, the other five in the dormitory fell silent, all turning their attention towards him in perfect unison. The song was still what's wrong with that, but this time it was an unaccompanied performance. Su Xiaowen's voice, regardless of the context, possessed the power to enchant the girls. On this night, in 2005, through a phone call, in two dormitories, 9 ears were filled with the sound of one person's voice. The sky seems like it's about to rain. I long to live next door to you, standing foolishly beneath your building, looking up at the clouds. As the song concluded, 2 dormitories remained silent. Little Sue. Xiao Yuran's voice was laced with emotion. She had underestimated the song's impact and overestimated her own resilience. Hearing Su Xiaowen sing just for her, tears flowed uncontrollably. She despised her current self. She nostalgically yearned for the days gone by, reminiscing about the boys who spun around her during those summers. In this moment, she resolved to treat little Sue the way he had once treated her. In dormitory 301, Song Siyu and Shure remained silent. No video could ever compare to the beauty of live singing over the phone. Song Siyu leaned against the headboard, observing Xiao Yuran, and she knew how fortunate this girl was. At that moment, she felt a pang of envy for Xiao Yuran, envious of her having such an extraordinary childhood friend who not only accompanied her throughout her youth, but also loved her without reservation. And Shure, too, was quiet. Recalling the words of the computer shop owner, that boy seems to like you. Perhaps she had once hesitated, but now it was clear. The one Su Xiaowen loved was his childhood friend, Xiao Yuran. Had Su Xiaowen been aware of the girl's sentiments, he would have chuckled. For the song was not originally his composition. It simply resonated with many individuals during their youth. After singing the song for Xiao Yuran and exchanging a few comforting words to encourage her to sleep early, Su Xiaowen ended the call. Upon placing the phone down, he noticed an unsettling silence in the dormitory. Turning around, he found all 5 of his roommates staring at him, speechless. Chapter 63 Tang Weiwei, Do Not Overstep Your Bounds. Su Xiaowen was taken aback and blurted out, Please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Yang Baishan was the first to speak. It's not just the girls. As a guy, I can hardly contain my emotions when I hear a boy singing to me. This statement garnered agreement from the others in the dormitory. Su Xiaowen shot Yang Baishan a glare. I am not gay. The dormitory erupted in laughter. Although the singing event in the engineering department had come to an end, the existence of forums led to an increasing number of people becoming aware of the performance that day. As the incident continued to gain traction, the following afternoon, just minutes before military training commenced, several senior girls called Su Xiaowen out of the lineup. This was significant, as these senior girls were not from Jiangling College, but rather from Jiaodong University. They approached him after witnessing his singing talent, inviting him to participate in the university's welcome party. Jiangling College, being an independent third-tier institution, did not host a welcome party. Only the main university did. Therefore, it was not unusual for students from Jiangling College to attend the main university's welcome party. Su Xiaowen had seen such occurrences in his previous life, but never imagined it would happen to him one day. Initially, Su Xiaowen had no interest in participating in the welcome party, as he preferred to maintain a low profile. However, realizing that remaining inconspicuous was no longer an option, he chose to embrace the moment and readily agreed. The senior girls were pleased with his willingness and exchanged contact information with him. Before departing, they informed Su Xiaowen to meet at the Jiaodong University auditorium after military training to discuss the program. Besides him, Bai Yuer was also invited to participate in a dance program, and she too agreed. After military training concluded, Su Xiaowen went to the cafeteria with a few roommates. It was there that he spotted Tang Weiwei. She was alone, purchasing 2 large steamed buns at the counter. Su Xiaowen watched as she carefully placed the buns into a plastic bag and tucked it into her pocket. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to, Su Xiaowen said, finding an excuse to detach himself from his roommates. As he noticed Tang Weiwei preparing to exit the cafeteria, he quickened his pace to catch up. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Su Xiaowen almost lost her in the crowd. Fortunately, he deduced that she was likely heading back to the dormitory and followed the path. Sure enough, he spotted Tang Weiwei ahead. He hurriedly approached her from behind, gently tapping her left shoulder, then skillfully maneuvering to her right side. When Tang Weiwei felt the tap and turned around, she saw nothing. Just as she began to feel puzzled, a voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Looking for something? Tang Weiwei was startled, losing her balance and stumbling towards the roadside. Quick-witted, Su Xiaowen reached out and grasped her delicate hand, pulling her into his embrace. By the time Tang Weiwei regained her composure, she found herself in Su Xiaowen's arms. Let go of me, she said, her words lacking any real threat. What if I don't let go? Su Xiaowen replied. Tang Weiwei lowered her head and fell silent, yet her body language conveyed her resistance. Su Xiaowen was taken aback by her reaction and quickly released her, stepping back. I'm sorry, I was just joking. Tang Weiwei, still looking down, seemed lost in thought before suddenly asking, why did you treat me like that? What? Su Xiaowen was puzzled by her question. Why did you pull me up yesterday? Tang Weiwei, who was already isolated from other girls in the engineering department, felt even more ostracized after the incident. The previous night, some girls had deliberately made snide remarks in her presence, suggesting that Su Xiaowen could never genuinely like her and was merely toying with her. They advised her to recognize her own position and not to lack self-awareness. Tang Weiwei only wished to focus on her studies in college, hoping to change her fate through education. She did not have the luxury of frivolously enjoying her time in college like other girls. She could not afford to play around. However, she did not share these thoughts with Su Xiaowen. At a loss for words, Su Xiaowen had acted on a sudden whim the day before, without any ulterior motives. Now, confronted by Tang Weiwei's inquiry, he struggled to find a suitable explanation. After a moment of silence, the girl calmly stated, I hope you won't disturb me anymore. With that, she walked past Su Xiaowen. Stop! Su Xiaowen suddenly called out. Tang Weiwei did not halt her pace. Tang Weiwei, I said stop. He raised his voice. This time, Tang Weiwei obediently stood still. Su Xiaowen slowly approached the girl from behind and inquired, has someone said something to you? Tang Weiwei felt a pang in her nose, remaining silent, but the crescent-shaped eyes beneath her bangs shimmered with tears. Her lips were full, with a prominent cupid's bow, and slightly curved at the corners. At this moment, as she bit her lip, she exuded a captivating charm. I wish to be friends with you. I never intended to harm you, either directly or indirectly. If someone else has spoken ill of you, I sincerely apologize. Still, Tang Weiwei remained silent. Su Xiaowen gazed at the distant scenery and softly remarked, I have always liked Chongqing, ever since I was young. I found the girls from Chongqing to be different from those in other places. Therefore, upon entering university and discovering you were from Chongqing, I wanted to know you better and hoped to befriend you. My only intention was to foster a closer relationship with you, nothing more. Is that true? Tang Weiwei slowly turned around after listening to Su Xiaowen's explanation. Yes, but you cannot force others. She recalled the events of the first day of military training. I was too eager. I apologize. But why did you act that way yesterday? Yesterday, I thought we were already good friends and wanted to share my feelings with you. It was thoughtless of me. Tang Weiwei sensed the sincerity in the boy's words and her anger dissipated, yet her shyness prevented her from uttering forgiveness. Why did you chase after me just now? Su Xiaowen countered, I thought we were friends. Shouldn't friends greet each other? After pondering seriously, Tang Weiwei nodded in agreement. Since we are friends, may I continue to greet you when I see you? Yes. Can I talk to you? Yes. If I am feeling down, can I seek comfort from you? You shouldn't push your luck. Finally, Tang Weiwei could not help but retort. All right, I will be mindful. Su Xiaowen smiled broadly. He feigned surprise, staring at the girl's pocket. What do you have in there? It looks bulging. Are you hiding something good? He reached towards her pocket without hesitation. Chapter 64. Su Xiaowen, will you be my girlfriend? The girl could not stop him in time, and he pulled out a steamed bun from her pocket. A big white bun. Weiwei, how did you know I was hungry? Su Xiaowen swiftly brought the bun to his mouth. No. Tang Weiwei could hardly intervene. Why are you doing this? These two buns were not only her dinner, but also her breakfast for the next day. Su Xiaowen, feigning ignorance, remarked. Friends can't even share a bun? Tang Weiwei was not stingy. It was just that the cafeteria was right behind them, and Su Xiaowen could easily go there to eat. However, those 2 buns were her meals, and if he ate them, she would go hungry tonight. Though not miserly, Tang Weiwei chose to remain silent as Su Xiaowen devoured her bun. Yet he continued to munch while exclaiming, "I haven't tea had one in ages. This bun is delicious." "Thank you, Weiwei." Tang Weiwei fixed her gaze on the other bun in Su Xiaowen's hand. "How many do you intend to eat?" "Oh, 1 is sufficient." Su Xiaowen returned the other bun to her. She sniffled, accepted the bun, and quickly placed it back into her pocket as if it were a treasure. "You can eat. I will take my leave." "Wait, is there something else?" In her haste, she slipped into her Chongqing accent. Su Xiaowen genuinely enjoyed her accent. He was not lying about his fondness for Chongqing. With a mouthful of bun, he quickly finished it, swallowed hard, and then said to the girl, "That bun was your dinner, so I'll treat you to a meal." "No need." Tang Weiwei flatly refused. Su Xiaowen hastily stepped in front of her, frowning slightly. "I don't like taking advantage of others, especially since we are friends. Do you wish to make me restless?" Tang Weiwei had never encountered a boy as thick-skinned as Su Xiaowen. He insisted on being friends, even snatching her dinner, and despite her refusal, he remained resolute. She attempted to hold her ground, saying, "I truly am not hungry." Su Xiaowen began to understand Tang Weiwei's character. She was quite stubborn and instinctively reluctant to accept kindness. Perhaps she did not want to burden others. If soft persuasion wouldn't work, then a firmer approach was necessary. Having come to this realization, Su Xiaowen suddenly adopted a serious tone. "You must agree to let me treat you to dinner today, or I will be upset." Tang Weiwei stared at him in astonishment. Just as Su Xiaowen had anticipated, this girl indeed responded better to firmness than softness. The more resolute Su Xiaowen became, the less Tang Weiwei knew how to refuse. "Let us go?" Observing the silent girl, Su Xiaowen began walking towards the cafeteria. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Weiwei ultimately followed him. Upon returning to the cafeteria, it was still bustling with people. Su Xiaowen first found an empty table and turned to Tang Weiwei, saying, "You hold the table, I will go get the food." Before she could refuse, he swiftly turned and left. Su Xiaowen served himself 2 portions of rice and approached the food counter. Eyeing the array of dishes, he ultimately chose shrimp, fish, and edamame. Knowing that the girl was from Chongqing and likely enjoyed spicy food, he specifically selected the spicy braised fish. His own plate was rather simple. Returning to Tang Weiwei, he placed the trays before her. Upon seeing the dishes, she assumed the simpler plate was hers, but immediately waved her hands. "I can't eat that much. If you can't finish it, should I just throw it away? Do you want me to dump it now?" Tang Weiwei bit her lip, gazing at Su Xiaowen, thinking how domineering and unreasonable he was. Though she felt grievances, she knew expressing them would be futile, so she remained silent, lowering her head as if sulking. Su Xiaowen placed the tray in front of her, and, noticing her downcast demeanor, he surmised something and explained, "I didn't know what you liked, so I ordered a bit more. I won't do it again next time." What did next time imply? It meant there would be further meals together. Tang Weiwei clearly had not considered this angle. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's explanation and realizing he had taken her preferences into account, she reluctantly accepted, despite her discontent with his approach. Seeing her still not using her chopsticks, Su Xiaowen asked, "Do you want me to feed you?" "That's not out of the question." Tang Weiwei was startled, straightening up. However, upon glancing at the plate of spicy fish, she was surprised. Wasn't he this Su Xiaowen's? There was a reason he chose shrimp and fish. Having observed her purchase 2 buns, he knew she likely ate well. Yet, could she maintain adequate nutrition with such a monotonous diet? Su Xiaowen recalled her petite feet, suspecting they were the result of childhood malnutrition. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. Otherwise, she might think him a pervert, constantly fixated on her feet. However, he couldn't help but think how exquisitely beautiful those little feet must be. Picking up his chopsticks, Su Xiaowen began to eat. Only when he started did Tang Weiwei follow suit. Their meal proceeded in silence, neither speaking. Su Xiaowen noticed that throughout the meal, Tang Weiwei only ate the fish and had not touched the shrimp at all. Did she not like shrimp? That didn't seem likely. Suddenly, he considered the possibility that she had never eaten shrimp before and might not know how to eat it. Realizing this, Su Xiaowen reached for the shrimp on her plate. Upon seeing his hand approach, Tang Weiwei panicked, raising her head and instinctively shrinking back. "What are you doing? Is it wrong to want to eat your shrimp?" Su Xiaowen teased, noticing her nervousness. "Go ahead, you can eat it." Tang Weiwei sniffed slightly. Su Xiaowen picked up a shrimp, deftly removing its head and shell. The peeled shrimp tail was placed back into the girl's dish. Tang Weiwei looked up in surprise. Su Xiaowen seized the moment to say, I suddenly lost my appetite. You can have it. When he noticed her hesitation to refuse, he quickly changed his demeanor, asserting, no waste. Wasting food is shameful. Tang Weiwei, startled, fumbled with her chopsticks. Observing her reluctant expression, she nonetheless picked up the shrimp meat and placed it in her mouth. His gaze remained fixated on her lips, which were undeniably attractive, plump and well-defined. Perhaps due to the spicy fish, they glistened with a sheen of oil, a tempting red that made one yearn to kiss her. As Su Xiaowen watched her consume the shrimp tail, he began to peel another. Tang Weiwei quietly inquired, weren't you not hungry? Can I change my mind? Su Xiaowen teased. Tang Weiwei chose to ignore him. After peeling a second shrimp, he placed it before her once more and dramatically exclaimed, oh dear, I don't want to eat again. Tang Weiwei, having discerned his intent, took the initiative to pick up the shrimp meat without needing further prompting. Su Xiaowen's eyes followed her every movement, from the shrimp to her enticing lips. Gazing at her, he felt an overwhelming desire to kiss her. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, Tang Weiwei, would you be my girlfriend? A sharp clang echoed as Tang Weiwei's chopsticks fell onto the metal plate, producing a crisp sound. The girl nearly cried, lamenting, I just ate one shrimp. I can't handle you pushing me to date. Her dialect slipped out in her flustered state. Chapter 65. Learning from Xia Luo. Su Xiaowen had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her. Amused and bewildered, he wondered if he had indeed misstepped. After all, countless girls at school vied to be his girlfriend. Tang Weiwei silently sniffled, her expression a mix of wanting to cry but holding back. Su Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring her, don't worry, I was just joking. If someone saw you like this, they might think I'm bullying you. It seemed that Tang Weiwei was not one to rush. Patience was required. Also, the desire to kiss her didn't necessitate a formal relationship. Appropriate opportunities would suffice. As he continued peeling shrimp for her, he asked, do I seem like someone who bullies others? Upon hearing his admission, Tang Weiwei's eyes darted downward, but her nose twitched involuntarily. She relished Su Xiaowen's shrimp peeling service in silence. As they neared the end of the meal, she quietly remarked, being friends is fine, but dating is out of the question. Unlike many girls, Tang Weiwei did not string him along if she wasn't interested in romance. She was refreshingly straightforward. Perhaps her simplicity prevented her from understanding the notion of keeping someone on a string. In any case, such honesty was commendable. She would directly decline rather than waste someone's time. Su Xiaowen retorted playfully, I already said it was a joke. I'm quite popular, you know. You have no idea how many girls want to be my girlfriend. Tang Weiwei lowered her head, remaining silent. Yet, Su Xiaowen noticed her lips slightly pouting, a gesture that seemed out of character for her. He briefly doubted his perception, but before he could discern it further, the moment vanished. Not wishing to prove anything to Tang Weiwei, he asked, are you full? Tang Weiwei gazed at the unfinished food on her plate, uncertain of how to proceed. Seeing her fixation on the dish, Su Xiaowen thought it better to let it go. Wasting food was regrettable, but forcing oneself to eat further could lead to discomfort. Finally, she shifted her gaze away from the plate, though a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Having finished the meal, Tang Weiwei suddenly stood up and thanked Su Xiaowen for treating her to dinner. I need to head back now. This time, Su Xiaowen did not stop her, nodding, all right. Head back early. By the way, please return the plates to the recycling area. After hearing this, she took both plates and walked toward the designated spot. Su Xiaowen couldn't help but smile as he watched her retreating figure. Not waiting for Tang Weiwei, Su Xiaowen made his way directly to the small auditorium at Jiaodong University. He was quite familiar with the place, having visited numerous times in his previous life. Without needing directions, he found the group of upper-class women he was supposed to meet at the front of the stage. At that moment, they were rehearsing a performance, with several seniors observing from below. Upon his arrival, Su Xiaowen remained silent, quietly watching. The rehearsal featured a comedic skit performed by two members of the comedy club. After listening for a short while, Su Xiaowen lost interest. It wasn't that the students lacked talent. Rather, after having experienced numerous outstanding performances, listening to students was simply unsatisfying. Once the rehearsal concluded, one of the seniors noticed Su Xiaowen. Su Xiaowen, you're here, she exclaimed with a smile. Su Xiaowen nodded in response, remaining quiet. The senior continued, let me introduce myself. I'm Qian Yan. And these are Jiang Yin, our arts department head, and Zhong Zhu, who, like me, is a vice head of the department. There are 3 vice heads in total. The other one couldn't make it today. but I'll introduce you next time. She is also a freshman. Hello, seniors, Su Xiaowen greeted calmly. Jiang Yin, having heard Qian Yin, nodded at him, while Zhang Zhu smiled brightly. After the comedy members exited the stage, Jiang Yin remarked, Su Xiaowen, we watched your video. Your singing is fantastic. Did you write those 2 songs? Yes, Su Xiaowen affirmed without hesitation. We discussed it before you arrived. Those 2 are great, but they don't seem suitable for stage performance. Do you have any other songs? Jiang Yin asked, her tone revealing her doubt. After all, the 2 songs he had sung were both suitable for the welcoming event, but they were motivated by a desire to hear more of his music. They had confidence in Su Xiaowen, believing that a talented young man like him must have more than just 2 songs. Additionally, they considered the songs Yu He Bu Ku and Wonderful You, which had circulated widely among students, losing their novelty. If they could present a song that was unfamiliar, it would undoubtedly enhance the performance. Su Xiaowen, not overthinking it, decided to cooperate with the seniors since he had already committed to participating in the welcoming event. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I do have other songs. Really? This time, not just Jiang Yin, but also Zhong Zhu and Qian Yin looked excited. Yes. For Su Xiaowen, this posed no challenge. He possessed a remarkable memory, recalling many songs from his past life that could be performed at the welcoming event. He felt no moral conflict in borrowing songs from his previous life. After all, having been reborn, worrying about ethics would only invite dissatisfaction. Learn from Xiao Luo, who not only borrowed songs, but also orchestrated a sensational nationwide talent show, China's Good Voice. Not only did he deprive original songwriters of recognition, but he also kept them overshadowed. Others, who had worked hard to participate in talent shows, faced backlash for merely altering a few lyrics. Compared to Xiao Luo, Su Xiaowen's borrowing of 2 songs seemed trivial. Su Xiaowen had long recognized that song borrowing was a lucrative endeavor, though he had refrained from such practices due to the convenience it offered. Writing novels could yield a few volumes a year at best, while with song borrowing, one could potentially create 10 songs a day if they had the audacity and a good memory. Su Xiaowen contemplated that occasionally covering a song would suffice, allowing those singers a chance to thrive. Look at the neighbor, Charlotte, who plagiarized songs to such an extent that she ultimately earned the title of love. Therefore, it is prudent not to take things to the extreme. Jiang Yin boldly suggested, Su Xiaowen, if possible, why not take the stage and sing for us? Let's see if it suits the occasion. Su Xiaowen hesitated momentarily. Jiang Yin immediately inquired, are you facing difficulties? Su Xiaowen replied candidly, there is no accompaniment, nor any instruments. In truth, acquiring an instrument was quite simple. He could borrow a guitar from others performing backstage. However, Jiang Yin, eager to hear the new song, urged, no worries. Just sing a cappella for now. We can sort out the accompaniment later. After a moment of reflection, Su Xiaowen remained silent and proceeded towards the stage. Chapter 66, Senior Sister. I really like it. Upon stepping onto the stage, Su Xiaowen pondered which song to perform. After all, there were countless wonderful songs from his previous life. He considered that since this was a welcome party, the audience primarily comprised students, and for students, love is an eternally captivating theme. Thus, he decided on Love Confession Balloon. This song, released by Jay Cho in 2016, quickly ascended numerous charts upon its release. Beloved by the youth, with many boys using it to confess their feelings to the girls they admired. The song has a lively rhythm, exuding the freshness of first love. On the banks of the Seine, enjoying coffee, I savor your beauty, leaving lip prints on the cup. The florist's roses, misnamed, flutter as the confession balloon drifts across the street, smiles soaring in the sky. You mentioned you are somewhat hard to pursue, wishing to dissuade me. Gifts need not be the most extravagant, just a fallen leaf from the champs, Lissy S. Oh, creating a romantic date, unafraid of ruining everything. Possessing you is akin to possessing the entire world. My dear, falling in love with you since that day has been effortlessly sweet. My dear, don't be willful. Your eyes are saying I'm willing. Though it was an a cappella performance, the senior sisters below were enraptured. It was simply too beautiful. Only those who had experienced live music could understand that no matter how excellent the equipment, it could never replace the ambience of a live performance. The 3 senior sisters had seen videos and heard Su Xiaowen sing 2 songs, yet none matched the impact of this live rendition. Was it acceptable? Su Xiaowen inquired upon descending the stage. The 3 senior sisters were so mesmerized that it took them a few moments to regain their composure. Before Jiang Yin could speak, Qian Yin raised her thumb, exclaiming, that was wonderful. Jiang Yin concurred, This song is excellent. It is perfect for the welcome party. Then it's settled, she declared. By the way, for the accompaniment, I know a student from the Fine Arts College who is in charge of the audio equipment for the event. I can ask him to help you create the accompaniment. Su Xiaowen shook his head. That sounds too troublesome. Let us forego the accompaniment. Just having an instrument will suffice. What instrument do you need? A guitar? Su Xiaowen was about to affirm that a guitar would suffice, but suddenly thought of another impressive option, a piano. Since he had decided to perform grandly, why not go all the way? In his previous life, he had studied piano for quite some time during college. The university's music club or the main auditorium both had pianos. Thus, he inquired, is there a piano at school? If so, I could sing while playing. That would enhance the effect. Upon hearing he could play the piano, the senior sister's eyes lit up, as if envisioning a particular scene. Jiang Yin was the first to respond. There is a piano in the main auditorium. Our welcome party is also held there. I can take you to try it out. If it's unsuitable, the music club also has a piano, and I can arrange to borrow it. That sounds great. Seeing Su Xiaowen's approval, Jiang Yin felt a surge of excitement. She turned to Zhongzhu, saying, Zhongzhu, you're in charge of the rehearsal. I'll take him to the main auditorium now. Zhongzhu had initially wanted to accompany them, but was assigned to stay in the small auditorium, her expression immediately falling. Minister, I want to go too. Jiang Yin shot her a glare. There will be other opportunities. Why are you so impatient? Under the weight of the minister's authority, Zhongzhu could only nod in agreement. Thus, Su Xiaowen followed Jiang Yin and Qian Yan to the university's main auditorium. Every year, the welcome party is held in the main auditorium. So Su Xiaowen was not unfamiliar with the place. Yet, he still feigned innocence, following closely behind the senior sisters. The main auditorium and the small auditorium were not vastly different, the most significant distinction being the former's greater height and size. Not only was the stage larger, but the seating capacity for the audience far surpassed that of the small auditorium. At this moment, in the backstage music room of the main auditorium, a Pinot piano stood quietly. The Pinot brand is known for being a stylish yet accessible choice among pianos. However, Su Xiaowen was not a professional pianist, and thus did not have high demands. Any piano would suffice. He approached the piano, lifted the lid, and sat down, his fingers gently resting on the keys. Instantly recalling the sensations from his past piano studies, the melodious notes began to resonate throughout the spacious music room. As he sought to find his rhythm, he realized that perhaps due to his rebirth, not only had his reflexes quickened, but his fingers had also become more nimble, and his entire body's coordination was more harmonious. Consequently, the piano piece he played exceeded his expectations. Jiang Yin and Qian Yan stood not far behind him, observing Su Xiaowen's skilled movements, both assuming he had been learning since childhood and was proficient in piano. Lacking professional appreciation, they merely felt that the piano piece was extraordinarily enchanting. After a brief warm-up, Su Xiaowen's expression suddenly turned serious. His fingers danced across the keys, and the prelude of Love Confession Balloon began to soar. He played the entire song in one breath, flawlessly, without any pauses or mistakes. Even he struggled to believe it. The two senior sisters were even more excited. Jiang Yin decisively declared, "This is the song. You'll be the finale performer." Qian Yan immediately chimed in, "Minister, we've already set the finale program." Jiang Yin waved her hand, decisively stating, "Adjust the order. There's no such thing as set. Whoever fits best should take the finale." As the minister of the literary arts department, Jiang Yin could already envision the scene at the welcome party. She turned to Su Xiaowen, saying, "Su Xiaowen, could you play and sing it once for me? I'd like to hear it again." "Sure, no problem." Soon, the piano resonated once more, this time accompanied by Su Xiaowen's clear vocals. After returning to the dorm from Jiaotong University, only 3 people remained in the room. Wang Jun was engrossed in a video game. Lu Zhihai was reading a book rented from Shi Xiangming, and Jin Haonan was hunched over the desk, writing. Su Xiaowen turned on his computer and logged onto QQ, immediately noticing a message from the editor. Ever since the last time the Xinjiang editor suggested the website purchase film and television rights, which Su Xiaowen declined, there had been no further communication. Today, as soon as he logged in, he saw the editor's message. A film company was interested in the film rights to Su Xiaowen's novel, and the head of the company wished to meet with him. If he agreed, he was to add the other party on QQ, along with their QQ number. Su Xiaowen was not interested in a meeting, nor did he have plans to sell the rights in the near future. Initially intending to ignore it, he reconsidered, realizing that the editor was merely doing their job and it was unnecessary to make things difficult for them. so he added the contact. The response was swift, as if the other person had been waiting by their computer. After the friend request was accepted, a message promptly followed. I am Gao Dang from Zhongyi Film and Television Company, responsible for film development. I've read your novel. It's quite good. When are you available to meet and chat? Zhongyi? Su Xiaowen racked his brain but remained utterly perplexed. He had never heard of such a name. Even if he were to sell the rights, he would not consider a relatively unknown small company. He remained skeptical about whether such a small firm could produce a quality television series. Moreover, how much could a small company afford to spend on film rights? Xiaowen evinced a lack of interest, responding directly. I regret to inform you that I currently have no intention of selling the film and television rights. I appreciate your recognition, and perhaps we can collaborate in the future. Chapter 67. Gao Dang. An admonition to be sensible. Su Xiaowen believed his response to be courteous and appropriate. However, it inexplicably offended the other party, and he promptly received a message. What do you mean? You won't even grant us an audience? Do you look down on our company? Upon reading these messages, Su Xiaowen immediately disregarded the sender, questioning the sender's mental capacity for such a thought process. He contemplated deleting the contact, but decided against it, opting instead to close the conversation window. Unexpectedly, less than an hour later, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a man's voice immediately boomed. Are you Su Rinshan? I've sent you numerous messages. Are you ignoring me, or are you feigning ignorance? Su Xiaowen furrowed his brow. Who is this? I am Gao Dang. Upon hearing the name Gao Dang, Su Xiaowen immediately recognized the caller. He had not disclosed his number in his novel or on the QQ group, so the only possibility was that the other party had obtained his number through the website. Su Xiaowen had explicitly stated that he would not sell the rights, and the other party's persistent and overbearing attitude irritated him. His temper flared, and he retorted, Are you daft? I said I wouldn't sell the film and television rights. Don't call me again. He promptly ended the call. In less than a second, Gao Dang called again. Su Xiaowen declined the call, lamenting that phones of this era lacked a blacklist feature. The persistent caller continued to call repeatedly, but Su Xiaowen rejected each call. Ultimately, exasperated, he turned off his phone. This individual, Gao Dang, the person in charge of some Zhongyi company, had completely ruined Su Xiaowen's good mood. After switching off his phone, he couldn't help but mutter, What kind of person can become a person in charge? No wonder I've never heard of Zhongyi. With someone like you in charge, it's destined to fail. Wang Junkai, engrossed in his game with headphones on, did not hear Su Xiaowen's muttering. Lu Zhihao, however, heard it and inquired, What's wrong, Xiaowen? Su Xiaowen simply replied, I encountered a lunatic. Oh, it's best to ignore lunatics. Speaking of lunatics, I recall there was a man on campus recently, wearing a down jacket in this sweltering heat, wandering around. Do you think he's mentally ill? Is that so? Really? Of course, it's true. Many girls in our class have seen him. Find the school security and have them remove him from the campus. I heard they did, but it was futile. When the security wasn't paying attention, he would sneak back in. But he's just mentally unsound and hasn't done anything dangerous, so the security stopped bothering after chasing him away a few times. Well, if the school security isn't concerned, there's nothing we can do. After chatting with Lu Zhihao for a bit, Su Xiaowen's anger subsided slightly, but he was still annoyed. After considering it, he reopened his computer, logged onto QQ, and directly deleted the contact. This made him feel much better. To avoid being harassed by phone calls, Su Xiaowen did not turn on his phone for the entire night, only turning it on the next morning when he woke up. Upon turning on his phone, Su Xiaowen received numerous text messages, including messages from Xiao Yuran and the girls from the Industrial Engineering Department, and, of course, messages from Gao Dang. It seemed that his calls were not going through, and his QQ account had been deleted. So the only thing the other party could think of was to send text messages. After a night's rest, Su Xiaowen's anger had completely dissipated. So he tapped on the text messages to see what the other party wanted to say. However, as soon as he opened the text messages, he saw the first message, The book you wrote is utter garbage. If our company wasn't willing to support new authors, do you think I would be willing to buy the rights to your book? Second message, Buying the rights to your book is a compliment to you. Do you think anyone else would buy the rights to your book besides us? Third message, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, our company will blacklist you. And you can forget about selling the rights to your novel. There were more than a dozen messages after that. Su Xiaowen didn't bother reading them all. Reading the first 3 messages was enough. The other party was so frantic that Su Xiaowen couldn't help but wonder if he had been impolite yesterday. But he hadn't. That could only mean that this person named Gao Dang was a rabid dog. One shouldn't argue with dogs. Su Xiaowen deleted the text messages and then replied to Xiao Yuran, explaining the situation briefly. Since singing to Xiao Yuran last night, the girl had become even more clingy than before. She sent messages every morning and evening, saying things like, "Good morning, remember to eat breakfast, and good night. Don't sleep too late." Su Xiaowen had the feeling that Xiao Yuran was a female simp. It wasn't just a feeling, it was the truth. Besides Xiao Yuran, Song Siyu also sent him a text message, but it was to ask him what Wang Junkai was doing. Su Xiaowen thought to himself, if you want to know what Wang Junkai is doing, why don't you send him a text message or call him yourself? But after all, she was his roommate's girlfriend, so he couldn't just ignore her. He could only reply, "He's playing games in the dormitory." Su Xiaowen didn't hide the truth for Wang Junsai's sake. Because Wang Junkai loved playing games so much, every day besides training, eating, and sleeping, he spent all his other time playing games. Su Xiaowen even knew the name of the game Wang Junkai was playing, World of Warcraft. This game was so famous in his previous life that countless people were addicted to it. Of course, in 2005, World of Warcraft was indeed an excellent game. So Su Xiaowen could understand Wang Junsai's behavior. The military training time at Jiangling College was the same as at Jiaodong University, 15 days. The instructor who led the industrial engineering department was still the same serious and conscientious instructor, but the students in the industrial engineering department were used to it. The daily training tasks hadn't changed, but no one complained as much as they did at the beginning. On the contrary, as the end of military training drew closer, some girls even felt a little reluctant to part with the instructor. To be honest, although the instructor wasn't as handsome as Su Xiaowen, he was still much more handsome than the boys in the industrial engineering department. First of all, as an instructor, he had a strong presence. Then there was his tan skin from long-term training, which was very masculine. Not to mention that the instructor himself had good looks, and his figure was even more overwhelming than the boys in the industrial engineering department. Most women were naturally more inclined to admire the strong and were more emotional, so it was easy to understand why they were reluctant. Most of the boys couldn't wait for military training to end as soon as possible. For example, Wang Junkai couldn't wait to finish military training and stay in the dormitory to play games every day. After taking Tang Weiwei to dinner last night, Su Xiaowen thought that she would greet him when they met today. But the opposite was true. Tang Weiwei not only didn't respond, but turned around and ignored him. Because Shen Minyao was standing next to her, Su Xiaowen couldn't go up and ask her, so he could only continue training with confusion. After military training ended at noon, Su Xiaowen still didn't have a chance to chat with Tang Weiwei. Shen Minyao and Tang Weiwei were almost inseparable. Military training continued as usual. But after military training ended in the evening, Su Xiaowen would go to the auditorium of Jiaodong University next door and practice alone in the music room. Chapter 68. Tang Weiwei. Do not call out Zhongzhu, who couldn't make it yesterday, finally came today and heard Su Xiaowen play and sing on the piano with her own ears. Although she was Su Xiaowen's senior, she immediately became a fan. After Su Xiaowen finished practicing, Zhongzhu even invited Su Xiaowen to eat something on the commercial street on the east side of Jiaodong University. Jiaodong University was located in a university town, and there were many universities around it. There were two snack streets attached to Jiaodong University. One was the South Gate, which was the snack street outside the North Gate of Jiangling College, and the other was the commercial street on the East Gate. Compared to the South Gate, the students of Jiaodong University generally preferred to go to the East Gate, not only because it was closer, but also because there was a large supermarket and shopping mall across the street from the East Gate. Su Xiaowen didn't object to his senior becoming his fan, but he always directly rejected his senior's invitation. If Zhongzhu had Jiang Yin's appearance, Su Xiaowen might consider it, but he would only consider it. It wasn't too late when Su Xiaowen returned to the dormitory from Jiaodong University, just 7:30. Su Xiaowen hadn't eaten yet. Of course, he did it on purpose. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shi Xiangming was already present. "Brother Shi, I need your assistance," he said. Shi Xiangming, engrossed in a novel, immediately set it aside and inquired, "What is it?" "Please call Bai Yuer and ask her to pass the phone to Tang Weiwei. I have something to discuss with her." Without a second thought, Shi Xiangming began dialing. After explaining the situation to Bai Yuer, he handed the phone to Su Xiaowen. Taking the phone, Su Xiaowen proceeded to the balcony, closing the door behind him. The line was silent, yet he could hear breathing, indicating that Tang Weiwei was on the other end. "You know who I am, right?" he stated directly. Tang Weiwei, meanwhile, was perplexed. She was in her dormitory, studying from a legitimate textbook, diligently preparing for classes following military training. This habit was one she had cultivated since middle school, and continued into her university years. While she was engrossed in her studies, Bai Yuer unexpectedly thrust the phone into her hands, mentioning that Su Xiaowen was seeking her. Initially, Tang Weiwei was reluctant to engage. After returning to the dormitory the previous night, she had confided in Shen Minyao about Su Xiaowen inviting her to dinner at the cafeteria, including his bold proposition of wanting her as his girlfriend. She had not paid attention to Shen Minyao's reactions. Her friend meticulously analyzed the situation, suggesting that if Tang Weiwei had any interest in Su Xiaowen and desired a romantic relationship, she should continue to interact with him. Conversely, if she wished to avoid romance, it would be prudent to maintain distance and refrain from any communication. Shen Minyao had cautioned her that, in her former high school, popular boys like Su Xiaowen could easily persuade girls to agree to date them if given the opportunity. After considering Shen Minyao's insights, Tang Weiwei had come to a realization, which had influenced her behavior earlier that day. Now, hearing Su Xiaowen's voice through Bai Yuer's phone, she felt both incredulous and resistant. When Tang Weiwei remained silent, Su Xiaowen asserted, "I'm hungry. Accompany me for dinner." After a few seconds of silence, he was about to express his impatience when he heard a girl's voice from the computer, "I want to study. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Right now? You are coming with me for dinner. I'm heading to your building. Come down quickly." "No, I truly need to study." Su Xiaowen decided to take a firmer stance, declaring, "I've notified you. If you do not come down, I will shout your name outside the girls' dormitory until you do." With that, he hung up, denying Tang Weiwei any further opportunity to respond. Returning to the dormitory, he returned the phone to Shi Xiangming, grabbed his jacket, and exited. Su Xiaowen arrived at the girls' dormitory, precisely the building that Shen Minyao had pointed out earlier. Outside the entrance, he did not see Tang Weiwei. Without hesitation, he began to shout, "Tang Weiwei." Upon his first call, he heard someone nearby quietly murmur, "Don't shout." Recognizing the voice, Su Xiaowen turned to see a girl standing behind a tree, wearing military training attire, her bangs long enough to obscure her eyes. Her face was etched with anxiety and concern, her lips slightly parted. It was none other than Tang Weiwei. He waved her over, and as she reluctantly approached, he refrained from questioning why she had been hiding behind the tree. The fact that she had come was what mattered. "Let us go. I'm starving." "You wouldn't want to read in tomorrow's newspaper about a university student who starved to death outside the girls' dormitory, would you? So hurry along." After taking a few steps, he noticed Tang Weiwei had fallen behind and returned to her side, asking, "Why aren't you moving?" Tang Weiwei, visibly torn, quietly requested, "Could you please refrain from shouting my name outside the dorm next time? It depends on your behavior. If you continue to ignore my greetings and refuse to join me for dinner, I will keep shouting until you come down." In a moment of exasperation, Tang Weiwei blurted out, "What are you doing?" Su Xiaowen burst into laughter. "I like that." Tang Weiwei, realizing she had no leverage over him, followed Su Xiaowen to the street vendor area outside the north gate. He walked ahead while she trailed a step behind. They meandered for quite some time, passing numerous shops. Yet Su Xiaowen did not enter any of them. Tang Weiwei felt a twinge of anxiety and could not help but ask, "What do you want to eat?" Without turning around, Su Xiaowen replied, "I want fish." "No, in your dialect, it should be called you by." Tang Weiwei's cheeks flushed. She was no fool. She understood that Su Xiaowen was intentionally mimicking her dialect. Although her Mandarin was decent, she occasionally slipped into her dialect when excited. Finally, Su Xiaowen spotted a restaurant serving fish and promptly entered. Inside, he ordered a spicy boiled fish, spicy chicken, shredded pork in garlic sauce, and a soup. Tang Weiwei, observing the number of dishes he had ordered, could not help but ask, "Can you finish all that?" Su Xiaowen grinned and retorted, "Have you eaten yet?" While imitating her dialect, Tang Weiwei quickly nodded, responding in Mandarin, "I've already eaten." "Let me guess, you only had one big bun for dinner?" Noticing her stunned expression, Su Xiaowen realized he had guessed correctly. He then asked the owner for 2 sets of chopsticks and plates, saying to Tang Weiwei, "Join me. I can't finish it all by myself." When she appeared inclined to refuse, he added, "If you don't eat something, I want to let you return to your dormitory tonight." Tang Weiwei momentarily forgot her initial hesitation and gazed at Su Xiaowen, rendered speechless by his domineering words. Ultimately, she capitulated, mumbling, "I got it." As they awaited their meal, Su Xiaowen observed Tang Weiwei maintaining her silence and remarked, "Since the dishes aren't ready, let us chat. Let us have some fun." Although Su Xiaowen's dialect was imperfect, Tang Weiwei could comprehend him. If anyone else had deliberately spoken in her dialect in her presence, she might have worried that her Mandarin was inadequate and they were mocking her. However, With Su Xiaowen, she did not perceive it that way. His clumsy attempt at her dialect was endearing, and she wanted to laugh, though she resisted the urge in front of him. She purposefully asked in Mandarin, "What do you wish to discuss?" Gazing at her, Su Xiaowen earnestly stated, "I thought about it yesterday. Why didn't you agree to be my girlfriend? Was it because I spoke in Mandarin and not your dialect, making it feel less intimate?" He continued, "Let me rephrase. Tang Weiwei, shall we be friends? What do you think?" Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's unexpected proposition, Tang Weiwei felt herself tense up. She immediately averted her gaze and waved her hands, saying, "Stop saying that." Su Xiaowen laughed heartily. "I'm just joking. Don't be so tense." Whether or not he was joking, Su Xiaowen was well aware. And Tang Weiwei had an inkling as well. After that, he shifted the conversation toward her hometown. Often, when she failed to respond, he would intentionally misinterpret or distort aspects of her dialect or its history, prompting her to anxiously clarify what it truly was. In this manner, Tang Weiwei unwittingly engaged in an extensive conversation with Su Xiaowen. Their exchange continued until the owner brought out their dishes, interrupting their dialogue. When Tang Weiwei regained her composure, she realized she had just conversed significantly with Su Xiaowen. A peculiar sensation washed over her. It seemed her resistance was not as formidable as she had imagined. The dishes of mouth-watering fish, spicy chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork were carefully chosen by Su Xiaowen, taking into account Tang Weiwei's preferences. The owner also brought 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Su Xiaowen subtly gestured to Tang Weiwei to serve the rice. To his surprise, she obediently complied, dishing out a small portion for herself and a generous bowl of white rice for him. Upon seeing this, Su Xiaowen snatched the bowl from her hands, stating, "You must finish this bowl of rice today, otherwise, I won't let you return to your dorm." He then stood up to refill his own bowl. Tang Weiwei gazed at the dishes before her, initially attempting to deceive herself into believing she wasn't hungry. However, the enticing aroma proved too persuasive. Yet, despite Su Xiaowen's insistence, she refrained from picking up her chopsticks and simply told him, "You go ahead and eat." Su Xiaowen quickly deduced the reason behind her reluctance. In her rural upbringing, it was customary for women not to eat at the table, and even if they did, they could not begin until the men had started. Although such customs had diminished over time, Tang Weiwei undeniably adhered to them. Without further hesitation, Su Xiaowen dug in voraciously. After finishing a mouthful of rice, he glanced at Tang Weiwei and urged, "I've started eating. You should too." "Oh," she finally responded, picking up her chopsticks. The girl focused on her rice, hardly touching the dishes, prompting Su Xiaowen to serve her more. Firm in her stance, she only consumed what was in her bowl, avoiding the platters. Su Xiaowen's pace of serving was swift, often adding new dishes before she could finish what he had already placed in her bowl. Eventually, Tang Weiwei found it challenging to keep up and remarked, "You're serving too quickly. I can't eat it all. Take your time. There's no rush." Su Xiaowen reassured her. In the end, a small portion of the mouth-watering fish, spicy chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork was entirely consumed by Tang Weiwei, marking the first time she had felt so full at dinner. Noticing that she truly could eat no more, Su Xiaowen stood to settle the bill. On their way back, Tang Weiwei inquired, "How much did it cost?" Su Xiaowen, smiling, replied, "What's the matter? Are you planning to treat me to a meal? At the same rate?" Tang Weiwei immediately fell silent, clearly contemplating such an idea. "Today, you're treating me. It doesn't count as me buying dinner." While escorting Tang Weiwei back to her dormitory, Su Xiaowen deliberately chose a longer route, one that circled around the dorm building. Initially oblivious, Tang Weiwei kept her gaze downward, only noticing the distance when it was too late. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, as they prepared to part ways, she once again stated, "I truly do not intend to date. Please do not waste your time on me." Su Xiaowen, observing her earnest expression, couldn't help but chuckle, leaving Tang Weiwei puzzled by his laughter. Suddenly, he bent down, bringing his face closer to hers, their noses almost touching. Su Xiaowen could even sense her breath. "Are you shy?" Tang Weiwei stuttered. Su Xiaowen, intently gazing at her face, replied, "I'm merely trying to see if your beauty is worth my time." "You." Tang Weiwei attempted to retreat, but Su Xiaowen swiftly grasped her shoulder. "Stay still. Allow me to see you clearly." Tang Weiwei wished to bury her face in her chest, but it was impossible. This was the first time Su Xiaowen scrutinized her so closely. Even their previous encounter in the infirmary had not been this intimate. Tang Weiwei possessed a classic oval face with well-defined features, a beautiful jawline, and soft facial contours. Her eyes, unlike many girls with almond shapes, were crescent-shaped. tapering at the corners, which transformed into delightful crescents when she smiled or cried, exuding an irresistible charm. Such eyes imbue a sense of innocence, evoking a protective instinct in any man fortunate enough to gaze upon her. Her nose boasted a perfect curve from forehead to tip, complemented by a round, youthful nose. Each feature was exquisitely detailed, harmoniously blending together without clashing. With her arresting beauty alone, Tang Weiwei would undoubtedly score full marks. Furthermore, her occasional expressions of confusion, shyness, and nervousness could instantly evoke a strong desire to protect her in any man. Su Shiwen had also appraised her figure. Though she stood at a modest height of 165 centimeters, her proportions were impeccable. While her curves were concealed by clothing, her silhouette was undeniably striking. Not to mention, Tang Weiwei possessed delicate, porcelain-like feet, a sight that would leave any admirer yearning for more. Sensing her tension, Su Shiwen quickly released her. Following her release, Tang Weiwei dashed back to the girls' dormitory as if pursued by a wolf. Chapter 70. Xiao Yu ran. Xiao Su wouldn't deceive me. No wolf was in pursuit. But a lecherous gaze lingered. Upon returning to her dorm, Su Shiwen received a message from Xiao Yu ran. Xiao Su, I saw a boy at Jiaodong University today who resembles you. When was this? Around 5. Where did he go? To the auditorium, I believe. That must be me. Really? Xiao Yu ran exclaimed. You came to our school? Why didn't you tell me? Su Shiwen had not mentioned his participation in the university's welcome event, primarily because she had not inquired. Now that the topic had arisen, he casually disclosed, I'll be attending the welcome party at Jiaodong University. I've been practicing songs at the auditorium since military training concluded. Jiaodong University, room 301. Already lying in bed, Xiao Yu ran sat up upon receiving his message. Xiao Su, are you truly participating in our school's welcome event? Yes, a senior from the arts department invited me, and I couldn't refuse. I see. Will you come over tomorrow afternoon? May I join you? I'll treat you to a meal. Seemingly anxious for Su Shiwen's agreement, Xiao Yu ran sent another message. Xiao Su, you haven't accompanied me for a meal in ages. All right, but we must be quick. I can't afford to delay my practice. Understood, Xiao Su. I won't hinder you. Delighted by Su Shiwen's acceptance, Xiao Yu ran excitedly rolled around on her bed. After chatting for a while, she reluctantly bid farewell when he mentioned needing to shower. Sitting across from her, Song Si-yu had already noticed Xiao Yu ran's animated demeanor and, after a moment's contemplation, deduced it must pertain to Su Shiwen. What's going on with Xiao Su? She inquired. Xiao Yu ran turned to Song Si-yu, exclaiming, Xiao Su is having dinner with me tomorrow night. Oh, a date, is it? Song Si-yu teased, taken aback by Song Si-yu's assumption. Xiao Yu ran blushed and waved her hand in denial. No, it's not like that. Xiao Su is participating in our school's welcome party and will be practicing at the auditorium in the evenings. Are you saying that Su Shiwen is really attending the welcome party? Is that true? Xiao Su wouldn't lie about this. I'm certain of it. Xiao Yu ran replied with conviction. Song Si-yu recalled that one of their roommates was in the arts department. Cheng Lu is the vice president of the arts department. I'll ask her when she returns. She'll surely know. Xiao Yu ran shook her head. No need. I trust him. The girl refrained from continuing her conversation with Song Si-yu, as her mind was consumed with thoughts about what to wear for her meeting with Su Shiwen the following day. In room 601 of a girls' dormitory at Jiangling College, Tang Weiwei's return immediately captured the attention of her 3 roommates. Her flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor made it evident to them that something significant had occurred. Bai Yuer was aware of where Tang Weiwei had just been, but Xin Minyao was not. Upon seeing Tang Weiwei, she inquired, Weiwei, where did you go tonight? Tang Weiwei, still enveloped in nervousness and embarrassment, responded in a tone reminiscent of a fledgling bird seeking comfort from its mother. Minyao, Su Shiwen invited me to dinner, and I really didn't want to go. But he insisted. Upon hearing Su Shiwen's name, Shun Minyao's expression froze for a moment before she relaxed and asked, did he say or do anything inappropriate? Tang Weiwei felt too shy to share the incident in front of the dormitory door when Su Shiwen had stared at her face. As for his question about whether she wanted to be his girlfriend, she could not discern if he was joking or being sincere. She lowered her head and confessed. He wanted me to join him for dinner, saying that if I didn't, I wouldn't be allowed to return. So I had to have a bowl of food. Bai Yuer interjected. Su Shiwen is usually quite aloof. He ignores many who seek his attention. Why would he insist on having you join him for dinner? Do you think he might actually have a crush on you? Su Yinyan nodded in agreement, adding, yes, Wang Jie from the neighboring dormitory called him numerous times. and he never answered. Hearing their remarks, Tang Weiwei felt like a startled hamster, wishing to shrink away entirely. Shen Mingyao patted her shoulder and reassured her. Regardless of Su Xiwen's intentions, as long as you didn't suffer any harm, that's what matters. As night fell and the girls of room 601 drifted into slumber, Shen Mingyao gazed out at the moon from the balcony. It was nearing the 15th day of the lunar month, and the moon was becoming increasingly round. Before long, military training had reached its final day. At 9 a.m., all classes, under the guidance of instructors, gathered on the school football field for a final drill. After several rehearsals, there were no mistakes when the time came. The students formed long lines on the verdant field, and the principal of Jiangling College, along with various dignitaries, made their appearances. Student representatives and outstanding teachers began to speak, marking the opening ceremony of Jiangling College. Compared to the nearby Jiaodong University, it was rather modest. Jiaodong University's opening ceremony was held earlier and attracted local media coverage, far surpassing Jiangling in scale, duration, and participation. The conclusion of the opening ceremony signified the end of the military training period. As noon approached, the instructors began to gather their things and prepare to depart. A few of the girls from the software information department cried, and a couple of boys also displayed signs of reluctance. Before leaving, the instructor finally revealed his name, Qiu Haoji, the Qiu from. After bidding farewell to instructor Qiu, the freshmen were about to face new challenges. Classes at the school were set to commence on September 19th, a Monday. With military training over, Su Xiwen would not have the opportunity to meet Tang Weiwei. As she consistently avoided him, all he could do was utter a few trivial threats. However, Su Xiwen found himself preoccupied as the welcome party at Jiaodong University was approaching. Scheduled for September 18th, which also happened to be the Mid-Autumn Festival of 2005. As the date drew near, the rehearsal venue shifted from the small auditorium to the Grand Hall. Each time Su Xiwen went to the Grand Hall for practice, he encountered numerous fellow performers. Yet, he always maintained a low profile, arriving discreetly, practicing quietly, and leaving just as unobtrusively. In an effort to provide him with a conducive practice environment and maintain an air of mystery, Jiang Yin had specially granted him access to the instrument room in the Grand Hall as his practice space. With increased frequency in practicing the piano, Su Xiwen's proficiency had grown remarkably. When comparing his performance of a particular piece, he had reached a level that rivaled students from prestigious music academies who had been playing since childhood and earned various national certifications. This instilled Jiang Yin with great confidence in his closing act. Accompanying Xiao Yuran for meals had become an essential part of his routine. Ever since learning that Su Xiwen practiced daily in the Grand Hall, Xiao Yuran had been timing her messages to him precisely at the end of his practice sessions. Su Xiwen even speculated whether she had arranged for someone to keep tabs on him backstage. Afterward, he would join Xiao Yuran for meals in the cafeteria, stroll around the Jiaodong campus, and engage in conversation with her. The fallen leaves, the lingering sunlight, the campus paths, and the sight of girls in flowing skirts and long hair. All the expectations he had harbored during his previous life had now come to fruition. Although Xiao Yuran did not have an English book in hand, her company made the experience delightful. Chapter 71, Gao Dang, Don't Push Your Luck. September 18th, 2005, had finally arrived. The night before, Su Xiwen had practiced the piano for an extended period and had strolled around Jiaodong University with Xiao Yuran, returning to the dormitory quite late. Consequently, he indulged in a rare extra hour of sleep that morning. The others in the dormitory had risen early with nothing to do. So aside from Wang Jun, who got up at 6 a.m. to play video games, the rest remained asleep. At 9 a.m., Su Xiwen received an unexpected text message from Gao Dang. The content read, "I'm waiting for you at the Feline Tea House outside your school's North Gate." Initially, Su Xiwen thought he had misread the message and double-checked, confirming it was indeed from Gao Dang. Feline Tea House, a long-established establishment outside Jiangling's North Gate, was frequented mostly in the afternoons and evenings by students who enjoyed playing cards while sipping tea for hours. Due to the sparse crowd at the tea house, Su Xiwen quickly spotted Gao Dang, who was dressed in a suit, making him stand out in such a casual setting. Gao Dang sat at a small table against the wall, facing the entrance, with a pot of tea before him, occasionally sipping from a delicate blue and white porcelain cup. The moment Su Xiwen entered, Gao Dang noticed him immediately. As Su Xiwen approached, Gao Dang inferred correctly that he was Su Xiwen. To be honest, while Gao Dang had come across as a mad dog in their phone and text exchanges, in person, he surprisingly exuded an agreeable aura. Dressed impeccably in a suit, With a well-groomed appearance and a demeanor of a successful individual, it was difficult for anyone to not feel a sense of admiration upon first meeting him. As Su Xuan drew closer, Gao Dang promptly asked, "You must be Su Xuan?" Upon hearing his name, rather than the moniker Su Rinshan, Su Xuan felt a surge of anger, realizing that his personal information had indeed been leaked by the website to this man before him. He suppressed his irritation, maintaining a polite smile as he inquired, "So, you are the head of Zhongyi, Gao Dang?" His countenance was serene and unperturbed, his gaze gentle, seemingly unbothered by the prior discord. Gao Dang acknowledged with a nod, "I am Gao Dang." They exchanged handshakes and settled across from each other at a small table. Gao Dang retrieved a business card from his pocket, offering it to Su Xuan. Su Xuan accepted the card without scrutiny, instead taking the teapot to replenish Gao Dang's tea. Then pouring a cup for himself, remarking casually, "It is quite unexpected to find you at my university, Mr. Gao Dang." Gao Dang's emotions were in turmoil. He had anticipated the young man before him to be either enraged or indignant, yet he was met with an air of composure. This, in turn, unsettled Gao Dang, rendering his prepared arguments ineffectual. Sensing the futility of his rehearsed words, Gao Dang decided to be forthright. "Su Xuan, I apologize for the previous unpleasantness. I propose we discuss the adaptation rights to your novel in a civil manner." Su Xuan lifted his teacup, taking a sip before inquiring, "What is your monetary proposition?" Gao Dang faltered, "Are you truly inclined to sell?" Su Xuan chuckled, "You are the one seeking to purchase, yet you question my willingness to sell?" Gao Dang realized his misstep, regretting his words. From the moment he met Su Xuan, he felt disoriented and at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Dang stated, "Our company is prepared to offer a maximum of 1 million. 1 million? Su Xuan mused aloud, "If it were 10 million, I might consider it. However, I have already surpassed 1 million through writing alone. Do you believe 1 million would entice me?" Su Xuan possessed a keen understanding of the cinematic worth of Boys Over Flowers. Considering the numerous international adaptations and the success of the Taiwanese version, Meteor Garden, which generated far more than 10 million, potentially reaching 100 million. Upon hearing Su Xuan's figure of 10 million, Gao Dang's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he exclaimed, "Are you delusional? 10 million? Are you attempting to extort us?" Su Xuan remained unperturbed, stating, "I assess the cinematic value of my novel to be at least 10 million. If your company is unwilling to offer that amount, I see no reason to continue this discussion. Let us not waste each other's time." "Are you serious?" Gao Dang's brow furrowed. "Indeed, I am not given to jesting. 10 million is excessive, impossible. No company in the industry would offer such an exorbitant price. I am in no rush to sell. I shall simply await a company that recognizes its true value." Gao Dang scoffed, "Su Xuan, you are a student, an outsider to our industry. I assure you, no company will offer 10 million for the adaptation rights to a novel, regardless of how long you wait. I advise you to accept our offer. 1 million is not insignificant. You can profit from the sale. Who is to say that retaining the rights is futile?" Su Xuan calmly inquired, taking a sip of tea. Gao Dang chuckled, "Do you intend to produce it yourself?" Su Xuan retorted with a smile, "Is that not a possibility?" An inexplicable surge of anger coursed through Gao Dang as he exclaimed, "Do you believe anyone can produce a television series? The actors, equipment, sets, costumes, and funding are just the beginning. Do you believe that any production will be acquired by a network?" Su Xuan responded with nonchalance, "Who knows? Perhaps." Gao Dang realized that Su Xuan had no intention of selling the rights, and his countenance grew darker. "Su Xuan, I advise you to be sensible. The film industry is not for amateurs. While I concede that your novel is well written, screenwriters are abundant in this industry." Su Xuan shook his head. "If you can offer 10 million, we can continue our discussion. Otherwise, I see no point in prolonging this conversation. As for my handling of the adaptation rights and whether I choose to produce it myself, that is my personal matter and of no concern to you. I request that you refrain from contacting me further. I believe I have made myself clear." With those words, Su Xuan rose to depart. Gao Dang, seeing him leave and having made his position clear, was consumed with rage and roared, "Su Xuan, do not be insolent. You are a mere student who has stumbled upon success with a fortunate book, yet you aspire to produce a television series? With our company's influence, we can ensure that none of your productions ever see the light of day." Su Xuan halted, turning to face Gao Dang with a mirthless smile. "A ban? From your company, an obscure, third-rate enterprise? Feel free to attempt it. I assure you, I am not intimidated." He turned and strode towards the exit, pausing briefly to toss Gao Dang's business card into the air, where it landed squarely on his face. Gao Dang removed the card, his anger escalating, and slammed his fist upon the table. The waiter promptly approached, cautioning, "Please refrain from damaging the furniture. You will be held responsible for any damages." Chapter 72. Identity revealed upon departing the tea house. Su Xiaowen shook his head, not regretting his words, but lamenting the prevalence of individuals like Gao Dang in the domestic film industry, lamenting the squandering of such a vast market. A market that should serve as a cradle for aspiring young individuals had been transformed into a sordid arena. His parting words were not spoken in haste. He had long contemplated the cinematic potential of Boys Over Flowers. If no film company recognized its value or offered a satisfactory price, he considered producing it himself. Drawing upon his prior experiences, he knew that a faithful adaptation would undoubtedly achieve success. While he had previously wavered between selling the rights and producing it himself, he had now made his decision. Rather than entrusting such a promising work to film companies that might mishandle it, he preferred to oversee its production himself. However, the execution of such a decision required careful consideration. As Gao Dang had pointed out, the actors, director, props, costumes, and funding all required meticulous planning and preparation. For Su Xiaowen, the television series was significant, but not his paramount concern. The welcoming gala held greater importance. His senior classmate held high expectations, and he was determined not to disappoint her. With that thought, Su Xiaowen returned to his dormitory, retrieved his attire, and made his way to the Jiaodong University auditorium. The enthusiasm surrounding the 2005 welcoming gala was palpable, especially with television cameras present. The backstage area was a hive of activity. For rehearsals had been scheduled for the final day, commencing at 8 a.m. Su Xiaowen arrived after the first rehearsal had concluded. However, this did not affect him, as he was not required to participate in the rehearsals. Instead, he could practice in the music room, a privilege granted by Jiang Yin, the head of the literary department. Jiang Yin's decision was not solely based on his appearance, but also on her confidence in Su Xiaowen's performance and her desire to maintain an element of surprise. Until September 18th, only a select few members of the literary department, key personnel, and participants in other performances, including the initially scheduled finale, were aware of a final performance. But its nature and performer remained a mystery. Jiang Yin had maintained exceptional secrecy. On September 18th, coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival, the entire campus of Jiaodong University buzzed with activity in preparation for the evening's welcoming gala. Banners adorned the school, promoting the much-anticipated event. Not only within the campus, but also outside, several banners were displayed, and various colleges in the vicinity showcased posters crafted by their publicity departments. The university maintained a lax approach towards external visitors, rarely checking student IDs. Traditionally, when lively events occurred, students from surrounding institutions would often join in the festivities. This particular Sunday, being both a weekend and the Mid-Autumn Festival, many students found themselves with ample leisure time. As the hour of the gala approached, the atmosphere at Jiaodong University grew increasingly vibrant, especially around the grand auditorium, which transformed into a sea of people. Some enterprising vendors even wheeled carts to the entrance to sell snacks. Meanwhile, Jiaoling College was also abuzz with excitement. Jiang Yin had kept Su Xiaowen's participation in the welcoming gala a secret until this day. However, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, she took to the university's forum under the auspices of the cultural department to announce the event, emphasizing that Su Xiaowen, the most popular boy at Jiaoling, would make his debut performance. Just days prior, a video of Su Xiaowen had gone viral on the forum, and the buzz had yet to subside. Many female students at Jiaoling had known of Su Xiaowen, but had never seen him in person. The news of his upcoming performance sent waves of excitement through the female student body. The forum was abuzz with discussions, primarily speculating whether Su Xiaowen would sing the two songs he had performed previously. Some forum users argued that a talent like Su Xiaowen would surely present new material, while others insisted that writing a song was not as simple as pulling a carrot from the ground. Though the debates had their share of negativity, they predominantly served to amplify Su Xiaowen's name across the campus forum and beyond. Beyond the forum, Su Xiaowen's fan club and the comment sections of his two novels erupted with activity. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a reader in the comment section of the novel Boys Over Flowers dropped a bombshell about Su Renshan's true identity. It was evident to discerning readers that the informant harbored ill intentions, yet this did not deter the curiosity surrounding Su Xiaowen's privacy. As a result, many fans clicked on the comment to unveil the details. The opening line read, "A genius writer? Just an ordinary student from a third-tier university." Following this, the informant revealed personal details, including his name, age, and school. Upon discovering that Su Rinshan was merely a student from a third-tier institution in Jinling, many readers felt their impression of Su Xiaowen plummet. Some even expressed feelings of betrayal, their idol's image shattered. Despite Su Xiaowen's commendable writing skills and his ability to portray the intricacies of a girl's psyche with finesse, many female readers believed that someone capable of crafting such delicate prose could not possibly be a mere youth. They envisioned Su Rinshan as a mature man in his 30s. Learning that the author was simply a young college student inevitably dashed many dreams. In addition to the revelation of his identity, Su Xiaowen's private life was also scrutinized. Allegations surfaced regarding his high school and college relationships, claiming he was unfaithful and juggling multiple partners. While some readers dismissed these rumors, others found them believable. Many disgruntled readers flooded the comment section with derogatory remarks about Su Rinshan. Rational fans attempted to calm the frenzied commenters, but their efforts yielded little success. Eventually, a fan searched for Jiangling College on the forum and fortuitously stumbled upon Su Xiaowen's previous video, learning that he had been crowned the college's heartthrob. This fan shared the discovery in the group chat. The female readers who could access the fan club were generally quite fond of the novel and tended to be older. Avoiding the presence of younger girls, they managed to maintain their composure. After confirming that the heartthrob Su Xiaowen was indeed Su Rinshan, the chat erupted with excitement. The author not only writes beautifully, but also sings so well. I can't handle it. I'm weak in the knees. The author is truly handsome. I thought he was an older man. Turns out he's a younger brother. My dear brother, I love you. I wish I could share a bed with the author. Many female readers began leaving comments in support of the author, asserting that he was a gentleman who remained unaffected by the advances of girls in the fan club. They found it hard to believe the negative claims made by the informant. With the support of genuine fans, the comment section stabilized rapidly. I went to the forum and realized the author is so handsome. Some even drew parallels between the male protagonist of the novel and Su Xiaowen himself, questioning if the author had modeled the character after himself. This notion garnered widespread agreement among readers. Some girls directly commented, "I wish I could date the author. I want to be Shan Kai." Observing the comment section calming down, especially seeing many fans not only refraining from disappointment, but actively defending Su Xiaowen, was not the reaction he had hoped for. Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the table, causing a loud crash as his computer screen went black. Chapter 73. The welcoming gala commences. Su Xiaowen remained oblivious to the happenings on the forum and in the fan group, quietly seated at the piano in the music room, playing softly as he awaited the gala's commencement. Prior to the event, he received messages from various acquaintances, including Xiao Yuran and Song Xiu, as well as his roommates, who informed him that they had arrived at the grand auditorium and urged him to prepare for his performance, assuring him that he would do Jiangling College proud. In addition to these messages, some female students from the engineering department also reached out, expressing their anticipation for his performance. Though Tang Weiwei did not have a phone and could not text, her roommate Shen Minyao sent him a message, encouraging him not to be nervous and reminding him that his previous performance had been splendid. Most others expressed their eagerness to see him perform, but Shen Minyao was the only one who seemed concerned about his nerves, offering him encouragement. This made Su Xiaowen reflect thoughtfully. Shen Minyao, the lovely girl from the dorm, truly was a warm and considerate person. As the clock struck 6, the gala was set to begin. Su Xiaowen made his way from the music room to a shadowy corner of the grand auditorium to witness the opening ceremony. At precisely 6 o'clock, the lights dimmed throughout the auditorium. With a sharp, crisp sound, the lights illuminated once more, revealing 2 groups of boys in military uniforms bursting onto the stage. The leader of the left group donned a Zhongshan suit, styled in a manner reminiscent of earlier revolutionary figures. Upon taking the stage, several in the group waved newly unfurled red flags, their exuberant shouts echoing through the hall. The 2 groups of boys energetically waved their respective flags, and the 2 leaders, one in the Zhongshan suit and the other in military attire, joined hands, prompting the students behind them to continue their flag waving. Upon closer inspection, Su Xiaowen realized that the flag of the left group bore the words Jinling Jiaodong University, while the right group's banner proclaimed Welcoming Gala. The 2 groups passionately waved their flags, eventually striking a dramatic pose reminiscent of the historical meeting at Jinggangshan. Su Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback, realizing they were reenacting a significant historical event. Truly, This renowned institution, steeped in history, evoked a sense of being transported back to that era. He found himself admiring the creativity and boldness of the girls in the cultural department, who had dared to implement such an imaginative concept. As the lights dimmed once more, melodious music enveloped the auditorium from all directions, captivating every audience member. The lights brightened again to reveal a girl in a gown resembling evening wear and a dapper young man in a suit gracefully stepping onto the stage. Esteemed leaders, respected teachers, dear fellow students, and friends from neighboring institutions, we warmly welcome you to the 2005 Freshman Welcome Gala of Jinling University of Transportation. The gala has indeed proven to be splendid. Su Xiaowen has been captivated by several performances, each student striving earnestly to present the most remarkable display to the audience. And the effect has been truly commendable, particularly the opening acts. The proceedings of the evening have unfolded seamlessly, and Su Xiaowen was engrossed in the performances when he suddenly heard someone softly calling his name. Turning around, he recognized the caller as Zhongzhu. With an air of urgency on her face, Zhongzhu said, "Stop watching, Su Xiaowen. It's almost your turn to perform." "Understood," Su Xiaowen replied, following the girl backstage. Approaching the music room, he noticed several students moving a piano, approximately a dozen in number. Su Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle, as he thought the piano wasn't that heavy. Surely 4 or 5 people could manage it. However, he quickly considered that since it was the school's piano, they might have employed more hands to prevent any mishaps. Zhongzhu urged him, "Su Xiaowen, why are you still standing here? Hurry and change your clothes. Do you need help with your hair? We have a makeup artist available right now." Su Xiaowen glanced down, realizing he was still in his everyday attire. Remembering the outfit he had prepared in advance, which was sitting in the music room, he hurriedly entered to retrieve the bag containing his clothes. Turning back to Zhongzhu and saying, "I'll change here." Zhongzhu glanced at the bag in his hand and suggested, "Change right here. I'll step outside to guard the door. Be quick." Su Xiaowen nodded in agreement without hesitation. Inside the bag was a tailored white suit, accompanied by a crisp white shirt and a light green tie that exuded a refreshing aura. Once dressed, Su Xiaowen opened the door without waiting for Zhongzhu to prompt him. Upon seeing him emerge from the music room, Zhongzhu was momentarily stunned. "Wow, you look incredibly handsome," she stammered, captivated. "Stop staring. Let us find the makeup artist," Su Xiaowen gently reminded her. He felt a sense of satisfaction at her astonishment, confirming that his choice of attire was indeed commendable. Accompanying Zhongzhu to the makeup room, Su Xiaowen received assistance in applying some makeup, primarily powdering his face, slightly grooming his brows, and focusing on his hairstyle. The makeup artist aimed to style his hair back to reveal his forehead. Su Xiaowen desired bangs, leading to a brief disagreement until Zhongzhu intervened to mediate, resulting in a compromise, a side parting that maintained some bangs while exposing his forehead. Once his hairstyle was perfected and set in place, Su Xiaowen noticed Zhongzhu's eyes shimmering with delight. The makeup artist behind him also wore a satisfied smile. Su Xiaowen, glancing into the mirror, admired his reflection and felt content. As the program neared its commencement, Su Xiaowen, accompanied by Zhongzhu, made his way to the right side of the stage. The piano from the music room was now positioned directly in front of him, surrounded by students ready to assist in moving it. The 2 preceding performances included a comedic skit, the same one Su Xiaowen had seen during his first visit to the university's Grand Hall. To be frank, the performance had been lackluster. The earlier acts had built up the atmosphere, only for the skit to dampen it once more, as many students in the audience appeared disinterested. This lack of engagement seemed to carry over to the subsequent act, which did not fare much better. Jiang Yin, observing the first row of school leaders whose smiles had vanished, sensed an ominous shift. Thus, before Su Xiaowen took the stage, she approached him earnestly, stating, "The previous 2 acts did not resonate well. You are the finale, and whether our 2005 Welcome Gala concludes with a bang or a whimper rests entirely on your shoulders." What more could Su Xiaowen say? He could only nod in acknowledgement. Chapter 74. Su Xiaowen takes the stage. On stage, the 2 hosts reappeared. The male host read from his script, "Summer is the season of love. Now, please enjoy a romantic song, Confession Balloon, performed by our university's heartthrob, Su Xiaowen." Upon hearing his name, the audience erupted with a different kind of enthusiasm. Before he even stepped on stage, applause erupted. Alongside the clapping, murmurs of excitement filled the air. Finally, it was Su Xiaowen's turn, but he heard some students questioning, "Why isn't he singing the previous song? I've never heard Confession Balloon before." A nearby student remarked. Su Xiaowen is a talented gem from our university, handsome and gifted. This must be his new song. Excitement rippled through the crowd. In the front row, Secretary Li of the Youth League at the university furrowed his brow upon hearing Su Xiaowen's name, as if recalling it from somewhere. The stage dimmed once again. In the darkness, a group of students swiftly maneuvered the grand piano onto the stage as Su Xiaowen prepared to perform. He noticed a familiar girl entering the room from the corner of his eye, but had no time to turn and look. He quickly approached the piano, lifted the lid, and gently placed his fingers on the keys, awaiting the curtain to rise and the lights to illuminate the stage. Soon, the curtain drew back, and the lights brightened. The spotlight focused directly on the piano. The grand hall was shrouded in darkness, save for Su Xiaowen and the piano, which basked in the glow. Dressed in a fitted white suit and a light green tie, Su Xiaowen sat there quietly, resembling a serene prince. The female audience members erupted in ecstatic cheers upon witnessing his entrance. If the previous excitement had been primarily sparked by the male students, at this moment, the girls from Jinling University, as well as those from neighboring institutions, unleashed their exuberance. The sound of their screams and applause nearly shattered the hall's ceiling. The leaders in the front row were momentarily taken aback by the fervor of the female audience, as if witnessing a celebrity's grand reveal. Meanwhile, 3 girls from dormitory 301, who had arrived early to secure prime seats, were equally thrilled by Su Xiaowen's striking appearance. However, upon hearing the surrounding girls cheer, Xiao Yuren's expression soured slightly. Yet, quickly recalling that such an exceptional Su Xiaowen only had eyes for her, she couldn't help but beam with pride, radiating a brighter smile as she gazed at him on stage. Song Siyu's eyes remained fixed on Su Xiaowen, despite knowing he was handsome. Witnessing his onstage presence still left her momentarily awestruck, and Shi maintained a more composed demeanor. Not far away, 5 students from dormitory 412 were equally captivated. As soon as Su Xiaowen took the stage, Yang Baishan couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, "Wow, Su Xiaowen looks so handsome." Jin Haonan concurred. "I fully endorse Su Xiaowen as our campus heartthrob." Shi Xiangming gazed at Su Xiaowen with envy, while Lu Zhihao shared a similar sentiment, pondering how many girls would now view him as their Prince Charming. Wang Junzai, however, remained silent. In less than 20 days since the semester began, Su Xiaowen had already become increasingly radiant, leaving him with no sense of pride. If it were only about that, he wouldn't mind. However, he had originally intended to watch the gala with Song Siyu, yet she had not only declined, but had also expressed anger at being compared to Su Xiaowen. Wang Junzai vividly remembered her words earlier that afternoon. "Can't you learn something from Su Xiaowen? He is also a freshman, singing and participating in the gala. And now he is the campus heartthrob. Meanwhile, you're just playing video games all day. Do you expect to live off gaming in the future?" Wang Junzai had been infuriated by Song Siyu's remarks, feeling anger rise within him for the first time as he shouted, "If Su Xiaowen is so great, why don't you go be his girlfriend? Why are you with me?" As a consequence of hearing his words, Song Siyu became exceedingly furious and turned to leave without a word. Once he had calmed down, he realized he had misspoken and wished to apologize. But his calls went unanswered. He resorted to sending a few text messages of remorse, yet received no replies. Thus, Wang Jun's mood soured. Witnessing Su Xiaowen's brilliance on stage and recalling Song Siyu's previous words made him feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. At this moment, Su Xiaowen was oblivious to the thoughts of the audience. As the lights illuminated the stage, he became entirely immersed in the atmosphere. His fingers danced swiftly over the piano keys, beginning the prelude to Confession Balloon. The melody rapidly resonated throughout the grand auditorium. On the banks of the Seine, I savor your beauty with a cup in hand, leaving lip prints behind. As he concluded the first stanza, the girls in the audience erupted with enthusiasm. What song is this? It's absolutely enchanting. The school prince's voice is mesmerizing. It's making me emotional. One girl beside another exclaimed, "What do you mean emotional?" Tears of joy. The piano is played so beautifully. How does the school prince excel at everything? Su Xiaowen is the Prince Charming of my heart. Who knows his number? I must go backstage to find him. I've made up my mind. I will pursue him. Various shouts soared to the ceiling. At this moment, Xiao Yuran was utterly astounded. She had initially believed Su Xiaowen merely posed a bit for show, never expecting him to genuinely play the piano so exquisitely. This shattered her preconceived notions of him. As she gazed at Su Xiaowen on stage, she felt an unfamiliar sensation. Was he still the little Su she knew? However, this feeling was fleeting, as Su Xiaowen's voice soon swept through the air, dissipating her emotions. Who wrote the name of the rose in the flower shop wrong? The confession balloon is blown across the street, smiles soaring in the sky. You said you're a bit hard to pursue, wanting me to retreat. Gifts don't need to be the most expensive, just the falling leaves of the champs, Lissy S. Oh, creating a romantic date, unafraid of ruining everything. With you, I possess the whole world. My dear, I fell in love with you from that very day. Sweetness comes so easily. My dear, don't be willful. Your eyes are saying I'm willing. The elegant and melodious piano sounds, coupled with Su Xiaowen's exceptional voice and the song that was not meant to appear at this moment, propelled the entire evening to its climax. As the chorus approached, even the boys became animated, shouting and cheering as if possessed. Those seated further back could scarcely hear Su Xiaowen singing. They merely followed along, releasing the pent-up emotions accumulated since arriving at university. As the song concluded, Su Xiaowen finally turned to face the audience. Although he could not discern their features, he smiled warmly at them. The school prince smiled at me. It was clearly directed at me. Eventually, under someone's lead, the audience began to chant repeatedly, "School prince. School prince," over and over. It was said that later the arts department even spent money to repair the chairs, as so many students had stood on them, jumping and shouting, that numerous chairs were damaged. Once off the stage, Su Xiaowen was immediately surrounded by girls backstage, all clamoring for his phone number. Surprised by the fervor and madness of the crowd, he found himself slightly overwhelmed. Amidst the girls' shrill cheers, he repeatedly provided his mobile number. After a full 5 minutes, the girls remained reluctant to disperse until Jiang Yin intervened, saving him from the throng. Jiang Yin, the head of the arts department, stood before Su Xiaowen, her eyes glistening with emotion. Inviting you to the welcome party was the best decision I ever made. I believe this evening will be etched into the annals of our school's history. Su Xiaowen merely smiled, not replying. Jiang Yin, feeling a bit embarrassed as she sensed his lack of empathy, rubbed her eyes and playfully punched Su Xiaowen's chest before departing. Before leaving, the senior reminded him, "Everyone is gathering for dinner on East Street tonight. You must come." The final performance of the 2005 class was a large-scale dance by a girls' troupe. Over a dozen girls took the stage, all possessing exquisite figures and beauty, further igniting the already fervent atmosphere among the audience. As the curtain fell, many girls continued shouting Su Xiaowen's name amidst the cheers that marked the conclusion of the 2005 class welcome party. At the back door of the auditorium, as Su Xiaowen emerged, he was immediately surrounded by several girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration akin to that of starstruck fans. Feeling a swell of pride, he handed out his number. It seemed he had forgotten the last time when his phone was overwhelmed with calls, forcing him to shut it off. The girls did not leave after receiving his number, and Su Xiaowen, indifferent, scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a girl nearby asked, "Su Xiaowen, who are you looking for?" Turning his gaze, he spotted Xiao Yuran, Song Siyu, and Sure. He had come out specifically to see the three of them, particularly Xiao Yuran. Initially, Xiao Yuran had promised to accompany him to South Street for snacks after the party. However, after being informed by Jiang Yin of the dinner gathering, he needed to clarify things with the girls first. "Yuran, I'll be attending the gathering tonight. Let South go to South Street for snacks another time." Remembering Song Siyu's earlier words, he turned to the girls and said, "Who else could I be looking for but our beautiful Song Siyu?" Song Siyu was taken aback when Su Xiaowen called her "our beautiful Song" in front of Xiao Yuran, her face flushing. And Sure immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your performance tonight was spectacular." Xiao Yuran, who had felt a pang of jealousy at seeing Su Xiaowen surrounded by girls, now felt even more discomfort upon hearing him address Song Siyu so intimately. Yet Sure's words diverted her attention. Xiao Yuran quickly chimed in, "Yes, Su. Your performance was truly remarkable." "Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it," Su Xiaowen replied. Xiao Yuran wanted to ask how he had learned to play the piano, but with so many people around, it felt inappropriate. Just then, they heard someone calling out to Su Xiaowen. Turning to look, they saw his roommate, Jin Haonan. "Brother Hao, you all came too." Before Jin Haonan could speak, Yang Baishan chimed in, "Xiao, you were incredibly handsome tonight. So many girls were inquiring about you. The moment I mentioned I was your roommate, they swarmed around me. I couldn't shake them off." Lu Ji, listening nearby, quickly interjected, "Don't believe his nonsense. He was the one seeking out the girls, claiming he knew you." Initially, they didn't believe him. It was only because we vouched for him that they accepted it. Laughter erupted among the group, including the 3 girls from class 301. At that moment, Wang Jun noticed Song Siu's rosy complexion and thought she seemed in good spirits, prompting him to approach her quietly. Siu. Upon hearing his voice, Song Siu turned to see him but immediately averted her gaze. Wang Jun's expression darkened. Su Xiuwen, noticing Shi Xiangming was absent, curiously inquired, "Where's brother Shi? Isn't he here?" Jin Haonan explained, "Old Shi went to find his fiancée." Su Xiuwen then recalled that Bai Yuer had also participated in tonight's performance, specifically in the final group dance. He remembered the scene he had witnessed earlier of over a dozen stunning women clad in lace bodysuits, each figure captivating, a sight that could make anyone swoon. Bai Yuer, while one among them, stood out as the most alluring, possessing both beauty and grace that made her shine brightly amidst the crowd. He could only sigh inwardly, admiring that waist. TSK. Old Shi is indeed fortunate. After chatting for a while with his dorm mates, Jin Haonan led his roommate back. Xiao Yuran and her 2 companions also departed. Before leaving, Xiao Yuran repeatedly reminded him not to forget to text her when he returned to the dormitory, emphasizing that it was okay no matter how late it was. Su Xiuwen smiled and promised her. The venue for the post-event gathering was located on East Street of Jiaotong University, a restaurant specializing in Zhejiang cuisine, though it was unclear who had chosen it. The establishment was modest in size, lacking private rooms, and featuring only a large dining hall with over 10 tables. Initially, only 3 tables were filled, but as time passed, the number swelled to include nearly all the tables. There were no strict seating arrangements, yet most individuals chose to sit with their fellow performers. For the girls' dance group, a single table was inadequate, necessitating a split between 2 tables, which were still not fully occupied. Su Xiuwen found himself sharing a table with Bai Yuer, with the 2 seated adjacent to each other. Aside from the girls from the dance group, the remaining boys were unfamiliar to him, one of whom had particularly long hair, giving off an artistic vibe. The others appeared rather unremarkable. As the restaurant had been reserved in advance, the owner had prepared the dishes ahead of time. So food began to arrive shortly after Su Xiuwen sat down, even before everyone had gathered. As soon as the drinks were served, the girls at the table took turns toasting Su Xiuwen. Being surrounded by a group of beautiful women offering him drinks, Su Xiuwen had no reason to refuse. And buoyed by the festive atmosphere, he soon found himself in high spirits. As the evening progressed, Su Xiuwen began to drink with the boys at his table, mindful of the social obligation to reciprocate their toasts, especially the long-haired boy. In his previous life, Su Xiuwen had always wanted to sport a hairstyle like that, but had refrained due to fear of his mother not allowing him back home if he did. After some conversation, Su Xiuwen learned that the boy's name was Huang Shi, and he was not a student at Jiaotong University, but rather from the nearby Jinling Academy of Fine Arts. He had been invited to assist with sound and stage setup for the event. Midway through their drinks, Huang Shi suddenly grew somber. When Su Xiuwen inquired, he learned that Huang Shi, now a senior, felt lost regarding his future, uncertain whether to venture into a big city or return home. This dilemma was one faced by many young graduates. Su Xiuwen could offer no advice, so he decided to change the subject. He recalled his intention to film a television series and seized the opportunity to ask, "Brother Huang, I plan to shoot a TV drama. Do you know anyone suitable I could be introduced to?" Huang Shi was taken aback, momentarily distracted from his gloom, and gazed at Su Xiuwen with a slightly dazed expression. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Do you think I'm drunk?" Huang Shi replied, "We have a friend in our dormitory who is studying directing. He is graduating this year and hasn't he decided on his next step yet. His skills are decent. If you're genuinely interested, I can introduce you to him." Su Xiuwen was delighted to hear this and quickly filled their glasses again, exclaiming, "Come on, Brother Huang, let us toast to that." Chapter 76. Tang Weiwei, why are you provoking me? Jiang Yin and the members of the arts department arrived a bit later due to their need to oversee the entire event. By the time they reached the restaurant, Su Xiuwen and Huang Shi were already in high spirits, the 2 large boys embracing as one exclaimed, "I want to shoot a TV drama," while the other shouted, "I want to venture into the big city." Su Xiuwen was already intoxicated, completely losing the commanding presence he had on stage. Jiang Yin and her senior colleagues, seeing him inebriated, felt somewhat helpless. They had intended to say something, but ultimately decided against it. Given the large number of attendees, Jiang Yin could not focus solely on Su Xiuwen. Noticing his inebriation, she chose to attend to other guests first, especially those from other institutions who had come to assist. It would be remiss not to properly host those who had taken the time to help. Su Xiaowen and Huang Shi continued to drink, and eventually, Su Xiaowen succumbed to drunkenness, resting his head on the table. After some time, he was suddenly roused by someone calling his name. Assuming it was someone wanting to drink with him, he mumbled, "Wait until I rest a bit more." "Su Xiaowen, it's me." He opened his bleary eyes and took a moment to recognize Bai Yuer. "You're still here?" By now, the gathering was winding down, and many from the neighboring tables had already departed. Most of the boys at their table were quite inebriated, some having been picked up by friends, while others, like Su Xiaowen, lay asleep on the table. Bai Yuer could have left long ago. But as Su Xiaowen was a roommate of Shi Xiangming and her only acquaintance from Jiangling, she felt uneasy leaving him in such a state. Jiang Yin, along with her fellow arts department seniors, had not yet departed, but the girls had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol and were feeling its effects. After seeing off a group of guests, Jiang Yin turned around and remembered that Su Xiaowen was still intoxicated. Noticing that Bai Yuer had not left, she deduced that the girl was waiting for him and said, "Bai Yuer, you have Su Xiaowen's roommate's phone number, right? Could you call them to come pick him up? You can see the crowd here is quite large, and I need to arrange for the other students from different schools to return home. I can't spare anyone to help." Bai Yuer nodded. "I understand, senior." She took out her phone to call Shi Xiangming, but just as she did, Su Xiaowen snatched it from her. "Don't call them. I can go back by myself," he declared, staggering to his feet and making his way outside the restaurant. Su Xiaowen stumbled out, walking a few meters along the road when the effects of alcohol surged, causing him to nearly topple into the greenery beside the road. Fortunately, Bai Yuer had followed him outside and was beside him, quickly reaching out to catch him. However, she misjudged her own strength and underestimated Su Xiaowen's weight. Consequently, not only did she fail to stop him, but she was also pulled down into the greenery alongside him. With a thud, they both landed in the bushes. Su Xiaowen underneath and Bai Yuer in his embrace. Startled, Bai Yuer quickly struggled to free herself, exerting considerable effort before finally disentangling herself and regaining her footing. Thankfully, Su Xiaowen was relatively well-behaved and did not make any inappropriate moves. Otherwise, Bai Yuer would likely have left him on the roadside without a second thought. Even so, she felt a tinge of irritation. Yet recognizing that Su Xiaowen was intoxicated and not acting with malice, she decided to dismiss the incident. She noticed the phone Su Xiaowen had taken from her now lay in the grass, so she hurriedly retrieved it, preparing to make a call. She intended to contact Shi Xiangming, but suddenly recalled Su Xiaowen's earlier words in the restaurant and the incident where he had called Tang Weiwei downstairs. With a flicker of inspiration, she dialed a number. Time passed, and when Su Xiaowen regained consciousness, he heard someone beside him panting heavily. As he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed a girl beneath his left arm. Realizing his predicament, he recognized that he was being assisted by someone, not by Yuer, but Tang Weiwei. Although she was supporting him, Su Xiaowen felt that all his weight rested upon her. It was no wonder she was out of breath. As he reflected on the events preceding his collapse and observed his surroundings, he understood they were on their way back to the school. However, he was puzzled as to why Tang Weiwei was the one accompanying him. Where had Bai Yuer gone? The summer night breeze brushed past, and Su Xiaowen felt the intoxication dissipating significantly, likely due to his enhanced constitution after his rebirth, which allowed for a quicker recovery than normal. Opening his eyes, he discreetly gazed at Tang Weiwei's profile. The girl had beads of sweat at her temples, indicating her genuine fatigue. Scarcely had they advanced 2 meters when Tang Weiwei faltered, her resolve waning. With considerable effort, she gently lowered Su Xiaowen to the roadside, settling beside him to catch her breath. Casting a glance at the inebriated figure, she murmured under her breath, lamenting his excessive indulgence in alcohol and predicting his inevitable morning headache. Unbeknownst to Tang Weiwei, Su Xiaowen had regained consciousness moments before, his eyes discreetly shut. Thus, she remained oblivious to his awakened state. Though unable to discern her countenance, Su Xiaowen detected her concern through her words. Choosing to feign slumber, he persisted in his charade. Gazing upon Su Xiaowen's face, Tang Weiwei continued her soliloquy, questioning his motives for engaging her affections. The utterance nearly betrayed Su Xiaowen's pretense, though he swiftly realized her words were merely a private musing. Tang Weiwei's emotions were in turmoil. Half an hour prior, she had been preparing for rest after her studies when Shun Minyao informed her of Su Xiaowen's intoxication, prompting Bai Yuer to request her assistance. Despite her determination to focus on academics, the news of Su Xiaowen's condition stirred a conflict within her, ultimately leading her to the restaurant. Upon encountering Bai Yuer at the entrance, she had intended to explain her presence. However, Bai Wei preempted her with the declaration, Wei Wei, Su Xiaowen is in your care. I relinquish all further responsibility. With that, she departed, leaving Tang Weiwei to observe Su Xiaowen sprawled amidst the roadside foliage, prompting a pout of frustration. She lamented his propensity for causing distractions, even inebriated. Initially tempted to abandon him, she eventually relented, exerting herself to hoist him from the greenery and support his unsteady gait homeward. Tang Weiwei rued the day she met Su Xiaowen, convinced that without him, her academic pursuits would be unhindered. Yet, memories of Su Xiaowen carrying her to the infirmary, gifting her shoes, and peeling shrimp for her surfaced in her mind. Despite his often overbearing demeanor, Tang Weiwei found herself unable to harbor resentment. Aside from her grandmother and high school teacher, he was the first to show her genuine kindness. Prior to university, she had encountered only rejection and malice from her peers. Consequently, she cherished his benevolence, even if his intentions were questionable. After a brief respite, Tang Weiwei dared not tarry further, mindful of the late hour. Urgency compelled her to escort Su Xiaowen back before the dormitory doors closed, lest he be left to spend the night on the streets. Summoning her strength, she once again hoisted Su Xiaowen from the ground and resumed their arduous journey. Observing Tang Weiwei's struggle, Su Xiaowen subtly provided assistance, easing her burden. Seemingly oblivious, she continued in silence. Upon reaching Jiangling College and traversing a wooded path, Su Xiaowen feigned nausea, conveniently near a bench. Tang Weiwei swiftly guided him to the seat. Standing beside him, she gently stroked his back, occasionally patting it lightly. Reminiscent of his mother's care during childhood illnesses, Tang Weiwei was, indeed, a remarkable girl, one who could easily stir affection. After resting on the bench, Su Xiaowen began to murmur, Weiwei, I adore you. Startled by the utterance of her name, Tang Weiwei initially believed Su Xiaowen had regained lucidity. However, she soon realized he was merely speaking inebriatedly. Hearing his drunken declaration of affection, Tang Weiwei's face flushed crimson. She whispered, But I truly desire to dedicate myself to my studies. At that moment, Su Xiaowen, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his gaze and declared, I won't impede your studies. Tang Weiwei recoiled in shock. Observing Su Xiaowen's eyes, bright and clear, she realized he was not inebriated. If she still believed he was drunk, she would be a fool. Her face reddened once more, and she turned to leave, but Su Xiaowen anticipated her intention and seized her hand. Furthermore, he pulled her onto his lap. Tang Weiwei could only emit a soft cry of surprise. When she regained her composure, she was seated on Su Xiaowen's lap, his hand resting on her waist. As she attempted to struggle, Su Xiaowen sternly commanded, Stay still. Sit. His commanding tone, coupled with the slight pressure of his hand on her waist, drained her strength. Then, in a gentle voice, Su Xiaowen said, Weiwei, I strive to restrain my emotions. But affection, when suppressed, only intensifies. I find it difficult to control myself whenever I see you. Who could resist being drawn to a girl as wonderful as you? Can you understand me? Su Xiaowen's voice was already pleasant, and now, speaking softly in her ear, he further enhanced its allure. Any other girl might have succumbed immediately, offering a kiss and allowing him free rein. But Tang Weiwei was different. Though seemingly delicate, she possessed inner strength and could not be swayed by mere sweet words. She turned her head away, murmuring, But I promised my grandmother I would focus on my studies and not date. Su Xiaowen detected the wavering in her voice and seized the opportunity, adding, I'm not pressuring you to commit to me now. I simply want to be your friend. A very, very good friend. A good friend? Tang Weiwei asked in surprise. Su Xiaowen nodded. Yes, you promised your grandmother not to date. So I won't force you to be my girlfriend, at least not until you have her blessing. But Weiwei, please understand, I can't help myself. I long to be close to you. So, can we start by being good friends? Being good friends would not violate her promise to her grandmother. Tang Weiwei found the proposition acceptable. After careful consideration, she nodded in agreement. Su Xiaowen rejoiced inwardly, though he betrayed no such emotion. He gazed at the beautiful face so close to his and whispered, Weiwei, where I come from, there's a difference between friends and good friends. Good friends can engage in intimate acts. Tang Weiwei instinctively glanced at his eyes, the intense gaze causing her heart to pound. She quickly averted her eyes. What? What kind of acts? Turn your head and look at me. Su Xiaowen's voice rose slightly, commanding her. Okay. Tang Weiwei did not refuse, slowly turning her head to meet Su Xiaowen's gaze. In an instant, their eyes locked, each sensing the other's breath. Time seemed to stand still. Tang Weiwei realized she wanted to pull back, but Su Xiuwen's hand pressed against her back, preventing her retreat. Su Xiuwen's eyes remained fixed on Tang Weiwei's face. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a delicate fairy, and her bright eyes were as clear as water, yet filled with shyness. Su Xiuwen's gaze slowly shifted to her rosy lips. Those lips, which he had longed to taste since their first encounter, were now incredibly tempting. He desperately wanted to kiss them. As if sensing Su Xiuwen's gaze, the girl instinctively bit her lip, enhancing her allure with a touch of shyness. Su Xiuwen felt a rush of blood to his head. He could no longer resist, and leaned in to kiss her without hesitation. The girl's body was soft, but her lips were even softer, with a sweet fragrance. Su Xiuwen finally had his wish, kissing her passionately. The girl initially struggled, but her resistance was weak. Eventually, realizing she could not escape, she gradually calmed down. A pair of small hands rested gently on his thighs, tightening their grip repeatedly. Su Xiuwen savored the softness and sweetness of the girl's lips, yearning to delve deeper. Yet, the girl soon regained her senses and pushed him away with all her might. Though her strength proved insufficient to break free, her intent was clear. Su Xiuwen thought to himself that if he could not enter, remaining on the periphery was still quite delightful. However, he quickly noticed the girl trembling slightly. In an instant, he sobered up, retreating his head and increasing the distance between himself and Tang Weiwei. Observing her silent demeanor with her head bowed, he felt a pang of remorse and murmured, "I'm sorry, Weiwei." When the girl offered no reply, he shifted his tone. "In my hometown, it's South common for close friends to share such intimacies. My apology is simply for not clarifying this with you beforehand. I never intended to frighten you." Weiwei listened to his explanation, her innocence tempered by skepticism, and she softly huffed, "Liar." The fact that she spoke was a relief for Su Xiuwen, who couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After all, he had genuinely kissed her for quite a while. He recalled that previously, merely holding her hand had nearly provoked her ire, and he deemed this a significant advancement. With a serious expression, he asserted, "I would never deceive you. In our culture, such expressions of affection are perfectly normal among good friends. I assumed you had agreed to be my close friend. I failed to consider that customs may differ across regions. I'm truly sorry for startling you. The more we share, the easier it will become." As Weiwei absorbed his words, her trust wavered, but she sensed his gaze lingering on her lips. The sensations on her lips were already a mix of sweetness and heat, now intensified, making her feel as if pricked by needles, leaving her restless. Flustered, she struggled to rise and distance herself, yet she was firmly held in place. With a pleading tone, she implored, "Please don't bully me." Her unique voice, soft and almost coaxing, stirred warmth in his heart. Chapter 78. The reason Tang Weiwei went to Jiangling's Su Xiuwen, feeling a pang of compassion, nodded in agreement. He continued his fabrications. "Let us refrain from kissing this time. We can save that for later. Weiwei, you're far too shy. Such things are commonplace where I come from among friends. Do not be embarrassed, you'll grow accustomed to it." Unsure of the truth, Weiwei was too bashful to contemplate it further. She tilted her head away, softly asking, "Can we go back?" She presumed Su Xiuwen would not object, considering he had already kissed her. However, she underestimated his desire. He shook his head, denying her request. "No, stay with me a little longer. It's rare to have time alone with you." Weiwei fell silent at his words. Su Xiuwen wrapped his arm around her waist, admiring her long bangs. And couldn't he resist asking, "Why don't you cut your bangs shorter? You would look lovely with your forehead and eyes exposed." Noticing that Su Xiuwen had not advanced further, Weiwei felt a slight relief. Although still seated on his lap, which made her extremely bashful, it was an improvement from before. "Long bangs can protect me," she explained softly. "That's what my homeroom teacher taught me." "Does a homeroom teacher really instruct students on such matters?" Su Xiuwen queried, puzzled. The mention of the teacher eased the tension in her demeanor, and she began to share numerous anecdotes about her high school homeroom teacher, recounting stories from the first year of high school to university. When she revealed that her teacher had personally contacted the leaders of Jiangling Academy, resulting in her tuition and accommodation fees being waived for 4 years, Su Xiuwen was momentarily taken aback. He felt a newfound admiration for the teacher, realizing the effort required to make such arrangements, something only the teacher truly comprehended, while the innocent girl likely remained oblivious. Through their conversation, Su Xiuwen gleaned more insight into Weiwei. Her college entrance examination score was 432, which was notably below the threshold of 469 for the third-tier institutions in Huizhou this year. Yet, in Sichuan, the cutoff was a mere 430, and she had barely scraped by. This left Su Xiaowen perplexed. Why would the school waive her fees given her poor performance? Was it merely due to her family's financial constraints? Many faced similar hardships, yet few received such exemptions. However, upon learning about her examination situation, he began to understand. Wei Wei was a science student with a score of 432, but this was only from 3 subjects. She had not attended the comprehensive science exam on the final day. When Su Xiaowen inquired why she had missed it, she simply shook her head and remained silent, prompting him to drop the subject. Yet, the mere score of 432 from 3 subjects was astonishing. Curious, he asked about her usual scores in comprehensive science, and her response left him utterly astonished. Wei Wei had consistently ranked first in her school for comprehensive science, rarely scoring below 280 out of 300. This indicated that had she participated in the exam, her score would have been at least 690, with expectations of surpassing 700 under normal circumstances. A score of 700. Not only would this be a strong contender in Sichuan, but in Huizhou, it would also secure her a place in the prestigious institutions. It seemed her homeroom teacher had successfully advocated for her at Jiangling Academy, leveraging her impressive performance alongside the circumstances surrounding her absence to persuade them. After all, she was a student capable of gaining admission to elite universities like Beida and Tsinghua. It was understandable that the school would make exceptions in her case to waive her fees, for without such support, her family's means would likely struggle to afford the annual tuition of 12,000 for a third-tier institution like Jiangling. Su Xiaowen chose not to press her further regarding her absence from the comprehensive science exam, sensing that it stemmed from a unique situation. Instead, he felt a great deal of sympathy for her. At such a tender age of 17 or 18, she had already endured hardships that many girls might never face in a lifetime. In that moment, he merely wished to hold her close and offer comfort, not out of selfish desire. Wei Wei seemed to sense the shift in his emotions, obediently leaning into his embrace, relishing the warmth of her friend's chest and savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After a lengthy embrace, she finally asked in a hushed voice, "Can we go back now?" This time, Su Xiaowen did not act domineeringly. He nodded. "Let us head back. It's getting late." He released her, watching as she sprang to her feet as if pricked by a needle, stifling a laugh. However, when he glanced down, realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Sensing her gaze upon him, he attempted to explain, but found she had already walked ahead. Su Xiaowen sighed in relief, adjusted his trousers, and repositioned himself before hastily catching up to her. As he escorted her back to the dormitory, Wei Wei, who had been leading, suddenly slowed her pace, eventually stopping before the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Turning to face Su Xiaowen, her eyes sparkling, she expressed, "Thank you, Su Xiaowen." Her unexpected gratitude caught him off guard. He was uncertain about what she was thanking him for. Was it for her trouble in coming to retrieve him from school while he was intoxicated? Or was it for taking liberties with her as a friend? His cheeks flushed at the thought. But then she continued, "You are my first true friend. The first person besides my grandmother and homeroom teacher who has shown me kindness." At this, Su Xiaowen exhaled in relief, managing a smile, albeit a stiff one. He recognized that while he had treated Wei Wei with some semblance of kindness, it had primarily been driven by his own desires. Yet tonight, through their conversation, he had come to understand her on a deeper level. He was no longer the self-serving individual fixated solely on his own gain. He sincerely wished to offer the girl a touch of warmth. After taking a few deep breaths, when he turned back to gaze at her, the myriad of emotions in his eyes had dissipated. "Go back, have a good night's sleep." "Good night." With that, Tang Weiwei turned and returned to the dormitory. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the girls' dormitory doors were closed, yet the dormitory supervisor was still awake. Due to the frequent late returns of some girls, the supervisor typically kept the light at the entrance on. If a girl returned late and knocked, she would rise to open the door. Generally, late returns necessitated registration. One had to clearly write their name, dormitory number, major, and the reason for returning late. On his way back to the dormitory, Su Xiaowen recalled the events of the evening and the image of embracing the girl while inhaling deeply, which caused a slight, unusual reaction within him. He secretly resolved to treat Tang Weiwei better in the future. A girl like her, if not cherished, would surely invoke divine wrath. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was nearing 11 o'clock, and all 5 roommates had already gone to bed. Su Xiaowen, too exhausted to bear it any longer, climbed into bed without even taking a shower. Chapter 79. The Ice Mountain. The next morning, when Su Xiaowen awoke, The dormitory was shrouded in a haze of smoke. Jin Haonan, Lu Zhihao, and Yang Baishan all wore grim expressions. Su Xiaowen quickly sensed that something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, even Wang Jun had eschewed gaming, sporting a look of distress. The atmosphere was so heavy so early in the day. What could be the matter? What had happened? What could possibly have gone wrong so early? To his surprise, no one responded. Yang Baishan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Su Xiaowen. Holding a lighter in hand, ready to light it for him, Su Xiaowen looked up to find Yang Baishan's eyes were red. He took the cigarette but did not smoke it, hastily asking, "What's wrong? Why are you crying for no reason?" Yang Baishan rubbed his eyes and hoarsely replied, "It's nothing. We're just waiting for you to figure something out." Su Xiaowen was taken aback. "Figure out what? What has happened? Why won't you just tell me?" After finishing his cigarette, Jin Haonan tossed the butt into the trash and explained, "Yang Baishan got up early this morning and, seeing that we were still asleep, took our morning exercise cards to get them stamped. He thought it was no big deal, but they confiscated the cards." Su Xiaowen was momentarily stunned. The morning exercise cards? Just as he was about to downplay the situation, he suddenly remembered. At the university, whether students from the main campus or Jiangling, freshmen were required to participate in morning exercises. With the main campus students heading to the south gate and Jiangling students to the north gate, where members of the student council awaited to stamp each student's exercise card, verifying their attendance for the day. Due to the lax discipline among Jiangling students, many would often skip the exercise and have others stamp their cards instead. Last semester, the university leadership conducted an inspection, leading to a revelation that less than 1/10 of Jiangling's freshmen attended morning exercises, which infuriated the administration. Consequently, this semester, the task of stamping cards for Jiangling was assigned to students from the main campus. Though the morning exercise card was important as it contributed to the overall assessment at the semester's end, its significance was not absolute, as occasional absences were generally overlooked. However, the issue stemmed from last semester's inspection. The administration deemed Jiangling's lack of discipline unacceptable. Students resorting to deceit for something as simple as morning exercises warranted strict penalties. The seriousness of this matter had been emphasized by the counselor during a meeting before military training, and Dong Jun had informed the dorm leaders the previous evening. Yet, Yang Baishan had disregarded the warning. After awakening, he overheard neighbors discussing the stamping process and, seeing several roommates still asleep, took it upon himself to bring all 6 morning exercise cards from their dormitory to get stamped. Yang Baishan thought this was a trivial matter, believing he could simply sweet-talk the student council members and offer them cigarettes. However, upon arriving, he had barely taken out the cards when they were confiscated without so much as a chance to plead his case. After futilely begging for a while, he rushed back to the dormitory to awaken his roommates and explain the situation, resulting in the current predicament. Su Xiaowen understood the gravity of the situation but had not initially connected the dots. After Jin Haonan finished explaining, he chastised Yang Baishan, then turned to Su Xiaowen, saying, "Su Xiaowen, this kid meant well, but messed up. Please don't be upset. Think about how we can resolve this." At that moment, Su Xiaowen could not think of a solution. "What can I do? You took 6 cards, and mine is among them. Even if I try to explain, no one will believe me." Su Xiaowen was at a loss, feeling exasperated with Yang Baishan's well-intentioned blunder. As he pointed out, he was completely unaware of the situation until now. Yet how could he explain that? Furthermore, Yang Baishan had acted out of kindness. He couldn't just abandon him and shift all the blame. Yang Baishan hung his head in shame. Jin Haonan patted his shoulder and continued to Su Xiaowen, "Su Xiaowen, we truly must rely on you. You have better connections at the main campus, and being the campus heartthrob at Jiangling, perhaps they will grant you some leniency." Su Xiaowen realized he had no choice but to take action. What was he waiting for in the dormitory? They needed to head out immediately to get the stamping done. Delaying further would only complicate matters. "Right? Su Xiaowen is correct. We should go now." Su Xiaowen quickly dressed, feeling even washing his face would waste precious time, and hurriedly followed his roommates towards the north gate of the school. Along the way, he inquired, "Who is responsible for the stamping?" Jin Haonan replied, "I think everyone calls her Ice Mountain." Su Xiaowen was perplexed. Ice Mountain? Is that a male or female? A teacher or a student? If it were a teacher, that would be problematic. Students were generally more approachable. Wang Jun added, "Ice Mountain is a student from the main campus. She is a girl." There was no time to ponder how Wang Jun knew this. Relieved that she was not a teacher, Su Xiaowen thought to himself that having performed for the main campus last night, the student council members might show him some courtesy. Finally arriving at the stamping site, Su Xiaowen spotted several tables set up at the entrance, where a few student council members were stamping cards for Jiangling students. Which one? Yang Baishan pointed to the second girl from the right and said, that girl. Just then, the clock struck 7:30, and the sky had not yet brightened, making it difficult to see clearly. However, he could discern a girl with a long ponytail, efficiently stamping cards for the students who approached her. The student council members were facing away from the entrance, and Su Xiaowen stood about 20 meters behind the girl, gathering his composure. Having rehearsed his lines thoroughly, he approached her when the line had dissipated, smiling as he said, hello, classmate. Upon hearing his voice, the girl turned to look at Su Xiaowen. He had prepared his speech meticulously, ready to explain that his classmate from Sichuan was rather straightforward and had mistakenly taken extra morning exercise cards. He hoped she could return them, assuring her it would not happen again, as it was their first offense. However, as soon as the girl turned to face him, Su Xiaowen was utterly taken aback, his carefully rehearsed script evaporating from his mind. The girl turned her gaze towards Su Xiaowen, suddenly covering her nose with her hand. Her expression one of disdain as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Su Xiaowen followed her line of sight, taking in his own appearance. He had changed his clothes. They were wrinkled, and although he had sobered up, he had brushed his teeth, leaving his mouth likely reeking of alcohol. Instinctively, he took a step back, yet remained oblivious, for the reason was simple. The ice queen before him, Cheng Lu, the ethereal figure from his past life. The girl who had once captivated his every thought and dream. Cheng Lu placed her stamping tools into a box, rising to cross the street as she spoke. The school has long stated that it is strictly prohibited to stamp on behalf of others. You are clearly aware of this, yet have chosen to ignore it. Bringing 6 cards at once. I will deliver the morning exercise cards to your department's counselor's office this afternoon. As for whether your counselor will report this to the school, that is for you to discuss with them. Upon hearing Cheng Lu's words, Yang Baishan and the others grew anxious. As Cheng Lu prepared to leave, Su Xiaowen remained rooted in place, prompting his friends to nudge him for a solution. Su Xiaowen's mind was in disarray. In his previous life, he had repeated a year and met Cheng Lu during his junior year while she was a sophomore. This time, however, he hadn't repeated, and now as a freshman, he had unexpectedly encountered her again. This made no sense whatsoever. He had assumed that Cheng Lu was in her first year of high school and would not arrive at the university for another 2 years. In that time, he intended to better himself while also experiencing romance, using it to gain experience. Thus, he had engaged with Tang Weiwei. However, as he got to know her better, he realized she was indeed a worthy girl deserving of affection, prompting him to take her seriously. At that moment, he had only considered being earnest with Tang Weiwei and hadn't contemplated what to do when Cheng Lu eventually arrived. Now, abandoning the thought of Cheng Lu was impossible. Yet, seeing her brought an overwhelming sense of guilt. Although they were not connected, and she could not possibly know what had transpired with Tang Weiwei the previous night, he felt an undeniable sense of unease. A reminder from his roommate snapped him back to reality. Regardless of how Cheng Lu had arrived at the university early, the immediate task was to retrieve the morning exercise cards. Otherwise, if the matter escalated to the counselor, it could spiral out of control. Su Xiaowen hurried to catch up with Cheng Lu, wondering if she recognized him from their previous encounter at Xian No. 1 High School. Judging by her earlier demeanor, it seemed she hadn't. This was understandable. 2 months had passed since they last met, during which his appearance had changed significantly. His hair had grown, and his clothing style had evolved. In fact, Su Xiaowen had undergone a complete transformation since his rebirth. Even he struggled to reconcile those 2 images. Cheng Lu walked confidently ahead, while Su Xiaowen followed closely, flanked by his other dorm mates, all wearing serious expressions. Upon hearing their conversation, Cheng Lu cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaowen and asked, "Did you all attend the welcome party? What performance did you partake in? Think carefully before you lie." Could it be that Cheng Lu had watched the welcome party last night? Su Xiaowen quickly corrected himself. "I'm sorry, classmate, I misspoke. It was I who attended the party and got drunk. You see, we are all freshmen and unfamiliar with the rules, so we made a mistake. Please give us a chance." As Cheng Lu continued forward, Su Xiaowen reached out to grasp her arm. "Classmate, wait a moment. You see, we are all very good friends." Cheng Lu turned sharply. "Aren't you Jiangling students the ones who don't consider our school S students as peers?" "Absolutely not. We have always regarded your school S students as good classmates." Su Xiaowen protested. Cheng Lu shrugged off his hand, but paused, remaining in place. Su Xiaowen pressed on. "Oh, classmate, What major are you in at this school? Chenglu glanced at him. Why do you ask? After a moment, she replied, I'm in the marketing major. Marketing? That's great. We're in the same department. Your major has many girls, while in our software information engineering department, it's almost all boys. So if there is ever any physical work needed, just let us know. We'll be at your service. Su Xiaowen stumbled over his words, trying to sound earnest. The entire management engineering department had no more than 15 male students. Yet, to reclaim the morning exercise cards, Su Xiaowen felt compelled to fabricate his words. Yang Baishan and Lu Ji exchanged bewildered glances at Su Xiaowen's claim of an all-male class. Cheng Lu, noticing their expressions, quickly deduced that Su Xiaowen was lying. She showed no mercy, countering, in the same department? I recall that the management engineering department doesn't have a software information major. Even if it did, it's a liberal arts field. How could the class possibly consist entirely of boys? Faced with his lie being exposed, Su Xiaowen shrugged it off. Maintaining his composure, oh, classmate, whether our class has more boys or girls is beside the point. If there is anything you need in the future, just call on us. Our boys will definitely comply without hesitation. Please, have mercy and let us off the hook. Cheng Lu resumed walking, and Su Xiaowen attempted to smooth things over. But she shot him a frosty glare, coldly stating, stop your nonsense and start thinking about how to explain this to your counselor this afternoon. With that, she turned to leave. Su Xiaowen remained unfazed. However, young Baishan was visibly irate. The hot-headed boy was turning red with anger, ready to retort. But as he opened his mouth, Cheng Lu shot him a piercing look, leaving him speechless. The 6 members of dormitory 412 stood frozen for a full 5 minutes. Long after Cheng Lu had departed, Yang Baishan turned to Su Xiaowen, his expression one of desperation. Su Xiaowen, what do we do now? Su Xiaowen glanced at him and inquired, do we have class this morning? No, that's tomorrow, was the reply. Let us find a classroom and sit down to discuss this. You all go ahead, I'll stay back for a moment. By the way, call Dong Jun and inform him of the situation. Let him think of a plan as well. Yang Baishan and Jin Haonan left, and Su Xiaowen slowly made his way to the cafeteria. He was indifferent to what he would eat. His mind was consumed with questions. Why had Chenglu arrived at the university 2 years early? And what had caused her personality to change so drastically? The so-called Ice Queen? Su Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he had been enchanted by Chenglu's gentle, understanding, and caring nature. Yet, the Cheng Lu he encountered today was as frigid as her nickname suggested, seemingly devoid of warmth. When had she begun to change? Su Xiaowen recalled the incident from before. In his past life, without him, the other 9 girls in that case had all been murdered, with only Cheng Lu escaping unscathed. Now, with his intervention, both Cheng Lu and the other 9 girls were safe. The sole difference lay here. Suddenly, Su Xiaowen realized that he had presumed Cheng Lu was merely a first-year student this year, because he was a junior during their last encounter when she was a sophomore. However, he hadn't considered that Cheng Lu could be his junior, which would naturally imply she wasn't younger than him. Reflecting on the fact that Cheng Lu was the sole survivor from that incident, he pondered whether she had been delayed in her education due to injuries sustained. In his previous life, while Cheng Lu had survived, she must have suffered wounds that required extensive recovery, perhaps 2 years or even longer. During that period of recuperation, her personality had likely changed, which led to the Cheng Lu Su Xiaowen had known later. But now, without any injuries or prolonged recovery, she retained her original disposition. Or perhaps, this was the authentic Cheng Lu. Chapter 81. I have a name, and it is Cheng Lu. With this realization, Su Xiaowen swiftly accepted the notion of Cheng Lu attending the university 2 years early. Upon learning that Cheng Lu had arrived at Zhaodong University, Su Xiaowen was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of excitement. The concept of a white moonlight is elusive. Any man who harbors such an ideal cannot help but be affected by it. After breakfast, Su Xiaowen received a message from Jin Haonan, informing him that a classroom had been secured. When he arrived, he found the classroom sparsely populated, with only 5 members from dormitory 412 present. The air was thick with smoke as Yang Baishan, puffing on a cigarette, vented his frustration, exclaiming how utterly infuriating the situation was. What is so special about her? We are all students here, and we've already apologized and said our piece. What more does she want? Just because she is beautiful and has a good figure, she thinks she can act superior. She should just go become an actress instead of wasting her time in college. As Su Xiaowen took a seat beside his roommate, Jin Haonan offered him a cigarette, while Yang Baishan produced a lighter to ignite it. Su Xiaowen accepted the gesture, allowing Yang Baishan to light the cigarette. Smoke curled into the air, enveloping the classroom in a heavy silence. After what felt like half an hour, as the cigarette neared its end, Yang Baishan abruptly inquired, "Does anyone here know about that ice mountain?" Wang Jun hesitated before admitting, "I know a bit." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Baishan exclaimed. "I saw someone on the forum introducing her. Her real name is Cheng Lu, and she is quite renowned among the current freshmen. Many upperclassmen have attempted to befriend her, only to be embarrassed by her icy demeanor. She is notoriously cold to everyone." Lu Zhihai asked, "What makes her so impressive?" Cheng Lu joined the literary arts department as soon as she entered the university and even became the vice president. How could she not be impressive? Yang Baishan responded, astonished. The student council hasn't even officially recruited yet. How did she become vice president of the literary arts department? Isn't it impressive? She is a classical dancer. After all, and her family is from Zhejiang province. Her father is said to be a high-ranking official there. A dancer? Yang Baishan paused. Is she an art student? What are you thinking? Cheng Lu was admitted through the regular entrance examination. She scored 613 points. Wow, she truly is remarkable, the others chimed in unison. Sure, Xiaoming whispered. Do you think we could invite her to dinner? Yang Baishan shook his head. Dinner? If she wanted to, she would have already returned our morning exercise cards. If not, she can submit them. I'll take the blame alone. Wang Jun sighed. It's highly unlikely she would do that for us. Her nickname is Ice Mountain Beauty, reportedly given by some girls in the marketing department, and she is well known for her coldness. It was then that the five of them, including Su Xiaowen, realized that Ice Mountain was merely a shorthand for Ice Mountain Beauty. Su Xiaowen recalled his encounter with Cheng Lu that morning. The nickname seemed fitting. Indeed, she was both cold and beautiful. Yang Baishan, incensed by Wang Jun's words, shouted, Ice Mountain Beauty? More like a black mountain old hag. Su Xiaowen understood Yang Baishan's frustration, but could not allow such slander against his white moonlight. Just as he was about to caution Yang Baishan against such insults, he noticed Lu Zhihai's expression stiffen. Su Xiaowen and Yang Baishan had their backs turned to the classroom door, while Lu Zhihai faced it. Su Xiaowen quickly turned around and saw Dong Jun walking into the classroom. Dong Jun lowered his voice and admonished Yang Baishan. What nonsense are you spouting? Before he could finish, Su Xiaowen noticed two figures emerging behind Dong Jun. One was Cheng Lu, and the other was Shen Minyao. Cheng Lu stepped out from behind Dong Jun, gently placing 6 morning exercise cards on the table before them. During my duty this week, I expect no further antics from you. As for the week after, that will be the concern of other student council members, and it is none of my business. As for you, Cheng Lu paused, casting a glance at Yang Baishan. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. I want to stoop to your level. With that, she turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps to address the group. I hope you refrain from giving me nicknames in the future. I have a name. I am Cheng Lu. Dong Jun immediately followed her, profusely apologizing as he escorted her out of the classroom, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Once Cheng Lu and Dong Jun had exited, Lu Zhihai finally closed his gaping mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, she didn't even get angry. Yang Baishan snapped back to reality, staring at the 6 morning exercise cards on the table for several seconds before a wave of laughter erupted among them, releasing the tension that had been weighing heavily on their minds. Jin Haonan exclaimed, let us go out for a big meal at noon. I'll treat you all. You nearly scared me to death. The others laughed heartily, immediately beginning to discuss which restaurant to visit. However, Su Xiaowen was not as carefree as the rest. He realized that Shen Minyao was still present and that no one had acknowledged her. Just as he was about to inquire why she was there and why she had come with Dong Jun and Cheng Lu, Dong Jun returned. Upon hearing their plans for a meal, he interjected, if you're going out to eat, you should first invite Shen Minyao. If it weren't for her vouching for you, Cheng Lu might not have returned your morning exercise cards. The members of dormitory 412 turned to look at Shen Minyao, clearly curious about what had transpired. Dong Jun continued, when you called me, I thought I'd see if I could find someone to help. That's when I ran into Shen Minyao. Seeing my urgency, she asked what was going on. You're lucky, Bai Yuer was rehearsing next door, and Shen Minyao accompanied her, so she happened to know Cheng Lu. She led me to the literary arts department to find Cheng Lu. Once they met, Shen Minyao explained to Cheng Lu that they had no intention of cheating. It was merely Yang Baishan's misunderstanding of school regulations, a well-intentioned mistake. If Cheng Lu had submitted the morning exercise cards, the entire dormitory would face consequences. Cheng Lu was surprised and immediately agreed to return the cards. You all should know better than to discuss matters privately. You should never argue openly in front of other student council members. Girls like Chung Lu despise that kind of behavior. Do you really think she would return the cards? The members of dormitory 412 exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Su Xiaowen was the first to respond. Thank you. The others quickly followed suit in expressing their gratitude. Shin Minyao waved her hand dismissively, saying little more. Jin Haonan then invited Dong Jun and Shin Minyao to join them for a meal, offering to treat. Shin Minyao declined, saying, I want to be joining you for dinner. Turning to Su Xiaowen, she asked, would you accompany me for a walk? Her unexpected request drew the attention of the four others, who exchanged curious glances, wondering when the two had become so close. Su Xiaowen nodded in response. Seeing this, Shin Minyao turned and walked towards the exit. Su Xiaowen then addressed his roommates. You all go with Dong Jun. I'll sit this one out. With that, he quickly exited the classroom. Once Su Xiaowen had left, Lu Zhihai asked, when did Su Xiaowen and Shin Minyao become so close? Yang Baishan, envious, muttered, could it be that Shin Minyao has a crush on Su Xiaowen? Jin Haonan shot him a look, warning, watch your words. If you hadn't acted recklessly, we wouldn't have been in this predicament. Chapter 82, Shin Minyao, I know you like this. The conversation among the members of dormitory 412 eluded Su Xiaowen's attention. He was solely focused on Shin Minyao. He was curious about what she wanted to discuss. Su Xiaowen had already resolved not to pursue any entanglements with Shin Minyao, preferring to maintain a distance. As they exited the teaching building, he could no longer restrain himself and asked, is there something you wish to tell me? Shin Minyao looked down, her demeanor unusually somber. Please accompany me back to the dormitory first. Her typically cheerful disposition was clearly absent. Su Xiaowen didn't ponder much on it, simply walking alongside her to the girls' dormitory. During this period, the two remained silent. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Shin Minyao suddenly said, wait for me for 10 minutes, and then hurried back inside. 10 minutes later, she re-emerged at the dormitory entrance. Su Xiaowen looked closely and gasped in astonishment. He could hardly recognize her. Earlier, in the classroom, Shin Minyao had been dressed in a fashionable and alluring manner. However, after returning to her dorm, she had completely changed her outfit. She wore a light blue jacket over a white t-shirt, paired with ordinary jeans, and her long, wavy hair was tied back. With only a touch of light makeup, she appeared remarkably pure, resembling an ordinary college girl. Noticing Su Xiaowen gazing at her, Shin Minyao chuckled, I know you prefer girls like this. Su Xiaowen felt his cheeks flush and his heart race, embarrassed by her perceptiveness. Come walk with me around the campus, she suggested suddenly, her expression dimming slightly. All right. Su Xiaowen sensed something but chose to remain silent. On this warm summer morning, Su Xiaowen and Shin Minyao strolled through the campus of Jiaoling Academy, circling around numerous times. Shin Minyao reverted to her cheerful, lively, and optimistic demeanor, as Su Xiaowen had first seen her. A radiant smile adorned her beautiful face, and she eagerly shared various stories. From her experiences meeting new people in college to tales about her hometown, a picturesque coastal city. She reminisced about a childhood friend, a lovely girl with whom she lost contact after moving in middle school, and spoke of her family, including her deceased father. In truth, Shin Minyao's life had its share of hardships. Her father had been a high-ranking official in Dalian, and he passed away when she was in middle school. Her mother quickly remarried, leaving her and her sister behind. Nevertheless, the community in Dalian continued to look after the sisters out of respect for their father. Her elder sister was studying at a university in northeast China, still a junior. Shin Minyao expressed how she had always relied on her sister, who had protected her from bullying during high school. To her, her sister embodied the role of a mother. On this golden summer morning in Jinling, Shin Minyao's cheerful laughter resonated around Su Xiaowen, who was aware of some of her past from his previous life but learned much that day. A few times, he felt the impulse to kiss her, but given his entanglement with Tang Weiwei and lingering feelings for Bai Yueguang, he restrained himself, unwilling to be seen as unfaithful. Shin Minyao candidly confessed, Su Xiaowen, I really like you. I have since our first meeting. I don't know why, but seeing you makes my heart flutter, and I feel comfortable around you. Perhaps you remind me of my father, she added with a laugh, so maybe I have a father complex. Before Su Xiaowen could respond, she continued, I know you don't feel the same, and you often avoid me. There is no need for that. Since you don't like me, let us just be friends. The straightforwardness of the northeastern girl was unmistakable in that moment. Su Xiaowen sighed inwardly as he observed her profile and nodded. All right. They exchanged smiles and turned to admire the distant scenery together. Su Xiaowen understood that a girl as wonderful as Shen Minyao would attract many admirers. Without him, she would undoubtedly find someone more suitable. At that moment, he sincerely wished her well. As noon approached, Su Xiaowen offered to treat Shen Minyao to lunch. But she shook her head in refusal. He insisted on accompanying her back to the dormitory, and this time, she accepted. Upon arriving at the girls' dorm, they encountered a throng of well-dressed girls, each more dazzling than the last, yet none could match Shen Minyao's beauty. When they reached the entrance, she paused, turned, and smiled at Su Xiaowen, saying, "All right, I've arrived. You should head back now." Just as Su Xiaowen prepared to leave, a familiar soft voice called out, "Sister Minyao." Su Xiaowen. Both turned in unison to see Tang Weiwei standing a short distance away, carrying 2 water bottles. Su Xiaowen felt a moment of guilt. Shen Minyao calmly asked, "Weiwei, are you back from the library? Why are you carrying 2 bottles?" Tang Weiwei replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing. I can carry rice back in the countryside." Shen Minyao quickly recognized one of the bottles as her own and chided, "You really shouldn't. I've told you several times that I can manage my own water bottles." In the dormitory of Jiaoda or Jiangling Academy, there were no hot water dispensers. Students had to bring their bottles down to the hot water room. Typically, girls would take their bottles down before heading out, leaving them at the door or on the grass outside. This often resulted in students searching for their bottles, creating a quirky scene around campus. Tang Weiwei smiled lightly at Shen Minyao's words, "I was just passing by." Su Xiaowen regained his composure and called softly, "Weiwei." Hearing his voice, Shen Minyao suddenly remembered. "This morning, our dorm's morning exercise card was confiscated. I ran into Dong Jun and accompanied him to retrieve it from the arts department. Now he is bringing me back." She omitted some details, and Su Xiaowen remained silent. Tang Weiwei, however, did not suspect anything and asked with concern, "Did you get the exercise card back?" Shen Minyao chuckled, "You should ask your good friend Su Xiaowen about that." Her words turned Tang Weiwei's face crimson, and she quickly looked down, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Su Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh at her reaction, pondering that Shen Minyao was aware of their friendship, which explained her comment about wanting to be just friends. Shen Minyao noticed Su Xiaowen looking at Tang Weiwei and sighed inwardly. "Weiwei, give me the water bottle. You must not have eaten since returning. You should join Su Xiaowen for lunch." She snatched the water bottle from Tang Weiwei and placed it on the ground, gently pushing her towards Su Xiaowen. "Oh, by the way," Shen Minyao said, suddenly removing the hair tie from her long waves, letting her hair cascade down beautifully. Using the tie, she styled Tang Weiwei's hair simply by gathering her bangs together. This was enough to reveal Tang Weiwei's stunning features. Outside the girls' dormitory, a group of boys waiting for their girlfriends turned to look, instantly captivated. After finishing Tang Weiwei's hair, Shen Minyao waved goodbye, lifting the water bottle from the ground. "I'm heading back now, bye." A smile lingered on her face, but as she turned her back to the two, tears fell silently. Shen Minyao realized that her first love, or rather, her secret love, had come to an end. Chapter 83. Su Xiaowen. Unable to control myself, Su Xiaowen did not notice Shen Minyao's tears and likely would not have guessed. His focus was entirely on Tang Weiwei, whose beautiful face captivated him, and he found it hard to look away. Tang Weiwei, however, felt uneasy under the scrutiny of so many eyes, her fingers nervously intertwining. Observing the girl's anxious and hesitant demeanor, Su Xiaowen's heart was profoundly touched. He extended his hand, gently taking hers, and inquired with tenderness, "Where did you go this morning?" Tang Weiwei was startled by his action, considering they were at the entrance of the dormitory building, surrounded by people. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but couldn't. Upon hearing Su Xiaowen's question, she softly replied, "I went to the library this morning." "What time did you go?" "As soon as it opened." "Aren't you tired getting up so early? Especially after returning so late last night." Tang Weiwei recalled the previous night, wishing she could transform into a tiny hamster, curling up into a ball so no one could see her. Su Xiaowen found her bashfulness endearing, but, not wanting to cause further embarrassment, he steered the conversation elsewhere. "Have you had lunch?" "No, not yet." Seeing that Su Xiaowen had changed the subject, Tang Weiwei indeed felt more at ease. She had considered saying she had eaten, but worried Su Xiaowen would see through her lie and become upset, so she obediently told the truth. "Let's go then. I haven't eaten either. Accompany me for lunch." Su Xiaowen understood that with Tang Weiwei, he couldn't always be accommodating. A firmer approach was sometimes necessary. Thus, he authoritatively led her by the hand toward the cafeteria. The meal itself was not the primary objective, but rather what would follow. After lunch, Su Xiaowen led Tang Weiwei to a secluded path on campus, where he located a bench. He sat down first, then gently insisted that she sit on his lap, continuing under the guise of friendship. Su Xiaowen once again stole a kiss. It was the second time he had tasted her lips. Tang Weiwei's lips were sweeter than candy, softer and more yielding than gummy candies. And one kiss only led to the desire for another, proving irresistible. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Su Xiaowen finally released Tang Weiwei. The girl was nearly breathless from his kisses, which Su Xiaowen found amusing. He mused to himself that he needed to practice more, as this time he had only kissed her for less than half an hour. And next time he would aim for a full hour. Su Xiaowen was considering taking a breather before resuming his practice, but his phone suddenly rang. And Tang Weiwei was gazing at him with imploring eyes, softly begging, "Please, let me go back." The call was from Huang Shi. Su Xiaowen knew the matter had arisen, so he granted Tang Weiwei's request. Upon Su Xiaowen's agreement, Tang Weiwei immediately stood up from his lap, habitually lowered her head, and said, I'll go now." Su Xiaowen smiled and nodded, watching the girl depart. Once she was gone, he picked up his phone and dialed Huang Shi's number. "Hey, brother Huang. I was a bit occupied just now. Is it about what we discussed last night?" "All right, I understand. I'll head over later." Hanging up, Su Xiaowen was quite elated. Huang Shi's call was to inform Su Xiaowen that his roommate, the film directing student, was willing to meet him, although they hadn't met yet. The individual was a graduate of the directing program at the Jinling Institute of Arts, a bona fide professional. Moreover, Huang Shi had assured him the previous night that his roommate possessed exceptional directing skills. Therefore, Su Xiaowen eagerly anticipated meeting Huang Shi's roommate. The two parties agreed to meet at a CAF outside the Jinling Institute of Arts at 3 o'clock that afternoon. When Su Xiaowen arrived at the CAF, Huang Shi and his directing roommate had already been there for a while. Upon seeing Su Xiaowen, Huang Shi immediately stood up, and his roommate also rose, but regarded Su Xiaowen with a skeptical gaze. Huang Shi gestured towards Su Xiaowen and said to his roommate, "Hang Fei. This is the Jiaodong University student I told you about." He then pointed to Hang Fei and said to Su Xiaowen, "Xiaowen, this is Hang Fei, a prodigy from the directing department." Su Xiaowen proactively extended his hand for a handshake, saying, "Hello, I am Su Xiaowen." Hang Fei reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand and saying, "I am Hang Fei." Huang Shi, sensing Hang Fei's lack of trust towards Su Xiaowen, interjected, "Let's sit down and chat." After the three were seated, Su Xiaowen ordered a coffee. While waiting, Hang Fei kept his head down, remaining silent. He incessantly stirred the coffee in front of him with a spoon, seemingly more interested in the beverage than in Su Xiaowen. Su Xiaowen didn't mind. A director, after all, should possess a certain temperament. Huang Shi, feeling uncomfortable with the situation but hesitant to directly criticize Hang Fei, took the initiative to ask Su Xiaowen, "Hey, Xiaowen, what was the name of the TV series you mentioned wanting to film last night?" "Boys Over Flowers." Right, that's the name. I remember you saying it was based on a novel, correct?" "Yes, I wrote the novel, so I want to adapt it into a TV series." Su Xiaowen noticed that Hang Fei was actually quite interested, as he had even stopped stirring his coffee, presumably listening to their conversation. He smirked inwardly and continued, "To be frank, I was contacted by a film company a few days ago who wanted to purchase the film rights to my novel, offering 1 million, but I declined." Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Hang Fei evidently couldn't contain himself, abandoning his air of a great director and exclaiming, "You didn't sell it for 1 million? Just then, the coffee arrived. Su Xiaowen deliberately paused, taking a sip of his coffee and praising, "This coffee is quite good." Huang Shi subtly glared at Hang Fei and said, "Yes, the coffee here is excellent. So, Xiaowen, you were saying you didn't sell it for 1 million? Su Xiaowen didn't pretend any longer. He had merely been imitating Hang Fei to tease him. He said with a calm yet earnest expression, "I believe the film value of my novel is at least 10 million, so I won't sell it for anything less." Damn, Huang Shi thought to himself, he's truly audacious. Is this youthful exuberance? Compared to him, I'm still hesitant about venturing to the capital. The gap is too vast. Hang Fei couldn't help but ask, "Do you even understand the concept of 10 million? Su Xiaowen understood Hang Fei's doubt. Most people probably wouldn't believe the film value of this novel could reach 10 million. Only Su Xiaowen knew that 10 million was an understatement. The value of this comic in his previous life was far more than that. Just the Taiwanese version of Meteor Garden alone had generated far more value. There was no need or way to explain this to them. Su Xiaowen took a sip of his coffee and said, "I've already earned over 1 million from this novel, so I don't need that 1 million. I don't want others to ruin my novel, so I want to film it myself. Hearing Su Xiaowen say that he had already earned over 1 million from the novel, Huang Shi and Hang Fei felt both envious and embarrassed. They were older, yet they hadn't even earned 100,000, let alone 1 million. Su Xiaowen continued, "You probably haven't read my book yet. Once you've read it, we can discuss it further. Let me first explain my current situation. Besides this novel and over 1 million, I have nothing else. We have to start from scratch." Hang Fei said, "That's all right. If we decide to film it, I can find my friends for cinematography, art design, costumes, makeup, and props. They're also from our school, and we can assemble a team at any time. The actors and location are the problems." Su Xiaowen said, "For the location, since the novel is a campus story, I personally hope to film at Jiaodong University. Jiaodong University has nice scenery, so it's a good place to film. However, you'll have to handle the application procedures with the school." Hang Fei paused. As for the actors, Hang Fei hesitated. Su Xiaowen had mentioned that he only had a little over 1 million, and it was uncertain whether that would be enough for the filming budget. Huang Shi interjected, "Actors are easy to find. We have so many students at our school, we can just recruit a bunch of them. But for important roles like the male and female leads, Xiaowen, are you not planning to hire famous actors?" Su Xiaowen shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't afford it. Besides, actors with even a little bit of fame probably wouldn't look twice at our small team." At this moment, Hang Fei had not yet agreed to take on the role of director for the play, and Su Xiaowen had yet to witness Hang Fei's capabilities. The decision was not finalized, yet Su Xiaowen's remark about their small team instantly fostered a sense of camaraderie between Huang Shi and Hang Fei, creating the impression that the core of the crew had already been established. After a moment's contemplation, Hang Fei proposed that they should employ entirely new talent. "Our school may lack in certain areas, but it is abundant in aspiring actors, many of whom are eager to participate in productions despite financial constraints. By recruiting a few more, they could significantly reduce costs." He added, "If there are no salaries, that's acceptable, but we must provide meals, otherwise it will be difficult to attract talent." Su Xiaowen chuckled, assuring him that there would be plenty of meals, as he was not a heartless capitalist. Both Huang Shi and Hang Fei joined in the laughter. The three young men shared a hearty laugh in a CAF outside the art academy, the atmosphere becoming light and jovial. They proceeded to discuss various matters and reached a preliminary consensus. Before parting ways, Hang Fei handed Su Xiaowen a disc, stating it contained an artistic short film he had made in his junior year. Su Xiaowen reminded him to check out his novel on Jinjiang. They agreed to reconvene the following afternoon to decide on potential collaboration. With this matter resolved, Su Xiaowen felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet thoughts of Cheng Lu brought a hint of melancholy. After pondering for a few seconds, he retrieved his phone and dialed Song Siyu's number. The call rang for about half a minute before she answered. "Hello, Su Xiaowen. Are you unaware that it's class time? Are you trying to get me into trouble?" Song Siyu's tone was immediately unfriendly. Su Xiaowen was undeterred and explained, "I wanted to inquire about something." "What is it?" Song Siyu asked, perplexed that Su Xiaowen had chosen to seek information from her rather than Xiao Yuran. "Do you know Cheng Lu? I heard she's from your major." "Cheng Lu?" Song Siyu was taken aback. Why was Su Xiaowen inquiring about Cheng Lu? Her mind raced with questions. "What do you want to know about Cheng Lu? Are you interested in her because she's pretty? What about Yuran?" Su Xiaowen was momentarily startled by Song Siyu's words. Could she hear his thoughts? Why was she silent? Had he struck a nerve? Song Siyu had merely spoken off the cuff, believing that Su Xiaowen and Xiao Yuran were the perfect pair, having grown up together with a deep bond. As for Cheng Lu, despite her beauty, Song Siyu doubted Su Xiaowen would be interested in her. That girl was too aloof. It had barely been a month since the semester began, and she was already nicknamed Iceberg by her classmates, indicating just how frigid she was. Su Xiaowen steadied himself and clarified, "This morning, 6 morning exercise cards were confiscated from our dormitory. Fortunately, Cheng Lu showed mercy and did not turn in her card. So, I thought about inviting her to dinner, nothing more. I heard she's in the marketing major, and since our lovely CU is in that field as well, I thought I'd ask you." Upon hearing his explanation, Song Siyu was not the slightest bit suspicious, especially when she heard the familiar phrase "our lovely CU." She couldn't help but giggle. Then why not call Yuran? She knows Cheng Lu too. Before Su Xiaowen could respond, Song Siyu answered her own question. "Oh, you're worried about making Yuran jealous? Haha, that makes sense. She really is a bit of a jealous one." After laughing for a moment, she added, "You're in luck. Coincidentally, do you know who the 4th member of our dormitory is?" Sensing the implication, Su Xiaowen ventured a guess. Chung Lu? Yes. Cheng Lu is indeed the fourth member of our dormitory. Surprising, isn't it? Su Xiaowen couldn't help but smile wryly. His greatest fear had materialized. Ever since learning that Chung Lu was a marketing major, he had considered the possibility of her being assigned to room 301, where Xiao Yuran, Song Siu, and Shi, all renowned beauties, resided. He had mused whether the dormitory assignments were a peculiar collection of attractive individuals. If that were the case, the likelihood of Chung Lu being placed in room 301 was exceedingly high. The thought of his white moonlight and childhood companion sharing a dormitory left him utterly speechless. Though he had anticipated this possibility, hearing it confirmed by Song Siu was still quite overwhelming. Hey, are you going to say something? What do you want me to say? Knowing that Chung Lu is in our dormitory, shouldn't you be excited? Why does your voice sound so low? Su Xiaowen fabricated an excuse, claiming he might not have slept well after drinking too much the previous night. That explains it. Yuran mentioned this morning that you didn't text her. Did you know she was waiting for your message? I woke up at 3 a.m. to use the restroom, and she was still awake. Hearing that Xiao Yuran had waited for his message until 3 a.m. left Su Xiaowen astonished. He believed he knew her well. Xiao Yuran was a proud girl. For her to wait for a boy's message until the early hours seemed uncharacteristic. Not wanting to delve into that topic, he jokingly teased, "So, our lovely Siu has a habit of waking up in the middle of the night. I've heard that those who do so often have poor kidney health. Is yours not up to par?" Song Siu bristled at once. Su Xiaowen, I drank too much water yesterday. You're the one with poor kidneys. Haha. You should get back to class. I'll hang up now, Su Xiaowen replied before ending the call. Song Siu stared at her phone after the call ended, muttering to herself, how can he say such things to a girl? Truly infuriating. She tucked her phone away and turned back toward the classroom. Moments ago, when Su Xiaowen had called, she had stepped outside to take the call, interrupting her class.